Oh, what's up? Hello, hello. Good morning. Good evening. Good afternoon. How are you all doing today? We sleep? Ooh, a little bit. A little bit. Chobra, thank you so much for the raid. If you're still here, I doubt you stayed around for the countdown. Thank you so much. Surely Chobra's back for the game after this. He's casting. Oh, of course he's casting. Standing in for kickoff, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Did a behind the scenes stream. That's kind of sick. Very, very cool. Sheriff, hello mate, how we doing? Good morning also. Prodigy as well, hello, hello, hello. Double mods, damn. Sleep deprived mods also probably. Jar Jar blinked with the prime. Thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate you doing that. Did I miss the veto? Oh, for sure.
Welcome to VCT Pacific 2000.
If it's already been done, I've missed the veto.
Team Secret, Global East.
Well, we've gone back in time a little bit, and it feels like you're watching.
Whoa, Lexi's here as well.
Here,
Everyone's
or at
here.
least it just looks that
Good morning,
way
Lexi.
with Team Secret going up against GE's new roster. On one side, you have a team that's been tried and tested some more, and on the other, you have a team with 5 talents making their debut on the Pacific
Wait,
stage.
Fio's here as well.
Who wins this does experience pulls through here versus a fresh slate.
Yeah, I usually back the more experienced
Go
team.
sacrifice
I
the
really
sleep
do
to get
believe in
ignored.
Consistency
Yeah,
in
but
stage
that's a
experience,
classic,
but
surely.
I think I am getting a little bit carried away with the global roster that they put together. There's a lot
Hello,
of
Fio.
exciting names
Sorry,
and
mate.
a lot of names that can do heavy lifting in the server, and I really expect that maybe it's not going to be some macro masterclass from global, but just some really big heavy hitters that have big maps and kind of combine to win the day today.
Yeah, I feel like right now,
Chat,
what
this
you
should be a
mentioned about,
50-50,
consistency,
right?
usually
Kinda
we back that, we go with that
unknowns.
team. But why is it that you're backing GE in this case?
I mean, Crystal, Papi,
Yeah.
Udaton.
It's
I
the
watch these
individual
guys.
consistency.
Yeah,
Team
the
Secret even
individual
stand a
players,
chance?
like the star
Yeah, dude, I
power
think
on
this is
the team
50-50.
is exciting for sure. And also, I feel like I'm confident backing a lot of these guys because you see them consistently deliver in that tier 2 kind of situation.
we start off
there
with
are
a
some
best.
players, they get the jump up to tier 1 and you think maybe they haven't been prepared properly, whether they play online a lot or they haven't had
best
a
split
lot of
path.
LAN experience. A lot of these players have been slogging out in Ascension for a couple of years now and been pretty consistently delivering, so I feel like I can back them on the Pacific stage.
Yeah, you're definitely right. Even though these players haven't played in Tier 1 before, they
2
are
raids.
experienced,
Oh yeah,
and they're
Seismic Chef
absolutely
as
not
well.
unknown
Sorry that I
players,
missed that,
you know.
dude.
People have spoke about
Seismic
all of
Chef,
them
if
for
you're
a
still
long
here as well,
time,
appreciate the
played
raid.
against them in scrims
And
really
So
do feel
Silver
their power,
8,
so now
I
they're
missed
getting
your
a
prime.
chance on the
Thank you for doing
Pacific
that, mate.
stage. It's quite easy to get behind them, I feel like.
Hey, you're talking about the tier 2 to tier 1? I mean, just yesterday we had that, and we were very, very impressed. So right now, looking at our Asian comp for Abyss, what are our initial
Let's
thoughts
get
here,
some
gentlemen?
brand new
You
comps.
mentioned it before, big
I
time.
got a
King
Ascent
Secret,
comp
they're
and
really
double-
liking to just run that kind of Ascent
Look at the double
comp where
controller
you can be very flexible with the
with,
double in there. As over
Astra
on the
is
side
the
of
Sentinel, I
GE,
guess.
You see double controllers very popular
Is the
on
full
Abyss at the
process.
moment. It's so helpful for taking mid control to be able to run fakes. Astra has that global presence as well. Can be a little bit of a pseudo lurk or a pseudo sentinel. So you'll probably see Darion over on the
Udaton.
wing once they move over to attack.
Yeah, those
The
extra
turn on the,
smokes that GE have coming up
duelist
just give you so
hype
much more
for a
control
little
over
bit,
mid. You
I
can
guess,
use
in
one smoke
kickoff.
each to cover the 2 different lanes of mid, and you just take
Until
so much
Patrick's
control
back.
naturally. It's much more slow approach to the game than something like Double Initiator is, where you're looking to kind of be re-clearing space all the time.
Yeah.
But I think it can suit this global team quite well.
Well, we'll see indeed what happens as Global Esports takes on Team Secret. We're going to pass it on over to our casters. Hey, it's Quack. and
Udaton
hey,
really
it's
good.
Shobra.
Yeah, he's mechanically very good.
Thank you very much, Mika. Yes, Chobra and Quack here, and we've got an absolute
There
banner
he
for
is.
this
Hello,
first match
Chobra.
today. I mean, they said it's kind of the Filipino Derby, but really, Global Esports, an entirely new team, and then Team Secret actually basically the same team.
That's the whole thing.
What happened to
Honestly,
Patrick?
I mean, I
Visa
also just want
issues,
to say,
I'm pretty
Mika,
sure.
come on, pick a side.
Come
Jesus.
on, yeah.
That's
you
the
have
whole-
to pick your favorite.
Yeah, we have to go with at least one. I mean, one side is a little bit more Filipino than the other, kind of. She's
little
like
bit.
coming over here like, no, I'm not doing that. Jeez, Mika, jeez. But I will say, I mean, it does kind of also feel like if you're putting the mindsets of some of the players that we have going on here, for Team Secret, there's a bit of pride coming into this match, right?
Absolutely. I mean, you have to uphold that reputation. We like to meme about them being the gatekeepers, but being the gatekeepers is not an easy job. I mean, that means you're always in that top 6,
just
top 8.
finished watching the VOD of Loud and Crew. Oh, I'm sorry about that if you watched the first map.
But
And then
I mean, we always like
Sentinels
to
versus
talk about like
Thieves.
top
That was
4
a
teams,
banger,
top
though.
6 teams, but doing
That
that
one was a banger.
consistently is still an
Honestly,
accomplishment.
if you're
And
a
right
Loud
now,
fan,
GE, they look like they're
maybe
ready
the
to
first map's not
challenge
too
that
bad to
spot.
watch.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy feat for sure. I mean, they've just come and put this team together. They had their own little like face-off off-season tournament with a mixed bag
Okay,
of
we got
results as
Team
well.
Secret
Yeah,
on
I mean, that was, of
attack.
course, very early on
We
in
got
that roster, but
GE on
that was one where it
defense.
was like, okay, we kind
We
of see the
got
potential. We're not sure where this
Regen
goes, but then the
Shield.
individual performance during Spotlight Series for some of the players on GE, I think that's
Regen
when a lot
Shield
of global
Classic.
fans started to buy in.
The first time I've seen a
Without
Regen Shield
doubt,
and a
lot
pistol.
of strong
I'm pretty
individual
sure.
performance, individual players on their sides, but yeah, what are you seeing?
Regen armor right off the bat.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, we like to talk about the Dream Raid boss in the pistol round. We saw some half armor frenzies yesterday.
Okay, looking at the actual
but the
minimap right
Regen
now,
coming in
and Team Secret have
alongside the
for
Classic
sure
here.
picked the right
So
side. You want to see
Jeremy just
Pappy
going to
try and
to go
leave the site,
forward.
play
Not
with the
any
team,
extra
and then we're going to have
firepower,
a
but trying to
fast
make sure that he's taking
push
those
behind
hides
you,
and
I'd
he's able to
imagine, so we'll keep
continue
an eye on the
forward.
trip.
Might not have that
Ooh,
range, though,
Spike
especially
is
on a
now
map
going
like
towards
this,
middle.
but
Is
at
that
the
for
same
recon
time,
or are
Secret
we
recon
pushing
numbers,
it?
two shares on the
Okay,
other
just
side,
recon.
but for now, just getting that early info.
I say
So a
just
quick
recon.
tag, not
Maybe
gonna
there was
spawn
a
too
shock or
much
something that I
information here
missed.
from Team Secret, but they're pretty set. They already have eyes on mid as well.
Global, though, slight pushes out from B. There's a lot of information there, but
Oh,
still.
I like this.
Jeremy looking for the
like
right
this
click,
late
it's not
recon
gonna
that goes to
connect.
back of
Poppy
sight.
gets a kill instead.
But they
Pappy's
already
done
have
great.
backside
He does
Poppy
commit
right
over
now,
towards the
surrounded
site,
just
so
a little
maybe
bit.
see the
Darian,
Astra
does he
send
take
it
the
and
time
try
to
help as
provide
well.
support? I think it's a
I
little
think
too
he
risky.
just leave him.
Poppy's good for
Damn, he
only
did
one.
great.
At least something, though. Still, 2G
Yeah, he did so
continuing to,
good.
push forward a little bit, spots out a little bit
All
more.
he had to do was get
The
one,
smoke kind of
and he took
covers it
down
as
Raid
well.
Boss.
So 2-on-1 against the lone Darian inside of the smoke right now, but on the back lines from Heaven, Udotan and Darren, they will be
no
pushed out. Darren does not know what's behind him, and Envy has an opportunity of a lifetime. The spike defuse continues to go through. He flicks upwards, gets the second kill. Look for Darren.
Holy! This is why I'm so high up on this guy. Big 1v3.
And this is
Oh
why
my
all of us picked
goodness,
him
that
onto
is
that
some
initiator spot whenever
instant
we
impact.
could. Because this is the type of game sense that this player has. It's
Yeah,
not
that was
just
really,
the
really
aim,
nice
it's
from
not just
him.
reactions, but to note that the smoke left a gap, and if Darian's hiding in there, he is not taking the risk to check that gap anytime soon. He sneaks all the way backside towards the CT spawn, and then he's able to creep back into patience to go for the diffuser first. Just impeccable clutch right off the bat.
Just not something
Yeah,
you
what a
think
way
about
to
every
start it.
day, right? To actually go through that smoke and slip behind
Yeah.
enemy lines like that.
Yeah,
But
that was
still,
awesome from
next
him.
round comes through now, and it's going to be some of the
GE
outlaw buyouts.
started off,
Pushes
maybe a
out
couple of
Global,
people
though.
tanked
What is
the
this streak?
flash.
Towards a lot
Wild
of
Aura is in
players turn
trouble,
away.
He doesn't really
and
have much space to work with, though. They're just
I
charging
think
after
he's
him. That's
got
Spectre dropped.
I think he's just got
Tried
to
to provide some support with the paranoia,
try and
but
go for
unfortunately
them
just
there.
goes all the way through.
You're
So
not-
that is a little bit of a
It's a
pickup
long,
for Global
long choke
Esports
point
now.
there. I
And
would like to see
Spectre
Wild Oreo,
continuing to push,
because
trying to
so
get
Wild
that
Oreo
flank
here,
onwards
he's so
against the
drilled into
Position isn't bad for Team Secret. They
being told
recognize
that he's
they
not
take
allowed to give
Heaven,
him
they take
their
backside,
gun,
and they have 2G
that
on the
he's
flank. But
pretty
if
much not
2G
really gone for any
falls,
kind
that's
of
an extra
damage.
Bulldog here for the retake.
Bulldog's a really big weapon, but at least Spike down now. Jeremy does have an opportunity. Instant shot through from Envy, and 2G manages to get
Good
backwards
damage, though.
in towards
No
the
matter
site
what,
as
this
well.
is gonna be
Jeremy
good
with some
damage.
shots, tries to trade
Okay.
with the classic, but at the
So
very
we'll take
least, it's going to
that.
be the
So we're
Bulldog
going to have
that
an
ends it all.
Outlaw and a
Team Secret,
Bulldog going
yeah,
through.
that's quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, that
it
was nice
does
from
do
G.
quite a bit of damage, especially Jesse Vash going down with no armor left either. So it does sting, but you still get the spike plant.
Yeah,
you should be able
sure.
to just carry through.
I was
going
gonna
to
say, like, you could be a little bit critical of Team
Team
Secret and say that if they're doing a 1-1-3, the 1-1 should probably have Ghost.
All the way through B, and you know, as a full pistol train, and then finding Wild Oreo like that.
Yeah, I do want to give a lot of credit there because we see countless teams that think they want to commit and then they back out, right? You don't get that first kill, you get a little scared, but GE going with that no fear
Okay,
strategy.
big buy rounds,
Now,
and
just
everyone
going to go
should
with a
know
very,
about the
very
Outlaw,
safe
so we get
default,
heavy
obviously,
armors.
on their buy round, and
Yeah,
Crystal
very,
gets a
very
nice
nice.
shot
There's
onto
one of the
Jeremy.
heavy armors,
Takes a big
tanking
hit
the
though,
bullet,
10
but getting the
HP, and
trades.
that's shock dart.
Speaking of trades,
Okay, big swing shot.
that is awesome.
So not too bad
Nice
for
little
now,
shock dart on this
but
one.
it does weaken the defenses a little. So Team Secret getting a little bit more space to kind of figure out which site they want to hit.
Yeah, Team Secret, the trouble is you're going to imagine that someone fills that mid space, but you're not quite sure from which side, especially with there not being a hard sentinel. You can't really get the tell
The
that,
Outlaw
okay,
is
like,
super
Cypher's
scary on
on A or anything like
bonus.
that. So they do have to fish a bit deeper if they want clarity on the situation.
That's 2 players still sticking around mid.
No
The
Sentinel
Outlaw
on
definitely spotting down.
GE.
Kelly has
Yeah,
the early
it's
they're
fine.
trying to
You'll
pin him
see.
down. Paranoia sent out. 2G goes in for the TP play up close and
Damn,
personal,
dude, didn't
spots
hear the
barrel,
TP because
gets
of the
kill,
flash.
and that's enough.
That's actually
You'll
a really good
you'll see
TP
the
right
Astra
outside
be
the smoke, but
on
not deep enough that they might
Sentinel
spot you close
GT.
range. So I like the call, just full
like
bait
on
that you
attack,
hit the
just
paranoia on
holding
someone and they would have to hide
these kind of
behind the vent
positions.
there, behind the boxes.
and then just late lurking with the Astra side.
30 seconds
And
left.
that then pulls the defense.
Then on defense, it doesn't matter too much because you can't really take a
Yeah,
timing.
you just wait until Wild Oreo gets here, right? A
If you-
3-man
or
push,
if you
know
do,
you're gonna
majority of
have
the time you're
numbers advantage
rotating
no matter
through
what.
anyway over towards middle, so you kind of see them.
But
Nice shot.
What? 15 seconds and you already get taken down?
Udo time though.
Yeah, the timing is
definitely
on
not gonna
flash.
make it
I mean, this
easy
is done for
It
Team
was
Secret.
15 seconds left.
Unless
There's
they
so much
somehow
pressure.
frag out
Team
through the
Secret needing
smoke.
to push through the smokes now.
Oh, no.
And on with the Sheriffs. It's not going to connect. Poppy, Udotan getting the kills. The spike is down. The round is over. But 2G is going to try nonetheless. Poppy.
If I'm GE, I'm pretty happy with it, to be honest.
That's a final headshot, and G picks up the round.
So in the grand scheme of things, yes,
A
it's your
little
bonus,
bit
but
slow
also,
from Team
I think
Secret.
just given what you had, hopefully that's more of a, hey, as long as we do damage, it's okay round, rather than we're not quite sure what to do. Because if that repeats on a full buy round against each other, that spells trouble for Secret.
Good damage. Yeah,
We're
2
already
kills is
seeing
right.
Some of the hits not quite
I'm
going
not gonna be
through
super
too
angry
well.
about
I
it.
mean, I do like the little paranoia play.
It could have
but at
been a
the
little bit
very end of
better.
it all, I mean, Udotan just
Considering,
had
like,
one
the trace.
nasty shot, side strafed out from the back.
Oh, and there it is. A lot of GE fans have been telling me that they got a
Damn.
sick viewing party going.
Cinema.
Apparently they got 3 screens worth in that theater, so that's a lot of people, but Jeremy digging deep.
First kill
Fast
off.
big buy round. This is a
Once again,
statement
back
from
into mid,
GE.
so
They go for the
a little
most
bit more space. I think there
the
was
most
a
common
G-
jet
an
knife
attempt to
strat.
push out.
Yeah, you
We
don't
got a KO flash through the smoke and a recon,
was just ready for it.
and
Secret kind of recognized
kinda
that
just
GE
beat
might
him
wanna
into the
change
smoke.
pace, and I think this is going to be something we want to keep an eye on, is that GE, just given their style, the players they have, the coaching staff they have, they seem like a team that's going to be very proactive. Meanwhile, Team Secret, known to be a very default-heavy, very reactive team, and I'm just curious how long Secret is willing to wait each round before they start to take action.
Well, at least 30 seconds have passed, and they're still waiting. The drone is
Okay,
being heard.
get
at the
to
very
around
least,
50
though, down
seconds,
B main.
55 seconds, 1 minute. That's when the IGL needs to make a call
Purposely gonna
of
show
what
the
side to
Cypher
actually
of
go over
Oreo,
to.
just making it look like
And
would have been
GE
just
know
himself.
that. We get an Omen
But still
TP,
too
sorry,
much
Omen
information
ult
gained
at
from
like, what,
Poppy
45
right back
seconds
from
to
the
see if anyone's
shadows,
over
lets
towards
them
A
know
main, no
just
one's
to
there,
be
so they can
safe
keep
on
their
the
free
A
pass and stack.
Hence the rotations coming
And
over
even though it's a
now, it's
4v5,
gonna be
we got
full
some numbers here
execute,
for
full
GE.
collapse into the B
They need
side,
to
start
flash
things
send
off.
it.
30 seconds left.
Jeremy looking for that bit of space, but at the same time pushing off from
What the
danger.
hell is that ding?
A couple of players being able to gun down Darren now. All down to Raptors, and Kelly
The
has
Crystal
next.
just took such a stray
So
bullet.
8 HP,
No one even
you gotta
saw
back
him.
off, maybe even go for a save, yeah, because there's no way you're
Okay,
attacking this 2v5,
lovely stop
especially
for
not
Team
at full
Secret. They're going to be
health.
super happy
But
with this
something I
one.
just noticed there is
We
Darion,
got a
his
double
position was
armor
okay.
rebuy,
I
but
mean,
other
we've
than
seen that
that,
a lot, right? That
and a
bit
little
of
bit of util.
tricky play
We got
right
3K
outside of right
for all
inside the
5.
smoke on top of danger. That's
It's
fine,
very
but a
early
little
on,
bit of lack
so
of
you
faith on
probably
Crystal.
won't
Maybe
see
the comms
them
breaking down, or
hunt.
maybe just too much chaos
Plus it
happening.
takes
Darion turns his head
15,
away
16,
from the jump
17
coming
seconds
in,
to get over
and
towards
that's when
B,
they find
so
a timing
pretty hard
against
to
him.
hunt
But
on this
Crystal
map.
was watching from the other side, so hopefully that's something we can clean up from
Hello,
Global
hello,
Esports if they
mate.
want to keep up in
Congrats,
pace
dude.
against Team Secret.
Yeah, just a little detail in how they had
Thank
their
you so much for the
setup on
26
B
months
side,
as well.
but unfortunately, that's the thing that kind of breaks everything down. It's just so much pressure when there are that many players from Team
Many
Secret
GE
executing
needs
together like that.
standard
So
comp.
even with the information gathered, it's
And
not
this-
quite enough.
yeah,
and
like,
Team Secret will be able to
people
carry
have
forward,
done
and thus
it with
making our
like 4
predictions
for
feel,
this
you know, a
comp.
little bit shaky and nervous right now.
They probably need
Yeah,
like
I do
5
wanna, I
for
mean,
me
the
to
Nets
feel
touched upon it a
more
little
confident.
bit, but I think actually a lot of people, maybe including us
And
here
you
on
look
the
good,
broadcast, are
man. Good,
slightly
good, good.
underestimating
I
Team
like
Secret
the,
just because they had a rough going at the
like
Predator
the force
League.
of the
But we
tail.
gotta
I
remember,
think it has
this
to
is
be
that
done,
sturdy team. They
even though it
always make
feels
the playoffs. They
crazy
always
risky
give a
when
run for the
you're
money against the Giants. I mean, these
like
guys
top
have stuck
3
together
or meant
for
to be
a
top 3 in the
reason throughout
region.
these years.
Absolutely. And their map pick as well, you know, to be fair to
True.
Global Esports, but we shall see how the rest of the round continues to play out. Like you mentioned, still being proactive, kind of reactive actually, to Global Esports. I mean, it's working out so well for them.
And once again, just to save 2-on-2 from GE, Chris is going to let it be known that he's up here. So more than anything, this should help draw out some of the utility from Team Secret if they want certainty of what's going on. Now, until it fails, Team Secret will probably just constantly put pressure on mid and then just choose a site and go because you know you'll have the numbers advantage. But once that fails, I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see Wild Oreo take some more action as well later in the half.
I mean, Team Secret are
At least
playing
for
very,
now,
very
my sense
slow.
is that the game plan for
That's
Global
so
Esports, they
fine.
need to figure out where Team Secret Secret are, where they're going to hit where are those
Spike down
numbers
here
gonna
as well,
be?
so looking like
Still
fake
moving all the way
B.
across the map now, a bit of a jiggle, and that could be info
And
enough.
then we have the
0
Omen
point
or
confirms it.
if we get
Oh,
over
actually,
towards
just
B
heads
was
up
the
one.
original
Yeah, but
plan.
it is a Sova. Makes it a little bit
Pick
tricky,
up
and
the
they've already
spike and then everyone
committed
could
3
join.
to the B site. So it looks like GE a bit more
And
comfortable with retakes
they see
over
a
at the
lot of people
side,
fighting,
perhaps
and it's
just
looking
trusting
like
Poppy, quite frankly, with how well he anchors.
they think it's one,
Jeremy, he's still
like
waiting,
one
and the
site
bait works.
heavy,
They've
one
put
site
so much
retake.
pressure on B. They've
It's
let
a
it
big
be
kill
known
on.
that they've taken their attention off of mid. And Jeremy, the patience pays off.
30 seconds
Does he
left.
just blind serve ult to get him over towards site? It's such a big round that I'm alright with it.
Put down onto just Poppy anchoring down the site, but here it comes, the hit in towards the B site, straight through the
Big
smokes.
Joel.
Jesse Bash will be able to land
Jesse,
2
man.
headshots back to back. Udatan tries to fire
Yeah,
back
work
from
out.
the back lines, but
Work out the
unfortunately,
flank on this one
hot
as well.
mid
Good
dash,
trades.
He's just not able
Team
to
Secret
complete
looking
the
pretty
animation
good.
of it, while the
be
Aurora will be
honest.
able to get the shot, and that's down to just Poppy once again.
This was
Not
a
quite
lot
able to
of
complete clutch this time.
a lot down
GE
to the mid
will
duels
pick
here
up
as
the 4th
well.
win for Team Secret.
Yeah,
I
and
thought they
don't
were
fault
feeling
Poppy
out the
for going
site
for another
early
kill there,
to
or at
just
least
try and work
trying
out
to, just
if
because, I
they were
mean,
going to try and
it's
hit
not
the
an
site
op,
where
yeah, it's
they
not an op, right?
kind of
Your
didn't have any
teammates can't fight
contention,
you,
but
go for the buys anyway, so you might as well just go for a Hail Mary, try to get a round back, try to do whatever damage you can. But something we're noticing right now
I think I
is
like
that
this whole
GE,
plan of when
they
you
might
have
the
the
talented
Omen
players, but
ult,
Team Secret is actually
like
keeping
having
them
a
on their
spike
toes
down,
so much. They're in
and then
fact
doing this
kind
thing
of
where you
using
can have the
GE's
option of
composition against them,
cancelling or
actually
just
not
running
giving
over towards
any
the site with
information
3.
after the initial brawls with the utility in mid, and that means just GE just has to wait. They get antsy, they start to move, they start to peek right into Secret's crosshairs.
And this round looking for the peaks as well. In with the blade storm, but instantly shut down by 2 GE.
Stream is
I
loud.
mean,
Okay, I'll
you
turn
gotta
it
call
down a
a
bit.
timeout after this one, I think. Secret just knows exactly what you're thinking.
Straight reads and fully
Okay, it should be a lot better now.
collapsed onto each other right now. Everyone's closing in on the B site. Kelias tries to buy a bit of time with the flash.
I mean, GE, sure, it's just Sheriff's and a shorty, so you'll do whatever you can, but it does not look like you'll be given much of a chance. Very thorough from Team Secret as well, drone up high, so you're not getting caught
No
off
reason to
guard.
do. Secret is just
As
defaulting.
he can hope for is just
Yeah, but most people
Zero.
play this site
The
like
back lines
heavy or
being
want
watched
to
by the trips.
retake.
While Aurora is alerted to
Even
it's
with this
already
comp,
moving towards
like
the
as we
back
can see on
spot.
A at the moment, it's pretty much just
Yeah, and then
retake
you
the
still
whole
got
time.
that trip by window as well, right? So there's no chance for a surprise here. Looks like they might just regroup, potentially.
So like
just
that's
go
what
to
you're
the
trying to
spikes,
do with your
see if you can
default
get
is
in
like
the
feel
answers on
out
all
what
three
kind of
angles. Yes,
nice shot.
okay. That's one. See if you can get one more. A little bit of aim training on this round to stay warmed
Feel out
up.
they're like fighting heavier
Flash
if
out,
they're
looking for the kill.
off site.
2G will be able to keep his sights on towards Raptors at the very least.
Good news for
But
Team
Crystal
Secret,
comes
they
in from
save a lot of
stairs.
ults into
So a
this.
couple more shots.
Got a big
But
buy
Team
round,
Secret
so you
still
imagine the
good
coaching
to
staff
go.
gonna have to call a timeout on this one.
Maybe with the shutdown as
All
well. Yeah, already had the no command.
Yeah,
but
G need to
you'll take
try.
whatever you
Again,
can.
teams are
Obviously,
kind of
special
one with
credits,
like
they
4
are
with this comp,
rolling in
5,
creds right now on the
4,
Secret
5
side.
is what we're looking
That
for.
graphic earlier, you know,
They
with
might
them
have to
all
get more.
going
I
down
don't know
the
what their
point.
attack's like really.
It's paying off right now.
First time we've seen them.
This, I mean, this is just a hard read. 2G set up, you got a crossfire, watching for the push out. You know that G's already pushed out before with all 5 on that eco. And I think a timeout absolutely in order because your focus here on mid, trying to see if there's any mid movement, it's not really paying off. If anything, maybe utilize those double smokes to actually start to push out and deny A main. They've actually just left that
Have Team
empty,
Secret
right? We
winning
talked about
this
it before.
one?
Poppy being
Yes. I have
trusted
Team
anchor.
Secret
Listen,
and
I think
RRQ
Poppy,
today.
you absolutely trust him to anchor. That's not the problem. But you just have 0 information on A main after the first 30 seconds, and Poppy's just waiting. So I think you maybe take that spot, or maybe use the double smokes to take out B main. One or the other.
Certainly going to need some changes or adjustments nonetheless. I mean, like you mentioned, no information found, or, you know, even trying to get a little bit proactive with the pushes out on the eco rounds, they're getting shut down. And that's just how reactive, how patient Team Secret can be, especially with Jesse Vash at the helm, and also a little bit of a glimpse of
Congrats to
Coach,
G and DFM.
Yeah, Boom.
Yeah, pretty much that.
Boom, meow, yeah. But he's been with Boom for so long, right? It just kind of flows off the tongue.
Yeah.
But I think you bring up a good point. You got to give credit to Meow, but on the other side as well, Juvenile
Right.
coming off of an incredible
First time we see the op,
performance on last year,
and Jeremy has a
champions have elevated.
backup
He's
judge,
been grinding
and
away
Team
at
Secret
theory crafting
has
for Valor,
been
trying
running a
to get to the
default
big stage,
the
and
whole
here he is.
time.
He would like nothing
Timeout
more
goes
than
in
to
for
prove
GE, they're
that
trying to
GE has
adapt
the
to
right
the
idea.
default, and Team Secret are just going to go
Those
fast with
adjustments
ults.
will be for now. They are kind of adjusting to that little bit of a recon in towards A main, but then again, that's just the first few seconds of the round.
So just now on A, they had the recon going deep out into A main, and it looked like Poppy was almost in position to throw a paranoia, but no one to follow up on that. Curious to see if they repeat that in future rounds.
At the very least now, it has to be a read back into the
Damn.
B side. It's in with a judge from Jeremy.
It's
Not
nice.
expected at all. Then
then
Derek's
honestly,
down once again. off with the blades as well.
I don't even know how you meant to retake on this one.
Looking for an opportunity to retake, but nothing found yet.
They're gonna think the
I mean,
judges
at this rate,
here.
Team Secret, they're looking to finish the half with everyone at 9,000 creds. Behind the judge, when you have the Blade Storm, knowing that this is the execute you want to go for, they are just going with the snowball. It is rolling down the hill into an avalanche.
Ooh, the off bot up, shot sounded off, but Envy just fires from the sidelines. Shot into its KICKOFF. Crystal makes it a bit of a trade, but they're still able to hold from the side of the
Very, very
site.
nice from
And
Team
as soon
Secret.
as they show
Yeah,
themselves
it's a classic. This one is
2GE, Jesse, Vash, they all
was
got
the
a kill of their
default the
own.
whole time, and
I'm
then
just
just
gonna go
switch
ahead
up
and say
the
it
pace
almost
as soon as
might
the
be a
enemy's trying
blessing
to
in
adjust to
disguise
what you're
that they
doing.
dropped all their weapons, because man, if I have to see another match where teams have to just save op after op after op, round after round after round, I'm gonna lose my mind. But very unfortunate, and this is you think.
You know, maybe a slight opportunity. You know, when you're
Yes.
looking against a Team Secret like this.
I mean, sure, yeah, the op helps, but we've just seen too much of that already in 2025, and we're only in the first 2 weeks.
Yeah, a little bit yesterday as well with the op duels, but still, the round will continue in global esports once again with the broken economy.
Team Secret, it's almost weird that they have so much more priority in mid. I mean, it's the Astro Omen on the other side, and yet Team Secret, they put the initiative down. They're drawing out these opponent smokes. They're drawing out the gunfire. And I think GE's just actually giving too much unintentional information over to the attacking side.
One Chobo off the broadcast. He's only doing kickoff.
The presence are already alerted, and if you're Team Secret, you've been good so far, so why not go for the swing? At the very least, Crystal gets one, but still the trade comes through.
Do they suspect more here? Because there was a good fake going on here by Crystal. Yeah, they're waiting for another peek out because he was spamming the left side, but then he turns right to library under. And so you're expecting, okay, there's no way
this
he's
is the
launching
hero
that alone
gun.
with the Guardian when they're on an eco, the Hero Guardian. And it's gonna get dropped again by Yudotan.
It's not working out. I don't know what you're gonna do this time. The Guardian is lost as well. You cannot pick it up. Poppy, you know, feeling the heat now, tries to put the smokes up, tries to keep himself alive, but pretty much pinned down by 2G in this moment.
2G taking very aggressive positions all map long, and now the push out from the drone as well. They just want to trap him 100%.
Smokes out. Oh, and here comes the rest of the team too, Chobra. Oh my god.
I mean, they're just going to wait. They're just going to farm for kills, right? Reset all those ultimates right now. They got a fresh plate ready to go.
Yeah, I'm not sure they can do too much
So
on
good.
this.
And look at how close Jeremy is
Oh, it's a
playing to
great
the smoke as
flash.
well.
Did I
Oh,
just
the
discuss
flash
it?
is perfect. Oh,
Holy
yes.
hell.
Darien, a
All
bit of a shot as
three
well.
ate the
Waller
flash?
all left in the
Well, I
box,
guess
but
that's
then
how you
the
do
trade
it.
comes through.
That is,
What just happened?
that is
I
all
don't think a single
three.
person antied
Dude,
that
no one
flash.
played anti-flash.
They
That
had
was a bit of an
good
error from
crossfires
Team Secret.
I think 2G might have been behind the wall, but he was just
Also,
not able to get the right angle. But
with
the
this
two members
plant,
on the
did
right
they
side
need to
here
play
get
this
dropped.
aggro?
I mean, they just
Gotta
kept
question that as
full
well.
flash, and I mean, let's be very
Yeah, I mean,
honest.
that's a
This
hero
is a bit of a
flash.
blunder from Secret. This basically gives
Yeah, it was
GE
a blunder.
chance to get back into the game.
Shall see. I mean, this chance is still just a chance so far. Team Secret in the lead, but then you gotta admire how this entire play
Dude,
comes
all
through.
three of
I mean,
them.
even though Team Secret had the positions, just a one little flash, and that's all the difference it makes.
Well, something to cheer for the GE fans.
Yeah,
Not
that
over
must be
yet.
nice as
Still
well.
a little while to go in the
They
first
need
half,
to
and the
be
bomb
a
returns
little
for
bit
Yudotan.
careful, obviously.
Cosmic Divide
That's
as well, and there it
nice.
is. That's the type of aggressive play you want on
Oh my
the
goodness.
inside.
Oh, the chase!
I mean, shout out to Jeremy
Forward.
for just
That's
straight
the
up
top
W
guard,
keying
and
back.
now
Nice
in with the
flash
dash
onto
as
this
well.
one.
Poppy's dead in the
Yeah,
third.
might silence the crowd pretty fast here on that.
Already 3 members on the site. This isn't looking good for Crystal. You got to wait for your teammates, but they have to still clear through mid. Darien going to take his time to get back here.
Drones out. KICKOFF looking for at least a bit of a head. Continues to try
No way.
to get his crosshair
Whoa!
online, and he
We
manages
got
to
a
do it.
mouse
Triple
bug.
kill now coming
He
through.
somehow
What's
survives,
left is 2G
and he
up by the
kills
bridge.
everyone
Tries to
else.
play around it, trying to go back for
No
another
way.
flick, but
Okay, another
Crystal
round the G
shuts
probably
it
should have
down.
lost.
And
But somehow
that's the
KICKOFF
type
has
of
been the
trading.
difference
That's
maker.
the type of
Before
teamwork
it was
we've been wanting to
Util,
see from the G
now
roster.
it's just
Everyone
straight
talks
up
about how
shooting.
talented those individuals are.
I can't believe
Just
he's
work off of each
I
other.
can't believe he's
KICKOFF
allowed to survive
taking
here.
all that aggro, gets one kill,
Must have been some
continues to
nice
draw
shots
that
after
fire,
the
waiting
jump
for
bug.
Crystal to
Yeah,
go
this
for
was
another
sick
peek.
though. We
A nice
updraft and
aggressive
we
push out too, but
hover
you gotta give
fast,
credit
so
to
we don't
Jeremy.
hear the
I mean,
updraft.
This is not an elimination game. Jeremy,
Ooh,
he's
nice
gonna
shots,
pop up, he's
man.
gonna get aggressive, he's gonna chase you down. But yeah, that fight from heaven, Crystal and KICKOFF. That's something worth roaring for.
Yeah.
The difference. I mean,
And the good news
guy
is as well,
also
good amount of
used to
people
be a
surviving. Only
duelist.
one person
KICKOFF
low
now
in terms of
early
money,
on.
so they'll
Still
buy
being
next
able to pop
anyway.
off.
Again, you're looking for like
Welcome
4 or
back.
5 to be
Cosmic
pretty
Divide ready
good
for
on this.
GE. Honestly, The ult cycling really might bring them back in the half. Team Secret has to be careful about how they calculate the rest of the round. Their creds are fine, but they need 1 or 2 more rounds to get
Team
to another
Secret
ult round themselves.
Gotta be a little bit gutted with some of the rounds they're losing, for sure. 3v4 into 3v4 after plants.
Everything's been smoked off. Global looking for their timing.
You have to
That is
suspect
an
he hasn't taken this
absolute
position
pause.
before. Jeremy very close up near heaven.
Another flash out, but the smokes dissipate. He spots the shock dart sending
Whoa.
through as well, so continues to go for the chase. That's a second kill. Now the rest of
Well,
Global
we've seen a couple of
retake.
3v4s already.
All three.
Why not
They
one
don't
more?
quite have the space on heaven any longer.
There's
Garrett
one.
just peeks out from stairs.
There's two.
Spots a couple. That's Jesse Vesh down. Cosmic Divide goes up, and now they're trying to use that to get onto the spike, but still
Sorry.
2G tries to play ahead of it. Look at the movement from Udotan, though. Quickly swaps over to Classic. 2GE tries to stay alive. He needs to clutch this out. He's looking for it. Goes back for another kill.
Time.
Now on towards Poppy. Poppy running out of time. Smokes
Whoa.
it. Swings
Time.
for the kill. Time goes for the
Just
stick.
out of time.
Not enough time. Surely not.
All the way down.
Oh.
Oh my
Dude,
gosh.
Scott, I thought it
mean,
was gonna be
Poppy played that as
3
best as he
back-to-back
could, but
3v4s.
2G, he just knew. He just needed to survive 1/2 second longer. Successful clutch out from 2GE.
Yeah, he played it very
Let's talk
well
about his
though.
movement, his
He
position
ended
all
up
throughout this
using
first half
Astro
so
against
far. He's
them.
taking aggressive off angles. He's buying time. He's jiggling. Darion looked like he might be coming back into the spotlight in this round, and he did a lot for them. Cosmic Divide good as well. The draw out with Udotan up in the sky. Everything looks good, but 2GE just hides away for 1 second too long.
We talk about high IQ, right? Playing around the Cosmic Divide that way just to give him, you know, a bit more space, a bit more time. Still, though, map continues, and we're down to the 11th round. Global looking for that information outside of A. So crucial so far. A bit more presence towards mid again.
I mean, look at this position from Team Secret. They kind of know that GE hasn't pushed out of A main at all, so they continue to wait, but very far back. They're not fishing for any information on main. They like to think that if you do eventually push out of A main, they can actually just turn around and fight from mid, because they've still got 3 members there.
Okay, it's a little bit weird. So, G forced into it. We got Sova ult, and then we got KO ult to cancel the Sova ult.
You are watching outside of it with Poppy, so at
Been,
least this time, I think you can rotate a bit
been a
safer
lot
than
of B
before.
hits.
Poppy's going to be
Been
able
working
to
well for them, though.
delay one more turn with that paranoia, and so you just have to trust in that.
Yeah, maybe A is
Very
feeling a
least not
little bit
spotting
cursed for
anything
Team
out towards
Secret.
A. Now, B's getting smoked off. Udotan still being able to maintain control of mid. That gives them the numbers on
Okay,
the B
knife
side.
goes in as well. Nade stops. He's sending it over towards sight.
Darion's ready for it. He has a good angle right outside the smoke. They can't
No
find the shot.
way Envy hit
Oh,
that
and that's
second
just
shot.
Secret continuing to barrel through. The Hunter's Tree will slow them down just a bit. Poppy instantly rotating over with the From the Shadows, but is that going to be enough? They don't quite have the numbers. Wild Oreo still playing safe from post-plant position.
Oh, you
Yeah,
would
and they
have loved
thought
to
it
go
was
during
normal
that
plant.
but it's going to be on the outside of danger, safe from all gunfire. And now a
The
2v3
shots,
with
yeah,
positions
Team
already
Secret
taken
are
by Team
really,
Secret.
Smokes refreshes
really
too.
aiming.
2G continuing to be a menace. Look at this.
Jesse gets a kill, he gets
They
his
have
ult
no
for next
reason.
round
Right
as
on
well.
the railing, so he doesn't get spotted though. They don't know for
30
sure. He's on the
HP,
railing.
one extra bullet
And
would have taken
Oreo,
him
Wild
down.
Oreo just gonna buy time. He
Damn,
actually gets the kill
speaking
as
of
well
the
against
shots.
Crystal.
That should be enough, but it is Poppy Chulo. Only able to get the one, but still running out of time.
That's,
makes the
dude,
call for a
Envy's
save.
having really good impact.
Yeah, not much you can do. You gotta feel for Poppy's position right now in the half, because he just hasn't really been given a chance to play the game at all. And 2GE fragging out in the first half. Everyone talked about
Schmoke with
Wild
the Prime.
Oreo
Thank you
last
so
year
much for
when
the
two
2 months,
members
dude.
joined, and 2GE, he was
Thank you for
fine.
using your Prime.
Maybe had a bit of a quieter start, but he's right in here reminding everyone why he was a great pickup. 12-6.
Give me the MVP POV. How's he got the second tier? Here we go.
Always
Recon.
lovely to see. I mean, him in the
Oof,
spotlight.
little crouch
just
as
being able
well.
to do a little bit more,
Nice.
especially in some of these clutch moments.
Good shot there as
Definitely
well.
showing off some of those critical decision-making skills that he has.
GE with 4.
Now all ults online here. for
Super
Team
doable.
Secret as
Problem
well. Not a
is,
place you wanna
this
be
is
for
a
Global
lot of
Esports. Not a great
ults.
buy either,
Like
but
this, these
they'll have to
knives are
make it
getting
work.
insta-cancelled.
Well, at least Udotan in with the blade throw, but he hasn't
And yeah,
been able to
makes a
show
lot of
off
sense
those
that Team
blades
Secret
that
is spamming
much.
over towards B.
Team Secret
It's
looking
been
to
working
make
for
this
them
a
well.
quick map now. Now is when they go in for the quick stack. up against
Petso,
B.
appreciate the Prime. Thank you for
Starting
that.
things off,
Thank
it's
you,
gonna
thank
be
you.
Jeremy. Straight into the site.
Thanks for the 10
Everything's
months.
smoked off by
Happy
Garrett.
birthday as well, dude.
Hunter's Fury from Jesse Vash, though, just creating a bit more chaos towards the back lines. And Kelly S tries to get ahead of things. Still sticking around the
Yeah,
stairs.
I'm not
backs up
sure
in
about
towards
that
the
play from
smoke.
Darion.
He just waits for his team to get on over.
Oh no, and now you don't have the Blade Storm anymore. gonna see that null command come out. Udoton, not much you can do right now. You just have
Yeah,
to wait
and
this out. That's
then
so much
after
time
this
on the
goes,
retake.
you're going to have a flash to swing.
4 on 5 as
There
well.
goes
They
the
gotta think
flash.
about possibly smoking off Nest
Got
once
another
again
flash,
as
you're
well.
gonna do it
Jerem
again?
Continues to hold the
Whoa.
angle. Udotan goes aggressive,
Whoa.
has the blades, gets a kill. Now tries to stay alive against that duel in towards Jeremy. Jeremy in with a blaze though, swings out from the other side. Support from Jesse Bash arrives on time.
Damn, dude, Jeremy's
back
fragging
up to the
heavy
Vandal
as
for
well.
The final kill, and Team Secret ends off the first half 9-3.
I'm just gonna say exactly what I said at the beginning of last year as well. If you can see this Jeremy throughout this year, Team Secret, they're going back to the international stage. This is the peak Jeremy. This is what he's capable of. It's always been the consistency, but right now he's in full confidence mode.
Absolutely right. I mean, the last time they played this back in stage 2 from last year, you know, they played it against Talon. They lost 11-13, and that's the one where, you know, Primi just came in. Primi was top fragging as a Jet as well. Jeremy, on the other hand, kind of bottom frag.
That's a solid half.
Here today, this looks so
The
much
B
better.
spams were real.
9-3 half for Team Secret. Again, like you mentioned, Quack,
G
earlier,
can
it is
definitely
their
just do this
pick,
back to them,
but
though.
you gotta wonder if GE, if all the cogs just aren't quite clicking just yet. They didn't have as many opportunities in the offseason compared to some of these other teams. I mean, sure, Team Secret, they really didn't show us anything in the offseason. They've kept it under wraps. But GE, completely new roster. You wanted the reps, and they tried their best to do it. They made sure
choose
that
the
they could
defending
scrap together,
side.
you know, their
It's
own
easier to come
face-off
back on
event.
attack
I
on
love
this,
that they
I
did
think.
that. Give the players a chance to work
Like,
together.
there's a lot of
Give the
teams that like
fans a chance
to
take a
start
look,
on the
and
harder
the Spotlight
side and
Series,
then
gain that confidence,
make
play
the
against some of
comeback
the other
on the
T1,
easier
Tier 1
side.
and Game Changers players individually, and know that you belong
It's
here
pretty much all
in VCT
preference.
Pacific.
I do normally
But now on
side
the
with
big stage,
attack
this
when
is
you've
the real
got like
test, and who better
a
to test them
team
than the eternal
that
gatekeepers
maybe
of Pacific?
hasn't been used to the stage as much, just so that you can
That's
frag out
just how
together.
things roll sometimes. You know, you start
It's
things
like my
off.
rule.
You had a pretty decent
Like if
off-season,
everyone's feeling like a little bit
feeling the
nervous, or
confidence
it's
from
like
the
a
Spotlight
new
Series and everything
stage, or
forward
there's
from
like
that.
a crowd or
But down
whatever.
into the match against
I
the
do like starting
Gatekeepers,
attack because
there's just so
there's
much
not
left
as
to
much
show.
pressure
I
on
mean,
your aim. You can just
you know,
trade out.
maybe at the very least you can take some of that pressure off, just considering the fact that you are, you know, playing against the old guard of the Philippines, right?
Yeah,
So
there's that too, yeah.
yeah, let's just take things easy. Maybe we didn't have the best first half, but let's see how the second half goes.
You do have to worry about that Cypher now. Very curious about the positions of Wild Oreo, especially since there's
Nice
a Q
shot.
on the other side. But Envy just going to play the bait. Gets
God,
one kill,
this
gets
guy's
two.
winning both the
That's a
pistols
shutdown
on his
already
own.
in the pistol.
He already had the hottest 1-on-3 pistol clutch from before. Why not start things off just as spicy as well? Low HP though, and he backs off. Meanwhile, Global looking for, you know, an opportunity into the other sites. 2G's around the corner though.
Yeah, but Secret, they're just not going to peek out, right? They say plant if you want. It's a 5v3. We are not concerned at all about fighting on the retake. And here's the thing, they know GE has to push up. They know GE needs to get more information, and 2G just shuts down Crystal once again.
The way the smoke was placed as well, I mean, there's just no opportunity. It's just unfortunate. Crystal,
Brisk with the
wanting
tier
to
1.
go
Thank
for
you
that,
so
right?
much for that
Be
as well.
proactive on
Thank
the
you.
duel, but 2GE, even with the classic, just knows what he has to do. Just plays right around the edge of it, just enough that he can spot out his opponent. Now here's the tap. Doesn't have to
30
do too
seconds
much.
left.
Global, they're trying to draw out his fire, but nothing found.
Yeah, they needed another kill, but now you don't have an option. You might as well get the plant credits and hope for the best.
For the best. I don't think there's
Ah,
much
it's
gonna happen. Poppy still able to land one
Looking
shot.
nice. Double pistol
There
though.
comes Jeremy.
Double pistol.
Jeremy is
It's
just
a rough
in
start for
their
GE.
face today. He is not saving that dash at all. He is just moving forward. W King as much as he can, breaking ankles, taking shots, and it's working out.
I think that's one of the things that you want to see as well. You know, one of the criticisms from before is, you know, sometimes he's a little shy. He's waiting for the go signal from, you know, maybe Jesse Bash.
This map is
But
even more
now,
boring than
dashing
Icebox.
straight
Yeah,
in,
it's impressive, isn't it?
giving, you know, throwing caution to the wind. This is confidence.
You love to see it, especially because now it's more than just frags. It's more than
All right,
just teamwork. But it
let's
is about
get
creating
the
space with that
let's
aggression
get
when
the
you're playing
Stinger
that duels, when
Force
you're
in.
playing that
Still
entry.
super
Really
doable.
seeing that evolution starting from last year.
The Outlaw, once again as well.
Or Spy, all Stingers. And you've just heard it. So that's going to be a key for Team Secret to potentially back off. You don't want to get caught in the sight.
Ooh.
I mean, you're down 10-3. Might as well
GE
try to go
loving
for it.
this right
You know, it's a
now.
little bit risky, but
Jeremy and Jesse switching
rounds
guns so
anyway.
that Jeremy can
Managed
dash
to
over
get a
towards the
lot of
site,
space
but
on
he
the
has
site.
no
You have to
smoke to
expect
dash
that
into,
GE
so
is
he's dead.
potentially looking to push out
when he
because that's
dashes
the
in.
only way they feel safe with the Stingers, and they're ready for it.
Team Secret all continuing to hold down their ground. Managing to gun them down. I mean, even swapping over
They
with
got
an outlaw.
a little unlucky the way they pushed. There was 4 of them.
Goes back up into heaven, takes down
And
Envy.
we are just insta-sticking this. And did we not hear? Astra Suck didn't come in, or maybe the Astra Suck was on delay, I'm not sure. Might have still been on cooldown.
So even trying to fight for numbers doesn't quite work out. Team Secret being so cognizant of the current situation, sticking the spike. They might have lost some guns towards the end, but still
backside. They thought they were getting spammed from heaven, I imagine.
Economy for global esports definitely down in the dumps.
They must have not heard it amidst the chaos, right? The movement from Darian and Crystal making it seem like they maybe had more time, but they doubled down. You already kind of nailed the confidence. Might as well go for it again, because otherwise it's not looking good.
Really? The
I don't know
judge,
about this.
Oh my god, 2GE! They walk straight into him.
I mean, it's either stingers or it's pistols, right? So the judge is absolutely a good play here. I mean, here's the question: I mean, what's your buy next round, right? I mean, yeah.
I think the question is how the split look at this point.
I get that, but listen, I don't blame them, but it is a absolutely
How close
ballsy
no,
move to double down.
not that close at all, because it's not even
But
like
even
it's
then,
that
I mean, just the
bad.
right call from Team Secret. And it's one of those games. It's starting to feel like
It looks a little bit worse than it is
score
wise.
But now, even peeking out with a snare, you get shut down by the outlaw. You know that judge is still on the other side, and you cannot challenge it. He tries to swing. Darren at least gets one.
I was closer to Molly yourself yesterday with
I mean, yeah, you could just feel the fear, right? A judge around the corner. What do we do?
the crew game on Haven. Oh my goodness!
There is just literally no answer. There's nothing you could have done there.
I was so annoyed. I was so annoyed with how crew played on Haven that I was just annoyed for the next map as well.
But now you just don't have any more chances.
I can't believe a team could look so bad.
Team Secret, they'll be sitting on 9 chances to close us out.
That's the whole thing. Team Secret viewing party as well. Definitely loving
GE?
the support,
Nah, they got double
always.
snowballed. It's not that bad,
Shouts
honestly.
to Taylor and Bill, but at the same time, I mean, to be completely fair, Global, they haven't really shown off any Abyss too much in the offseason, but Team Secret really just stretching their legs out right now. Look at Jeremy!
He gets 2 there?
Yummy Noka, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you for that. Appreciate the 2 months.
Trade was coming.
Well,
then the
they
second
did get
kill.
wrecked. There's no doubt about it.
What else is Jeremy gonna do? Continuing to hold mid, a little bit of support from Jesse Vash.
I mean, now Secret, you really just need to hold safe default. Once again, another 5v2. You have the numbers advantage. No reason to rush, and this is where they shine.
Come on, make it a flawless finish. Give us the flawless.
We've seen that a couple times already. It's getting there.
Spike down mid.
Darian
Yeah, he's played against him last year.
did have that ace
Well,
against Gen G, but now this is a completely
if
different
there's any
situation.
nerves,
Oh, he's
Back turn, he's
if there's
completely
any nerves
surrounded.
for
He hears everything
GE,
coming up against him. It's
this will
Envy
help.
to finish things
as
off.
mad as that sounds.
13 to
Getting
3.
absolutely wrecked on a
Team
map.
Secret takes the
Like if
clean
you have
win
nerves,
against
a lot of the
Global
time
Esports.
you're worried about being embarrassed, right? And this is pretty much as close as it gets.
Obviously, still too
So,
early to gauge the exact potential
You've
of
now
the roster of
experienced
Global
it,
Esports,
you've been
but when we
embarrassed,
talk about
and then you're like, hold up,
performing when
that actually wasn't that
matters,
bad.
right, in the official
And then
scrims,
you can just
offseason,
reset and
all
just
that now
go.
out the
So
window. Just
it
this
might
one
work
double in the
out
bracket, standing
okay
between you and Masters Bangkok.
for GE.
And GE, they weren't
Also,
able to
not
show
their
us
map
what they were
pick.
made of
Might have
today.
been
Not
exposed
yet.
a little bit on the
I was
map, but
Global Esports hype train.
there's some
You know,
big
just like
standouts
seeing
from
so
Team
many
Secret.
Cool players bunched up on this team. And it seems like a good idea.
Holy hell,
Mentioned the
what's
coaching
going on
staff
here?
as well, you know, Juvenile
We got
alongside
Logswar
Elevated,
with the
but
tier 1,
now
thank you so
coming
much for the
into match
gifted,
against
mate. We
such
got
an
Alan Lee
experienced
with the
team,
prime.
you know, they also
Thank you for
picked
the
a
prime
really
as
good
well.
map against
And
them,
Logswar,
sure.
appreciate the gifted.
It's just, you
Then we
would
got
have
10
at least
gifted from
expected
Jake Farm
maybe
10.
13,
Thank you
6,
so much,
7,
Jake.
but 13-3.
Your first gifted as
Yeah,
well. Thank you so
that's a
much,
rough
Jake.
one.
Appreciate the
And
10.
Honestly, I have to
Okay, let's
start
get the
wondering
oil slug
if maybe
spam
that
going.
pick was also just
If you
knowing
got
that
gifted,
Darian is
make
stepping in
sure
right in the beginning part
you
of
at
the
Jake
year,
Farm 10
just
and
knowing
say
that
thank
maybe
you as
the
well.
comps aren't gonna be
Appreciate you
as
doing that, dude.
solid. Secret, maybe just thinking also this is one of those maps where the
Intel_Summer
standard
as well with the
comps
prime.
works at a
Thank
set
you,
competition.
thank you.
They love to play that. But whatever it is, Secret, they made the right call for map 1, but of
Jake
course that
Farm
means there is
10
another
gifted.
map
Yeah, I
remaining,
like that.
in between in this best of 3.
Maybe
That
you
is
should
gonna
be the
come out from
streamer.
GE
That was
side.
good.
I think that's, you know, still fair. And at the same time, you know, one thing that we can say for sure is that the next map coming up, that's one that Global Esports has experienced or practiced a little bit more. They showed off that a little bit more during the offseason.
How does the Wolves
Yeah,
match affected days. TMB's legacy.
Crazier highlights that
Dude,
Team
Wolves are
Secret
going to
had.
struggle
It's
today.
almost been on split.
The Wolves game is going to be really close.
I don't know if
But I
you
will
think
say,
that
if
there,
they,
but it has been a while.
if Wolves
GE
lose
fans, what I've
0-2,
heard is there's more
Clutch
than
Out is going to be
1,000
very
people
fun if
gathered there for
TMB's
this
on it.
one. 1,000? Yeah, waiting for the season to pop off, and
Zelsis, thank you
unfortunately,
so much for the raid,
that's not
bro.
the start
Thank
they
you,
wanted,
thank
but it's
you.
not over
Congrats
just
on
yet.
the
Hopefully they
game
will
earlier
get
as well. It was
their
really fun to
energy
watch,
down
man.
here to Seoul, because right
That
now
was a
the
banger.
GE players, they need
Energy definitely needed. But still, I mean, yeah.
Is the
you know,
KO
at the
pick
very
bad?
least,
No,
one
the
thing you
KO pick's
can say
good.
for sure is that
Especially on this
you
map,
cut
like
yourself
that's
a little bit of slack. You're
why the
going
jet
up
makes a
against,
lot
you know,
of
the veterans,
sense.
the gatekeepers.
You
So
honestly
losing on a map that
just
was
didn't
their map
really
pick,
get to
it's
see
alright. You
many
can
attack
take that
rounds
split
for like
against that
why
vet.
it's
That would be
good,
cool.
because
well,
there's
an
a lot of like
absolutely
flash
tough
dash
map
stuff
one for
that
GE,
makes a lot
but
of
they have a
sense.
chance to bring it back in the next map. We're going to take a quick break here from the casting desk, but we'll have the analysts continue to break down all the action.
Prius was here as well. Prius was out watching Zelsis. Love that.
Do have to agree with that. You know what? You know, let's calm down a bit. Calm down a bit. I mean,
Thomas,
this
thank
is,
you,
again,
thank
a
you,
team
thank
that is
you
Very, very experienced, and you have global esports.
for that.
As the
Appreciate that.
casters mentioned, doing that,
What
you
team
know,
have
it's a
I
clean
been
slate.
most
There's still
impressed
some
by
issues
so
that have to
far?
come in.
In terms of
Darion is coming in as a sub
expectations,
as well. So
probably
this
gonna
is,
say
you know,
BBL with a
this
stand-in.
isn't exactly the
I did
plan
not
that
think they were going to
GE
be
had
Giants
for this
or
first match in
Fnatic.
Pacific.
No, definitely
And then
not. And
probably
I think,
closely
look,
followed by Loud.
It's just
They
very
looked pretty
easy
good.
to pick apart what Global was doing there. Like, it felt like everything
Boom.
was going wrong for
Chat,
them.
Boom
I
won
didn't
5
really
out of
feel
6
like they were playing
pistols.
the comp particularly well,
So,
whether it was on the macro perspective of getting the map control.
I don't want to get I don't want to get too caught up in the Boom hype.
The strong players that they had, like Udaton, you see it there. The first kills are pretty close. I
Like,
felt
at the end of
Udaton
the
was able
day,
to get out
Boom
there and
still
actually
lost
get a
2
couple of
maps
opening kills,
where
but
they were
then
2
they didn't
0 on
really
pistols.
convert some
That
of those
shouldn't
rounds, or they
happen.
didn't take really
So
full advantage of
I
their
love the
personnel, and it felt like
enthusiasm,
Team Secret
but
was just a better
you gotta
team
take that
with
into
better
account a little bit.
individuals, better
Even though they
preparation
did
on the map,
overall
and-
play a little
and they
bit better
just
than I
rolled
thought they
them over.
would.
Yeah, it seemed a lot like nerves to me. I've seen this time and time again. It's happened to me myself, where that first big game on the stage, or it's a really, you know, it's an
Okay,
important game.
100 Thieves.
When players
I'm
get nervous,
relatively
they
always
don't
high
wanna
up on
make
100 Thieves,
mistakes,
so.
so they often tend
I'll be back in a little bit, right?
further
We're gonna
back
spam some
instead
ads,
of going
and we
further
have
forward.
Split
That's
coming up
something I really
next,
would've
and
liked
this
to
will
see
be
more of
GE's
Global's
map.
defense.
So
I want them to get in secret
let's hope
space.
they get a
Really did that
pistol
on their
and
ecos. So I would
Let's hope they get a
surprised
pistol
if
and have a
that's
better
not
start
how they
here.
practiced this map at all, and they've just kind of crumbled a little bit under that little bit of pressure.
Yeah, it certainly did look that way, especially since, again, there was lots of hype around this roster, around these players, and you know, it is their tier 1 debut.
How many pistols
so
did Vitality
it's
have
bound
against
to be a
KICKOFF?
little bit
Honestly, I
shaky,
can't
right? They're
remember
still
that one.
working through a lot of communication issues as well.
I'll be back in a little
yeah,
bit.
so there are a lot of factors that are working against Global Esports at this time, and meanwhile, again, as we mentioned earlier, Team Secret just pretty much pick up where they left off, maybe after a little bit of a break, so they look even better, and here you can really see the hive mind of Secret come through as well.
Yeah, one common theme we saw throughout this game is slam B, retake B. And there's a big reason for that is how this map is designed. It's incredibly hard to hold, it's incredibly hard to find consistent spots to anchor from that aren't just off angles. So as a defender, you don't have a lot of choice, you kind of have to give it up. But we saw Global's retake not really manage to come together.
Yeah, see, that's where I'm going to say, like, you're playing the double controller. The whole purpose of, or a big purpose of playing this comp is creating pockets with smokes, creating little gimmicky angles that you could take advantage of to be able to defend these executes, and that's just not something I saw enough of from Global.
Yeah, one thing I really want to highlight here is look at the minimap. Look at this discipline from Team Secret. Now, this is exactly what we as coaches try to get the players to do. 5v3, everybody freezes, everybody stands still. This speaks to the large amount of experience on this roster. Nobody's getting nervous, nobody's trying to do too much. They know their plan, they stick to it.
It's kind of like that you're saving your energy for just the right moment, because you know that, you know, sustaining that kind of energy does take, you know, a lot out of the players, right? Especially when you have, like, you know, a whole series to go through. They are just doing it in bursts at just the right moment when they have to.
Yeah, well, speaking about bursts of energy, I really hope Global can find one heading into this map too. It is their map pick of Split, so I expect to see a little bit more oomph from them this time.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, this is data from the off-season, but if you look at Secret's games from Split 2, you'd be feeling pretty confident about them on Split. You know, GE this is a pretty unique comp, but it's worth mentioning that, you know, they've got the Neon in there, which necessitates the Sova. The Sova, a bit of a comfort pick for Crystal. You've seen him on it time and time again, but that was Patrick playing the Neon previously. So I'm kind of wondering if they're even going to play the same comp here and back themselves, because that might force Yudotan onto something like a Neon.
Yeah, I would definitely expect a change here. Obviously, Sova on Split is not super common because his utility cannot get the same level of value as it can on those bigger maps. His drone, like, a big advantage of it compared to the Skydog or even Teo's drone now is that it can see the full distance, but on Split the map's so small you don't need it, and it's so slow to get up mid. There's so many corners to hide in from the recon. It's very hard to get the maximum value of this agent out on this map.
We saw already a team that agrees with you yesterday. Nongshim plays KO when they play Neon on this map. You know, they don't want the Sova. That's their solution to being able to break the trips and disable the Cypher. So stylistic difference, but you know, we'll see if the same comps even played, honestly, here from Global.
Maybe, but like even for Team Secret, right? That Sova is such a comfort pick for Jesse Vash, and even
by the way, he's got almost 200 games of Sova or something, and like less than 40 on anything else.
Yeah, so it's like you're talking about comfort, and Team Secret, they've got to be feeling pretty comfortable right now. Jesse Vash, I can totally see it. Like, you know what? Let's just run the Sova. It's okay. I don't want to stress myself out too much.
That would be BM running it against.
If we get Sova versus Sova on Split, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Civics build different, man.
But what if it's like, because I can put my best foot forward as Sova, right?
You know,
Jesse Vash is Sova.
With how confident they looked in map 1, I would back them to pull it off in map 2.
Hey, we did have this, you know, back in the local broadcast for the Philippines, we did have this Jesse Vash guarantee, which is that every single time he has the Hunter's Fury, he gets a kill.
Yeah.
That was a Jesse Vash guarantee. But you know what? Again, this is a GE. They do have some players that do have, you know, this knowledge of Jesse Vash. I did feel that it worked the other way, though. Their confidence was a little shaken, maybe because they knew exactly who was on the other side, right? Maybe if it was up against, you know, some of the newer players on other rosters, they would be like, yeah, sure. I'll show them what I've got.
Giving it a
But here it's
2-hour
like,
delay in
no,
the
you know
EMEA at
exactly
the
who I
moment.
am.
Yeah, I think it might
so,
honestly
but at the same
change.
time, if I'm a team like
I can see them bringing
Global,
it an
I would
hour
look at that
forward.
draw and I would say
Feels
that's a
weird
more
to finish at
winnable
1
game
AM
for me.
games.
You know, at least I'm not playing Gen G or I'm not playing DRX or one of these teams. I think if you draw RRQ or, you know, the same thing here for Secret. It's a known
Maybe I'm
entity,
just
and it's
hoping
a
that
team
though,
that's
so I
very
can
consistent in the
watch some
middle
of
the
the
table, but
American
you're
stuff
not
more.
necessarily scared of them, right? You view them
Nothing
as,
yet,
as
Fio.
being
It's way too
beatable,
early.
But at the same
Why,
time,
what are
they've
you
just
eating?
got so much chemistry built up over time that, you know, that's the difference, really.
Yeah, like knowing and understanding who you're playing against is often a good thing, you know? We'll have seen it in the prep for this game, because as you mentioned before, a lot of these players have played against each other for a long time, played with each other at times before. So understanding who they are on a personal level really helps you anti-strat a little bit deeper. One side of anti-stratting is, you know, the macro strategy. The other side of it is
How
what
close
does
was
this
the first
specific
map?
player like to do? When he's anchoring B, where does he like to stand? Does
I
he
feel
like
like
to
I've just been
retake?
baited
Does he
in,
use
but
his
I'm
drones?
gonna bite.
You know, all those
If
little
10
specific things
is
you
close
have
and
more
1 is not
information,
too close,
seems like you're bringing
it
in.
was
So I don't think Global
1.
will have been unhappy about that, but it seems like
You
Secret
might even say
definitely
0.
taken advantage
It
of
was
that and
double
much more
pistol.
forward.
It was a
And going
very
back
slow
into the
start
second
for
map,
GE.
right? My eyes are on Kelly S
You
right
didn't
now
see
for
the
Global
score.
Esports,
Yeah, no,
because he
I
has
was giving you
taken
the
on
benefit of the
IGL.
doubt.
We did see him giving some energy to the rest of the team, right? You know, and in certain round wins. But, you know, I have been a fan of Kelly S for a while because he's just such a flexible
Is
player.
this team bad
He
or
is that
does
player
bad
like, tell me
luck?
what you
If it
need, I
didn't
will
look
do
good?
it.
Nah, I agree
Now,
with it didn't
though,
look good.
I
It will look
IGL
much
for
better on
Global
the map.
Esports,
This
that
could happen
is,
in
you know,
Valorant.
it's a test
Like,
for
this
him
can
because
happen.
he has to, you know, be in charge of all of these different players with different
I
styles.
wouldn't be
It's not
like as a
coming
GE fan.
into fruition
I wouldn't be
just
too
yet
worried
on your
about
first
that.
match, but how does he, you know, wipe that slate
Don't
clean and get them
judge
ready
it
for
off
split?
that.
Yeah, one
If
thing that I
this
will
map
say
looks
is,
as bad,
after a game like this,
then
resetting
I would be
is
worried.
honestly easier. A close game, you
But-
lose in overtime, you lose 13-11.
Uh,
You more have it in your head of, oh, we could have
looked
had
worse
that
than it
map, we
was.
could have had it. So that
But
kind of
worse.
lingers in your mind. If you get blown out like this, like 33,
Did I
you
see
go, okay,
Loud?
that was
Dude,
a
they're
loss.
they're
Let's move
aiming
on. So
incredibly
Alpha
well.
Fine rebounding
Like Loud
after
looks
these
scary.
heavy losses
They
is
got
easy.
Look at that, there you go.
Strats and
Deadlock,
stuff is like
Cypher.
relatively
Ooh,
basic.
That is a very
There's nothing
slow
like
comp
to write
of
home
attack, my
about.
friends.
The
Yudotan
actual
over
individuals
onto
look
the
really on
Raze,
form.
and Team Secret with a change up since last year
EG's
as
in looks
well,
kind of scary.
bringing in the Deadlock. This is gonna
Dude,
be
everyone's
lot
playing a
of
Deadlock. Double
creeping
Deadlock.
around the map. Where's the Deadlock chips? Where's the Cypher?
Deadlock,
Oh, there's a
Cypher,
star on the ground. Better not go into the site.
Astra,
I think Deadlock Cypher
Race.
is
The only diff is a Fade Sky. And we got no flashes here, so the smokes are really important. And that probably means that you want to do more aggro cages as well, to kind of look like smokes or work like smokes.
How they bring that into Split.
Well, I guess you're happy. No Sovas inside here on Split, but we'll see what happens in map number 2. Over to our casters.
Okay, GE, starting on attack, this will be a little bit easier for them because obviously they can trade. But I reckon any nerves are gone because that'll happen when you get wrecked.
But still, you know, kind of the core principles are roughly there. You still
Double
want to
frenzy on the
slowly
defense
use this guy
side.
to gather more information, a little bit towards mid, a little bit towards A as well. At least starting things off from the Team Secret side with the 3
How much do I trust in the Gentlemate's coaching stuff? Oh, they're good.
Push out if they get any information as
Yeah, they're
well.
good.
And really, Cyber Cage comes out for GE. I love that from Darion. Really blocks off any potential aggression.
Is
so that
Vitality the
everyone
best
has
team
to
I've seen
vie
so
for
far?
space once again over on A main.
Also baits out a little bit as well, so the star does come up.
I'm
towards the
probably
outside
gonna
of
say
ramps,
Sentinels.
But Global, they do have quite a bit of space towards
I
mid,
got...
so
When you're
explore
playing
that option a
Teo
little
and making it
Oh,
look
now you know
this
it's more
good
than one. Oh,
already,
God.
well, starting to push out now.
that's
but still hearing footsteps
on
in the
3
water,
maps,
so
that's very
hastily
nice.
backing off
They're
of-
only going to get
But
better
this
with
is the
Agent.
trouble, right? You can't just fast rotate. You can't just say go B because there's a wall right waiting for you. There's a barrier. And then there's going to be the grab net. There's extra trips. You're stuck right now in heaven.
Ooh.
Oh my.
A little bit of a dink as well from Envy. I mean, at the very least, trying to break
Oh
the
my
wall,
goodness.
trying to
Good
go
luck back a
faster,
sight,
but
and Frenzy
because
is
the
maybe
barrier
not what
was
you
there,
want, but the
bought
first
so
plus the
much time
PQ is
for
going to be low
rotations to
HP.
come
That
over,
is
and
a
while Ori was
hero
ready to
flash.
let it
Oh
rip,
my
2
goodness,
kills
this
back
was
to back.
nice though.
KICKOFF
Next
tries
kills
to
really
fire back.
important.
Now it's down
Of
onto
course
Envy,
it's
and he's
Envy. This
continuing
guy
to
is
hold from Pillar
winning
so darn well.
every
Has the
pistol.
additional support from Heaven too. It's all down to Poppy, and it's a 1-on-2, a bit of a high-low setup. So tough
Yeah,
to
but the
fight
higher
against,
needs to
but
go
he's
out a
still
little bit more.
jiggling, still getting Envy down to low HP, looking for the next shot. 20 seconds left to go, and he manages to get the first kill.
Damn,
Goes for the
nicely
next
done.
one,
Big
and gets the
1v2.
headshot.
Oh my
Poppy
goodness, they needed
Chulo
this.
makes it a clutch.
They really
That's
needed
my
this. Get the
Poppy.
confidence
People were down
going.
in an aftermath when he didn't even get a chance to fight over there on Abyss. But there's that clutch. I mean, we had the clutch over on Abyss right there. in the
John, you're
first
here
round
as well.
from Envy.
Congrats,
This
bro.
looked like it was going to go Team Secret's way.
Just got lucky.
But they
You
were
guys,
able to
you want me
break
to play
through
you guys
just
down a
fast
bit?
enough. I love the pop flash from Wild Oreo. I think
can
that
do
is
it.
going to be the big difference maker is that Team Secret are going to be a bit more willing to fight on a dime because they have that flash. There it is.
Poppy!
That's the energy.
Get some,
my God,
shorties
that
on the
is
go.
what
Everyone's
to shake
buying up.
things
We
off
do
on
not
the
want to
first
get
map, and he
ecoed,
starts
and
things
it's
off just as
going
well.
very well.
Triple regen armor as well.
Pappy.
So really leaning heavy into that new equipment that came out at the end of last year.
I'll find you.
Going back to a bit of info gathering outside of A. Hiding inside the cyber cage though, Jesse Vash.
Yeah, I like it. He pre-positioned himself. Now he will just wait. It's going to be a little
Who had
bit
the
more
best
in terms
Teo
of
usage in other
distance.
regions?
Yeah, can't get the kill.
Still down to
It's
50
it
HP
hasn't
apiece, but
been
now
good,
back
John.
towards mid. Time tries to hold.
Who
Kalias was
had the
down.
best Teo
It's down to the Guardians
out
and
of
the
everyone
Sheriffs.
else?
Team Secret keeps things competitive, getting a couple kills
Probably
in there.
Vitality.
Oh, and I love the fact that they just decide to go fight the member that they know for sure instead of trying to clear every other corner. Just push him
C9?
off.
Yeah, he
Now
said
you
other
know you're
regions
at least
though.
safe on
It
one
is
side. They'll
C9.
continue to chase him down.
Look,
If
the
there's
C9
two, you
use is
still have
good.
the numbers
They did
advantage,
just spam
making sure
signs.
you're not giving away
But
to,
the
any
stuff,
free
it
weapons.
made a lot of sense.
Keeping things tight and close. So nothing lost for Global Esports in this round, save for Kalias. It's down to Jeremy, and he's got just the shorty, so
Yeah, no blast packs either.
yeah. Paint shells maybe, but
I wouldn't,
Maybe some damage, but the region
I don't think you would learn much if you watch the demos, John.
So, Jeremy, the best you can hope for is, yeah, just an exit frag and maybe just going to the spike, because quite frankly, it's not even a classic.
It's still
You can't go
relatively,
for those peaks into the site.
it's literally like only default stuff.
I mean,
That's
this is
it.
a really good second round coming in for them.
Lokeswart,
Third
thank you
round
so
will
much.
be
Thank you
just as
with the
good.
tier 1.
Look at
Appreciate
all
it.
those
Gifted.
rifles.
Yeah, if they actually hadn't bought this much, I would love to see Crystal God on the hunt. But with 4 rifles, you definitely go for the safe save here. Yeah, he's the one still peeking, just seeing if he's got a chance. If you can get that Nightfall maybe right into round 3, that'd be great. But he's not going to go on the chase. That's too much value that would be lost. Jeremy, he just hears the footsteps.
Everyone's doing comp roulette and the mess is in shambles. There has been a lot of games, especially in the EMEA at the moment, where you're learning on the fly. I mean, you guys had it on Split, right?
So, and just hold on to those alt points. But like I mentioned, yes, for global esports, keeping those guns very crucial. Swapping some over, so leaving.
Where it's just like,
Darian
well, we've
down
never
to
played
just
against
the
this.
upgraded pistol.
The hell are we
Great
meant to
time
do?
there from Poppy.
No demo
Crystal
available.
just being aware, sticking to that far wall. Again, I don't think the individual potential of these players should ever be doubted.
Pacific loves Neon. That's
Just from what
true.
we've seen from
China
all of
China
them in
loves
their
Neon
previous
too.
careers, but can it
But
come together
that'll
as a
happen
team? That's
internally
where
when you
it
got
broke
like a
down
team
on
that
Abyss.
uses it and proves that it's good.
Definitely
Then
looking
everyone
a
just
lot
starts
better
using
here
it still.
now, but we'll see if they can convert this into the bonus. It has been a lot of heavy A movement so far. Once again, it's the same
Ooh,
pages.
straight up A hit.
Secret
Let's see what
already
the guys in
trying to
heaven
adjust
can do.
around. 2 players down from ramps. Jeremy alongside Wild Oreo. The sprays, they managed to take down Crystal.
Yeah, guys in
That's a
heaven
spike
got
down as
double
well.
between
Jeremy
them.
onto the second kill. Jesse Vash continuing to hold it from the other side of the smoke. Guns down the boombot for now. Cage trigger 2.
Trailblazer spotted them as well, so Jeremy's ready for it, and that is a twofer from
Well,
Jeremy.
guys in
Wild
heaven
Oreo
did
together. Great
absolutely everything.
crossfire.
Team Secret
this is a
would
flawless
love
things
to
flip on
not
its
lose
head.
anyone.
Jesse Vash, he said he'd flip everyone's predictions. They're already on track to do that, but they're about to
Sure.
flip this map as well with an excellent buy round in round 3.
Yeah, even with the guns, just the adjustments, just Jeremy alongside
Nongshim.
Oreo from ramp.
Oh, for
taking
sure it's
everything
Danby.
down.
Yeah,
Jesse
no
Vash
doubt
dropping
about
off
it.
that trip as well, just gave him a little bit more space. So
I'm excited
so
to watch
that Global
Paper
Esports
X.
could continue pushing into
If
site,
Paper X
and that's
fully
where they
embraced
went
the
into
Teo,
Trailblazer.
and they've always
So the
been
further
a
kills
team
collected on towards
that
them,
historically
Team
has
Secret
one of the best
continuing
fast
to
strats,
show us what they're made of.
they
I don't
might
mind that this A
just
has
stomp the
over
region.
GE, right? Try to get some more information on the site. Try to go fast. Try to have
Like
that
their
tempo change
playstyle
when it
works
lasts.
so
They
well
get
with
stuck
Teo.
in that bottleneck,
But
and
I
they
spoke
weren't
about it a
able
little
to
bit
get that much
yesterday, where you can pretty much just like
information on the
spam site
Meanwhile,
hits,
Team Secret,
and
they
just kind of
did
just play
not let
ranked,
Night
right?
from
Just have
playing
set
online
site
even in
hits
round
that you
4,
do
while making
that are
sure
so
Wild
good
Oreo
that the
has
team
his
has to
Seekers
like
online. So even
prove
in
that
the
they can
ult
stop
economy,
it.
now you're feeling okay, and Jeremy
And that
continues
is
to fire
what
on all
that's
cylinders.
what Paper
Oh,
X
they
do
tried
just
to
with
adjust around
other
it. They had
comps.
the hot there,
So having an
but
agent that
Team
is like
Secret just
made for
defeats
that is the
completely.
best thing ever for
Jeremy's
them.
2 away from the showstopper. Crystal and Kelly, yeah,
I
sure,
hope
you're
Paper
close
X are
to your
playing
ults
it
as
on
well,
maps
but
as well.
Team Secret's gonna be able to counter
If I'm
right
Paper
back
X, I
with
think
the-
I'll play
their
it
own
every
ults.
map.
Oh boy.
Maybe not
Towards
Pearl.
mid, you know,
The
trying to
Pearls are
explore
right.
the other options. Once again, you're faced against the barrier mash that Envy is waiting to let go. There it is.
Just buying time, and if you don't break that, that's another full 30 seconds that Team Secret can just run around without any fear.
Okay, well, they're at
Mars
least
for
trying to
Paper
go
X?
through
Yeah, it'd be
ropes,
fun.
go through vents. You got a little
I'm
bit of support
excited.
from Crystal as
My
well.
hopes are high,
Doesn't spot
and
anything
I
on
didn't custom my
nearby, so
pick'ems. I have them
maybe using
second
that
instead
angle
of
from heaven
first.
to try to get a kill, but Jesse
For
Vash is
surely.
so ready. Instant headshot, puts up the camera, and more support coming from Jeremy up around screens.
Yeah, now you're stuck up here in heaven. They know that Kelly S is up here. They know the others are coming up ramp as well. Team Secret, they've got him absolutely trapped up here by the window.
Seekers too. So great read
I
so
get it.
far. Nightfall comes
I get
through,
it, I get
but
it,
they
but-
try to bulldoze with the Nightfall. It doesn't work out. Crystal only getting 2 kills, but now surrounded. Wild Oreo will put his hands up in the
Yeah.
air, take those
It's
guns
such a
away.
big
Team
round that
Secret
you
walks
wanna
away with
just
another win.
Pop the ult, even though it's 3v5 because you don't want to
I love
eco.
that they're very proactive, but once again, you have to wonder.
Why is Teo so
in the
bad on
grand
Pulse? He's not
scheme of
bad.
things, the
This
value off
this
the
guy is not bad
Nightfall,
on any map.
Unless you're able to catch everybody, unless you're
but
able to just save the round
I think
right
if your
there
comps
and
are
then
already
get the
good on
plant and
Pearl,
ready
you
to go,
probably
maybe
don't need
only
to put him
losing
in.
one more member. If you think about it, you were already falling behind in the ult economy. You gotta use
He did
those
look a
to
little
catch
bit
back
better than
up,
I thought
and
on
now
that
you've
map
already
though
just spent one
yesterday.
for
The
free.
instant A default is
Unfortunately,
kind of
doesn't
nice.
work out the way that they thought it would. Team Secret just so ready. Again, they had those reads. They're adjusting on the fly to some of these early A plays, and there it is again. Jeremy, headshot to start things off. And he's still in position to try to
12
let rip
Trish,
that
thank you so much for the
showstopper
tier
if
1.
there
Thank
is
you,
a
thank
rush out
you.
into the site.
Appreciate that. Let's see
I just have one wish for Team Secret.
see how
in
much
2025.
damage
They
GE can
make it to
do,
playoffs,
because
and
the
well,
money
well,
is
before that,
close
if they
to
get
being
playoffs,
out of
somebody
control.
Just wake Jeremy up in the morning and remind him
This
that
Teo
it's
is so
January
strong.
2025.
Mate,
If
the
he plays
kid's
like
just
this,
incredible. Like having a point and click
he's a
damage that is
superstar.
Just
so
let the alarm ring.
I mean, it's so big.
Yeah, change his
and it
roles,
kills.
Yeah,
It's
change all your calendars in the
It's
team house.
January.
and refreshes,
Yeah, there you go.
and the drone's good.
He's playing out of his mind.
Like it's
Just as
It's
you
just
say
an incredible
that,
kid.
though,
The curse is still strong. That doesn't change.
all right. A little bit exposed. I mean, he's still trying to play around that position for the ult, but unfortunately, Global gets a read on that as well. Still continuing to push on through, though. A little bit exposed out from heaven. It's going to be Envy!
God,
Three kills
Envy's
back to
so
back.
good,
Sprays
man.
them all down.
no matter what the score looks like, every member, every highlight we're seeing from Team
His
Secret,
second
they're
shot
all
was
so
really
calm. You can
nice,
just
man.
feel this in their movement, the way they're aiming, that they don't think that they're gonna lose these rounds. They don't think they're gonna lose these fights. They're not panicking. They're just taking one fight at a time, isolating those 1v1s. All of them. When all 5 of them play like this is prime Team Secret.
Comfortable, confidence. They have the utility. The
One
trips
guy was
to
going
side of
crazy.
cage up towards ramps just to block things off.
How would I
and
nerf the Teo
continuing
signature?
To hold down their efforts towards a heaven.
Realistically,
Next round, and there needs to be an
I'm only
adjustment from
if they don't want to
Global
nerf the
Esports.
damage. Oh my
Grenades
goodness!
are down into mid,
Oh,
but
this is
that's
that
where
big
the
buy
showstopper,
rounds.
Let's rip!
Oh,
This
this was
big
such
buy
a great play
rounds.
from Team Secret.
Yeah,
So what
this is
happens
nice.
You rip the showstopper, so you think it's pushing out somewhere, but then a barrier mesh comes out in mid.
Yeah.
So surely the
Yeah, you
rocket's
get like
not
full
coming out
sense
mid
of
'cause they've
security
already
when you
locked
see the
themselves in,
wall. I
and
just
they
wanted to see how I was going to
beats out
describe
and
it.
gets a double kill. GE just absolutely baited. Who
That was
does
awesome.
If that was intentional, which I would like to believe it is, that is ridiculous. And that's a play that comes out when you know that you're going to be able to snowball this map once again.
I mean, if it wasn't intentional, it's just so amazing as well. But now spotting them out towards mail room, Jeremy waiting for his opportunity. It'd be in with the ultimate as well. Now
It's
the
so
sprays,
clean.
everything
That is
crumbling
a
and
lot
falling
of
apart.
money for Team Secret. GE in another
Almost
rough spot.
collapsed
They're gonna
onto
have to
it.
time out.
Yeah, that's not quite the moment Yudotan was hoping to
That
have
was
on
a
the
really
big
cool
stage
play
coming
though.
into this
That was a
year.
really cool play.
It's caught by that ultimate.
It's
But look
similar
at
to
this
like
Team Secret.
you know when
They're
you
on the
like see a
defense.
smoke and
Here
it
on
has a
Split,
gap
you have a
in.
bit of a mirror
You
matchup.
see in the
see we're gonna
wall and you're just like, well, we're kind of
this was
fine here,
intentional.
right?
They don't expect it
And then
at
we're
all.
walking
The
as we
high-low
pop the
setup
ult.
primed for the showstopper. What a
That's cool.
play.
That's really
You
cool.
gotta watch out for that in the future if you're playing Secret on Split.
And like everyone peeks mid
All
from the
for
right
showstopper.
fast, so they're
What a
committed. Makes a lot of
Well,
sense. It was
on
nice.
to the next round now, and Global Esports are running out of money.
Oh, Zekan's here as well.
Online, you know,
And we got the whole team.
not looking for too much in the current round, so holding things very far back for now.
The play will always work the first time you use it.
Now you're
Yeah,
slowly
it's really
far back.
cool.
You've got long sight lines on ramp.
Congrats
The
as
only
well, by
thing
the way,
you're really
mate.
worried about is mid, but even here, Team Secret, they probably won't stick around forever for a fight. They're not going to greed for it because you still got to trip in vents.
It was a banger game to watch as well. It really delivered. I was worried after the first map. First map was wild. The Sage is nice against Teo.
He's going to come out.
Oh,
Gets taken out.
doesn't work out. Yeah, trying to play around that middle area, but now being pinched out from all sides. Just a couple of share shots, and now the rifles have been picked up straight into sight. Global
Nice
Esports
against
will
Teo and nice
scream.
with the Teo.
All that's left is Jesse Vash. Has the angle from heaven. Goes out for the first kill. The second one collects as well. Spike down. Crystal tries to retrieve, and Jesse
They
Vash
don't know about it.
Oh,
They don't know about the
God.
drop.
listening for their footsteps.
Yeah,
Nightfall
I'm
comes out.
so fine with
He's
it.
down low HP. Tries to swing around the sides and
Yeah,
puts him
just
completely
to
hurt.
secure
Crystal
the
lands
rounds.
the kill.
Okay,
But they
very
needed this
nice.
round win, so I'm
And
all for that Nightfall, right?
they
They
saved
weren't
2
positive
guns as
about
well.
The drop, so he just uses it to keep him at bay right as Darion comes back around. Sure, Darion spotted him, but a round win is a win. You needed that, and this was some good sight lines from
they
all
had
3
some
members of
shots.
the Sheriffs in mid. Was afraid of
The
Jeremy
unit
going
over
up for the
towards
trade,
middle.
but Crystal was
Lug
ready
Swart,
for
thank
it.
you for doing that as well, man. Appreciate the gifted.
Smoke coming up towards top mid as well. Just additional support. So a little bit unfortunate for Team Secret, even with the read trying to play around it, just kind of getting gunned down by the Sheriffs.
Udotan won away from his orb, so everyone must be talking a little bit about orbs at the moment. Insta Sky
But
Dog.
this time, more presence towards B as well. Just a grab while it's Poppy to swing. Takes down the controller of Team Secret.
Yeah, individually,
and
GE is
it's
starting to heat up. They're starting
it's a
to warm up to the
nice
stage, so Team
nice
Secret's gonna have to
trip.
give them just a bit more
Okay, so
respect, but now
Team
the
Secret
operators
know
didn't
about
expect it.
this
Kinda do, go for the wide swing.
Oh. Team Secret know about the sonic sensor. They heard it, but there's not much you can do about it unless you have some kind of nice.
The annihilation.
Um,
Although the Gravnet fully
Yeah, although the
collects.
Gravnet is just
Just so
absolutely
unfortunate
giant.
for Envy. So while
The,
the tries to
these
come back
kind
to
of
relay
def-
forward, has to spray it down, lands a couple, but still down.
I feel like I don't have
Crystal.
any second to,
Manages
to
spray,
talk about
picks
what I
up the
want to
spike and
talk about.
tries
It's so
to
good.
rip it onto the B site. Darren continuing to hold
It's
down
so
for additional
fast
support
right
on
now.
Bevan.
Okay, this guy can't win
Managing
this.
to find those further trades, and now
This
just
default with
watching
Deadlock
for
is
the
like
angles.
lovely
No
though.
homebound for Jesse Vash,
Right where
as
you hear
Global
these
Esports
trips,
ties
you
up
got to
the
commit
score.
to break it, but then it's like they're so close to walls that they're hard to break, so you kind of have to break them with util. It's
I would like
It's
to
very,
wager
very
that
strong.
just because of that phase
Deadlock
sky
is in a
difference, they're gonna
really
feel a
good
bit
spot
better
at the
on defense
moment.
as well, just with so much
Just
delay.
because of the different
But
agents that are in the
obviously,
game,
if you can
and
do it,
people
you
have got
wanna
pretty
just get
good
ahead. If you can get ahead on
with
that
the
advanced player,
defaulting
you're
and actually having
very
like
good.
step map control. It's nice to like default. You put a trip here, and then it's very hard to re-push this, especially when it's hard to break it. And then that pressure alone kind of means that you can't re-clear to an extent.
Around the A presence a lot more, but this time having to respect that B. So stars placed up, trying to give themselves garage control.
Yeah, now you go
Right,
back
money
to trying to fish for
in the
information on A
bins,
from Global
and
Esports.
money
If you see
here,
movement, then you go
really,
back to
really
B. But
good.
if you don't
So
see anything,
took a couple of
eventually I
rounds,
expect the
but they
spike to
did it.
land over by the A site.
So it comes down to what Jesse Vash sees
The
with
Deadlock
camera
get
of
buffs.
his.
It did at one point. They made the GravNet bigger. That was a while ago. But apparently next week the Sonic sensors get better. So I don't know if we need that, because the whole Deadlock Vice combo that Nova and KICKOFF are running is really good, and it can be used on other maps.
Is possible. Now, GE, if you go in and you don't see any fights, do you consider pushing out into screens?
Thinking about it, they do have the showstopper.
Do you clear the smoke with it? Surely you do. He's just taking his time.
Team Secret fully respecting it as well.
Let's see the
So
5v5 retake.
full-on 5v5 retake
Do
coming
we
through.
wanna Astro?
Secret very fast at re-clearing screens.
Yeah,
just in
and
case
it's
he
looking
came
like
through, so that's the trip
they
already
could go
broken.
heavy
Very
spawn,
much
and
comes
then
out against the
GE are
retake.
just so ready to take
We're gonna have
heaven.
ramps at the same time,
So
though.
if they are gonna go heavy spawn like this, which again that can kind of work these days,
Continuing to invest the ultimate through.
they
just to block Team
gotta
Secret off that
hold
much.
one pass
Looking
in
for that
heaven.
lead,
That's a nice
very
shot.
much so. And Udotan lands a sick flick into midair with a jump. Jeremy, good little off shot, goes in for a second peek, but Udotan shuts it down. Now in for
Great
the
round
trades,
from Udotan as
Valdario,
well.
only just a one
Yeah,
is there
3 in a
Crystal.
row, force them down to
Managed to
eco,
keep that lead
most
for Global
likely.
Esports.
All of the members one
4
by
in a row.
one having their moments. Udotan now
On
with
the
that
attack
3K,
side
showing why
against
he was
this
picked
comp.
up by this team. The coach
Good.
has talked about this is a player we need to have, even if it means we have two duelists. We got to
Like
put
they
them
might
on a
already,
different role, because
might
this
already
guy
have
is
too
about
many
to
rounds.
shine on the big stage, looking calm, getting that duel against Jeremy as well. Which, by the way, I mean, very, very bold move from Jeremy with that operator in that corner and shoulder. The GE fans slowly getting hope that we
And
might
the
be able
game
to
is
go
ready
to
for
another
agent
map 3
bans.
here
Nah,
today in
man, no.
Pacific.
This
Looking
game
likely. Those two
does
ultimates
not
giving them
need
that
agent
lead.
bans. It's already
Team
really rough for
Secret's economy
teams.
as well. Now into which the Bucky Sheriffs.
Honestly, I think one of the
Bucky or
worst things
Vandal
Riot could do would
Valdario.
add agent bans.
That
I
definitely
was for it at the
causes a
beginning
bit
of the
a ripple
game.
effect to how
Now
Team
I've kind
Secret
of
tries
like
to hold down
been in a
sites.
team, understood what
Being
it's
much
like.
more
I
further
hope it
back
never
now,
happens.
save for Jeremy, who's right around the corner
It
with
wouldn't
that
be
He
great.
hit that
And
Bucky, I believe. Took it
think
out
you
with
might
his
as well
pistol,
just
so
watch
we're not
ranked.
still certain, but you did see that he was holding pretty close. And meanwhile,
If they
just waiting for
did
the push
agent
out.
bans,
I like
they
this
would
because
have
you're
to
showing
keep
information
maps
on
the
A, and you
same
imagine
for
if it's a stack,
a
maybe
much
they
longer
push out,
time,
try to put us in a chokehold.
which wouldn't
So G,
happen
you're waiting, but what
because
is the timing? When do you
they need
decide
to
move?
make it in line
Already
with
down
ranked.
below the minute mark, you got to start to group up. Otherwise, if an accident happens, that's the
Oh,
round
boy.
gone.
And that's what it is. Onus onto GE. And
Nice
Udotan
shot.
takes
Nice
the last
shots.
bait. He falls.
Can they get out?
Valdario in for the second kill. But Derek
Great
saves the day
trades,
with the
man.
outlaw.
Imagine
Now
they got
Hunt
out there.
just for
It gets a
additional
little bit weird
security.
now.
But then they call
Oh
for the
my
play
goodness.
into its ropes. Jeremy tries to get ahead of them with the satchel, but unfortunately the
Yeah.
Bucky will not connect.
A little bit of
Jesse
patience,
Vash
they
now
would have worked the other
repositions
way,
to
but
just
obviously the
try
all
to
would bone
hold
them.
as
Do
spin
they?
on out from the ropes.
Just shout out to
Continue
Poppy,
with
man.
the
We're just
jump and
jumping
air
every
hop
single
over
corner, make
Poppy
sure
in
it
with
gets
the
traded.
shorty. Say
Good.
hello.
Really, really good.
I love the little ideas that GE has. They have some good ideas in the little moments. Just this patience continuing, that might be what they need. That's going to be the cleanup from Poppy against
Very nice. I think
2G,
Team
getting
Secret
some
might need a little
hard-earned
timeout.
revenge here in map 2. And it looked like, you know, Team Secret, they
Might
might be able to start to
be
fire
worth
off with those
putting the
headshots
Deadlock
and
on
turn
the
things
sides.
around. But it's a good recovery from Darion.
And that's ultimately
Unless you want to grab
what
the
saved the
trap
round
play
for
middle.
Global Esports. Just enough of information, but what was really surprising is then this little play with the movement out of the ropes. I thought maybe at least Jesse Vash would be able to get one. Once again, I mean, both teams really
I think
played
agent picks where you can see
well.
that other team's comp is you pick
Unfortunately, the
might
situation
work.
not quite paying out for
It,
Team Secret.
And I
the
like what they
problem,
did
I
there
get what
when
you're
they
saying.
got the ping with
Really
the
fun
Cypher
for a
ultimate,
viewer,
trying to
but
decide
as
where
a
they eventually go. First of
team,
all, they calm down, they wait for the first ping, but they recognize
like,
that
you're
Jesse
just
Vash is a lot
gonna-
closer.
you're just
So
gonna
while,
look
yes, there is
awful.
risk for accident, he wasn't holding a shorty,
there's
so
no
that's
way
not a
you can
risk. And that just
even
means he
at
doesn't
this
have
day
as
and
much
age
time
where
to
we
run
have
away
no
and hide in
bans,
another corner.
people are
So he
trying to
decided
have
go
like
and
2
take that
comps
early
for
fight.
some
He
maps,
know
and
he doesn't
even
have a shorty, so you're gonna
even then
jump
the
out
comps are
gonna be
like
hard
not
for him to get
great
that instant
together.
kill, and you'll be able to
Like
overpower
even
him,
then, it's
eventually
like
leading
you
to a
can tell
quick
it's
round
only had
win.
like 3-4 days
Then you're
practice.
playing against just a lone survivor.
Like
of
how
Team
you're
Secret, so
thinking isn't
not
gonna,
too bad
just not
so
gonna look
far. I
good,
mean,
man.
Finding that lead now, but this is then when
There's
Team
gonna be no
Secret
kind of
slide back up
synergy,
with
really.
the
It's
timeout
gonna
being
be like
called.
ranked.
You have to
Like it
imagine-
will turn into
We
ranked.
saw a little bit of it
We might
before.
as
They
well
were
just
trying to make some
put on
adjustments
a
up around A, up around
put on a
B,
Zelda stream
trying
or
to
something.
More space out around
Put on a
Garage.
SOM
And
stream.
they're doing
That is what
similar
rank.
things.
That's
The
what pro
stars
play
being
would look
placed
like
out
with
across
agent
the map
bans.
now.
So now the push out of A once again. You need a bit of that extra information. But GE, are they ready for it, or do they want to go for their own push? It's only 3 members, so I imagine you got to be waiting for another fight here.
Might be a good pinch though. You have Jeremy around the sides, and he's got the paint shells.
But now you know the Sky minimum is here alongside the Cypher. Now it's a bit of a fake out because Cypher's on B. Oh, what a nice catch.
Late triple swing.
Just as they tried to cross. Now Envy spots the rest of them as well. Has a potential grab net possibly. But then the quick feet to mid lane.
Ooh.
Quick pinch
Yeah, hold
towards the
up.
B
Kelly
side.
might have owned
Elias
this.
getting the
Grab
kill
net's
onto
incredible, of
Jesse
course.
Vash. Now Envy tries to hold
Damn,
them,
I
stop
think
them down,
Envy wasn't
but
expecting
not
someone to not get
able
hit
to
by it.
connect.
Udotan's
Udotan
impact is
off to the second kill.
ridiculous, bro. He
Seekers
does not have many
alongside
kills, but in
Flash
terms of the
and
impact,
2G.
they've been on the right
Unbeknownst
rounds.
to him, wait, still able to survive. Udotan, a little bit of a whiff, but at the very least, the spike does go down.
Oh, but you don't want to shoot this right now, right? It's a 2v3, and you can't quite group up just yet. You're so low.
Got to deal against Udotan first.
Yeah, Wild Oreo's just going to wait. He's waiting for them to peek out, but yeah, Udotan's buying so much time. It doesn't matter if he didn't get the kill.
Oh, and that should be the round over. At the very least, 2G and Waldor is still trying to make some moves out from heaven. Just trying to bank on the fact that he might
Shout
be
out to
up around
Kelly
Garage
S, man. That
instead, but,
trade over
even
towards
then,
B
Kelly
is
S and Crystal
everything,
playing
and then
out
just
with the
insta-send it
advantages
to
of
site, knowing
HP
that
and positioning around
well,
the pillars.
I
They
mean,
will be
that's
able to secure
kind
the
of the
round
win
at
condition of the
7-4
round.
now in favor of Global Esports.
So an interesting kind of utility usage there. Not necessarily intentional, but Kelly S, when they're getting spammed down through that one-way, he had already thrown the grab net. So you know that Jesse Vash is going to be caught there because he's still spraying. So he just sprays right back where they saw the gunfire coming from, where they heard it coming from. And that's able to get that trade. If they don't get that trade, that round falls apart, but he's able to open up the site for the rest of his team.
So just being able to read that positioning up from Jesse Vash. Now they're trying to do the same thing again. 3 players up against 1 around B.
It's a fast push in, but do you suspect the one-way once
Yeah,
again?
get
Surely
deadlock
you're wary
ult.
of it.
That'll
Jesse
be
Vash is
default. Can
playing
do the trip if they
relatively
want
safe
as well.
The judge around the pillar.
This is
do
a
like the
little bit
higher
nicer from
trips that
Team
Jesse's been putting
Secret.
down,
They
right? It's a
kind of
race
got
coming
early
in, you know
info
it's
on
generally
A
blast pack, and
as
also those
well.
prowlers coming in.
We
So
got
they're not
nice
gonna get
info
broken
on B. We
early,
got early
but for
info
now,
A.
GE
We
avoids
have
trouble.
all of middle.
They have their ultimates as well, so wanting to keep this round in their pockets.
Yeah, this 3-person
Every
stack on
decision
B is going to
counts
stay
now.
here the whole time.
Oh, but this is always the problem with Sky. You don't know how many you tagged. So now you're just back to square one. At this point, if you don't get more information on A, it's just default hold forever.
That's what it looks like for Team Secret until the Nightfall
Well.
collapses on through in towards Heaven. Reckoning, I mean, Annihilation,
Yeah.
excuse me, was sent in, but
I
ultimately
get
dealt
that, but-
with. Fast push looking to execute through, but Jesse Vash continues to try to hold them off. Judge shots not quite connecting though. Wild Oreo will be able to do a bit of damage, double kill in, but Poppy makes it a trade. Back to a 3-on-3 until the Annihilation completes. And all that's left is 2GE alongside Jeremy, trying to execute in towards Hell, but not quite completing it through. Udotan in with a showstopper, just buys
Okay,
her
very nice from
time
G.
until
Like the
Jeremy
recovery was
falls
through the
apart.
roof. If we're being
Lead 4
critical,
on the
Team
attacking half.
Secret,
A
the
great
deadlock
start to the
stuff
second map.
didn't
GE, they've already
feel
left Abyss down way back in
convincing.
the past. They're living in the present right now, and they're looking to try to take this to
Like,
Pearl.
I think you gotta
Something I
play
wanna
the
point out is that
Raze
Kelly S,
deadlock
I was almost
together,
concerned
maybe
'cause at
more.
the very beginning of the map, he was holding on to that Annihilation for so
they wanted to
long,
get
but
value.
he's been using it for absolute certain clear.
Or
When you're
add
clear for the
Astra
close
util to what
quarters,
they're
not trying to
doing,
go in and fish for
so that we
something
don't
long
take
range.
risks
You
in
know
heaven.
that ult can be a little wonky. He just says when we get
'Cause the grab net
contact,
Astra
this
sucks
is how we
pretty
push
legit.
out, and usually because it's such close quarters, I'm gonna get him with that radius, and he's got
He looks
2 for 2
comfortable
in that
now.
half.
It's just maps, man.
That's how you
You
make
gotta
that
judge
ultimate
teams
count.
map by map.
Finding that very crucial lead for the side of Global Esports on their map pick,
Helps when you win a pistol as well.
causing Team Secret to shake just a little. And as we swap sides, you know, you were thinking about it, that Sky, you're not being able to retrieve definite information. But not on the attacking side, maybe it works out a little bit more, especially with the Flash.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you gotta hope
Crystal?
that you're
Crystal's
gonna be
a
able to just
beast.
pile drive through some of these sites with that guiding light, the timing being impeccable. But the problem is if the Fade Util comes out clutch once again for GE, if they're able to get certain information, if they can hold you off, if you match up on the site, the Seas comes to delay you. But if you're on the other side, the Haunt gets that information that there's nobody there. So info once again a little bit more on the side of GE. And I think Team Secret, they gotta come out swinging. They gotta come out ready to just take those
Sliverchip, if you
fights,
do
but,
that, what
I
does
mean,
the other
how do you
team
make
get?
sure you clear all of Deadlock and Cypher's utility?
That's rough
Gonna
for the
have
other
to
team.
be in sync. You're gonna need to carry forward that confidence that you built up from that early first map. 13-3 was the score back then. And hoping to see, you know, the rounds flipped a little bit.
Ooh. Yeah, and I like this from GE because in my head I'm thinking generally Team Secret, they're gonna have to go through the wings first. The mid play is not gonna be as common the way that they're gonna be able to go.
I just don't want to see the bans.
Clear traps
I'm
with
just
their
against
pinch shells and
bans.
then just go for a full send. So now just
But
block off,
off-season
delay that. You
stuff,
already
sure,
have A
people can do what they
control.
want.
Then you've got B for some extra delay with that Astra on top of the Cypher.
Again, I do think that Riot should host their own off-season event and try random stuff if they are thinking of doing anything like that.
Well,
And then just get feedback
maybe
from
trying to break through mid,
players,
but
viewers,
Global Esports
everyone.
does get the right read, you know, trying to spam through the smokes.
It's what every
Secret
game
still
should do,
managing
really.
to avoid most of it.
Just have a tournament where you try loads of stuff out.
Prowler coming out, spots info in mid. They know that it's a push up, but the trip's still there.
Okay, broken. So this round's gonna take a little bit of time. Team Secret now.
In terms of the
towards fence,
pistols,
doesn't
we
spot
got
anything out.
2-1, and it
they explore
is
back towards
1-0
Mail.
on this
Darren
one.
tries to slow things down in with the Cyber Cage. Individual fights though now, Jesse Vash continuing to try to lurk. Caught with a grab net, no.
How, like, it's insane,
okay,
isn't it, the
just
grab net, what
drops. Yeah, but
against?
they know that he's escaping, and they know that there's no trade back, so you gotta imagine it's B. The backup's already here, down in alley.
Yes, he buys enough attention away and on for the hit in towards the B site. Crystal manages
Somehow
to
gotta
make
kill
a
one
bit of
back
a
at
trade
site,
happen,
mate.
but down
Even
comes
though
the
you're in
big
an
from
Astra
heaven.
suck.
Additional support, and there's just so much from his bird's eye view. Crystal goes in for the swing though, back out from spawn. Another swing
Whoa,
out.
whoa,
OG
whoa,
caught
whoa.
unaware. It's down to Jesse Vash.
How did they
He's
win
still
it?
far
They've
away.
won it. This
Off
guy
from
can't do
having low
anything.
HP,
How's that
looking for the
happen?
angle. Crystal continuing
That's
to hold.
insane,
He
dude.
manages to stick it. It's down to Udotan.
That's
He
insane.
swings and gets the kill onto
2v4,
low HP
21
Jesse
HP,
Vash.
10 HP. They get double
Esports
pistol on
for
this
the
one.
pistol win.
I mean,
Yeah.
this is all Crystal. Let's just say it like
2-2
it is.
all
If he doesn't
together.
get that swing out
Holy,
onto
Team
Heaven,
Secret
onto
with a
Raptors and get that
fumble.
kill, you don't have
We're
an
out
opening
here
back into the site.
individually
Jeremy
dueling.
doing everything he can to hold them off, and like you said, he still
Didn't
draws
tuck
away
in
one
on
member and
Heaven.
wins that kill.
Dueled
so
back
Jesse
a
Vash
sight
doing
on
what
his
he
own.
could, but Crystal just peeks out, gets two.
Damn.
I mean, this is the type of play that we saw from Ascension 2 years ago, and then once again in VCT China's Ascension when he was still with XOG.
What a player.
Double judge on the defense.
One onto B, the other one onto the off angle on A.
Oh, okay. Vent's already opened up.
Very nice shot. What gun was
Get a
this?
little bit of space, but if you do walk up ropes, I mean, you gotta face
Uh-oh.
possibly Udotan with that judge as well.
Yeah, that is the Vandal. So ideally, you're trying to take these long-range fights once again, imagining that you can have some sort of advantage. Judge spotted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, they're gonna push
Going
into
for
it.
Oh, God.
Oh no.
Oh,
no,
God.
they're
Grab
grabbing
that as well.
Oh no.
Kelly
Wait, what was that little
continuing to
tech?
hop up and down, looking to play whack-a-mole against them, but Jeremy backs up completely.
Still, though,
That
you
Vandal's
take the
still
trade.
alive. This is the threat against GE. They dropped the most valuable weapon in the very beginning of the round.
Uh-oh.
Here comes out as well.
Holding that off.
Big Joel.
Oh!
Poppy.
Nice shot.
Spectre headshot, no, but in with the pistols. Udotan blast packs
51
ahead.
HP.
Waldoria pulls
Oh.
out utility. Udotan swings. That's another
God.
judge kill. Still, though, relatively low HP, and 2GE is looking to pick something up.
Player
Has the
standing.
classic, goes for the
30
right click,
seconds left.
picks up the judge. Tries to play it
God,
for
I
time.
think
He
he's
knows
close,
it
yeah.
might be close. Tries to
No, it's
take the
close.
spike.
Whoa.
Oh, right underneath. Doesn't
Damn,
look
dude,
up
they
in
got
time, and
it got
Darian
way closer
will be able to clean
than it
things up,
needed to, but
nonetheless,
a win's a
pretty
win.
successful eco nonetheless in terms of damage.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they take out the two judges and the Spectre as well, so lots of damage done against a GE who everybody bought at least some sort of upgrade.
Surprised
in
that
that
EMEA didn't
14th
pick
round.
Crystal up.
But well
For sure,
done.
some teams
You
trialed
know,
him.
from GE, still stemming the bleeding a bit. They still carry over the Vandal, so you've got some firepower here in the bonus round.
In the first map, G got nervous because they had LAN experience. Yeah, it could have been a little bit of that.
Like we said,
I'm telling you,
right?
they got snowballed as well. They lost double
January,
pistols.
Jeremy.
Yeah,
Like the
that
score wasn't as bad as
And Yudotan, living up to
how
his
it
name.
actually
Yudotan,
looked.
for those who don't know, means homing missile in Korean.
Oh.
So just flying right
Wait,
to
the
his
score
enemies
was
with the judge.
worse than it
Okay.
actually looked.
That's a bit of lore. All right. On to the next round now. I mean, Team Secret definitely still have a slight
They didn't
chance of
prepare a
winning the
bit. No,
round.
they prepared a bit. So trust
Blue
me,
Sports on some sheriffs and pistols and another Bucky from Crystal.
they had some stuff.
The Bucky close. You spotted he was jump peeking.
Like it wasn't like they
earlier,
had
But
nothing.
then, of course, the util
Remember, it
coming
hasn't
in as well
been
with the
too long with
power.
a
So, yeah,
with a stand-in
you're a
as
little wary
well.
of this one. It's a
I'm not saying it
little
looked
fishy. You're
great.
the Bucky, but do they know it's double? Poppy's back there. Crystal's just gonna stay here forever.
Not fully aware, yeah. Crystal pretty much stuck now. You know, they're still looking for some of these safe kills, right?
What did
Spam
Crew
through,
prepare?
spam away through the
That one I'll
walls,
give you.
But in towards back mid,
That one.
off towards Kelly S now.
They did
trying to
prepare
fend
something
that
because they had
off.
they
Team
had some
Secret
defense
continuing
setups.
to swing again and again.
Yeah, so much utility has been drawn out from Global Esports that Team Secret,
But,
generally
yeah,
speaking,
nice shot.
especially with the Cypher God. Yeah, you're safe to go. You're safe to go wherever you wish.
Smokes up as well. Udotan, Lone Vandal, alongside Poppy, trying to swing out, but the waterfall doesn't quite work out in their favor. Timing not on their side, numbers not on their side, and
30
it's just
seconds left.
Crystal.
Okay, nice clean round for Team
With a
Secret
Bucky.
though.
14 HP.
Let's see if
Doable.
Crystal can get anything.
That's what I
Yes.
see, yeah. If Crystal was truly a two-time Ascension Grand Finalist, he could clutch this with a Bucky 1v5.
Two-time Ascension finalist and Pacific player now.
Yeah.
Maybe Pacific champion if he gets this 1v5.
Listen, if he gets this, I say we
Crew
write up the whole year. He's
overrated
going
or
to
what?
champions, you lock him in.
They haven't had much
No
practice.
chance. He's stuck in ropes.
I don't know
looking to
why,
possibly die to this
They haven't had
spike.
much practice.
Yeah, just hoping that there is an exit frag coming his way. I don't think you peek out here, Crystal. There's no way you're going to be able to win a fight. Yeah, you just wait to see if they get curious. But Team Secret not taking any chances.
They're like firing off a little bit as well. I mean,
Oh, he's going to peek out. Oh, okay.
uh,
You know what? I don't
But I can patch
Yeah.
you
mind
a hole
it.
or two.
I don't mind it because you get another ult point.
Adverso recently
if
got
you
his
die,
visa.
because
I hate
they-
that as,
I think
as
he
an
does that
excuse,
because he
man.
heard the
Online
gunfire
internet
against
exists.
the trip, so you know someone's there. So
I
either
don't
you
care
get
if you're
the
playing
kill or
on
they get the kill on you.
500
So you're getting
ping.
an ult point no
You
matter
should
what.
still have
And
an
either way,
attack
you still die
default
to the
on
round,
Haven.
You get your creds, but if you die to the spike, you don't get your ult point. So
You're looking
maximizing what
to-
you
yeah.
can. Yeah, I mean, if you get a kill, it's even better. It's a bonus on top.
Point and break it.
all right.
All right.
You know, they do have
Big
the
buy
round lead,
rounds.
so it's all good for now.
Oh.
He's one away from his ult.
Doesn't
keep
go
that in
around the
mind.
corner, right?
Play a
Yeah,
little bit
yeah.
more safe.
Ooh,
Cool.
nice little
With the
play.
B setup.
Yeah, you don't
That's
see
cool.
that every day. High
Yeah,
low
they're trying
on
to
the
capitalize on
boxes.
if anyone's crouched in,
That's
they just double
aggressive.
swing. That's good.
Yudotan continuing to
Funny
jump
because
peek just
GE
for
do the same
information. But you look
thing,
at this
so
GE,
they have a
contrary to
punish
Team
for what
Secret,
they
kind of
do,
leave mid
basically.
relatively open. They're really just using it just to delay, on a timing. Once they have information that Team Secret is going to want to take space, they trade util for util, but they know eventually it should always be a main site hit.
Just managing to play that to their advantage as well. 2 early kills, and that pretty much seals the deal. Team Secret.
Oh.
Whoa, that came too close. I thought they had the crossfire, but now.
Oh no, they lost the kill over towards A.
Alongside Jeremy,
No,
looking
not
for
like
that A
this.
conversion.
3v5.
Jesse Vash already stretching
That
his
duel
legs
on A
across the
is
site. Trip
devastating.
setup. But now
Still some
Jeremy
low
has to
HP, so
swing on
GE
over, at least
might
hold
and
out
probably
for Heaven.
should be fine. Flash to
He can
swing.
survive a bit longer, but he gets spotted. That's unfortunate.
Okay, let's see
Poppy
what
with a
Wild
nice
Warrior
cleanup.
can do. If he gets a kill, he gets if he gets Plan, he gets
The,
Seekers.
potential support as
Smoke
well,
that
so
he
now
needs
you
to
gotta
use
watch
it
out
yet.
for Heaven and
Feels good.
Potentially ramps. Wild Warrior does have the
Oh.
Seekers, and he lets it go.
Yeah, you have to. You're stuck
It
in
kind of
that
saved him,
position.
if anything.
2 into screens, and he's very well aware now. Continuing to try to hold from elbow. Here's the footsteps. What's Jesse Vash doing?
Nice
Manages
shot.
to get the flick
Last
while they're down
player
for the next.
standing.
And it's down to the trade. Jesse Vash tries to flick to the left. Needs to play around the cover now. He's low HP. He's trying
Holy.
to isolate. But Poppy
Oh,
gets
God.
it against him.
Okay, it's all good.
Hello, I'm the new
Oh, a
face of
little
the
bit scary.
Philippines.
4K for Poppy.
Ah,
Really rising back up here in the second map.
money's
Bringing GE to 11.
money's still
1
pretty
point
low on
away
this.
From map point,
they
2
might do
rounds
that
away
thing where they
from taking
eco
us to Pearl.
by
69 and
like
3 for Crystal, and then just as much for
shotguns
Poppy.
maybe, but
Incredible.
They got a lot of ults. They probably force.
Plays, individual performances. It was a 2-on-3, and Team Secret made it close.
Yes.
But you don't want to doubt Poppy when he's feeling it.
I mean, this is the Challenger's clutch master. I mean, go to Ascension, he's clutching. In the Philippines,
falls
he's
into it.
clutching. He's just always
Guardian,
clutching. And now
Dodge.
he finally gets to show what he's made of.
A lot of light
No,
armors.
they might not have made it through to like Ascension Finals.
But like
but
I said,
he's
they
been
got
there
so
twice,
many
and he's
ults, and
clutched
it is the
KICKOFF
best judge
twice,
map.
2 years in a row. It's always good for it, but here it comes. Now Team Secret, you know, maybe sitting on the ultimate from Jeremy.
I mean, yeah, you just have to. You have to go for the paint show clears, and then you just have to full send it. But look at this, GE, again, as long as we hold heaven, they have so many ultimates. You got the Nightfall, Cosmic Divide. I mean, these are all power ultimates that they have.
To at least secure map point, but now trying to get the pitch against them.
This is
In with the main race combo,
that's
but
crazy.
doesn't quite connect. Now grab
Yeah,
that on towards
Satchel.
Udotan.
Then
He
the
pulls out the showstopper.
Oh,
Just to
no
force them to
Satchel.
pay
Okay,
some
sure, nice.
respect to him. Sends it into Jeremy's feet. And now looking for the next.
I like this though. I do think GE have a way better understanding.
Towards 2GE, but not quite able to connect. 2G manages to make
Wait.
their way.
All right, they hear that. Kelia should have
Why
heard
is he
that just in
still-
range. So Darion's ready for a peek out.
Just way more
But
trap
you still
plays from
don't know where
GE.
Jesse Vash is, so that's why
This is something that we
Kelia's
didn't
still a bit
really
wary.
see
He's still
from
holding close on
Team
mid.
Secret. The
backup
understanding of
all
the
way through spot,
deadlock
he gets
looks so
caught.
much better from GE.
That's the B side open.
Somewhat possible. One more kill, or the spike plant for 2G, and he might have the Cosmic Divide to try to make some kind of a play around it. Jesse Vash has to stay alive.
But I don't know why he chose to run all the way through spawn. You had mid clear. That's where Jesse was.
He's gonna have time at least.
Is he gonna
I
have
think.
time?
But Jesse Vash,
I'm not
really
sure he
has to
does.
be
It's
so
really
cautious.
close. Holy.
Okay.
He
Flag goes
literally
through.
just got there.
Jesse already has position.
Ah, dude, do we not have Astrosuck? Oh, that would have been a sick play.
Cosmic Divide for Cosmic
Oh,
Divide.
man, wall for wall.
Paralleled. And we're down into the little corner. I don't
heard
know.
it.
I think this kind of works against Team Secret.
Yeah, they went to the
2G
other
tries
side
to
and
play
had the
for
tap.
it,
That was
but
cool.
Bobby gets off at the right time. Jesse Vash gets the kill. Darian hops onto the spike. It's half. He pulls his gun. Oh,
Damn,
no! It
dude.
nails the burn.
God, that was a
Headshot in.
close
Team
round,
Secret
man. That was a
manages to stay
close
alive.
round. Yeah, I like
This was
this though.
such
We
a
had
good
wall for
call. I don't
wall.
care
There was a
who made it on the side
little
of Team Secret, but
segment
you put
either
it in
side,
barrel,
and they went to the
then you
right
hide on
side
the other
segment
side
and
of
had the
pillar
top of
in
the spike, so they knew they
between
had to
the
push
two walls,
through.
So you can still
That's cool.
hear when the defuse
Don't know if it
comes
was
through.
intentional, but I felt like it was.
Just understanding where the gaps are with all this utility and the map setup. And then they just take a timing on the double swing through the walls.
It's so insane.
What a choice.
If you think about it, it's kind of like ISO alt. You're in this one little
Yeah.
plane.
Cutting up their own dimensions out here.
Oh my god. Well, now Global Esports
Awesome
onto
down
the
to an
pistols,
eco.
looking to get aggressive down mid. Double peek
Nice
shot,
shot.
but you know, it's a little bit
Who
solo.
gets their ult in this round?
2G.
Maybe Envy.
Will bring them down to their knees as well. First kill off. Kelias holds onto the grab net to try to slow him down, and 2G continues to swing.
All right, so
Thankfully makes it out alive.
you know that this was relatively weaker. Sure, it could have been
Over
phased,
towards
but
A,
now it'd
Crystal's
be a
push
bit of a
broke
hard
a trip,
commitment,
so they
you
know
it
about
was
it. So
weaker.
there's at least
But
some kind of
GE, this
pressure,
means you need to take side
honestly,
control, and that's exactly
pressure on
what they're
spawn
doing.
now as well.
A-main
See him looking
already
for it.
cleaned out. I don't know if you need as much as B,
This is
but
what I was talking
obviously
about
we're
earlier. You
not quite there, so
can
they'll get whatever
take the
advantage they can
risk
get
and
right
stop
now.
pushing this.
Stuck through the sonic sensors at
But
the very
honestly,
least.
as
Might
soon
have
as
hurt 2G going to extra
they
form
see
as
this
well, so
push
trying
on
to get the
B,
shot from
wow.
behind him.
The guys
Not
on B
quite.
might get something
Jesse
here.
Vash still able to kind of lurk around A site. And that
Okay, they're
gives
gonna
them
hear the
opening
running,
into the site.
and this is gonna be
Oh, and
interesting.
2G, you heard it.
Because 2G
Oh,
hears the
here's
running, so
footsteps.
like
They're ready
that's
for
all
it.
fine for clearing this round.
Here's one.
But now if they do this default, wait,
Dario,
what?
though, still managing to slow them down as they try to head on into the A site. The Sentinel coming alive now. But is he aware about his back? 2G
Damn,
on
bro,
the
it's on for a
sides.
round.
Takes down Envy at the very least.
He's made it
So
doable.
1-on-2 somewhat maybe possible for Poppy. I mean, he's got the Sheriff.
This thing has so
Definitely
much
looking to
HP.
try to
Look
make
at it.
happen. Got to break through the barrier mesh first.
Yeah, but not making as much noise, trying to hide it as much as possible.
I'm
but
interested
if
to
they
see
had the
now.
right
I
time,
really
our
want to see
team
Team
should
Secret
know
do
that
the same
walls
default,
went
but
down
actually like
faster.
hold the trip.
Okay. It's Poppy.
Oh, I love the early grab wall. Now you have the crossfire set up, just buying time, trying to get a weapon. They won't give it to him. 2GE answers
Was
back.
this an eco though? And honestly,
Plays it safe.
shots were hit.
Managed to make everything work. The star is up right around the corner as well. So, I mean, once again, Global Esports, they still have their lead. They're trying to do things on the pistol, but ultimately being spotted and heard out by Team Secret.
Yeah, very nice.
2G had a bit of a quiet map so far, but he is coming back alive right when they need it most. Still hasn't given
Gonna
up
get
map
one
points.
round,
Still not at
which
12 yet
is
for
stacked with
GE, so
ults,
it's
and it might be this
absolutely
one.
possible for Team Secret.
As long as you cycle through those ultimates. I mean, Big Time was saying that he's
GE
looking forward to some
don't want to
overtime
go down
soon.
to another
Who
Ecos,
knows,
they got to
but
use
now,
their ults.
starting
And then
things
Team
off.
Secret
We
know they
how
can
it is
force
with
them to an
GE on
Ecos,
split.
so they can
You're
use their
always
ults.
good for an OT on G with split.
What's the
Team Secret too, I mean, they managed to take this in overtime against Gen G in Stage 2 last
Damn,
year. So
3
who
stars
knows truly how
for
it's all going to play out. Early
Pappy
info
on
out
B.
towards mid. Team Secret, once again, being a little bit reactive.
good luck holding middle?
Okay.
Spots both. That's a good jump peek. You still have trips to fall
Yeah,
back
Wall
on.
goes
You've got
down
your eyes
early.
on here.
Wall's
Now
vulnerable
it's
when
a
it
little
goes
aggressive pressure on
down,
Kelly to
so
get
stuff like
information
this is
He's trying to do that,
just
but
gets
smoked off
melted.
and everything. Trailblazer hunting him down. He's
Okay, Team
being
Secret
forced to
have a
give up
good
more
amount of
space.
map control, kind
At
of
this
a good
point, you
amount of
gotta fall
map
back,
control.
and
This
that's
has been a
exactly what
question
they're
mark
doing
the
on
whole
GE,
time.
because you've already given up mid control. It's too late for Crystal to come back through vents and try to get a peek. So you fall back, you just accept your losses. If they come A, you delay with the trips.
We're
You
sending
still
it
got
with
that
Razor.
pocket play on the side,
Problem
but
is
gotta
it's
be a
only
big
like a
hit.
one-sided
Oh, the
thing.
annihilation.
Jeremy, though, avoiding the annihilation.
Dude,
and
someone
the
save that
showstopper
guy.
connects onto
That is
Kelly
criminal
S.
if he
Now
goes
looks for
down.
Poppy, but Unotan holds down from Mail. Look at the triple. Slays them all down. Jeremy, inside of the smoke, though. Tries to go for the swing. Just get down Poppy. Looks up towards Heaven now.
Spike over
Moves for his
towards
opponent,
Heaven. Look at the
Unotan.
time. No
Takes
satchels to
cells,
go
just
up.
hold
You
for
got to
time.
take the
And
ropes.
they have to pick up the spike. 13 seconds
Oh,
left.
whoa,
Going
whoa, what
aggressive,
the?
trying to look
Oh
for
my
the
goodness.
kills.
Oh my
Jesse
goodness.
Bass
Oh my god.
going in for the
Okay,
sprays,
it's all
not
good.
quite
Wasn't
happening.
even
The round was
panicked.
over
So fine.
just as soon as Jeremy
5
fell.
chances.
Crystal in to
5
secure
chances.
map
Shout out to
point for Global
Udatan, man.
Esports.
Jeremy gets sent
I feel like
into the
all
site
Udatan's
just with the
kills are
task
just
of
so
clearing. You
important.
Don't worry about the annihilation. Your teammates were clear, but that means it took too long.
The first guy
Udatan
didn't
was
wide
in
swing.
position. Jeremy needed to help hold that Heaven, but the team made a concisive call to say, go clear site, we'll clear out the annihilation, but they didn't have sightline of stairs, and Udotan's able to get the spray down, bringing them to map point.
And that's just a perfect way to play around the annihilation as well, right? I mean, even though Kelly S downs, he's able to then swing out alongside that clear from Team Secret. So Global Esports now looking to close out the map. A judge being pulled out by Kelly S to control mail room.
He just says, don't even come here. You know what, don't even think about mid. Go to the sides. That's what you have to do anyway with your composition. You're not going to be able to get through here with clarity. You can't get through here with information. That's what Kelly is trying to say. Because either to get that information, use all your Sky util, or
it could be a banger.
Or he's waving the red cape as like, come here. I dare you to challenge me. Now, surely Team Secret doesn't think of that. They're trying to expand
Benton. Oh my goodness. Long time no see, Benson. Thank you so much, bro. How are you doing? Appreciate the bits.
Pops the showstopper just to hold space out around the back of ropes as well. Unotan, the homing missile.
Bro, this guy's
4 kills down.
this guy's averaging so many multi kills.
1 on 3.
He's incredible.
Is this possible? Tries to hold, tries to swing with
put
the
him on the
sheriff, but
raise.
Poppy
Put him on the raise for sure. Okay, very nice. Shout out to Udatan. That was very cool map. Good reply from G as well. Double pistol. Oh, should be a banger.
You get the
We'll see what comps we get.
The refresh, you get the showstoppers. I mean, what a map here
Benton.
from Udatan. I mean,
Benton, mate, thank you so much. How have you been, Benton? It's been a long time, dude. You doing good? Thank you so much for the bits, bro.
And some good calls as well on that mid rounding, knowing when to give up
Oh
the
boy,
space
you're
if
really
not having
back.
full control. I love what we saw from them. Team Secret still gave them a fight, though. It wasn't a complete pushover.
You're
but
really
this is the
back.
type of game that people wanted to see from Global
How many
Esports.
bits is this?
I am
Damn, dude, 2,000. That's a lot of bits, bro. Thank you so much, Benson. I remember the old days, mate, for sure. Thank you so much, Benson, mate.
At the end of it all, Unotan.
Unotan with that great finish.
I appreciate you.
He's had a couple multi-kills throughout this game. I'd be curious exactly how many he had. I believe he ended the match with, or the map with a
I gave up the maths after the 2000. Do you want me to do the maths? Hold up. Let me scroll. 2000 to 2, 25, 2,700 bits, bro. Appreciate you. Thank you.
That is some absolute 200 IQ setup.
Oh my god, the mind games.
Thank you so much, Benton.
But, you know, all that said, Team Secret, like you mentioned, right, still making things competitive. Jeremy had like 7 first kills at the end of the whole thing. You know,
Yeah, when we were like a much smaller stream, Benton was one of the original Oilers, just giving out bits.
Kickoffs right now, but who knows for the rest of the year.
Good awareness from Udotan to help wrap this
much smaller. Might have been like 2 years ago now. Ziyu soon, thank you so much for the 5 gifted as well. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted, bro.
Now tying things up 1-1.
With the Oiler slug going, thank you so much.
But for now, we'll send it over to Analyst Test to continue breaking down all of the
might have been 2021. Yeah, might have been 2021. Following Cinch March 2021. Holy.
Number 3 with Global Esports managing.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Benton. Appreciate that. And see you soon with the 5 gifted. Thank you.
Oh, things were getting really messy at times.
Yeah, I think Global, finally we see these individuals wake up, and that is the power of picking fantastic players like they've done.
Udotan played great, man.
Bristol, great game from
and
Udotan,
good news for Global is there's a lot of Raze maps at the moment.
The fact that he's been a Senti for GE in most of the off-season, he's got a lot of games on things
Pearl
like
might
Raze,
not be
so
one.
this is well and truly in his comfort zone, and Puppy giving them some key clutches. Definitely the clutch win in the pistol set them off on the right tone. They won a thrifty round, and then they won a couple of swing rounds, and it really felt like they had the momentum that they needed to roll through the rest of the game, despite some decent showings there from Team Secret.
Yeah, as we just saw on the graphic before, 8 out of 8 first fights for Global, which shows me they really understand how to play this comp. It means they're really effective in the phases that matter for it. And I think, yeah, definitely from their attack side,
I think China while we wait. Nah, I don't want to confuse viewers. It's just easier.
Didn't necessarily get out of the sky as well.
Yeah, I think, you know, I mean, of course you're going to give the MVP to Udotan, 300 ACS on the Raze, especially that round to close it out was fantastic, but
okay, VOD is uploaded. Let me spam some more ads. Benton, thank you for the 200 bits on top of that. It's 2,900 now. Thank you so much. And in the YouTube chat, we got Owen Bronson as well. I said, Missed Americas. The crew looking bad. Oh, hey, Owen, is this bait? I've been flaming crew a lot, man. I feel like this is bait, but I'm gonna bite and assume it's not. Crew looked awful on Haven. The worst game I've watched this year so far. Worst performance on a map I've seen so far this year. And how I'm feeling about Sentinels as well. Feeling good about Sentinels. Forcing Teo on every map is very hard to do in such a short amount of time, and they've done it the best we've seen so far. Them and kind of Cloud9 making the agent look broken. Everyone else making the agent look pretty mid, I would say, when we see it used.
This to me shows great macro game planning from Global. They know this is a swing round. Secret can't buy again after this, and you have 2 ults.
Owen, I appreciate that. Not bait, you promised. It's all good, man. I appreciate that, Owen. It's a good question.
And here's the thing.
Yeah.
I still don't
think
that this is GE like totally
I'm off the crew
refined,
train.
Right? This is
at least for a
just
little
them,
bit.
Like,
Give them some practice, at least for kickoff.
Like remembering like the game plan for today. This
like so much so that I think crew are playing 2G, and
I
might say that 2G have
yeah,
it.
for sure. I think the thing that was different.
They're at least going to win Haven.
For GE was obviously the individuals which you mentioned.
Okay, back in a little bit, chat. Back in a little bit.
Felt like they had a clear game plan, whereas on Abyss, I don't feel like they played the comp well. They looked really lost, and Secret never really needed to do anything but their plan A. They just executed the sides, played their game plan, and rolled them over, and that was not a good look for GE. So I'm glad to see the bounce back, honestly.
So coming from somebody who was at this very position not too long ago, what do you think happened in that reset in between the maps? What was it like for like Elias to be able to like, you know, reseal himself?
It's like something I said after the first map. When you get stomped, it's very easy to go, that's not how we actually play the game. That's not what we're like in practice. That's not who we are as a team. So now we have another opportunity to prove who we are as a team. Instead of it like, if you give your best and it's a really close game and it's not good enough, it's a lot easier to get in your head of maybe they're better than me. But if you get blown out, it's very easy to go, that's on me. Like, we sucked that game, guys. We sucked. And you know, next game, we're just not going to suck. Like, it's really simple. And I think a lot of it is just coming down to remembering what they will have done in practice, the steps that they've kind of taken to get themselves ready for this event, and it looked like it definitely worked. So credit to the coaching staff, credit to KLES as the IGL there to be able to turn that around.
Yeah, this is very encouraging, I feel, from Global Esports, right? But now we are heading into Pearl. What is this going to be like, especially since, you know, now you have both opportunities for both teams to have clean slates, to point out their mistakes, and, you know, finally get this decider map?
Hey, look, Team Secret already lost to an Indian team on this map in the off-season, right? So what's another one for Global Esports? No, I mean, it's going to be hard to know what these two teams are going to be bringing. We've only seen Secret on this map once in the off-season. We've seen nothing from Global, but a lot of these players should be pretty familiar playing Pearl, and a lot of them have had the tenure to be around long enough. So it'll be interesting to see what the approach is going to be. But again, similar to what we saw on Abyss and the kind of comp that worked on Abyss, whereas Secret changed on Split, it didn't really work out for them. It didn't seem like it fit their playstyle. Once again, we're going back to that double initiator, flexible style that worked on Abyss for Secret. So maybe that's going to be a little bit better for them this map.
Yeah, I really want to see Global cook on this map. I feel like if you try and take Secret to the more default versus default comp, I think that's where they really excel. And we saw that in Abyss. I feel like when the comps are standard and the game can be played the same way like it has forever for Team Secret, especially in that core, they have a ton of experience. And I think this Deadlock Cypher, it's slightly off meta from what we've seen in the past in Split, and it definitely suited them more. So I want to see some cooking. I want to see Vice come out. I know that they're high on Vice, and I think Vice works very well on Pearl. So I think that's what I'm really hoping to see from Global here.
Yeah, Team Secret have been running Vice in the offseason as well. Yeah. You know, maybe they're like, you know, hey, we'll keep it a secret for now. But I do love that all of these players are having their moments in this series, right? You can see everybody is getting their chance to shine. And hey, by the way, Crystal stonks going up, and you have Poppy stonks going up as well. Earlier, we did see 2GE get his moment too, and we have Envy, of course, going up there. Yeah. So, feeling confident so far with your teams?
Yeah, all of these players have had their moments so far today. You know, TGE had a fantastic first map, a little bit further down on the second map, but we'll see if he can turn it around. I think the individuals are really important for Global, though. Like, Team Secret is definitely the more well-drilled, better chemistry team in this matchup as far as I'm concerned. Global need the individuals to pop off. I wouldn't mind seeing a funky comp, but more so than the comp, I really think it's a mentality thing, really. Yeah. Global was so reactive, hands-off, weren't rotating, weren't getting into the game enough on the first map, and they got rolled by Secret, who were running what they wanted to do. I want to see the individual players take risks and go for plays on the side of Global and use that individual skill, as well as just them be proactive, not reactive.
Yeah, that's a huge thing. You can tell that's definitely part of that reset between map 1 and map 2. It looked like they controlled the game a lot more.
Yes.
And that's basically, if you're in control of the game, you're setting the tempo, the other team has to react to what you're doing instead of you having to react to them. So being in charge of the game, leading, is really, you know, it's a huge predecessor to winning. So that's what they didn't have in map 1 that they really brought to map 2. So I'm curious to see who's going to bring them map 3.
You did have a lot of that. TS looked like they were like shepherding Global Esports in that first map, right? And then not so much in the second map. But yeah, I really do wonder what both teams have planned for Pearl. You know, I think like both teams right now, they've shaken off those initial nerves, right? It's been a while. It's their first time back on the Pacific stage. It's the first time for the roster of Global Esports to step on that stage. So they're like, you know, just got to shake it off now. Now, both teams are very, very warm. So I'm expecting something very different on Pearl.
Yeah, I think at the moment, we've obviously seen a fair bit of Neon Yoru with the chaotic kind of game style where you're sending it in, you're going for those fast retakes, things like that. I immediately thought of maps like Abyss or Pearl when I saw Teo personally, because of how strong the post plan is. This could be a time for one of these teams to cook and potentially bring it out and abuse those post plans. It's obviously going to be a little bit weaker in terms of, you know, if you want to rely on the post plants on attack, you're probably going to need to run double init because you have to actually go through links, you have to go through art, you can't just hard exec every time and expect it to work out unless you're going to run that Neon Yoru kind of approach and just, you know, barrel into the site, which I think if you're running two units, you probably don't have the space in your comp for.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of options. I've seen a lot of different things being played. In EMEA, we saw... Oh, wait, apologies, I'm thinking of Abyss. I was going to say we've seen Sage. I've not seen Sage on Pearl. That would be good, though.
Hey,
we used to see it to get the plants down and stuff
Sage
like that.
on Pearl, yeah, people used to run it.
A lot of paper wrecks with a Sage on the
2020
you know, so
C9 was it off season?
Like, you know, Team Secret, sure, they can cup. And hey, why not a Tejo, right? I mean, I think we've been getting Tejo a lot more than a lot of broadcasts out have predicted.
Lock-in maybe, I can't remember what it was.
Cross kickoffs all around.
Benson again, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Hey, dude, Benson, you were giving bits while I was away in the break as well. You're a lunatic.
It's the thing that worked out for them well on Abyss, and they're going to be on the defensive side first, but GE they'll set the tempo.
Okay, we got
It's
the
only
Vice.
gonna be
We
the
got
single init with Crystal on
Team,
the Sova.
Team Secret are
This is where
going
Darion,
relatively
he's
standard with
actually
the
a little
comps.
bit more of a quieter series, and they're going to
And
need to have
GE
that lurk potential.
putting a
because
Vice
once
in.
again, they're playing double Senti,
So
as
even-
well as
even
the
this
Astra
isn't that
single
wild.
init, which is not a fade. So their ability to clear map control is going to be
Again,
a little
Benson,
harder.
thank
They're
you
going to have to
for
be
the
active
bits.
with the lurks and successful finding those timings on attack.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the jet helps a lot. I think in terms
You've
of
just been
you don't
spamming.
need a ton to be set up with the jet.
You've
Just
actually
one
just
simple
been
flash,
spamming.
you dash into your own
I'm
smoke
good,
to
bro.
avoid
Thank you
safe
for
as go in.
asking.
And I think on defense, being able to
Good
opt
to see you again.
convincingly is definitely a huge part of Jet's toolkit down B.
Well, let's see who takes this one. We're heading into Pearl and back to our casters, Chobra and Quack.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Over at the analyst desk now, just one map in
Okay.
between these two teams, trying to move on to the next round. here in
GE
this
on
double elimination
attack,
bracket.
Team Secret
And
on
Quack,
defense.
I mean,
So
Team
far on
Secret, they just
pistols,
go
it's
right
been
back to comfort
2-2
zone.
with 2-0s both
I
maps.
mean, old dogs, you know, there's
Can you
same
type to
tricks.
enemy
Why
during the
not?
rounds?
It
Oh
does
yeah,
kind
you
of
can
work
give it
out,
if you want.
especially, you know, with
Don't know
how
what the
they're
right
playing
rules
it.
are. You're probably not allowed
But
to
like
flame or something,
the
but
desk mentioned, you know,
definitely
playing that double
Vanity has
initiator,
given us a
trying to
couple
play,
of smiles
especially
in
on
the
defensive
past
side,
when he's
you
won
do want
rounds.
to kind of get a little bit proactive, and that's what they're trying to do now, starting things off around the B site. Jeremy holding the angle out towards the top, but not spotting out too much.
Yeah, and Kelly is just saying, all right, we already know
Benson,
that they're trying to get
another 100
information on B
bits.
main.
Thank
Let's
you
just
so
ditch
much,
that.
bro.
Let's move
Thank
on.
you,
I
thank
think
you.
I bought enough time, but what he does not know is that Club already getting cleared by Team Secret.
The
So
team
exactly as
switch
the desk
comp
mentioned,
depending on what sides they
that's
start on.
going to
Nope.
be Secret
It's
having
pretty
the
much just a
information they
lot
need.
of
They have some good
practice all
delay on
set
the
before.
plant, and they're able to hold on to that back site. We'll see how G is able to maneuver around this execute.
Somewhat of a crossfire while we're inside dugout and 2G from Flowers at the same time.
Yudotan tanked a
Delays
lot
all
of
being
damage.
burnt out
Delayys the
now,
plant.
so
They
rotations
get the
slowly
plant.
go on
This
through.
knife
Jeremy
hit
trying to
all
come up with a bit
5,
of a
so
fight.
Jack can speed up.
Everybody's been tagged going into art, so
Wow.
this is some good information.
It can speed up.
You still have to worry about
The
Main,
comp
but this
is
is
not
a
coming.
very, very fast flank from Jeremy, and if
Is
he's
he?
able to get that first kill onto Poppy,
Maybe
things
he
start
wants
to
to
fall
go
apart for
super
GE.
slow.
Or, you know, just wait for teammates to find a little bit more time.
What an
Pressure, but,
absolute
the
shot.
swing
Felt-
is a
felt
little
like
too
he was
close to
running
the
with it,
wall.
but
Poppy will be able to spot him out
take it.
first. And that's the shot in from the Ghost. Now, Team Secret needing to take that pressure up towards Art. They continue to push on, but Darren holds his ground. Jesse Vash now trying
Couple
to
low
play with
HPs,
angles,
but
not quite.
lovely in the end for
Gonna get
GE.
spotted out at the
3-2
end,
for the
so Global
pistols.
Esports picking up yet another pistol.
Well, the two gentlemen on the desk
The
also
reaction
mentioned
to
that
the
Darion
fight,
maybe
and
wanting
unless
to
the
come up a
knife
bit
was like
stronger
in
now on
the
kills. He's starting to
sky,
warm up in map 2. Well, there
where
it
it
is, the
didn't
triple
tag
kill in
everyone.
that pistol round.
The reaction to the
Starting to get
5
closer
knives
towards that
felt
lockdown.
so
I
odd.
love the awareness from Poppy, and I also love that they were watching for sewers as well. They were watching for that mid flank, so even though they spotted one all the way behind, they didn't let go. He's back. He's on the stage. He's on the stage.
Yeah.
He's getting frags.
Got some confidence as
Oh,
well.
Darion, you
I was
gotta
worried
love
for
it,
the
you gotta
trade
love it. Even though,
on stairs at
coming
one
in a
point,
little bit
but
last
he
minute
did get it in
to,
the end.
GE still being able to provide so much
Everyone
value.
apart
Has
from
that
one buying up, so they're allowed
ability
one
of it.
def on attack
Shot
here as
Lee
well.
last year,
And
but
we'll see if
now
they want to get
next
some
round coming
orbs
through.
also.
He's going to be that little bit
This
of alert in towards
is one of
A.
my
The rest of his
favorite
team
ways
into
to
the
play an
outline,
anti-eco on this
the
map.
Marshall in towards the B site, but not spotting out
Just
too
be
much.
default,
Jet
have a
wasn't
Marshall,
tagged
have an
by the 0
outlaw,
point.
wait for them to
Everybody
try
else
get
was.
info
Vice
in
and Silva
terms of a
getting
jump
tagged,
spot in
but
this
Jet
area.
Not so much, so you might not be aware that this is eventually going to be the execute. Or
Because in
even
theory, you're
the
going to
potential
jump
for this
spot, and here
long-range
comes the jump
fight.
spot. They were just a
There's
little bit
jumping. He should have
impatient.
spotted the Marshall at that jump.
Still got the damage off, but the killjoy jump
Stay
spot which
tucked away,
baited
at
in the
least. Team
jet that's
Secret
left
not wanting
side,
to
so
give off too much.
So you know there's no one behind this screen right here.
I do like the idea from Secret
but
on that.
no other information. Still spots Wildora. He's
Whoa.
drawing a lot of attention. Yudotan might be getting a little too greedy. This could become a
Benson
double
again,
peak.
I appreciate
Or
that.
to keep some presence on towards the B site just to buy the rotations
The
over.
steady
while the rest of the
stream
team
going on,
actually
apparently.
transitions over onto
Benson, I
A.
appreciate
It's a
you.
good sell, right? It's the Jet. Surely it's going to be the execute.
Oh, with a few seconds, surely you smell something up.
Well, I think Team Secret also thinking that they might have sold the fake, right? Because it was just a Killjoy spotted. So you're thinking like, hey, it's just a Killjoy. We've got some util here. That's about it. Hey, we're going to smoke it up. But I think that smoke perhaps give it away a bit stronger. And at the end of the day, you know you have the better weaponry. So GE going to have a
Well,
very, very free planet.
might
This
just
is
all
one of
die
those
to the
rounds where you
spike
gotta
here.
start to consider, do we just go all 5 to the spike?
Yeah, definitely need to think about it.
And then we're
Classic
going to wait a
Shreys.
little bit,
And look at
and
GE.
Darion
Wait,
can
we're
just
gonna get, like,
go
the angle
frag.
on towards A main. Look
Like,
at
he
how
can
they're
just
stacked
go
up
hunt.
against-
Yeah, just just all three lined up. Anybody peeks out, they're gone for sure. And it's going to be Yudotan, just going to fish for some kills. It's a Marshall.
Whoa.
Not the biggest loss here. start to group together. Oh, it's because Darion, he's already got 4 towards that lockdown. He only has that ghost.
He's gonna go for it.
If he can get even 1 here, it's not bad. He gets 1, does he? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
just
too
He was
closer.
starting to kind of bring his
Fizzle.
mouse downwards, but there it is, dying to the spike, and that is still value found for GE.
Yeah, Unoton got 1 there as well, peeking out a sewer.
Off
so
the
that's
plant? Yeah,
2
I
extra
was
free
looking at the
kills
minimap. There's a
for
lot of stuff there.
GE. You got the plant. You only lose the ghost. Regen armor's
Rate
continuing
loud?
through. You
No,
buy
I
up to
rate loud at
match
the
the
moment. They're
firepower
looking
here in
great.
the bonus.
A little bit,
I do think their opponents have been
Shall see
a
how it
little
does play
bit
out.
weak on
They
certain
are on the
maps.
attacking side, and we should
So
mention, you know,
maybe
GE were the ones that
people
left
might be
this
higher
map
up on
open,
them
so
than maybe they
hopefully
actually
do
are.
have something cooked up. Meanwhile, Team Secret, like the Death
DG's
mentioned as
in
well,
looks
Mikoski.
great.
Yes, Team Secret did lose to an Indian team as well.
I can't believe he did it dirty like that, man.
I mean, they were playing without Wild Oreo, but hopefully they are prepared for this
Damn,
one too.
more Benton, thank you,
Playing with the
thank
same
you.
composition
Mixing
from
it
before,
up.
but Jeremy found newfound confidence now, pushing in towards A main, continuing to hold the off angle. He spotted a sliver of someone going for that crossing towards the boxes, but now going for the swing, using the fragment to keep them
Very,
at bay,
very nice
and
for the
that's
first
a
big
double
buy
kill.
rounds.
Jesse
Aim is
Bash
looking
holding the
good at
back
the
lines.
moment.
Good
Let's
for
look at the
least one.
damage
Yeah,
from
the
these
spike's
two.
already down, though, so this crossfire over by A main. Jeremy and Envy, the duo. They should be able to hold this pretty strong. Jeremy, yeah, with lower health, he's going to be the bait, really, for Envy. There's the peek.
Ooh,
Oh, no,
hold up,
Envy gets
hold up,
taken
hold
out,
up,
though.
hold up. Kind of
Bobby trying to
winnable.
keep them drawn away, goes in for the trade. Jeremy's
Oh, it's
still
super
alive.
winnable now.
Now he's downed. Off to the next, and it's Wild
Ah,
Oreo
it's
out towards
unlucky,
the
man.
back. Spotted Poppy and gets him down to low HP. The regen shield comes back for a little bit of value, but still close range. Should be able to get the burst, but Poppy left the Guardian shot. Can he retrieve the spike? 40 seconds to make something happen.
It's insane that Poppy's been in 2 fights, and he still has
At
more
its
health
peak,
than
it was a
GG next to
2v5.
Regen armor. This is value right here.
30
The
seconds
Riot
left.
devs smiling.
Oh my.
Well,
Close range Phantom.
oh, 2GE, he's trying to get ahead of things. Things that might have been
Oh,
a
he's
full
gonna be
rotate,
miles
potentially onto
away.
B. But this is going to be rough. It's going to be a free plant. The stars set up. He's actually just going to go ahead and use
10
those for
seconds left.
safety.
Couldn't
This is
be.
gonna take a
couldn't-
long time for
Yeah,
2G
couldn't be
to
at
come
a
back.
further point
He
away.
realizes it.
Doesn't quite have the util either, so he's just running head first into hopefully where Poppy's not set up.
He's gonna hear him.
But Poppy should hear him if he sprints.
Yep.
He's got to start walking.
Yep,
So you can.
takes a little bit of time.
Sure, we
taking so
can
much
keep
time.
walking.
Poppy holding
Did he
on
have a
hard.
star for a smoke?
2G's
We got
not
no.
gonna have the time
We
to
got no
clear
star
this
for smoke. We
fully.
got no
There it
start,
is.
dude.
Yeah,
Pappy's
there's the
won
run, so
this.
now Poppy knows.
Time is so low.
Goes for the tap. Instinctively looks towards Art at the very least. though, but
Holy
trying to
hell,
stick
they
it halfway.
2v5'd them in the
Poppy
bonus
will be
rounds.
able to
And now
seal
Team
the
Secret have
round,
to eco.
converting it into a
That
bonus
is
for Global
wild.
Esports.
That's 2 clutches already in his first opening match of VCT Pacific. Let's see how many he can get throughout the year. A 4K for Poppy. Cosmic Divide online. And that secures the bonus round here for GE. It was a nice attempt pushing out of main from Secret. But Poppy just pulls through.
God,
He
dude, that
starts
is
it off with
a
the Guardian as well. Somewhat
rough
mid-range
one
and
for
still
Team
lands the
Secret. It's
shot.
an incredible
So
one for
strong, so
GE.
capable.
Force them
6
down to an
kills.
eco.
And with
The
spike
impact
plant
of
as
this
well,
is
now he's got
mental.
the
They're gonna get
Cosmic
all of their
Divide.
ults online. Like, it changes so much.
Early drone for information. He gets a little bit, but it's not completely certain. Recon doesn't get the tag. Oh, I love the re-clear from Kelly S. They do not want to give up
Reload
mid control. It
game in long
really
yeah,
starts
dude,
to
mate, there's been a
starve
lot of
Team Secret
updates.
of information because you're
You probably
hiding
haven't
away
even
from
seen
any potential
Abyss.
pings
Maybe
over
even
on A main.
Sunset.
You're hiding away from any potential pings over by mid, and they haven't quite minded if they get pinged on B because they've generally had the better firepower.
Back to what we saw from before. It might be the early 3-stack, but you know, just trying to draw them out from their
Was
current
Taylor looking in pro
positions.
play?
If anything, he can still
Dependent
back
on
off.
team, but when the
Have it
team has a
slowly
good
up.
understanding, looks like the
Trying to make
strongest
some more
agent in the game.
footsteps. No, actually, maybe full commitment to B now. Thinking about the lockdown play.
Yeah, you have the lockdown and you have the Cosmic Divide. I don't mind using one, and if you need to, sure, use 2 just to get ahead because that is going to cycle through the ults faster. Ideally, obviously, just using 1, but I do love committing 1 here. Even though your opponents are in eco, make sure you get all the rounds you can.
And hopefully to hold on to those weapons as well. Team Secret now trying to
30
hold off
seconds
against
left.
it. 1 player detained, and now they're going to have to peek up. The smokes come up just as fast. 2G tries to go for the
Looking
peek,
good for
but
GE.
spotted out. Phantom sprays just to keep him at bay. TES continuing to try to hold, but close range. The Bucky managing to take them down. Udotan trades off back in towards Halzo, and Udotan has to feel the pressure.
How does it happen every time I speak,
It's
man?
gonna be Jeremy who takes him out with the shorty.
The good news for GE is there's no smokes on this one. The bad news is they're pretty far away, so they got to kind of send this. And they need to swing wide, and Jeremy needs to send it.
One single kill, but Jesse Vash continues to stick. Poppy, can you make it happen?
Holy hell, how though? How did they win it? I just don't understand, dude. They even had good pauses. They just missed.
Poppy might be 8-0, but the round starting to sneak back into Team Secret's pockets. And now Jeremy's able to buy the operator. If Jeremy can continue with the operator from here on out, it's because of that 4th round that Secret gets to have a clean first half. And the retake was good. 2GE draws attention first, but then they flood in on a high-low outside, or right out of heaven as well, onto that B site. And the chaos is just too much for Udotan to handle.
That's right, and in the long game, this might favor Team Secret. Just as that happens, though,
Here's the best Teo. 100 Thieves' split Teo is very good. Sentinels overall have probably the best, and C9's Teo is good up there as well. All 3 America's teams.
He's holding the angle, and that's enough space being drawn away. Forces out a bit of a star as well. And Global Esports trying to explore other options now, not wanting to challenge January Jeremy.
Yeah, but they do know that he was pushed far back. So they might be able to, they just pull on that smoke over by B main, meaning that he's not going to have the information whether they crossed onto the pillar or not. So that's used just to draw a little bit more delay, so while they go onto the A side.
And with the Cosmic Divide as well, so added security. Jesse Vash, though, does have a bit of an angle from Art. Will he get spammed?
Oh my god, he tanked the flash.
Ooh,
I thought they might. Damn, bro, hit double there. That was sick. I was thinking there might be a little gap and he might just own the rounds here, but it just saw him. God, I can't believe how that other round snowballed into this as well. 2 devastating rounds for GE. Astra all went in. The KO flash was good though. You got to give it to Team Secret. All 3 on the same page, pushing through it at the right time.
With an operator in 2024, but right now it's not looking likely. You committed to the attack operator. You do not want to let that investment slip away, and that allows Team Secret to start to catch back up. I love the just proactivity from Envy there to go for the pop flash, and the Cosmic Divide not quite being angled perfectly. Not sure if it was originally always meant to leave a gap there on that corner or not, but either way, you looked at the minimap and Udotan thought he had a chance, but his legs are still showing through. He has no vision, trying to hide away.
The worst Teo?
Flash,
yeah, it'll be someone in the EMEA
what a spray transfer
who didn't have great ones. Was it the Na'Vi comp that had nothing that they could combo it with? That didn't look good.
And thankfully, I've got you to break all of that down. What it all comes down to
there was a team in China that looked really bad
at
at it.
How Team Secret might kind of claw their way back into the game. Global Esports now starting to run low on economy. We'll see if that op that they saved up does find value. Early shot from Jeremy down B long though.
Was it Wolves? Might have been Wolves.
Towards the far corner. He could still be back sight.
Heck.
So they'll still have to do a lot of fishing
I
for
think
the
the tech
operator,
stuff
but
wasn't too
meanwhile, I love
bad.
the switch up. Just a standard switch from B to A to B, back and forth with the operator.
And a little bit of attention in towards Art. Jesse Vash has been playing this position, so now Udotan spotting him out with a bit of a phantom spray.
Yeah, I don't think the Wolf stuff was like... The Wolf stuff wasn't anything to do with strats, it was more just how they reacted in every situation. Wolves were the ones that just lost every 4v5.
I think that someone will have to kind of refill that space. So quickly going back in to clear out B, looking for that pinch through. Envy tries to slow them down with that fragment. 0 point just to confirm positioning as well. Maybe trying to spray through the smoke.
Yeah, you blitz Tyler. Oh, really?
Will be able to provide support from his angle out from Halls, but unfortunately Envy does go down.
So holding out a little bit of hope for Tyler this year.
Has to hold the angle as well. Unfortunately, whipping the shot. So
nice shot.
Going in, taking down Waldor. That's pretty much the site secured for GE. 2GE though, trying to play around the Cosmic Divide, looking for some kind of a space, some kind of kill.
Save.
But yeah, you can't find too much. It's just too much oppressive utility now on the other side.
Yeah, the op now really just grabbing Team Secret by the ankles. They can't move forward.
Team
Two
Secret
of the
need
most costly whiffs
to...
Jeremy might have had.
Oops. So good.
Well, that's a whiff too, but that's not too costly. Crystal
Team Secret at least save the op, and everyone can buy behind it. They gotta make sure they can shut down B as well. So you're gonna see the op on B here.
You know, befouls the Killjoy in the back site, and that's the site open. And then Jeremy, if he had gotten one more kill, maybe you have a shot at going for it. But either way, it's tough with the operator in hand.
Yeah, it's a big map, right? You know, getting that read against Jesse Vash as well into his position. So unfortunately, that's how the round plays out. But can you just imagine if, like, Crystal whiffs the shot onto the dart and he's like, oh, no, I'm so bad.
Yeah.
No.
He just starts grasping at his hair. He's like, oh, no, what have I done?
Plucks out his eyebrows. And then the game all goes down.
Yeah, but it looks wild
there,
though.
though.
Looks kind of sick at the watch party.
And so is Poppy. So is
Like we said, op is now going to be over towards B, and G should know this. He goes a little bit too far. He's going to get wrecked by Crystal's drone.
Ooh. Yeah, Sugar Zero reached that yesterday. See if he can
Knife
reach the
comes
same milestone.
in.
He's good for a lot of kills with that ultimate.
Very nice. They wait. Oh, one got hit.
You know, I want to say
Don't
like,
mistime
surely
it,
he gets
Kelly.
2 kills, but then I remember there was that one game
Oh, yeah. We don't want to talk about that one.
where he gave away the Pulsar mouse, but still back into it, and it's Jeremy on with the op, looking to land some shots.
Jeremy is in trouble.
2 whiffs, and Udotan takes him down.
Wild Ori did very good to get this trade. It could have been a lot worse. I'm very surprised that he didn't like dash out. Like if you watch like Aspas or something, he's dashing out of there. Probably updraft as well to make sure he doesn't get shot.
Udotan living up to that name.
Sticking around was
goes right for the kill, and that means the op is down.
I mean, I
So
like
now
the
you can put
confidence.
a lot more pressure on these long ranges. You still have your own operator for these. Oh my! What an angle.
Envy gets away with one. Should have been a kill.
Thinking about potentially rotating as well, right? Solid drone just
All
trying to
goes
clear out.
in.
Not spotting
Did
too much.
we?
Global
Okay.
Esports might have a bit of an opportunity to rotate if they want.
Damn.
Straight into the B side they go. Hunter
Oh my god,
Spree
he
sent
got
out by
so
Jesse
many
Bash.
2 tagged on this
Little
one.
bit of a connection.
If Wild Ori gets a kill, he
Not a
gets
kill.
ult, and
So
honestly, it's
Spike does
pretty
go
important
down.
ult for this
2
retake.
tags though, so nice attempt at a spray there from Wild Oreo. See if you could get a sneaky kill through the smoke. It's not going to happen.
Double flash for
Now it's
Envy.
Crossfire set up 2-1-2, 2 in back sight. Their job is going to be to just draw as much aggro. Op missing.
Still managing to get a little bit of space off of that. That's the second connection
Yeah.
now. Darren managing to collect onto it. Crystal managing to still hold on towards Halls as well. And all that's left is Envy.
Just a brutal
Trying to inch forward,
crossfire.
trying to at least get onto the spike, but picking up the weapon. Calls
Team
for the
Secret need to shut down B at the
instead.
moment.
Crystal
They're
spotted
getting
him out
wrecked
just
here.
at the last second.
And
Yeah, and he has to go away. And Crystal, I love that he just
don't know,
waits.
Jeremy needs to
Neither
play
of
more-
them peeking,
more
knowing
chill
that
if
they
he's
have the
doing it
number
like this.
advantage. We weren't really seeing any of this from GE on that first map. They
The
looked
whiff, yeah,
flustered.
there was
They
2
looked like
whiffs
they
there,
were
and they
playing
still managed to
alone,
win
but now
out.
they're starting to play as a team, understanding their win conditions of each round. And Team Secret,
I feel like Team
they're
Secret
still
even
doing
kind of
the
got lucky
same
into the
with
round,
some
and they
of
still
these
couldn't
first
win.
shots now not going their way.
Yeah, and that's ultimately
Marian's
what leaves
and
those
tax is
sites
good.
open, right?
It's normally like a
getting the
7-5 map.
information earlier
You've
on,
seen some
trying
8-4s
to
as well,
pull those
for sure.
rotations over. You know, they might be able to arrive on site just in time, but that just gives GE that much more space, especially in towards the B side. That's what we've seen so far.
So yet another timeout.
3
coming out
holes
first
booked up
from
for the
Team
watch party.
Secret
More
side.
than 1,000 people
Coach
came.
Meow
Oh, really?
Joining Team Secret
To
after such a
the
long
cinema
tenure,
thing? You got like 3
over in
rooms like
SEA
that? That's
with
incredible.
Boom Esports, now on a different team with the Philippines.
I keep thinking boom meow, boom meow. No,
I mean, well,
TS meow.
It's
now.
been what, like 3 years, right? 2.5
Yeah.
years that he's been with Boom. And he's done a lot, right? He was able to take them to champions. He was able to obviously take them to Ascension, take them all the way to the grand finals, push the current Nongshim Red Forest back when they were SPG all the way to that 5th map, all the way to that
Like
overtime.
pauses?
Heck yeah.
Specific?
Listen,
Nah.
I mean, you can talk
It's
all
been
you want
EMEA
about
and Americas,
you eventually
really.
didn't win, but also he was able to transform and really upgrade that Boom roster over the years. So I think you
The
gotta put a
EMEA
little
one
faith
the
in
other
him
day
here now
was
with Team
very
Secret.
long for
However,
Fnatic.
can they get enough time to make that happen here in this first match?
That's absolutely true. We shall see if they can find that transformation with just one timeout in this round. It's not going to be easy. I mean, maybe for the next upcoming rounds too.
Dude,
given
honestly,
their
in that
cover
timeout,
right now for Team
I would
Secret.
imagine that Team Secret
But
Secret
definitely
spoke
needing
solely
to
about
change
B
up
and
some of
how
their
they need to
positions
try and
now,
hold
back in
this.
towards the B side,
There's
going
got to
through
be
stack.
one round that they punish them
Given
going
the
over
fact that
towards
it's a
B,
bit of an
because
eco
with how it went, if you
just
GE, feel like you could just
able to
spam B
barrel through.
hits.
Yeah, I'm waiting for that peek out as
Because
well.
even
Oh, right
even
there,
in that
right
round, if
between
I'm
the legs.
Darion, I'm talking about how I missed shots and how that could have been easier.
Nothing found moment.
Okay, I really
But
think
at the
they can
very
just
least, spotting
spam it.
things out, so that should still be information.
Yeah, no, this is really good from Secret, right? Because they already pushed past Club. They didn't get any deaths there, so they imagine GE either has to spend a lot of time re-clearing that, or it's just going to be an A hit. The backup's already arrived.
Straight in. Stinger kill out from 2GE, but the rifles spray on through. Popping up for it. Shorty now. Kilias looking for a kill to dug up, but 2GE
Makes
swings
it
out.
doable.
Bit of
It doesn't
double
have the right
kill.
gun
Not
for it
too
really
bad.
though,
All that's left is
and that
Jesse
makes it a
Vash.
lot harder.
Spike still pretty much secured. Jesse Vash though, with the recon, manages to secure a rifle for himself. Spotted out by the drone, and now tries to play around
Surely
his
not.
cover. But with
He
two
considered the
players on the other
drone.
side, Crystal,
That's incredible.
so close, he's able to shut him down.
Just too rushed and getting spotted by that recon right as you arrive. That's unfortunate, really. Just good awareness, if anything, from GE. You know, GE, they get a little bit over aggro at times, I will just say, from a very objective standpoint. However, they don't ever lose sight of how they need to do it. They don't ever lose sight of, do we have the number advantage or not? They only go over aggro when they know they have the number advantage and they have faith in their own trading. So while it looks a little dicey, hey, at the end of the day, you get the
Who's the
round win,
best
you
team
get
at
the
the
round win.
moment? Yeah, we don't really know.
And still being able to buy up on the next round, so it's all good. Still keeping onto that op as well.
It's
so
very
now
open.
A little bit of an adjustment, having additional support from Crystal alongside Darren in towards B. Doesn't spot anything out, and they can kind of inch forward. The other side of the map, though, Jesse Vash trying to play on towards Connector now, just to hold off Art. Spots out a little.
So you heard two people firing there in Art. That's some information. You spot two again. Not quite sure about if there's a third or not, but that is a lot of pressure put onto A side, and GE surely they start working towards B, but this is a new setup. The Nanoswarm ready
Yeah,
to
I'm
stop
still
any
not
push out
convinced
of
in
B
this
lane.
setup that they're going to be able to shut down B though.
Block off those mid options.
I
for
do
GE,
like
or
it
at
from
least
Team
force them to
Secret.
spend some
Like I would
utility
really
clear.
strongly think that the op is over
Late on
towards
that,
B.
sinking there with a gravity well, so not able to get any damage done onto the GE members.
They
That's
double
That
back
should-
holes.
That should be used to inform some of their decisions, but Team Secret right now still not being able to commit too much. It's all down to the two players who are pretty much pinned in behind Hall, so no information for them, and they're feeling the pressure. Udotan will be able to push up forward. Jesse Vash with the off angle, at least to secure one.
Gee, just
but ultimately
spamming the B
space
hits. I
gained
don't know
by
about this
GE,
from Team
and that's the
Secret. Like,
site.
you
That's
got
the
your
last two players from Team
your
Secret
whole
now
timeout
forced
should
to
have been
top tail
talking
and
about how you handle B,
Yeah, sure.
and we
Jesse
just
gets the Nelson's
tussled
kill,
two
but at
back
what
of
cost?
elbow.
Not able to secure the site. A bit
Yeah,
unfortunate, and
G
GE
can
this time,
just spam
they
it,
know that they've
and
got
honestly,
people
they might
trapped
just
backside.
form
That's
into
the only place they don't have
the
information. They know they have a pinch coming
buy
from
rounds
B lane,
over towards
so they
B
actually just
equals
never
over
push
towards A,
backside.
so
Yes,
it
they left
looks
the angle
like
open
they're
to
even
Jesse over
hitting,
by
but honestly,
spawn,
they're just
and I do
spamming
think
Bs.
that, cost them that death. But at the end of the day, they wait until the peaks come out from B Hall in that back of the site, and that's really, really good restraint from GE on this attack. I mean, Team Secret was so impressive in that first map, but once that 313 was out of the way, GE, they look better and better each round.
Without a doubt. You just see it in these moments, right? Getting a read
the
for
Jet
Jesse
has to
Vash's
be B.
position earlier on. They tried to go for the same
Like
play,
honestly,
but
the way
then
that I would just be doing
feeling a bit of
this
that resistance
is
and going
what
back
guns
on
we
through.
got.
They
We
dealt
got
with
Jeremy
the
here, so
nanoswarms,
I would have
managed to
Jeremy
push
holding
into
the first
site,
initial
but
angle, but then I'd have my
also
KO over
suffocating the two
towards
low players who
door,
are stuck inside
and
of
then as soon as he
halls.
gets pushed off
That
that angle, we
made
can just have the flash
so
over
much
the top, and he
difference
can just swing, take
into the
it, dash
hit.
away. And then you at least get the
Oh,
fast pick.
3
You've got 2
theaters
chances of
rented
getting the
out
fast
there.
pick.
It might pay dividends today for GE.
But I do also think that GE might just try and go A on
Long time
Ecos.
coming. A lot of fans just waiting to have this excitement. All fresh players. Of course, Darion coming in at the beginning of the year as a bit of a VCT Pacific veteran himself, but not much time himself, just last year as his debut.
Yeah, you should just like pop off and rip off their shirts. Like the graphic that we had earlier on in the pre-show.
It just shows that
if
they're all
the B
super
spam.
jacked.
Yeah, we built this house from the ground up.
Hunter's Fury online for Crystal. Another bit of a power play. You do have that lockdown, but I wouldn't mind if they use Hunter's Fury to enter and then they have a lurk to make sure that they can get some value against that lockdown. Just get that snowball going as much as you can when you have it. They get their own lockdown first.
All right.
That makes it even easier.
The lockdown instead play a little bit more conventional.
Yeah.
For a potential
Finds to
post
make
plan.
sure they can't flood
Poppy
back in. Smokes
offers
go
one
up.
instead. So Team
Gotta
Secret
respect
will
this
respect
one.
it
Wild
all.
Aura is in a
Maybe
good place
using
to
their
use his
old
ult,
lockdown
and
for the
Udatan is
counterplay.
on top of the
They
fact he
don't quite have the
might
guns
try and
to
ult, so
push
he
out,
goes
though.
aggro,
Wild Aura
but
will
because
get
of
a
that,
sure
he
shot.
kind of gives him a
Might
gun.
not plan it either.
An earlier kill
So
from
it makes
Utility
sense to
because of
push
it, I think.
there because of the
So
ult,
now the
but against the
lockdown,
eco,
defending
it's a
lockdown comes
little...
in, and GE
It's a little
has to
risky.
respect, play all the way back.
I think I would have rather just dealt with it with the Sova ult.
Don't know if you can make it. It is a long map. Cutting through mid. You should be able to. I love Poppy keeping them at base so they can't peek out. 13 seconds.
And Darren playing
I mean,
safe
they get a
behind the
plant
just
still.
continue
It's
to
doable.
sound out that op shot, keep them at bay as
It's a good
well.
plant
So
as well.
Spike will go
Do they
down
expect this
now,
guy so
and
close
there's
to
a bit
spawn?
of
This is an
timing with the
isolated
position
1v1 if
from Poppy. Might be able to read
Jesse
it.
doesn't wait
Surely
for
you
his
suspect
team.
this. You saw him. You saw him in B link. Yeah, Poppy now stuck, but he just needs to buy time.
Okay.
Not enough bot.
Just a little more
Oh,
time. Jesse
boy.
Dash got a read against him. Now all down to Darian. In with the op. Not quite a collat, but still at least one kill. Goes for the
Okay.
next. Looking to make it a third, but Jeremy has his own op as well and takes him out just right.
Yeah, it's
7-3. Team
little
Secret will
misstep
punch
from
back
GE.
against GE.
Secret trying to keep this competitive, trying to keep that window open for a 5.
If I'm them, though,
wouldn't be so bad.
like this is where the comms,
And
this is where the
that is
comms
just
need to be good.
really, really
Udatan can
solid
literally just
patience,
say
being
like,
aware
I
that,
messed
okay,
up, I
he's just
overstepped,
feeling
and then
we
they
don't
can
wanna rush
keep
through this.
doing
Jesse Dash stops
the
right before
overall
he's able to
macro
turn
thing
that
that's working
corner.
in terms of
Catch
BS.
sight of him. Great shock dart
They
as well.
can keep
I mean,
just
this was
going
a
B.
classic Secret round, right?
It's
Jesse
just the
Dash
fact they
holding
messed
way
up
back. The shock dart comes
before
out, gets the kill onto
got the spike
plan,
down.
and then you're able to hold them off.
Still a really successful one, given the fact that they didn't have all too much at the beginning of the round.
Okay, now
So
we
as
see
near the
Jeremy
end of
here
the
though.
first half now, this
Jeremy
is a team
finally
Secret
over
that can
towards
afford
B.
a whole lot more. And now trying to get a little bit proactive with the information. Early dart in towards A
As
main.
we can see, looking like an instant A split though.
Mass secure of main eventually though. Ooh. Very aggressive
Yeah,
shock dart
a lot of
coming
this
out
is going to be
way
down to
back.
Envy's knife, you would
Saw
imagine.
that Hunter's Fury, and if Kelly gets the
Kelly
plan,
S
he'll have the
might
steel
pick up
carded
the
as well.
orb,
That
and we
could
might
really
ult from
mess up
this
the timing on the retakes,
corner.
right? You hear the util coming in, you launch it, and suddenly they just
Knife
don't have
goes
the weapon
in,
rate.
hits the jet, but
So
doesn't
actually
hit
just
the
launches
vice.
first, goes
And
for
needs
the
to wait a
orb.
little
I'd
bit
like
to
to really
the
save
jet
this
can
Hunter's Fury
dash.
for the post plan,
Wait,
but I'd love to
what
have
did
to send it
Jet
no
use
matter what
dash
this time
for?
just to secure the round win.
Jet has no
What is
dash.
happening, though? Jeremy's slowly
Uh-oh.
inching up just to clear a club, and this should also be a lot of information for Team
If they
Secret, so
just do the
can
spam
avoid
angles.
the Steel Garden entirely, but
Okay,
there's the Hunter's
Sova
Fury.
ult to take
Yeah,
away
just
one of the
using
spam
double
angles.
up. You push them back now. You have better
Nice ult.
ideas of where they're running away to. I don't mind it, but they're still stopped. Spike eventually
Dash
gets
to box
planted.
at A.
All right. So a bit of a trade so far, but
Might have done it when he got hit by the recon.
Tries to get away. Poppy stays ahead of it, pushes through his own smoke, and now looking for the kill against 2G.
Holy,
In
that
with
could
the
have been
shorty,
worse.
But 2G still manages to get away with at least one. 2 players left from Team Secret, and Jesse Vash stuck inside of
Yeah,
Art.
and
who was
Jesse
trying to go
really
for that
needs the
chase
guy inside to
just
tap the spike
keep them away
twice.
from the spike. Jeremy now swapped over onto a rifle, looking to stick or at least go for the tap. Draws out one player from GE. Now Poppy trying to stay alive. Jesse Vash coming in with the additional reinforcements onto his
Nice
crystal.
shots.
Gets snapped, but Poppy in with a one tap onto Jeremy. Has the advantage of the
Just
spike.
no time on this
A
one.
little bit of
Dude,
movement and accuracy.
Pappy
Now
looks
coming for a
great.
second one.
Pappy's
Gets
the
down
rock of this
Jesse Vash
team for
once
sure.
again. The new face of the
They played
Philippines.
this very, very well.
Ends the first half almost.
His util was nice, and I think he took control of the situation and told the A main player to play before him as well.
It's almost like he's trying to send a message out here.
I got
12 and
overexcited.
4. Yeah, 12, 4, and 7.
Oh,
but
man.
I mean, this was Jesse plays as best as he could once you were down in numbers. And this moment right here, we're seeing this so much from GE. It's just a very paper Rex thing to do. W Gaming, you just press them with numbers, right? It doesn't matter if it's close quarters, whatever. We will come out on top because we've got so many bodies. They just throw their bodies in the way to get kills, and Unotan gets the
What a
pick on
savior,
Jeremy.
man. That was about to be a
He had
double.
clicked that might have
Lovely
been
kill.
Colette, but absolutely right. Unotan just a little bit faster now, even with Jeremy's newfound confidence, kind of breaks it all apart. A lot more space forward it now. So far, though, the plan has been for GE to kind of take space around Art and then maybe come back in through the connector for that B split. Hence, Team Secret having 3 players to hold out this ground.
Ooh, Hunter's Fury being used just for some information. If you can get a tag, maybe, but not finding anything in mid. If you had gotten any tags, maybe you push them away from mid. Maybe you know exactly how many there are, but now it's a bit of a back to
Group
square one.
towards
So
A.
Team Secret,
Just
they
as a
have to accept the
recon
fact
went
that
as
they
well.
have a little
Oh
buffer
boy.
here. Jesse Vash, though, not in a position to run away.
Yeah, you have the recon.
Yeah, and Team
He's
Secret go for a
checking
bit
them,
of a
be ready to
gamble. The
run
drone's
because they've
really
got first
nice.
stack on B, the drone.
Only sees one.
Okay.
That's a lot of footsteps, Jesse. Jesse, he wants one kill. He knows he can't just run away. He gets one.
Wow. Goes for
Damn.
Oh, Jesse!
Oh my god! What is that? That was incredible.
The old man ain't done yet.
Oh my god.
The
That was
judgment
actually
call
incredible.
And the aim to boot.
Holy, I was not
He
expecting
knew
that.
running away, he would just get gunned down. And I thought maybe get one kill back off. They'll have to re-clear you. No, he stands his ground. Slices up the. Oh, he's ready.
Yeah, that
third
second,
kill onto
that
Kelly
second
is
third is
ridiculous.
goodness.
Oh my god.
Shrugs
even-
it off his shoulder.
That's his
even
reaction.
bat
Oh
an
my
eye.
goodness.
I've done this before.
Jill,
I've done this a
yeah.
million times in my career.
Just
Holy,
another
what a way
ace.
to end the half. Listen, I'm gonna be honest. You end the half like that, you gotta count that as momentum going into the second half. I mean, that is a game changer right there.
Surely. A poetic answer back
I mean,
to Poppy
yeah.
as well, though.
I still think they
So
have to win a
trying to bring that
pistol, but
forward into the next
it
one,
gives them
the
a
next
lot of
half.
belief.
And this is where you might think their composition, could work out a little bit better on the attacking side, double initiator. But the same could be said for GE with their double sentinel. And this is where that Vice kind of comes in with so much value. I've seen it in the offseason from the SVL where
The
sheer
mods
wall
came for you,
is able
Achilles.
to kind of hold off so much time that the rotations come over.
We'll see. Secret if he's
Yeah,
ready
we don't
for
have
it.
any FNS slander here,
Now
Kilios.
looking
Come
a
on.
lot better after that last round of the half. I mean, the score obviously still a little ways to go, but you know that now your players are still locked in, and now they're more motivated than ever. Their IGL, the veteran, once again, just proving that he's still got it.
Yo, this is day 2 of Pacific Kickoffs. Why do I feel like it's already so intense?
I mean, yesterday too. I mean, Pacific is firing on every single match we've had
3-2
so
with the
far, truly
pistols, and
delivering
this is
after
a
the whole
must
weight
win.
of the
He
offseason.
can pretty much close it out with this pistol
Group
here, in my
challenge
opinion.
T1. It's crazy. It's Pacific, and everyone's rising together. Now on to the next second half. Team Secret slowly stacking up towards B. They've
Spot
left
is
their
gonna
spike,
see
though.
2 eventually, you would
Just trying
imagine.
to maybe bait out some utility.
Trying
Okay.
to get whatever they can on
It's
B,
all
right?
one.
And ideally, getting that shear to activate. With that smoke as well. I think that almost makes it easier. Yeah, for
Could.
2G to just go for
Yeah,
that shear
2G's
trap.
going for the wall.
And he gets out. And
Okay.
during that, they're hoping if
Nice
if you
pressure
push
at
out
the
a man, we'll
moment.
get that pick. But right now,
Default
no
over
movement from
towards
GE.
B. Hit the wall. While that goes on, we have a
Feeling smoked on
smoke,
as well.
and
Here it comes though.
well,
it's
2v2.
smoked on,
This
so they
is gonna
expect
be
something out here mid.
everything.
That's 2 players invested, but it's a Colette for Envy. No, it works out against them.
Okay, nice
Hell
trade
yes,
back though. Hold
We'll
up,
be
we're on
able
a
to hold from
3
the
and 3. A
other
lot of pressure over
side.
towards
So,
B from this one.
Back to square one, 3 on 3. But again,
Killjoy turret's
that
gonna
sheer
give
wall
nice early
baited
info.
out just gives so much value to Team Secret. They can then rotate all the way over into A site. Got to deal with the early Killjoy utility, which also does delay. So to be fair,
Well,
GE doing great so far in the reads.
the recon
Yeah,
absolutely
they are
sent
able
it.
to push out the Killjoy as well, so Darian just gonna have to respect that space. Kelly is already here though. Gets some tags onto Jeremy. Jesse Vash.
The
Jesse Vash, though,
risky
his location
plant,
in
and
Flowers.
Jesse
I don't know
left
if you
his
expect that.
teammate.
GG just has to stay alive. Oh, Jesse!
Yeah, probably had to get
Gets
more
traded
from
one
it.
for one. And 2G gets
Okay,
taken
they
down by
get the
Kelly S,
pistol.
And GE continues to roar in the second half.
Holy, double pistol on
Just
this one.
trying to play for that
2-0,
position in towards
4-2
Flower, right?
overall.
But unfortunately, with the classic,
It's
You know,
gonna
starting things
be,
off
I mean, I
fresh on a
think
s-
Team
on a
Secret
second
forced
half.
this.
a little bit of a whiff,
We'll see.
not quite finding the dinks that he needed.
It's
And at the
very
same
all in
time,
if
just
they do.
not
It's a
quite
hard
having the
decision
players
to
towards
make.
the end of it
Damn,
as
though,
well.
I mean,
So
how on earth is that a double kill?
That's GE now so far today. I mean, I think this is 4 pistol rounds out of the 6 on the 3 maps.
Okay,
Continue
they're
that.
very
More
relaxed.
people in region armor this time
This
around.
means
Oh,
they
3,
believe a
there we
lot in
go.
their buy
Seems
rounds.
to be the
Would I
go-to
force?
for them. That
It
seems to be
completely
the-
depends
they
on
wanna
how
go with
practice
this
has been
current
going.
meta.
If practice has been going really rough and we haven't been getting many rounds on attack, I'm forcing. If it's been going well, we've been winning a lot of buy rounds, I'm just playing normal.
What they can do is play around that B position.
Unless Jesse Vash is going to try to peek out and get a 1v1 duel, I'm not buying into this Marshall though, right? Because at the end of the day, if that shear wall is still set up on B, unless you push up, you're not really getting any value.
So just kind of holding in case maybe they push out. Early A presence from Team Secret to bait more, plays from GE, but not too much found. It is pistols. There's that push out.
Great first pick.
Of course, falls to the Outlaw.
Yeah, and that's DETONATION just feeling comfy. Then he's going to switch position as well because they still have so much delay, and KICKOFF even gets a pick on B. Link, I mean, the map now currently just blind for Team Secret. They don't have any control. It is their eco, but I do wonder if even after the buy round, if they go for the same things. Oh, well, that thought.
It's just not going to work out.
30 seconds
Team
left.
Secret just kind of walking blindly.
Yeah, I like some good early signs from GE here as well. No one's overextending. Everyone's playing with
so on this buy round,
their teammate.
I don't want to see Secret try to
They just
bait out
didn't give him a
push out
chance,
again, 'cause here's
really.
the thing, you're playing against a double Sentinel. Unless you cleared out all of their util in the first 40 seconds, they have no reason to push out. They have so
The anti-eco is
many
more
ways to
efficient this
delay.
year? I think so.
thinking that
I
you
saw it
can
a lot
push
in
B or you
EMEA,
can
people
push
buying the
A, and they'll
Outlaw and just not
surely
getting
peek
ecoed
out
as
because
much.
this map is so big. Yes, the map is
People
big,
are learning.
but again, they're playing double Sentinel. You have to be
When's
cognizant of that
Splat
fact. And it's a Vice and then
tomorrow,
a Killjoy.
I'm pretty sure.
I mean, they can just sit on their butts
Yeah, it
the
is
whole
tomorrow.
entire round if you don't show yourselves.
Max delay. Set up a couch. Get some snacks. Just wait for opponents to push through. You already have those traps, but now a little bit of a swing out from Art.
Big
Poppy will be
trade.
able to
Did
walk
they
away with the
take down
The
Astra?
Regen once again getting some value. This time, obviously,
no
on that
smokes
bonus,
for
they're
this
trying to get ahead
site
of things,
here.
but they're not trying to take that space. They just want to do some
There's
damage.
a
which
lot
they would
on
have
Jeremy.
done.
And he gets isolated with the wall.
Sheer wall.
Jeremy all alone. They know he stepped on it.
Cloud first. But there
Oh
it is.
boy.
They managed to hop onto the sheer wall to try to provide him with support, though, but now full commitment into the site.
Oh, Kelly, yes.
GE, yeah, just still holding out from dugout. They have
Yeah,
the
this
angle
is-
of everything
looks
all
like-
locked down and key,
looks
and
like
it's-
that's it.
It's just Envy.
You'd have to see an
Picks up the
absolute
spike.
madness from Envy here.
Trying to go back through Art, but
Very
back in towards Flowers and
nice.
spots out DETONATION.
As soon
Not
as the
quite
Astra
able to
goes
go
down,
for the
that
kill.
is
Down to the Outlaw.
pretty
and
much
that's
impossible
GE.
rounds, especially when they're
Onto
trying to
this
just
last
force
map,
full pass
they
them.
start things off in the
Like they
second
gotta
half,
cancel and go
11
around
to
the map,
4.
in my opinion.
I mean, you're in danger of giving up match point to Global Esports right now. Team Secret, you got to pull out all the stops. I mean, this time they were pretty committed after they take that first fall, but they lost their controller, which meant, yeah, they had to commit. And Kelly, yes, yeah, you roar like that when you have such a good setup. He had the shear wall, and then you had an angle where you could spam through. If you hear them go onto the Razor Vine, you know exactly where they're going to be. A great setup on that A site.
And pulling out all the stops means that you're going to have to somewhat force by or half by for this round where you're staring at potential matches.
Don't win first map. Yeah, but even the first map didn't look that bad, I was telling you. They just got snowballed.
But it's a double setup. A crossfire. GE is so
Nice
out of
shot.
the Oh, okay. January Jeremy, he's got the triple!
Jesus.
Up to the sheriff, how does he do it?
I mean, they're gonna
the
need a
confidence coming
lot
out from the
more
entire team.
of that,
I mean, Jeremy
though.
goes out. Yeah,
There's
he
some
doesn't even have the
incredible
backup grades
shots.
coming out yet, but he's just good for those headshots. Now position well held. GE, they have nothing to lose. They'll go for whatever damage they can. I'd almost actually be impressed if they just don't do anything and wait for exits, because quite frankly, that would be a lot of good restraint here. Oh, okay. You take that
Yeah.
win. DETONATION, yeah, getting one more.
Nice shot. Hold up.
Oh.
I was gonna say, might be able to take
I mean,
down
here's
some
the
of
thing,
these
too,
guns.
they've got a long way to go. Yeah, they didn't all buy, but you gotta watch
Sure.
out when you're giving
It was
these
a
other
very
ones, 'cause
nice
yes, you're
round.
getting closer to your ults, but GE
But-
really just needs that one round to get to match point.
Still not convinced.
That's all it is. Needing to stretch and extend whatever they've got to ration all of it out, because these rounds are far and few between, but when it does happen,
I mean, it's really,
my
really nice
God.
shots.
Just anticipating the potential setups, the potential holds. Jeremy able to secure and collect onto those kills. just means so much for the experienced team.
Op goes up for Udatan, and
Off to the next
yeah,
round
just look at
now.
all the setups though.
Build
It's
up up towards
nice.
those
Like, 'cause we can
ultimates
see
too.
mid is weak, but that's
So look at this reset up
relatively
from
fine.
GE. Now stars across all lanes just for some extra delay. You scouted for that recon early on. It's not a rush through mid, so you feel a bit safer. Both sides on the map. Both
does look
mains,
at least
A main and
the
B
Team
main,
Secret
got their
know they're
Sherwall,
gonna
you got the
turtles. They
Lalar
do
bot.
take
So you have
like
a
A
lot
main
of ways to
control
delay
pretty
the main
fast.
force, and then it's a bit of a chaotic fight in Art in B Link. B Link being watched by the turret as well. So again, the only thing you're concerned about is going to be a push through Art, once again cleared with the drone. So still at a minute mark. That space not taken by Secret.
Being able to read all of it too. GE
Okay.
are very prepared, and if it is
Question
chaotic
mark,
fight, still
question
guarded
mark,
at the ready to bring some
and
order to that chaos. TS.
Oh, I like. Oh,
Jeez,
that's
I
even
mean,
better
fair
from
play,
Secret.
man.
Yeah, that's a good pick from Jeremy. He's coming
Looks
back
like we can't
online
peek this
once
guy
again.
at the
12
moment.
kills on this map, but what they just did was they drew attention on B Link by taking out the turret.
He's still
Then
gonna
they were
do a
ready to go
lot.
for a pinch onto A,
Crystal
so
gets
even
into
if the
good
Sherwall
pause,
comes
has
out,
recon.
you're able to provide
Got
support,
three
but now that
pass
you
and
have a
stack
kill,
here.
might as well wait and all go through.
That's what it is. I mean, the Vise is down too, more critically, and that should give them the sight. But Udotan trying to play in for a potential push out with the shorty. GE though. Ooh, looking for the stick.
Whoa, the
Just
spam
gets it.
was pretty
Down
good.
to half HP, and he has
Yeah,
to back off. Now Udotan back into the op. And he's looking to deny them.
kind of
from
went
peeking
both
out.
ways.
Jesse Vash can pin down around the site while the rest of his
It's a rough
team holds out
retake.
from Art.
Could be tempted to the
All right,
op to
Jesse
let everyone
just
else
gonna try
play
to- oh,
and then
a
save
nice
the
crack
op.
position from Jeremy. Up top.
Just watch A main angle.
Pop flashed by Envy too.
Yeah, and that's got to be the save coming in. Udatani's been spotted as well. Poppy, he'll get one to his name, but that does put Jesse Vash 1 point away from the Huntress Fury, I believe. So Team Secret, they're getting closer to really trying to tie things up.
Oh, that's unlucky timing.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Shout out to Jeremy again.
Everybody thought the
Most
same thing.
important
Even
kill
the
once again.
Dreamcasters,
Back-to-back
whoa,
entries.
Everybody was saying it.
We're getting glimpses of everything. That's just how close and tight this entire match feels. Despite the score difference, Team Secret still able to fight back. Just some movements across the map, like you mentioned, right? Baiting out the turret, but also the minute and precise movements from Jeremy right now.
I need a weapon.
That's the big one, right? Getting those one taps, getting those first kills. It's starting to mean a lot for Team Secret. And he does not look faltered just yet, leading the scoreboard for his team. Looks like it's going to be once again some fish for info over by the A side. A good tag on the 0 point. Okay, denying the orb away from Jesse.
Oh, that's a lot of util to not get anything for it though.
And then backing off. The job's done, and already
As much as I'm an
a little
MV
bit of
fan,
information off of that as well. They
the
knew
KO
that was
flashes have
Team
got
Secret's
them
intention.
nothing in this game. Like, I didn't
Forcing
see
them
a
to
KO
re-clear
flash on
some
defense to
mags.
set anyone up.
Well, the rest
Honestly,
of the
I
map
didn't
stays
see a
pretty much
KO
dark and quiet.
flash. Every time he was
So on
retaking,
the A
he
side,
had
the
like 2
change up from
flashes.
GE, looking like they're ready to just make sure they can have a retake through the Art side, right? You've got the shear to make sure that you block off any sort of pinch, but then you still have the arc rows to check for info in that zone if you need.
Yeah,
But
well, they
Team
got to
Secret,
split
I don't know if they have a
or
hard read
hope
on it,
that
but
they get
once
a pick again.
They're just saying, hey, we don't see the shear over on the A side. They'll just clear for any razor vines and they start
Jeremy
to
used
walk
his
in.
dash to get over them.
Slowly,
I saw it goes in.
Jeremy to lead the charge.
Jeremy's
Once
running
again,
the
back in
gauntlet.
to clear on Arc, but it's a bit of a bait setup. GE comes back into re-clear and takes down Jeremy. While they're at the trade off of the push from Art, though, now that
Tell me the
gives
Visor
Secret
was
a little
pretty
bit more
insane.
space. Maybe looking for it, but not quite clear enough to get the spike down.
30 seconds
They're
left.
back in towards Art. Poppy just holding off from the other side. If they do continue to push out, Crystal has the angle as well. Managing to right-click onto that Guardian, zooms in, scopes in,
Very,
and
very
secures
nice.
match point.
Yeah,
for
6 of them
Global
as well.
Esports.
6 chances. Surely.
Match point for GE.
Surely they're fine. They got op.
Fans
They
across
got
the
money.
globe cheering right now when they've
They
been
just need
waiting for
to
a
maybe
moment
bait out the
to be
ults a
back
little
in
bit.
the spotlight.
Speaking of ults, their timing of the ults here were really,
They're
really good.
looking good. Team Secret.
Like,
they tried to gather themselves in the second half, but
Jeremy
now
commits
they have
as
a
the Vice
very,
ult's going
very
on.
long way to go. 6 rounds in a row needed for overtime.
That's going to be a tremendous feat. Both timeouts spent. This is the last one.
So something that's really been hampering their progress here on the attack, I mean, obviously not too many chances
Derek,
just
what do you
yet,
mean? It
but
looks nice.
it's going to be that Vice utility, right? You see the shear, now you wonder, okay, how do we bait it out? Do we go all across it together? Do we wait until the Vice peaks? But if you don't see it, you're wondering, okay, so what is the setup here? And that just means that wherever it is, we haven't tripped it yet. So they still have hard info. So this is why that sheer wall being indestructible means so much, because even if you don't trip it, it's so much time wasted for the attacking team to try to put pressure on, because that just means one part of the map will always have 100% information. And I wonder if Team Secret, if the changeup now is going to be to try to push fast into 1 or 2 lanes right at the beginning so you know exactly what you want to do. But it seems like a risk when you're already giving up match point to the enemies.
Definitely. They do have the ultimates to try to make it work. But then you're thinking about the rest of the
The ults you would imagine would get them one.
So for now,
Did GE use their timeout to do anything different? Oh, really? We take I mean, we do take A main control. But smoke recon, but this all got shot, so it's like they kind of both don't have info of A.
Online, it's got to be a Jeremy round. Otherwise, Secret going to be knocked down to the
There's a
lower
really
round
strong
during
bait
kickoff
setup going on
2025.
over towards long here.
all in or nothing. Early
Meant to be
Thorns
Udatan
being
takes
activated.
contact, you tunnel vision a little bit, and then we go and check the corner. That's a
Oh,
great
no.
shot.
That's the controller down again.
Yeah, and that's it's
Pushed all
another
the way
round
up
where
the
your
clock.
Astra's getting taken
And
down.
now look
They
at
have
the
no
switch up. They
smokes.
send the op back so it can find a new position. Meanwhile, it's going to be Darion holding that position. So if you get to A site late, that's an operator waiting for you. Oh no, Wild Oreo. They're starting to break down.
looking for Kelly, yes, but
Oh,
almost down
boy.
hard. Jeremy not finding the right click either. Dash straight into him. Envy trying to scavenge as much as possible. Has the spike alongside Jesse Vash. A little bit separated from each other, but
30 seconds left.
needing to push on through into the site. It's already heavily reinforced.
I mean, this has to take a miracle. Envy has to take some incredible 1v1s right now. Yes, Jesse is here, but the angles are tough.
Whoa. Still though. Yeah. Just not quite going to
Damn,
work out. The
dude.
grab well secures way too much. Jesse
Okay,
Vash
very nice
trying
for
to pull a
GE.
miracle out of a hat, but it's
Lot of
Poppy
hope.
to seal
Lot
the
of hope
deal,
after that one.
sending Team
Good
Secret
recovery
down
from the
into
first map
lower
as well.
bracket. Global Esports
In honestly, they're a bit.
takes the win.
It
And
doesn't
what
even
a
look that
debut it
bad.
is.
Moving
it's-
on up in the upper bracket. Something
it's
we
the
haven't
double
been able
pistol
to say
stuff.
for this team. No matter the roster they tried to build.
Team Secret needed a bit of
rebuild
work
again,
on this
and
map
now
for
from
sure,
the
though.
ground
Like, I
up,
didn't see
they bring an
much
absolutely
team play or
star-studded
anything.
roster, full
Like,
of
the KO can look
potential, and they're
way. The KO
starting to
can
reach
kind of
that
take over
right
this
from
map
the
a little
beginning.
bit, and I
A little bit
didn't see
shaky on the first one, to
much
say the least, but as they
coordination
move on
or
to the
set
next
stuff with the
maps, we
KO.
started to see some of those
for,
rock solid
Team Secret.
foundations. Those
Ban Abyss?
individual
I don't even
players,
think they need to
the
ban Abyss,
coaching
honestly.
staff as
I don't think
well.
it was
I mean,
that bad.
Very clear into how they prep for that split.
It will look
as
a lot
well
better
as
next
this
time.
Pearl, this composition, taking that advantage over Team Secrets.
Yeah, I mean, obviously on Abyss, things were a little different. They looked a little bit lost, right? They didn't look like they had clarity on exactly how they wanted to play that map, but the maps that they chose, the maps that they left open all the way to the end, GE said we know exactly what we want to do here against Team
Chat, why are you lot
Secret,
talking about
and it
raids? We got another
absolutely
game.
pays off. Look at the smiles on their faces. They said they were building up, but they said very confidently, we don't need the whole year. We're ready to really just come here and pop off right from the beginning.
And that's already such a good look for the whole lot of them.
We got another
should
game,
add that
chat.
at
What
the
you
same
lot doing?
time, this is also a global esports that's playing in with Darian, right? A last-minute addition because Patrick wasn't able to get the visa or whatever, and they're just looking so good. I mean, you can see how every single one of them are able to pop off. We saw a lot of moments from Udotan in with the raise, Poppy as well with the clutches, but also Darian.
KS 선수의 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. Hi guys, congratulations. If I could just grab Kelly S with a post-match interview, ta-da, you get it. So please join me right up here. There. 네, 켈리스 선수 위해서 박수 한번 부탁드리겠습니다. GG, that was beautiful. Okay, 이제 오늘 도착해서 했던 딱지 게임은 졌지만 경기는 이겼습니다. 팀 시크릿을 상대로 오늘 퍼시픽에서 첫 승리 소감부터 묻도록 하겠습니다. Though you lost that 딱지 game that we played once you got to the venue, you won today's game against Team Secret. How does taking your first win here at Pacific like?
It feels good honestly because it's my first VCT game and it feels nice to win it right away.
VCT를 합류하고 첫 번째 승리를 했기 때문에 조금 더 값진 승리라고 이야기를 했습니다. 그리고 좀 대리온 선수를 막바지 이렇게 합류시키면서 촉박하게 시즌 준비를 들어갔었습니다. 그 과정들과 얼마나 열심히 했었을지에 대해서 직접 한번 물어보고 싶은데요. Darion joined at the last minute. It must have taken a lot of grinding to get all of your ducks in order. So can you talk to me about how that process was like?
I think Derek joining us to the team, it changes a lot our play style because when Patrick, who is with us, is very aggressive team, but with Derek now we can mix it up now, passive, aggressive. So yeah.
Oh, you can mix it up,
Yeah,
play different styles. 아무래도 대리온 선수 합류하고 나서 운영 스타일에 대한 이런 폭이 되게 넓어진다고 이야기를 하네요. 패트리크 선수가 있었을 땐 되게 공격적인 플레이 위주로 이렇게 경기를 풀어 나갔다면 대리온 선수과는 이제 경기 상황에 맞게 운영 스타일을 다양하게 바꿔갈 수 있다는 게 큰 장점이라고 이야기를 했습니다. 그리고 켈리에스 선수가 팀의 IGL을 맡고 있는데 또 같이 크리스탈 선수도 IGL로 되게 유명한 선수거든요. 이 역할 오더를 누가 결정하게 됐는지 그리고 소통은 얼마나 다양하게 하는지에 대해서도 한번 물어보고 싶습니다. You are the IGL of Global Esports, but there's also Crystal, who's famous as his IGL role. So how did you guys finalize that role, like decision, and does he also chime in when you make the orders as well?
At first, it's very hard because two of us have a very big voice to the team, so we just find a balance to make it work, you know. So I call and he can call at the mid round. So yeah, that's how it works.
So you guys go back and forth
Yeah.
sometimes. 자, 아무래도 크리스탈 선수도 그렇고 켈리에스 선수도 그렇고 경험도 IGL적으로 있기 때문에
The
최대한
GEON is
존중을
going wild.
하면서 그 중간
Is he
지점을
streaming the whole
이렇게
time?
맞추려고 한다고
Oh,
합니다.
it must have been
켈리에스
such a mix-up
선수가
from the
이렇게
first
오더를
map to
내렸을
now.
때 크리스탈 선수도 다른 식으로 이렇게 도움이 될 만한 그런 합의점을 같이 이렇게 모색한다고 합니다. 다음 상대는 탈론을 만나게 되는데 그 경기는 좀 어떻게 예상하고 있는지 물어보고 싶습니다.
The vibes after the
Next up,
first
you're
map must have
facing
been.
Talon.
Must
So
have been so
how do you
worried.
expect that to go?
Not another year.
I scream a lot against Talons when I'm at Oasis Gaming, so I think I'm confident we can beat them.
오, okay. You heard that, Talon. 탈론 선수들과 스크림을 워낙
Honestly,
많이
I
하기
think,
때문에
I think they
이길
have a good
거라고
chance.
자신이 있다고 합니다. 네, 글로벌 e스포츠의 켈리에스 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. 다시 한번 축하드립니다. That was GE's Kelly's. Congratulations
Thank you.
once again.
Thank you.
That is all from us on the stage. So we'll see you. Bye bye.
They had 1,000 fans and 3 to 4 screens. He was nervous. Yeah,
Love to hear
dude.
that confidence
Imagine the
from Kelly
vibes after the
saying,
first map.
you know, they're no strangers to me. I've screwed them when I was
'Cause it
on
was a
Oasis
stomp
Gaming. No,
as well.
biggie. I'm ready for that match. And I mean, the way they played in the last two maps, they absolutely look ready to kind of scuffle with some of the best of VCT Pacific.
Yeah, definitely looking to make a dent in some of these players, into some of these teams as well. I mean, it just looks so darn good with how they're all able to individually perform out, but also to string all of those efforts together. I think one with the
Okay,
the thing that was really
I'm gonna
interesting to
quickly
me
get
is
some
how
food
they were
before
able
the
to bring that
next
calling in together
game
alongside
starts,
Kelly
so
and Crystal.
I'll be back in a little bit, right?
Yeah, I mean,
About
Team
like 10 minutes
Secret,
or so.
listen, it was very
Udo
standard Secret,
Tam
right?
played really
Very
well.
default heavy, you get the
Even on
recon,
the-
you get the
even on the
info.
games where it wasn't, like,
Jeremy looked really
fragging
good
too
today,
heavy.
and quite frankly, every
Like, he had
player on
just
that stage had their
an
moments
insane
today,
amount of
but
impact.
after that first map, perhaps just underestimating it a bit, or maybe losing some steam after that split. But especially more than anything, I think
Okay,
it's the
I'll be back in a
Vice.
little bit.
They weren't just ready for it, and you gotta wonder, Vice was the hot topic throughout the offseason. If you're not ready for Vice, are you even ready for Teo if you're Team Secret?
Yeah, it looked good when they had those performances, but still, you need to think about so much for the rest of it. We'll go back to our analyst desk to break all of this down.
Were they ready for that Vice though? I feel like Team Secret does know how. It's just that they weren't prepared for how GE was able to reset. We have here Poppy smiling. This is how he's feeling right now after that win. And it's a statement win indeed for GE.
Absolutely, it's exactly how they wanted to start the season for themselves. Maybe not that first map, you forget all about that, but
Nerves,
they bounced
nerves.
back. they bounced back so well. I mean, you said it, Big Time. It was kind of nervy from them in the first game, but they recovered super well.
Yeah, they settled after that first map. We saw how they came into Split, and then obviously winning that map 2 after losing the map 1, they carried all that momentum. I think they started these halves so brilliantly. They won both pistols and both bonuses in this last map, and both pistols on Split.
Yep.
It's really hard to understate how effective that is for building your momentum.
And I just want to point out as well, just the difference that GE had starting this series all the way up until the end. The difference in energy was just, a total 180. And I do have to commend Kelly S. We saw him really carrying the energy for the team, right? He was the one shouting. He was the one saying, let's go, boys, we can do it.
Yeah, and Darion, I said he had to show up huge in this game. You need your Killjoy to be able to have some impact on the lurk. He was pretty quiet. Honestly, the first 2 maps didn't really see too much from him, but he showed up exactly when he was needed for Global, and it was a really well-rounded performance for them. I really got to say, though, that the one who saved the day the most here for Global has to be Puppy, time and time again, with the clutches that gave them so much momentum. And you said it as well, Morgan, like the clutches on top of the pistols, on top of the bonus round wins on the last 2 maps after how Abyss went were so huge for GE to keep this team momentum rolling.
Yeah, I think another big thing with Darion here is I really like that they brought him in as a sub, and then obviously having to play that Sentinel when he's played a lot of duelists before, they can put him on one side of the map on his own on attack. He's got the op. He doesn't have to be as intricate and well-rounded in this team because he's just a stand-in.
Well, that's what's fascinating also about GE, right? You have so many players that are so flexible and can have plays just like this.
Yeah, look at Papi in this first round going massive here for GE. I think, it was the pistol clutch on Split that I was super impressed with, and they did win the pistol here, but in particular, Puppy's clutch, I want to say, in this round to win the bonus and continue that momentum on the attacking half. This was a bonus win on the 3rd and deciding map, and then you saw them win a bonus in a bit of a different fashion in the next half, which is something that Chobra actually mentioned. In terms of the Vice, you were super impressive with what you saw from GE, right?
Yeah, absolutely. This is the power of Vice. There isn't a lot of counterplay to this wall, so just look as they isolate off Jeremy. He's got nowhere to go, just trapped between those razor wires, and it punishes him for it.
Yeah, it's just been so, good for GE, especially since you're seeing these players that, can actually flex. As you as Kelly S did mention in the interview, right? They can be defensive, they can go aggressive as well. And it's fascinating because GE is at a point wherein they're malleable enough where they can push their players in a certain direction and pull them back and go like this. They're not yet set, but that's an advantage for them at this point.
Yeah, I think they need to be flexible at the end of the day. So, they're going to have to change things up on the fly because that's just the nature of a new roster coming together, as well as incorporating a stand-in. I mean, MVP going to Puppy there, I'm not too surprised about that, and I'm honestly really satisfied to see him have a performance like this against Secret, because I've been watching Secret for the last 2 years since, Pacific started, and thinking, where's Puppy Chulo? Where's my GOAT from back in the day before Valorant even came out? This guy was dropping bombs, and, he hasn't been included in the Filipino Pacific team.
Everybody's been waiting for him. Everybody's been saying that Puppy is so ripe for Tier 1 already. He's finally here, and we're seeing, it makes us so happy, by the way, our Tier 2 squads, doing really well on stage so far.
Yeah, I'm that extra little bit happy as well because I managed to get him in my team for the day, so that's some extra points there.
That's right, here he is.
But I thought
very happy
he played an excellent game. As we've mentioned many times now, the way he clutched out those rounds, it's so much momentum. He's so stable. He seemed like such a rock for this team, and that's a big part of being able to bounce back, come back between map 1 and map 2, is have those moments to just swing the momentum your way, and he's full of that.
Juvenile did mention that he was a stone cold killer. He is that. That is his personality. Yes, exactly. And that's a characteristic that is, that helps him in those clutches, right? That's why he is that clutch monster. But you know what? I feel very positive for this roster, for GE. For Team Secret, though, what is it looking like? What do they have to redo? And what is it looking like for the rest of Kickoff?
It's got to be more of that first map, but Secret always up and down. They're a team that can look fantastic at points when the game plan is working well, like you saw on Abyss. But you have to, I think a lot of people are going to be critical. At the end of the day, you're playing a brand new roster, playing with a stand-in that they've had to prepare with that is not their ideal circumstance. And unfortunately, you still haven't been been able to get the win. So it's not the start to Pacific that they would have wanted. And on the flip side for Global, they've got Talon up next. Like, I really think that they could low-key go on a little bit of a run through the bracket here and maybe get themselves some Pacific points early on.
Hey, it's gonna look really interesting indeed, and somewhere I feel I can sense Achilles smiling. I can sense the sun shining on him today for some reason. When Team Secret loses, yeah.
Oh, I see.
Let's be real. Let's be real. But of course, we are not done for the day. We still have a second match coming right up, and it is going to be between DFM and RRQ. So don't go anywhere. VCT Pacific will be right back.
Oh, Pulsar by Naomi. Pulsar by Jenny.
Oh, baby.
Ooh, there it is. Oh, I'm so happy with it.
Look at this. Isn't this perfect? It even has my name on the side.
마우스 누가 만들었는지 알려주는 것도 같이 들어있고.
Thanks, Joshua. This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me. It's by me.
It's by me. It's by me.
It's Pulsar by you.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We're now about to kick off a match that we have actually seen not too long ago. It's DFM versus RRQ. Now, RRQ, they're a team that's always been in the middle of the pack. They've always been good, but we have yet to see that breakthrough for them. So the big question is this that year that they get to do it?
Yeah, I mean, they haven't changed too much since last year, but they were still a very good team last year. They got Gen G'd a lot, and we saw how good Gen G were last year. So they're hoping that they've got that extra 5 to 10% that they need to be able to actually make some better placings. And they've reached back down into that Tier 2 talent pool and pulled up Kushi, who's been playing pretty well in the off-season and is going to fill that info initiator role for them.
Yeah, I've spoken about this time and time again, but I'll keep going on about it. I love the slow iteration because you keep that core, you keep that experience and that structure together, and you just keep making minor tweaks, minor improvements, swapping people where it makes sense to swap them. And now I think it's like it's finally reaching its peak form. It's like if you're building a car, sometimes it's just missing that, might be missing that one little screw, that one little gear before it's able to drive off, you know?
And we'd be remiss not to mention Warbirds as well, being added into the coaching staff as an assistant coach. Between Ewok and Warbirds, that's a hell of a brains trust in the coaching department to be able to work with a team where they've already got a lot of depth, a lot of chemistry, a lot of structure.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see actually what RRQ has in store thanks to them, right? But DFM, this is a team that everybody has been waiting to perform here in Pacific, right? Thanks to some surprising wins in the off-season. You know, it's one of those matches, and the RRQ versus DFM match is one of those matches that added to this hype train that is ongoing for DFM. Everybody is saying they're gonna make it international. Is it true? Is it actually real? Does what happened in the off-season stay in the off-season?
I think that's a bit far-fetched. They've definitely overperformed in the off-season. May is undoubtedly one of the best duelists in Pacific. Last year, he had a fantastic performance, particularly in Split 2. Not a lot of data on the rest of them. DFM have kind of taken the opposite approach to what Zeta did, where Zeta's taken a whole core of one Japanese team. DFM has reached into a couple of different teams and picked and chosen what players they actually wanted, as well as even pulling a player fresh out of rank that they're going to trust here.
Yeah, absolutely. I like what DFM are doing. I definitely think it's a good approach to roster building, and it needed to happen after what's happened for the last 2 years. But I know people are expecting a really big change, going from, you know, winless to 1 win to now qualifying for international events. It's a lot. That's a big step up. They have a lot of hype.
It is a very different team, though.
I do worry about the weight of expectations of that. In a way, DFM have had no pressure for the last 2 years.
So you don't believe that DFM got the power up, power?
I think they got some power, but it's hard to know how it translates to on the stage and actually doing it. Off-season was great for them, but this is a different stage. It's a different group of people, different teams, and different stakes. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, it's again, does it translate to the stage? That is the ongoing theme for this weekend, especially since now you have some time for RQ to kind of think back and, you know, to study what exactly DFM have been doing. Can DFM adapt quicker than, you know, most of the Pacific teams here, which has always been the struggle for Japanese teams here on this stage?
Yeah, I'm gonna echo what you said. It's definitely RRQ going in the think tank. They lost a series in the off-season to DFM, although they were 2-2 overall in map scores. So they've been pretty back and forth in the off-season. I'm sure that Ewok and Warbirds would have gone back and looked on those series, reflected on that, but it's definitely their team that is more comfortable on this Pacific stage, and if they come out with that confidence, then some of these rookies might just crumble.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you just said, they've played each other before, and this is the one match, the first match of Kickoff is the time where you have the most preparation. You could be more prepared than ever going in, especially having played each other in the off-season. So I think this is a real battle for the coaching staff. Which makes me quite excited. Like, one thing we would say is our kind of official is about a week before the actual official, where we do the anti-strats against each other and you start implementing that.
Right. We're already in the middle of the series as far as you're concerned, right?
Absolutely.
But it is exciting because, you know, you get that
Chat, no maps yet, right?
RRQ has a chance to go back to the drawing board now with Warbirds on and see exactly, you know, maybe it was just like a little sample for what DFM has, and now we're actually seeing what they're capable of. I do think that RRQ are in much better form now. Like last year, we did see Australia like not
these
really,
new APAC talent?
you know, fitting in. Now I feel like, you know, he's found his spot in RRQ, how the gears work around him.
I mean, they must value him because they didn't cut him. It was Elmi Moore to go out for an initiator role. They've kept him in the flash in it, the flex position. You go Monya as your flex. I'm really gambling on Gian, and a lot of people are saying that this guy is cracked from the ranked servers, but this is a huge stage to kind of be. I mean, I know we've had a couple of off-season games, but jumping straight into Pacific after, you know, compared to the rest of the rookies that are playing in Pacific on his team and on a lot of other teams, at least have, at a minimum, Challengers experience, if not, like we saw on Global, Ascension experience, right?
What do
this
you
guy
rate
is
in
even
PE?
fresher than
Like
that.
after this,
I mean,
they looked
but
good.
It's one of those things, experiences and everything. Look at Caron.
Maybe a little bit nervous for the first game. Got that out the way.
Played amazing.
Individuals
Exactly.
looking
As I was about to
nice.
say, same with
Setups
Primi.
making
Primi can slot
sense.
into these teams and make
Comps
it work.
making
Sometimes
sense.
you're just kind of not taught those bad habits. You're able
Looking,
to build it up on
looking
your
good.
own, and some players are able to slot in. Some aren't, but today is the real test of Gian.
I just remember going over to Karen and Primi's like VLR page, and you know how you scroll down and you couldn't scroll because that was
Not
it.
enough games.
But right now, looking at our map veto for this match, we are not seeing Bind over here, and neither are we seeing Fracture. I'm not
DFM
surprised.
got rid of
I
Fracture?
don't think that DFM would want to play
Oh,
Fracture.
guys,
They're
not
playing that,
another
but we are
Abyss.
seeing
We're starting off with Abyss
here
again.
for RRQ.
Yeah, Abyss going to be the pick for them.
Dude,
They
March
did,
the 4th
scrape
can't
a
come
win
fast
over
enough.
PRX in the off-season,
I'm excited to get rid of
we'll
this
see how
map.
they go on that, but it isn't a map that DFM is too unfamiliar with.
Abyss
They played
Pearl.
it a couple of times as well. DFM is going to be
Haven.
the one to
Haven
go
is-
towards
Haven for the
Pearl.
last one, not too
Despite
bad.
being the newer roster coming together, they're going to be adopting one of those new maps and taking it against an
I mean,
established
maybe
court that
they've
in
come up
theory
with some
should
cool
have
stuff,
a
but who
better
knows?
map pool being together for longer, although DFM has had a fair bit of time with this roster.
Get rid of
still.
it just
Yeah,
in
I
time
think
to get back
sometimes it depends.
Icebox.
Sometimes when you get a
Yeah,
roster,
it's
you
not
play
much
a
of a
map and it
win.
just
You're right.
naturally clicks. Like the group of people, like the Sentinel might be feeling really comfortable there, or your Duelist is very good on the op on that. But you know, Pearl is a big map, as we've just seen with the Jets trying to op battle each other. Well, they had Darion do a little bit of that. But
When do we get a new
Repeating,
map?
slow repeating on the Killjoy, you know, that was making me a little scared.
New
That
map
Jet
means new
op
chances
dump
to
is
have
a
a map
huge
that's
part
better
of that
than
map, and if DFM
Icebox,
wanna really
Abyss, and
trust
Pearl.
May, it's a great map to
Not
trust
Pearl.
on.
And
I
just
like
quickly
Pearl.
as well, the Haven as the decider is an interesting one for me because
Breeze
in
is
the
what I was
best of
thinking.
one and in the series that they lost, RRQ beat DFM on Haven both times. So as a decider, they've
You'd
got to
take
be feeling
Icebox
reasonably confident
instead
on
of
that.
Abyss.
despite
Yeah,
the
I
fact
think
that
I would
DFM
too.
has
I think
actually
it's
had
more
a
entertaining to
fairly
watch,
decent
even
head-to-head
though I
against
still don't
Zeta,
think it's great to
who's
watch.
known for having a good
There
Haven.
has
They've
been
had a pretty
some
good success rate against them, so
good
they
matches
know
on
how
it.
to play the map. But maybe RRQ has got them figured out there.
Not to mention that RRQ does tend to flex, you know, either Jemkin over to the Duelist or Monyet, right?
What's wrong
Monyet
with
has the Kick-Off
Breeze?
controller or Duelist.
Breeze-
and Jemkin has
Breeze isn't good,
Sentinel
man.
or Duelist. So what
It's
iteration are we
better
gonna
than
see?
Abyss
They could bring out the
and
double
Icebox,
Duelist as
though.
well. Is that going to be enough for May to take on?
Yeah, I think for RRQ, the reason why that's such an important point is if we see these SAKE comps come out, this is going to be a rematch of what we saw between Global and Secret earlier, where DFM is playing that Secret comp that's execute heavy, very flexible with the double initiators, versus the double controllers. Now, it's going to be a little different when you've got Monyet playing the secondary controller.
Breeze when
and he's
Halls was
hiding
close.
inside
Yeah,
of the
I
smokes and
agree.
anchoring
I
down
thought it
the
was
side,
better.
and you're trying to come in. The man is going to multi-frag you for sure.
Yeah, Monyet's not going to give you space.
No.
Like Global
Whose
will give you
selection
space.
is
No, I
Abyss?
know that from
RRQ
experience. He
picked
loves
it.
to fight more than anyone. So I think if they take on that double controller comp again, I think it could be very well
Map
suited to them.
free
I also-
VOD. Let me check
wait,
it.
I'd love to see some Yoru coming in on this map.
Might be
I
good
think
to
Yoru
go.
fits this map perfectly.
Yeah, it's good to go. It's live
both
now.
these teams kind of have some Yoru players, I think, in the back pocket.
Yeah, who knows? They might be taking requests today. You know, we'll let them know.
I asked for the Vice last time, and we got it.
Hey, you
so.
got it.
Hey,
Okay, you're
that's
pulling
right,
some
that's
strings
right.
in
No.
the background, okay.
Because they're taking requests from you as a former coach here on T1. They're like, yeah.
That guy's pretty smart, I think.
I like.
You know, he must know. what
I
he's
like
talking
him.
about.
But you know what? You're right because Monyet
Seeing a little bit,
kind
Shah.
of see shades of
Thank you,
Notion
mate.
style a bit in RRQ and what they're playing right now. And you know we are seeing our predictions.
I woke
over
up
here.
some rainstorms.
I mean,
It sounds like UK.
yeah, a bit. I think this is the first time that we're seeing a.
I think this is fair. I think this is a
definable
50-50
split
game.
in our predictions so far, right?
I can't believe again that I'm
Chobra,
going against
RRQ.
the established team because
Yeah.
historically I almost never do that. I always predict the established team to win, but I don't know. DFM has already won a head-to-head series in the offseason.
I'm
They've
not
done
surprised
very
at
well in
all.
the offseason.
I'm
They even
backing him
tested
on this
Paper X
one.
quite heavily in the offseason, if I remember
I'm
correctly,
believing in
whereas
RRQ this year.
They've stayed the same. They've done very well. They're never a bad team. They're always very close to winning these series, and they're still very good. So I wouldn't be surprised if they win. For me, this one's a coin
Did you
flip,
expect
and it's
Loud to be
really
that good
gonna come
yesterday?
down, especially for
Didn't expect
DFM,
Loud
how
to be
Kian
that
plays and how
good.
these rookies
Didn't
turn up,
expect
because
Crew to
before
be
they
that
had
bad.
Seth's playing, and he was being very
Pretty much where
serviceable
we're
as
at.
a controller player. We've got a rookie that needs to make a big debut, because if Gian goes missing this series, RRQ is more than good enough to win off the back of that.
By the way, that Chobra prediction, I feel like they just have that image there saved on, and they're not going to change it at all.
DFM 2-0.
Even for other games, like
Might
he's not
be
even
right.
playing. He's
No,
just
he's
going
just like RRQ. And speaking of which, we take a look at the teams that you have picked for today.
I feel like the RRQ
How
roster
are you
has
feeling
potential.
so far now that we finished
but
one series?
I feel pretty good. I know
DFM looked
happy
so
to
good
roll.
in
What am I
off-season
at?
that
33.7 if I'm reading that right.
maybe RRQ
Yeah,
needs
I'll
some time
take
as
that.
well.
I'm more than happy with
Oh,
that.
okay.
It's
okay,
back
we
up
have
today,
the
no,
stats,
tomorrow.
The points.
We do have. So we have Big Time at 33.7 and Pilsky so far with 24.3.
Yeah.
You aren't that far away though. You can't catch up.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I think I have some RRQ players. I think it's really
If
going to come
Loud
down
beats
to Gen.
Sentinels,
Even me
do
winning
NA
is gonna
fans
come
have to
down
be
Gen, 'cause
worried?
I think May's definitely going to perform. Jinboom
No,
should be
not
at least
really.
decent. I don't think he's going to bomb or anything like
Um,
that. Monyet will
Loud look
always
like
be
they're
good.
in form
Whereas I
at
think
the
Gemk
moment.
and Xfero, they'll do well. I assume
I still think
they'll be
from
at
what
least
I've seen,
decent. I really
Sentinels
think
will be
that my
fine.
risky pick is going to be make or break. If he
But
goes
if all of
Super
the
Saiyan today, then I'll win.
It
And I
feels
need
like in
to make
Loud
up
at the
points
moment,
as
everyone's
well,
taking
to be
turns
honest,
of
but
like
if he's even just
taking
average, I'll
over
probably lose
games.
to Morgan, which
If
I wouldn't be too
everyone's
surprised
playing their
about.
peak and Loud, like they will win.
You know what? Who knows? Because like we do have a nice
But-
split here with your teams, right? You have 2 on RRQ here, and then you
Yeah,
have
that's
2
hard to
for
do.
DFM. Ironically, though, you did vote RRQ and you voted DFM.
Yeah.
I think it goes to show you that one good player and a good pop-off performance doesn't necessarily mean the series.
May,
doesn't
yeah,
mean the
May's a
game.
beast.
I think I've seen many times where players play well, but their team loses the series, and I think DFM have great
Yeah,
individuals. But
you
in
got
my
help
mind, I
this
just think
year,
RRQ
no doubt
with
about
that
it.
Slightly more cohesive team for today.
What's
That's
the
a little
biggest
bit more
upset so
experience, and I
far?
think that's going to win up and take the edge.
I mean, May was one of the best duelists in
BBL
Pacific
with a
last
stand-in
season. They
against
didn't get many
Fnatic,
wins on the board.
I would
Yeah,
say.
but you think RRQ is going to make an international?
I
You
do.
mentioned that on Tom Biz's, you know,
I do.
video.
Close.
The way I see it is this roster has been so close for so long, and I
Yeah.
feel like they kept getting unlucky. Last year they kept having to play
Kept getting
Gen G.
Gen G'd, bro.
Yeah, that. Oh,
Even in
that's it.
2023, I
And not
felt like they were
GC9?
so close to these international events and they just couldn't make it work. And
Nah, I
love
would
how
say
they've
BBL with
iterated
a
to get to
stand-in
this
is a
kind
bigger
of
upset than that.
final top of the pyramid of what this team lineup can look like, and I think just this is the year for them. I think it's all built to this point for RRQ, and I'm really rooting for them, and I really think that they can make it far. If not in kickoff, then definitely split 1, split 2.
You're saying if the Fates have decided that there's no more like RRQ Gen G, which is like they've always been on that high and then Gen G is just always there. And last year was like the worst time to go up against Gen G over and over again, right? Now maybe the skies have cleared for RRQ.
Sonia, hello,
Is
how we
that
done?
looking like?
I mean, I hope so, but
Fnatic
unless I'm
Navi
mistaken,
prediction.
they might have to play
I
Gen G
think
if they win
Fnatic
this
will be
game.
okay as
I mean,
well.
what is specific without an RRQ versus Gen G match?
Koala was
I
pretty
guess so.
good
That would
though,
be,
so
that
we'll
would be a
see.
good storyline, but look,
The
Gen G's had
biggest
to make some
surprise
changes.
so
They might
far,
not be
performance-wise,
as big of a powerhouse,
Crew
although
looking
I
that
think
bad,
in
no
the
doubt about
initiator
it.
role, they've still picked up a very good player
I'm-
there,
I'm
and it's
still
still
mind-blown.
the core 3 and the coaching staff of an incredibly successful team last season. They should, at a minimum, be a top 3
Who's the best in
team
NA
Pacific.
so far?
Going over to
Sen.
DFM though, I do sense that May's confidence has improved so much compared to last year, right? And Jinbo has had some amazing plays in the offseason. He's part of the reason why this DFM hype train has begun to begin with. So I think that, DFM, everything is well-founded.
Crew's still gonna make champs somehow.
Whether, like, up against,
I still think they're
this
good as well.
stage
I think this is
and
the
this
year
kind
that
of
they
setting,
don't, to be
and
honest.
for
I
the
kind
long
of.
term, can they sustain?
God,
I wouldn't be surprised
I
if
still
they
find
take
it
one win
mad
of
that
RRQ,
they look like
but
it,
it's the
but
sustain
they're
that I'm wondering
gonna.
about.
I mean,
I think
it's
a
just a
big
lack of
thing
practice.
is for DFM,
It
you
looks
really
like they
wanna
had a
try and
week of
block out
practice,
the
that's
noise.
it.
I think that's really big. Obviously, there's a lot of noise in the 2 years before that's mostly negative, and now they're getting a lot of noise that's very, very positive. I think it's a very easy trap to fall into, to just go, oh yeah, of course.
Try
we're
and
gonna do
leap
better
off the
this year,"
crew
before you've
train.
even
Oh,
played,
dude.
Before you've even won anything. So I think it's something
I
that
can't.
coaches will tell
I
players
can't
all
be
the
on
time,
that
very
train
experienced
when your
players
Haven
trying to
looks
pass
like
down
that.
is Try and block out as much outside noise as you
If
possibly
they played
can,
Haven
because
like
it
that, they
doesn't
would
matter
lose
if
to
that kind of
every
outside
team
feedback is positive
in
or
every
negative.
region.
It's not really good for you to hear because only you and your team can assess your own performance properly. So I hope they don't ride their own hype train too far, essentially.
Right, and I feel like
Long-term
there
crew
is so much
PM,
shape
yeah, I
now
get on
on
board with that.
DFM.
Once they've had some
and as I mentioned
practice.
earlier, like Japanese teams, they don't have a tendency to like switch things up a lot. So I almost wonder if there are too many cards that are exposed for DFM at this point at the start of kickoff.
I'm sure they've had a lot to work on, and they're going to continue to work on a lot more. And even with some newer maps coming into the pool, they've definitely got to have some more cards, in their hand, so to speak. I think Yen as well coming in. I've mentioned it a bunch of times, but that's someone that hasn't even really played that many games. They had Cess in a handful of the games as well. Look, I can see why they picked up the players that they picked up.
Damn, Saint.
Akame and Jinbung and, you know, Onset
You must have,
Goku
yeah,
and
dude.
Reject and J-Dye,
You must have
all of
been
these teams that
hit
these,
hard by
guys
yesterday
come
as
from
well then.
did very well in various splits in JP. Even Kushi as well, split 1 Indonesia was very,
Need to
very good.
rewatch
Split
the
2
last 2
wasn't
Sen
as
maps,
good,
so
but
they were
still very
awesome,
good
to be
on
honest. The
Alter
last map
Egos.
was
So
really good.
You can see why these players,
What do you think
these
takes
teams have
between
made
100
these
fees
decisions,
NRG?
picking up these challengers players for
That's
their
gonna be
squads, and
close.
that's the whole point, you know, challengers
NRG
being a talent
started
farm.
so
At the
slow.
same time, for DFM in particular, and even Zeta, I
100
would say, picking
Thieves
up the
map.
Fennel players.
Problem is, I
if
think
these
NRG are
players
going to
don't
lose a
perform
map,
in the
right?
roles, the players that they've gone from,
They're
I'm
going to
really
lose
questioning,
Fracture
you know, why
or
haven't we picked up some Riddle players that did so well in
Split.
Ascension? You know, I know that the timing made it difficult, but you know,
I think they
was
have to ban
impressed with,
Fracture
Ace
still.
and Yatsuka and Kaide or Kaide.
And I don't know if they have a perma
exactly.
ban.
Those guys were all fantastic at Ascension, and none of them have gotten a shot on a top Japanese team.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting that when we compare them to Zeta and how they've kind of undertaken this roster.
Yeah.
Because it seems like to me, DFM has taken like May and gone, okay,
Getting
we're
me
gonna
intrigued
build
about
around
this,
May,
this
May's
crew
gonna be
Haven.
your
Oh
star, and
man,
they've selected the right
it'll.
players who are going to be
We won't
able to
see a
support him as
map
best
that
as they
is
can.
less
Compared
prepared
to
than
Zeta, where you
that
had
this
someone
year.
like Depp, who's a massive star. They brought in a whole
Like
core,
we
so
got
instead
the
it's
we
Depp
got the
having to
contender for the
adapt
worst
to
map ever
the core
pretty early
and
on.
the way the
It's a
Fennel
shame
boys-
because
it's
Loud
still Fennel
played
and-
great,
and Zeta.
so I
Yeah,
really wanted
exactly,
them to
but
be slightly more
I definitely
tested.
feel like
But
DFM have built this team for May. Main reason why I picked him as my duelist. I think he is set
NRG
up
might
to
have a
pop off
perma
now.
ban.
You know,
Yeah, then
there's
honestly,
kind
100
of
Thieves
no
might
excuse, 'cause
have
he did so well
the
last
maps
year on a
going.
team that was not doing well. Now the organization have rebuilt around him, so they're expecting him to have a big year. Everyone on that stage is expecting
It
him
was
to
an
have a big
elite
game
map.
today, so
Yeah, that's true.
there's a lot of pressure
I mean,
on his
Lab
shoulders,
played
and
good.
He has a lot to live up to.
I feel like he's at that point, no, that he can actually take that pressure.
Yeah.
He is thriving in it at this moment. If you asked me last year, you know, maybe not. Maybe he would have crumbled. But I think now
How the
that he can.
pick'ems going?
Going
Not
up
too
against
bad.
the duelists on the side of
Got the
RRQ, though, it could
NRG
be
one
Jump
wrong in
could be
Americas.
Monyet. From what we
Everything else
saw
has
in
been
the
right,
offseason,
I
do
think.
think Monyet is like, he's a bit more
And
chaotic than May,
then
and May's a little
Pacific
bit more, you know, calculated, I guess.
Got the game
happens when you
before
play on
wrong, but
Paper
everything
X,
else is right.
it's just, you know,
And
from
then
that point on, you
EMEA
always
BBL
learn.
messed
You're
me up,
never the
man.
same after that.
Yeah.
Yumpy
yeah.
messed me up.
You can't take the W gaming out of him at this point. It's like hard coded into
Loud
him,
over
right?
EG.
But,
Oh
hey,
yeah, I got
it
that one
works.
wrong as well.
As I was
Actually, that's
mentioning,
true.
it was kind of like that Nongshim, shades of Nongshim, where it's like, hey, look at Monyet, look at the bunny, and suddenly Australia and Jemkin are in the prime positions to make those plays.
Yeah, he's not afraid to be aggressive at all in this controller. He's not afraid to be in your face. I think the biggest...
Everything is wrong.
My favorite part
Yeah,
of watching him
it's-
play
I mean,
this
it's
controller role was how he anchored. I feel like
new-
he was always...
new
he was
metas,
amazing at
new
staying
season.
alive. This is what coaches will tell players all the time.
We've got
When you're
nothing to
anchoring,
go off of.
The number one thing to do is stay alive and buy time for those rotations. So the way he uses his TPs when he's on Omen, the paranoia, to keep stalling,
Giant
keep buying
X?
time, and he's
Oh
the
man,
same
I'm
when he
worried
was
about
on
them
Astro.
as
He was
well.
equally as good on that agent. He manages to live for so long.
They got a good
get
roster,
kills,
though.
and stay alive, and it's so.
But,
And if you see the double controller that they're going to run on Abyss, that is super important.
Yeah, they
off the
look a
bat
little
on
bit
defense.
behind
Like
of
if you're going to get a site
understanding of
execute
stuff.
from the comp that DFM is running, where they're hard executing A or B, you need to create.
I'm
those
excited for
pockets of
tomorrow.
play
I got
where
Paper X
you're
tomorrow, right?
doing
Post
a
I'm
little gimmicky
excited.
Astra smoke and hiding in the side of it, or you drop an Omen smoke to segment the site so that the rest of the team can flood out behind that, or you're underarming a KO flash through the smokes or something like that. Just creating chaos and creating a holdable site that wasn't previously. You're altering the site by dropping those smokes and giving yourself little areas to play in. Makes it much more anchorable. Than
Prodigy, why are you angry?
Yeah, and I think like the the meta is favoring that right now, right?
You have Paper
Because,
X and
you do
non-shim
have
in one
these
day?
maps that
Yeah,
work
that's
so
too much,
well
man.
with that kind of competition.
Yeah, absolutely. We've always called them bunker spokes.
Bunker
spoil.
spokes.
Yeah, you're able to just bunker down on the site.
Ah.
And Monyet does that very well. He knows when to go in the smokes, knows when to come out, and knows when to just buy time for his...
If you know Monyet's in there, you don't want to go in when you're on attack.
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
do not want to go in
You
there.
know he's got a shorty. It's
Again,
gonna be
Paper Rex go to W Gaming. Suddenly, it's like it's nowhere
did a
is
video?
safe,
Yeah, I
right?
saw it.
We're gonna see
I
indeed
saw it.
how this matches up, especially since hey, it's a match that we have seen before. DFM versus RRQ. Who gets this one on both of these rosters? Very, very fresh indeed. Coaching staff changes as well. So we're gonna stand it to the stage for our second match.
You're casting
of the
that
day.
one? Dude, that's gonna be sick. My impression of Yampy's calling. I always knew it was gonna be good. I'm impressed more with like the like setups and macro stuff. Max playing his role well? Yeah, for sure. He's a solid stand-in. So wild that he quit his job for it. I think it's sick. Quit your job to stand in for a team and then start being Fnatic. It's awesome.
It's the dawn of a new day for DFM, a team that's been the biggest news this whole offseason. The rising hope for the Japanese region has high expectations on their shoulders thanks to recent performances. And for RRQ, the King of Kings, is this the squad that finally gets them to an international tournament? We've seen this match before. Does what happened in the offseason stay in the offseason for these teams?
Yeah, RRQ wants to change that narrative. I remember talking to Ewok over at Ascension and him not telling me who they chose to pick up, but saying very confidently, I chose the right player, and I know that he's always got his tabs on the Indonesian scene. There you go, you get a bit of flair from the DFM guys, and I know that at least some of these guys will show that same confidence in the server.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be excited to play. It's always good to come into these
vibes
matches
are looking
with
good.
lots of energy, and it's nice to see DFM bringing that on the walkout. I want to see it into round one. I want to see an aggressive pistol round. Let's go.
Plus, you're working up the audience with that, right?
Absolutely.
Obviously, you want to win over the audience because you do have that.
What is my pick
sort of,
on
I guess,
Nova
hidden
versus
six-player
Wolves?
buff, right? When you can feel the,
Nova are gonna
the
win that
energy of
game.
the audience, you know that that's going to echo on stage as well. DFM, if they're working it, hey,
It kind of depends on map
But we're
pool.
seeing right now, we see
If
Yuan
Nova can
going in
get
for the huddle,
split and
DFM as
binds,
well.
Nova
Roberts,
win
hey,
that.
there you go, joining in too, and I think like, you know, the vibes are good for both of these teams. They're very excited to be back, but I do wonder again who manages to sustain this in the series, especially since they're coming in. You know, I'm not sure if we're going to see those exact same nerves that we saw like for the likes of GE for these teams, because they've been very, very fresh, but hey, who knows?
If anything, it'll be the stage getting to DFM. These two teams, they you know, usually at the start of kickoff, there's a lot of question marks. There's new rosters.
I think Scream going to KICKOFF prevented him from establishing himself in franchising.
A little bit, but at the end of the day, you know, these two teams
He just went the wrong route, man. He just went IGL route, and I think he should have just gone straight IGL, straight duelist route.
Get themselves on the right track here.
Or
Yeah, absolutely. They've had a lot of time to prepare.
honestly,
so this is
Sentinel
sort of the
route
game
could have been
you're feeling your
interesting.
best for.
I heard that that shout, by the way, from all the way over here. Kind of felt it on the side of RRQ, bringing the energy up. What are you feeling for these Asian comps?
Yeah, so you're actually going to have Jinbong. I would assume he would be on something
Yeah.
like a Cypher, but you're going to get a mirror matchup. So Jinbong playing the Astra, which you see a lot of people, you get the Astra lurk on the wing. You saw it earlier with Darion, and a lot of teams like to do this where the Astra has that global presence, but can also be like a pseudo Sentinel on defense.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious to see how different this map is to the Abyss that we saw earlier. I want to see much more mid control from the double smokes. I think that was something that was really missing from GE.
Yep, get active on defense as well. Go and find that information because you don't
think
have
Scream
the
can still
secondary
make it in
initiator
tier 1.
to find it for you.
Yeah, you have to
Aim-wise,
aim-wise,
and he's good in a team, man. You would need to have the right role for him.
Space for free, and their execution very heavy, and the post-monster is
But
very strong.
Well, I think
still
it's
good
going to
enough.
be very, very different indeed from that first of this map. So we are going to toss it on over back to your
But
casters
it's,
as we step into
the issue
this.
is
Once
it's
again
like
for today, we're
he's
gonna
not
toss it
getting
to
any
Quack
younger,
and
and
to Chobra.
there's a lot of good talent coming up. So if you want to build
Thank you
something
very
more
much.
long
One
term,
more
it's
best of 3 for the night, and this
makes
one
more
I think
sense to
everyone
take a chance on
around the
someone
world
that
very
just kind
excited
of looks
for
similar
because,
skill-wise,
and I don't mean this in a
but he's
biased way,
younger.
it's kind of hard to call.
Yeah, well, actually, that's very true. That's
Yeah,
very,
no,
very,
it is.
very true.
Isn't that like the most non-biased thing I've ever said about RRQ?
That's the most non-biased thing that you can say about RRQ.
I'm just a professional, that's all, you know?
Sure, but like deep inside, you're like, RRQ.
I mean, listen. DFM, I think everyone can agree, they've proven themselves in the offseason. There's a lot of hype behind them. However, I agree with Big Time, regardless of who the opponent is, you have to wonder, is everybody getting ahead of themselves just a bit, right? Do we have to maybe temper some expectations and take things one step at a time?
I mean, you can say that at the same time, some of those expectations are founded because of those off-season performances. But I mean, that's what this entire matchup is about. That's the question that we're trying to answer with this one. because it's been a bit of time. Has DFM kind of fixed what went wrong in the
RRQ's
offseason?
map.
And at the same time, have they kind of kept
It is
themselves up
Abyss.
ahead?
We get
Because
nothing
RRQ
too
definitely
crazy.
are
4
switching things
ghosts
up as
against
well.
3 ghosts.
I'm also predicting for them.
And
Jokes aside,
setups don't look
thinking
too
about,
crazy
what
either.
Coach Ewok has cooked up for the squad.
What smoke are we doing top mid?
We'll see how they're able to start off here for
Oh.
RRQ. Starting on a map
Both
that they
smokes go mid.
seemingly seem to grow to enjoy during the offseason here on Abyss with that double controller, but DFM is matching it this time.
Who's
So there's a
trying to
lot more
convince?
consider.
Maybe
There's gonna be
himself,
a
to be
lot of
honest with you.
smokes. So RRQ
What
looks
it
to
feels
push
like
out
half
for
the
some
time when we
information.
talk about
I love the
RRQ
spam
with
just to
him.
try to get Jemkin in. He is tagged, but do they know that he's crossed?
Right? Maybe or may not have heard him.
No
but
idea
I
that
don't
he's
see how they
crossed,
were
but he
dealing
might
with it.
give
At
the
very
game
least,
up a little bit.
respecting a lot of that space.
Yeah, I mean, just because of all the util that's been thrown out, and Jemkin, he goes out,
God,
he
the
wants to
timing's
chase, but do you go
incredible.
all the way? This is it,
I was
me.
I was
I don't
wondering
think
if he
you
was
do.
going to dash there, but
Do
they
draw
got the
paranoia.
Omen flash
That's
out.
a
And they
big
take
piece of
that.
util gone for the execute.
Yeah, a small little win there.
Just to kind of reclaim it.
Could have
Tommy's
been
still
way
down
worse.
low.
I feel like DFM will be
The call was there, but some
relatively
pings
happy
across
about
midsection of the map
actually having KO alive.
And Arch is gonna
Drone
try
fake
to
over
pressure them
towards
on
A
the
with
drone
mid
while they
pressure,
take
so
mid control. If
don't
they
really
can
know
win
about the
in mid,
numbers
it doesn't
following
matter
this
if they
up,
get
but
spotted.
we
You will be able to barrel through.
full
But now spotted without a kill, so it's back to square one
vision
for
of
DFM.
A, and to see that no one's following up the
starting
drone.
things off with some disadvantages, but maybe trying to get some of that space in as well.
Keep an eye on
Look
Cushy's
at RRQ
recon.
already quick to respond.
I mean, he probably goes down there at one point.
Needs to watch out. You know the outside door was already broken.
Right around the corner. So he kind of lets them through, but the rest of DFM just continue to
Wait,
try to
how did the
waterfall off
astronaut kill him?
Cushy will be able to collapse onto them. 2 kills into his pocket right now, continuing to push out the smoke, but then gunned down by Jinboong.
Great movement from Jinboong there, just waiting patiently for that fight. Xfero, does he? Oh, Jinboong
Very
so ahead
nice.
of him
Okay.
because they have the numbers advantage. He has
They
the
maybe
leisure, but
didn't get
Estrella
the
strikes
important
back.
kill to keep his teammates alive, but honestly, the recovery is great.
0 point right into the wall, so he spots out May really
Okay.
close, but May tries to get proactive onto the ropes. That's
18
the kill.
HP?
That's the
Okay,
round.
lovely from
picks
DFM.
it up.
18 HP for May, but he's ahead of that fragment. And you love to see, once again, that proactivity. Jinboong alongside May, making sure that they're ready for those fights one step ahead of RRQ. Started off potentially rough because of Cushy's double kill. And that's a great debut for Cushy here on the big stage. But DFM, they're going to be able to secure that very first round of this match.
So quick to it, too. I mean, working together as a squad, I think that was the one key difference. You know, even though they started sending out a lot of util, they were
Jaws,
always
thank you
bunched
so
up
much,
together.
man. Thank you for that.
Pretty much cohesive on the entire game
Is this
plan.
the first Pacific tech pause?
All right, the clock is stopped.
Boom.
The most intense moment in VCT.
Oh my god.
Surely it's just
Jaws, thank you for that, mate. Appreciate the 200.
You would think. I don't know. Jake tweeted a very sus tweet. Jake Shin.
Oh, did he say no tech pauses again? Because the last time he did that, we were in for a very, very long night.
He said he wanted to show off our beautiful tech pause graphic.
Jake, my man! Oh, you held it so well for the first day.
And there it is. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Wait.
It does look clean. It's nice.
Say player emergency.
It's always Rossi's fault, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what it said in Korean
It's always
as well.
when
I missed the
Rossi's
English
here.
part.
Oh, that's different.
Yeah.
Okay.
I assume they mean, I assume they just mean like a player setup, something that has to be fixed up. So the emergency makes it sound a lot more dramatic than it is. Everyone's fine on stage. We got all 10 players on stage, not a big deal.
You say that, Will. One of these days, someone like ambulance pops in, someone's like paramedics in on stretcher.
Hopefully
Oh
not.
my god.
Restart of the game?
But it looks like it's just a quick reboot, and then they just need to
Maybe.
double check settings. So hopefully nothing too crazy. And hopefully we are able to move up. Now, the player on the right there, GN, coming in, that rookie from Ranked. You know, a lot of people
the first
that
match,
are fans
GE
of
did.
the Japanese scene, a lot of people that are fans of DFM or of GN
I cursed this
himself,
one as well.
comparing him to
Yeah,
the likes
we did
of,
literally talk about the fact we hadn't had
Karamika,
any
on the
tech
ranked
pauses,
ladder,
so
coming in, being able to prove himself from the get-go.
not wrong.
However,
Damn, dude.
Jinboong was found saying in the
That's
press
solid.
conference that he is a little bit concerned about GN being able to really get right into the groove, right? Especially because they didn't get to play with him at Radiant Asia Invitational. So while he might be skilled, Jinboong just trying to temper expectations, saying he's still a young kid, right? He doesn't have that experience. He hasn't played on a team. He hasn't played on a big stage like this, and he's gonna need to get into the groove with the rest of the team.
Now, I got a question for you then. I mean, we've seen a lot of different rookies so far all throughout Pacific now. You know, Karen and Primi to mention a little bit, but also some of the other rookies who maybe
It's fine,
don't
Rossi.
come
You can
from
stay.
ranks, but are
If
rookies
it,
in their own
Rossi,
right,
if this
like
goes to an
Foxy, for
hour
example.
long though,
Would
you're
you
out.
prefer a rookie
How
that's
about
kind
that?
of like
You
"All
got a
right,
time
I'm gonna
limit.
listen and follow, and I'm not gonna like try to do too much? Or would you prefer someone who's like hot-headed and like, oh, I'm so good, I'm gonna come in and shoot everyone down?
I have the perfect answer for this. If that rookie who is hot-headed is named Dombi, I want that rookie. But if the rookie who listens is
Stop
named
the
Persia,
timer.
I want that rookie.
It's fine. I
I'm just
actually
saying.
have a timer going. We're all good.
Listen, it's a very, very clear answer. So, yeah, it sounds like it's just a
Why is
year
Astra
thing,
played more
just a
in this
quick
meta?
reboot,
Astra's
reset up
insanely
here, so,
strong. The
hopefully
Omen
not
nerf
too
helped as
bad.
well, where you
These
can't do
usually go
one ways
by
anymore
pretty
on certain
quickly,
parts of
and
the
I
map.
say that
So
while
Astra
remembering
becomes
just last year,
solid.
here in
And
Rest
also
5 days
combos
ago,
well with a lot of
that was also a
agents
gear
at the
issue.
moment.
But anyway,
Hopefully.
RRQ and
And
DFM.
these
with a
kind of
good
maps
pistol
where
round,
people
obviously.
aren't
I mean,
playing
we gotta wait to see more from both
the,
these teams, but just off the pistol round, not wanting
the
to get ahead of ourselves.
Sentinel,
DFM,
the Astra
they
can kind of
do
lock
look like,
because you
at
can
least
still
in terms
have
of energy, pacing,
global
individual
pressure.
skills, some of the comms, it all seems to be there from what we saw during the offseason.
Sliggy's white hair. Thank you for the
Certainly.
gifted. Thank you,
I
thank
mean,
you.
just earlier on,
I appreciate you doing that.
you were thinking about the paranoia, but ultimately the way that they all
Sliggy's
kind of
white hair and
regrouped,
dude, we got
went through
some
breakable
mad
doors,
names.
that's
And
what gave
not
them
gonna
the
lie.
round. That's what gave
There's
them
some worse
that
ones in that as
team
well. That's the
cohesion
thing.
that, you know, kind of the desk was kind of worried about as well. So far so good, and we shall
Full
continue off to
classics.
the next
Full
round,
classics.
thankfully.
And
Big
DFM
0
are
point,
allowed
but
one death.
RRQ not budging either, just thinking that, hey, maybe this will push him off because we got that info. But DFM just saying, okay, well, if you got that info, are you going to push
Picking
out?
the
'Cause
right
if
site on
not,
this as well.
I mean, surely we're able to win with
And
the
it all
firepower
makes a
that we
lot of
have.
sense, right? The
They
four
will
guns
use
are
all their
together.
util to get through.
All those
The
four
one-
rifles all together. Jinboom the only one
Nice
to learn
shot.
how to
Oh my
work mid,
goodness.
so breaking in through instantly, it's gonna be May. Straight into the site now, spike planted. Quick rotations over, and Jinboom maybe not really hearing too much.
Did he mean
We'll
to
take
do
a
that, or?
Yeah, just waiting right outside of the site. Surely you just wait for exits, right? Because you know that May is able to dig deep because he was already on top of danger, already on top of that box. So he might be heaven, he might be looking to push through stairs. There's just all these places he could be.
It's gonna be
Jinboom is on
me,
the
yeah.
flank.
I
You
don't know if
all
that
of this.
was.
So RRQ, best bet you
I
have
don't know if
now
he's
is
been
to not
holding
give
on
up
to that for a
any more
long
points, any
time and
more
he just
credits to
couldn't
Jinboom with
resist
just the
first
ghost.
round in.
He's gonna go for more.
Or it was
Tries to look for something,
accidental.
At least Jemkin makes it difficult by continuing to jump peak, but oh,
Nice shots.
Jinboom!
Nice shots.
The third kill to his name! Down in the second round! Even though it was a jump peak, even though they dashed out to him, he managed to collect on 3 skulls. Xfero will be able to right-click into him just to find that trade, but then dies to the spike to deny
Okay,
the
only the
points.
ghost going
Still
down,
picked up by
and they
Jinboom,
retrieve the
though.
ghost to throw back to him potentially.
Crazy. They even used the dash.
Yeah, that was awesome.
To make sure that his crosshair is displaced, and he's not even worried. A lot of people rated him high in the offseason. I mean, that round alone should tell you why. I mean, the fact that he gets that. The thing
His
is,
aim and movement
Jinboom,
is very
when he
nice, yeah.
debuted back in Challengers Korea, before we have VCT Pacific, I mean, the debut was not star-studded like this. But now, after all his time in Challengers Japan, he is absolutely upgraded.
So much so.
Same thing that happened earlier. We insta crossover
His
towards
teammates
here.
right next to him. Just as good as a full gun round now. Maybe 3 Bulldogs, but they might just be able to convert this bonus off of that. DFM.
Okay, I'm feeling like
carry this win
DFM have
forward.
a
A bit of
pretty
an
good
early
read
exchange outside
on
of A main.
how they feel like RRQ are going to play it. Obviously, they have the same comp, so they probably play very similar. And it's normally
RRQ, you've already
fighting
chosen to
heavy,
leave B side empty.
and
That
then we
means
have
you're
the
ready
weaker
for a retake.
side where you
However,
play
with
in
the
retake.
post-plant setups,
And as soon
you
as
have to
they
be ready
see
for a
them
flank
playing
as well.
heavy,
Mid
fight
already
over
being
towards
pressured
one
too.
side, they pretty much
Astraeus
insta
not in a
group
good
to go to
spot.
the
He gets
weaker
one.
site. A great trade
Right
though.
away.
Trying to look
Big
for
Jewel
the
at
next
middle here. Doesn't look like
Xfero
he.
comes right back in.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he was
Kame,
on top of this one.
Looking to continue to hold his ground. Spike needing to be defended, while the rest of the team is just on the B side, looking for it.
Okay, and Spike is in
Fortunately,
a
Kame will fall. Jemkin
pretty
managing
much
to hold it down.
impossible position
This
to pick
gives
up.
RRQ a huge boon. Jinboom alongside May. How do they break through the smoke?
The big problem here for RRQ is they cannot take any more damage, right? Another rifle
30
dropped,
seconds
that
left.
would be absolutely troublesome.
The
given
whole of
that they've already
Pacific is
given up
cracked
the
now.
pistol.
Dude, all the
no
regions
way,
got like
you
an
see holds here?
overall upgrade.
Okay, and a star trying to break through the smoke. Cloudburst back in.
They got
May
it.
dashes away.
I mean, he managed
got
to
the
get the
spike,
spike.
15
It
seconds.
was at a
but May
cost.
just feeling the pressure. Trying to think about backing
Yeah,
into
okay.
the fight. But not yet.
2
Alongside
kills,
the
not
teammate
too
will
bad.
spam down
Double
through a
gun
crate
rebuy.
to pick up the round for RRQ.
Listen, I would never ever make that call. However, I give mad respect because this is what I talked about in the first match. If you get your ult this early, going for some crazy Hail Mary plays, right? Doing some extra damage,
Yeah,
snowballing a bit more
the damage can be good.
with that confidence. Obviously, this one, just given the time left on the round and things like that, it looked a little dicey. But DFM looks like they're very confident in the fact that, hey, if we can stay ahead, we are going to steamroll through this map.
If they win this round, the ult is kind of worth.
Well, the art of the Odin is out, so doesn't matter which map.
But we'll see. Well, is it worth? They didn't get anything extra from it. See, I think it's okay in the bonus to do it. I would for sure be saving it. Like, I'm not saying I would use it like that, but
skin aficionado, as we can all tell.
I think in a 2v3, like the risk rewards, I'm fine with it. I still wouldn't do it.
But dashing straight through, and there's that Odin.
There it is.
Yeah, and there's Odin guy.
The suppression, you can't peek out
And
against
I'm telling you,
this Odin.
DFM have a very good read of what's going on.
Pelted by foam darts.
Yeah, and then on top of that, you've got Jinbung still waiting all the way back in spawn. You're not breaking this post plant anytime soon.
Crazy position to play, but at the same time, yep, RRQ still trying to break through. They have their rifles. If those smokes dissipate, trying to push on through it. But look at me, quick flick onto the left.
Very
coming back
nice.
into
Good
support.
shot at heaven though, but
Double trade,
this is solid for DFM. I think RRQ are going to have to cover up which site is
so
weak
what is your answer to this Odin?
a little
you
bit
look at the
better.
composition, then you see the Odin as well. The obvious answer would be to make sure you pressure the flank nice and early, because otherwise it's just suppression fire, get Mei in position, continue to spam, and then you've got players like Mei and Jian who are so good in these 1v1, 1v2s. But Jinbung's already ready for it, and they haven't even spotted him yet.
Do they decide to force into this one? Two people are wrecked money-wise, RRQ wise.
Resets onto Monyet.
It's just so quick to it. I mean, you're thinking about it, but now...
Okay. 3 hero guns with just classics on the side, so I really want to see. But the classics are both from one site.
Pushing far out in B main. 3 rifles to their name on the side of RRQ.
And they're about to hit that site.
Surely
Surely the people with classics wouldn't commit
but can they actually push through?
when everyone else has guns. 20 HP, 30 HP, that should really make them not commit. They can kind of use their util for the rest of the team. It's a pretty important duel in the middle. That man, his aim's great.
Jinbung collecting on towards Jemkin. Now RRQ trying to create that pressure onto him, but he still gets another. Onto another trade.
Oh no, oh no.
And now Cushy spotted out. Mid-drone, Mei continuing to double back in towards Evan. That's Estrella down. All that's left is Monyet. And he's thinking about Mei on the other side.
Yeah, not much damage done on this.
You gotta imagine that RRQ has to be considering a momentum timeout as Monyet's not even able to get the free kill onto Art.
What are we saying? Timeout into
we're just gonna float down. All right, that's
timeout into buy rounds.
But right
still
now,
no op for RRQ as well.
This is where RRQ is weakest. They start to break down, and then they go for these plays one by one.
Every single time at the moment, DFM have hit the weak
I can't really blame
site.
him. And then it was a double, and Jinbung still got one of the kills onto Xfero. So even when you are doubling up, it starts to break down. Then you chase over. You still get taken out by Mei. You miss the timing on the drone. You don't realize how far DFM has pushed up. But for now, it's going to be Ewok and Warwick putting faith in their players. You do have that off on Jemkin. Maybe that's the one last draw.
Hoping that it is at the very least. Otherwise needing to splash some cold water. But for now, DFM feeling the heat, they are able to come in.
Damn, bro. May's so good. This is another time as well that they hit over towards the weak side. That's unlucky. What's the HP on that? 59.
Makes it a trade, but the site has already been captured. Cushy though, trying to fight back for a bit more space.
Couple of low HPs, gets into a good angle to use Sova ult.
You have to go for this. Everybody's weak. He gets one kill, trying to fish for another. Mei.
Oh, he had the jump. Had the jump when dodging.
Stride around the smokes, but still looking a little bit better for RRQ now. They have the utility to try to reaggress into the site.
Jinbung is such good HP that, honestly, I like that he plays close here. He's going to play close, try trade out, get a kill, and then can just play off the plant after suck. Very nice, man. Look at how they're playing it.
Provides cover, and Mei just buys a bit more time with another peek out. Jinbung still right around the corner, and Estrella has to consider it. Mei rings around the Rosie. but almost not quite
Very
connecting onto
nice.
it.
Very,
Estrella,
very
a little bit of
nice.
fight
Man, they
back.
play a lot of
That
these
just buys
situations
them
well.
so much time,
The
though,
overall
and
understanding
Jinbo
from
peeks out
DFM has been
again.
great. As soon as there's some kind of aggro pressure, they literally just go to the other side,
That's a
knowing that
rough
it's
one.
the
I mean,
weaker one.
you saw
And that they're
May,
always
and I
like using
think
3 people
RRQ
to set
just
up someone or
assumed
to go
that they
aggro.
would be playing either both behind danger or outside of the jump on the ledge.
RRQ need
They were
to
not expecting the crossfire.
need to cover it up better. Like the coaches should be writing like each
DFM's
time
just
which side they're
taking- they're,
hitting.
like, not even just one,
You
they're
should
2
try
steps
and
ahead
realize
towards
that
the
it's the
position.
complete opposite of
RRQ's
anywhere they
just
show
constantly
aggression
getting
at the moment
blindsided.
in terms of util.
Completely different from RRQ's off-season performances on this map. Signaling that DFM has really worked and retooled everything. So timeout now desperately called.
Yeah, the
Do
fact
you have
that
any
you don't
recommendations
have a
of bands
sentinel
similar
on-
to
neither team has a
2020
sentinel,
bringing
but
the
that means
horizon?
that the site execute
Bad
onto the site.
Omens are
Sure,
probably the
there's some
closest
delay
you're
in
going to
the
get to
form of
that,
things like
I
fragments,
think.
paranoias, you know, gravity wells, things like that. But you start to push that away with your own util and then the Odin, so they
Or it'd
can't
be the best
actually peek
matches?
back in,
Yeah.
even if they use util. So that's space lost anyway from the defense, and that allows CFM to get way ahead in terms of tempo. So RRQ needs to figure out what the answer is. If it's going to be retakes, you have to be much better about waiting for all of that to get spent and then just keeping that backside, keeping that line of scrimmage, and then giving time for the flank. Obviously, we've noticed Jinbung still holding that very well. He's been
You
very
can hear the
successful,
pain in
but RRQ at
Choba's
least is
voice.
aware that Jinbung will always wait for the flank.
That's funny.
We'll see if there's an adjustment to deal with either
Okay,
the
let's see.
Odin or the
So,
timing, or perhaps even Jinbung as well.
do they change anything? Does
But in
DFM
some of
need to
these
change
previous
anything
rounds,
up?
It hasn't worked out too well, so
Probably not.
coming back in
I
with
like
fresh
they would get the
mindset.
Outlaw out early on as well.
RRQ working on just the pistols now, trying to hold their positions.
Yeah, just Sheriffs. If they get, you know, 2 kills, maybe Bladestorm comes out, maybe some... Oh, he's just going to use it right ahead. I don't mind it.
Oh, I like the little... Oh, okay, it's smart.
Get an advantage. May gets
I like
caught.
the
Now you
idea of
just have to
smoke
hide
to
out.
dodge
Jemkin
the
doesn't have an
recon in
option.
middle.
You just have to wait for the entire round, and even then, DFM may suspect it.
He's definitely thinking about it. But, ooh, just jumping upwards, managing to throw all those knives in towards May.
Yeah, would be fine for him to go back for more here.
Kill at the very least.
Not trying to take the game into his hands, but already a couple extra knives used. Odin! So tough to peek out
Yeah,
against
very
that.
nice.
Gian getting another kill to his name as
Let's
well.
see what the big buy rounds are like.
Shreds
Monyet has
away.
enough
I mean, even with the crosser,
money
crosses
to
down,
drop
Gian
Jemkin and Op.
Cleans things up, and DFM
And
onto the
DFM
6th.
have a Sova ult and one away from Astra ult if they want to
RRQ's pick of Abyss.
get an orb and
It's
send it
not looking
fast.
like it. May 10 and 4, but everyone else holding their own as well.
RRQ have their own
Part of the
Astra
reason May
ult,
can do this
so
is he set up
if
for it by his team.
DFM get over toward the site, they just got to make sure they play
This Odin
like the
is-
actual
it
site
is
heavier.
a menace. I mean, if people think Domby got the Neon nerfed, I mean, Art might be onto his own with the Odin right now because he is making it look
Very much so.
broken, as he did during the offseason.
Still is a really big problem for RRQ to deal with. So maybe trying to triple stack against them now.
What
trying to
on
push out
earth
to
is Monyet
contest for that
doing?
ace space, but instantly dealt with by the sprays of all things.
And that's not even with the Odin. They're just blind spamming it because DFM understands you're either pushing out or you're pulling back way far. So if you want to push out, you got to deal with our spam. And then there's the threat of the Odin as well. So you can't win that one. And then if you pull back, well, we're going to take further space and continue to spam with the Odin. So pretty much literally, as long as Jinbung doesn't fall on the flank, DFM has no reason to really change their strats for this entire first half.
That's what they're always trying to do. Jemkin was maybe thinking about pushing out B, but that op's too valuable. So now DFM just kind of doubles back into A. I mean, why not? Site's weak.
I mean, Cushy's just hoping and praying that they delay enough, that it's a panic push, and that he can get 2 or more.
This is
'Cause
impressive.
If he can't get 2,
They
it's
fake
not gonna be
site
enough
here
to
to
slow
try
it
get the
down.
util out.
That's the call. Australia also trying to add to
Didn't
that.
commit that much, still have a flash, still have dash, still have Sova ult, still have smoke to get into as well.
30 seconds left.
Slowly looking to
Okay,
start things off.
I was gonna say,
Australia, a blind
the
shot,
Sova
looking
might be able to
climb onto
farm
me.
this.
And here comes Cushy in with that off angle. Hard with the sprays though. Desperately trying to look for it. Not
Wait,
quite able to
wait,
do
wait,
that.
wait, what?
Pushes out of the smoke and finally
What were the
spots him out.
miscoms
Takes
here?
out
Did-
Estrella as well, the stray bullet.
Yeah, he got Estrella in that spam first, and then he turns for Cushy.
Enemy
If only
remaining.
one of them in live, Xvero still
Spike down
forces the
A.
spike to be dropped.
Okay, nice shots in the end. It got me a little bit worried. Still saw a relatively nice sign from DFM here. This is the first time they changed up their actual play and went to the site that there was aggro at the beginning, so maybe they just go back to their original plan. I think they fought after the hit and cut a stat. Well, honestly, I think after they got the kill, I think they thought they were going to stack the other site.
Like I said, Cushy just hoping they can get 2 or more, and he gets exactly that, just exactly 2, and that proved to be just enough. But that's the thing, positions like that, it doesn't work every time. You don't have many rounds left in the first half anyway. That's a one-off. You got to be able to get ahead of DFM in the remaining rounds.
Can't play that angle any further. RRQ now trying to
Very, very nice.
Quick dash
How greedy are you?
Jemkin will be able to delete Art.
Not greedy.
Yeah, they heard the drop as well, but the Cloud burst just going to keep them at bay. Estrella, a whiff on that first shot.
Just a...
Who did they lose?
At least to make them know
Lost just over.
I've got an op in my hands and I'm not afraid to use it. But May, though, will be able to quickly transition over into little breakable doors.
Oh, I love this from Jinbung as well. As soon as there's that scuffle in mid, you take a bit of a hit, but you've actually forced them off from mid. So now, even if they back
I mean,
off,
as soon as you get down to 45 and you lose the Sova as well, kind of similar stuff that you would do with an Astra, can kind of just duel a little bit heavier, take some risks.
So reading those positions now. Continuing to hold their ground if DFM does push into them.
That door
Drella should be good for it.
We'll be able to react in kind, and there's Jemkin's up as well.
Okay, but Jen over here, you know, and Jemkin's ready for it, like you said.
Whoa, amazing, incredibly fast.
All down to Monyet, all alone.
Got a lot of time.
He's gonna
Isolated 1v1s.
He's gonna expect someone else to be here, given the positions they've seen so far.
Trying to look for it.
Oh, just playing for time.
Yep, right around it, but
Manya played well. Didn't commit to anything. That was the main thing. Just waited to actually make sure that they could secure a little 2v1 on site.
He was able to contain the beast that is Paper X in his past. Didn't
a lot of
peek
people
out
surviving
any further.
here.
Just played for time, played for the win. And this time, again, RRQ picking on the fact that we gotta go full aggressive early on. We gotta make sure that we keep them stalled, that we take out one of their numbers. You use your util, yeah, sure, it's important util, but you invest to dwindle the numbers, and if you get the Odin, even better.
Really and quickly trying to deal with something, at least anything, but Art will continue to purchase up on that Odin.
May off angle, you'd imagine he's good for this as well. Does he step into it though? In which case I've sure cast him.
Oh man, this is going to be the ultimate test of reaction.
Pretty much who's like the most patient out of these two.
Perfect heads up.
Both of them just stuck here waiting for each other. But May, I think, has a bit more leisure, right? Because if he don't push out, he can wait until his teammates join him.
Boy.
Jemkin, a bit of a long way to retreat.
Jemkin might get surprised that he's so close.
For sure. But here's the thing, they never push out of B. They know B is more dangerous. RRQ, they've been doing a good job of droning out of A for information.
Akami now joins May, though. So trying to set up for it. Jemkin still holding the angle so darn
Dude, we've been
tight.
here for 50 seconds.
You didn't get that much information on A. So you expect eventually people are going to come back. But can he get out? He might get a kill, but can he get
Pop
out?
dash when he hears the running.
Or at least maybe tailing alongside the Cloud
He didn't hear running, everyone cut sound early. Pop dash now, he had recon. Big shot.
And there's the shot.
Oh,
Instantly
lovely passing.
on along with the dash as well. And May cannot chase him down.
Oh, really nice, man.
Walks into his crosshair too. Jemkin quick on the shot. Jinbung will be able to find a bit of a trade in towards the back, but still the rest of the site needing to be dealt with. And Monyet, here comes that anchor potential. Cosmic divide up, and Monyet just swings around the corners. Kill
honestly,
after kill. Estrella there.
That was very nice, man. Ever since they've got the op, RRQ are looking way better.
Something that I've repeated time and time again is that I feel that
was a similar
Jemkin
plan from
needs to be
DFM
that
though.
player that
It
makes
was
the
sound
call
over
that
towards
he
A main,
goes
right?
for
And
some of
they
these high-risk, high-reward plays every now and then because
tried
he's
to
skilled
hit the
enough
weak
to do
side.
so. He needs to break out of that shell, and this time he does it. Holds that aggressive angle on his own, but then immediately
DFM need a
Monyet
pause.
now with
I
the
would be
support
so
with the
fine
front
for
of
them
the
to just
shadows.
insta
Creates
site
that
hit.
cross angle, gets that paranoia, delays that push in.
Might be
That
that.
immediately forces a timeout. Starting to get a bit of a close map
It
now.
might be the classic.
Yeah, quickly
But on
stifles
op out,
DFM's
let's just
game
fast
plan,
hit
and now
somewhere.
they need to adjust around it. So far, the early presence, and now trying to make those transitions over across the map. You know, you might be.
Oh, bro, yeah, Choba's got the
might be able to
belief.
find that trade, but
Can
still,
hear it now.
it's not meant to be, especially when Jemkin is able to pull off those plays.
DFM, curious to see what their adjustments are going to be. Wouldn't be surprised, given that they already have 6 here on the half. They try to go for a fast sight hit. Hold on those post plants. Jinbung, he's been holding some of those very, very far back positions very well. He's been hidden, sometimes going all the way back beyond the spawn.
He held that angle for a long time.
Could go for a bit of a repeat.
It was pretty much a whole minute that we were on the 2 POVs just going in between.
So you're not going to have a wombo combo, but he could still go for speed.
Possibly. Stacked up towards mid at the very least right now.
Standing ahead.
Xfero's the one with the
Got this smoke over towards middle. Yeah.
The smoke.
It's a nice little idea. Seen it on a couple of other maps. Probably the first time I've seen it on this map.
Another high risk, high reward play.
Oh boy, and it looks like we might get out again. Does this smoke a heaven fade? Yes, it does. May didn't want to swing. Didn't really know if there were like numbers holding this. Especially as you know there's an op in play. You would imagine op was holding heaven as he's pushing down here. So can't really blame May for not wanting to swing that one.
Look at how many players from RRQ are here, and they are so ready to receive.
And it should be noted that that fragment was purposely thrown right up against the box to stop the drone, because Silva had to pull off of it. So Art not getting as much information as he wanted, but the real kicker is going to be May. He's still digging deep. You still have 50 seconds. DFM does not need to force themselves onto
no,
that
they
east side just
got
yet.
they got double smokes. It's okay.
Continuing to let themselves
They still
get
got
spotted
Omen.
by the 0 point at least, though.
I cannot use that.
Oh, they want to wait to try to get the spike planted. I don't know if you're going to feel comfortable
Ooh, I
doing
like
this
it
without May
though.
here.
We get to the off angle.
Well,
Straight in with the Odin.
Next jewel's important.
Not quite found.
Keep an eye on May looking over towards middle. I'm not sure if... Okay, well.
Oh,
Oh!
what a flick! Still hitting
Okay.
180.
How does he get that one? And he just cleared all the spawn. They are pinging it though. I think the dead cam saw. Yeah, dead cam saw.
I don't know if this is possible. DFM desperately trying to make it work.
Spike planted.
Into the site, spike planted. Now needing to hold off against spawn.
This is all for Xfero. They want to buy time. They're going to not rush it. Xfero gets sight of one, but he gets spotted.
Nice
He
shot.
gets taken down.
Oh, smokes at the right
Oh,
time.
chill, wait for your teammate. Oh my goodness, okay. A little bit risky. A little bit risky from Cushy on that one.
Honestly,
it's a lot in a row for RRQ. We were kind of... I mean, honestly, the average half is like 5-7 with these comps. So 5 with a chance to get one more, not too bad. A lot of ults online.
But eventually, Jemkin keeps it a note and challenges him back. The 2-star duelist, both being born from Challengers Japan, coming up onto VCT Pacific. They're not looking to stop that duel anytime just yet.
Not one bit.
Sabina with the tier 1, thank you so
fisticuffs
much.
back
Thank
against
you,
each
thank
other.
you. Appreciate the
Equally
21
tied
months.
in terms of kills as well. But thanks to that spike plant, DFM will be able to buy back up again alongside the utility. Much needed utility as well. Early recon now, deep in towards mid. DFM just kind of avoids it.
This is going to be a jump around the
Yeah,
ledge eventually.
this is one of the
Trying to
most
hold that
classic
crossfire for now.
XX
You got that
really,
Blazer
when
on
Jed
May.
has knives going on the
Yeah,
outside.
not used once yet. Sure,
Not
it's
saying
a set
that
play
it's,
we're all
I mean,
used
it's
to,
very
but
hard to
man, in the
deal with,
last
that's
round
why
of
it's
the
so
half when you haven't
common.
maybe really thought about it.
Okay, but look at Xfero's positioning. Just trying to work around that, so possibly avoiding potential sight lines as well if that set play is used.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, with those stars, it does look like he's able to slow down and also just stay close to the site hidden, while Heaven can later on peek out for trades. But the timing will be important here.
Okay. Nope. Not quite the set play, just straightforward
Oh,
one.
the
Main
pathing's nice
quick
on this.
into Heaven, though,
Zafar
but
is
nothing quite
wrecked
found,
on the
so back
site.
into the site he
They know
goes,
he's,
but
they know he's
Kershi
here.
comes in with a hunter's tree.
Wait. Oh, they
Down
think
to
he went
Kame,
spawn?
Who still is kind of up and at him.
Whoa.
Art will be able to pick him up, but Xfero undetected will be able to swing at
Oh,
the
they
right
thought he
time,
went spawn.
right place. Cushy out from Heaven now, continuing with
Damn.
the waterfall alongside his team, out alongside the bridge.
Damn. They did a really good comeback on that one. Did they win every single round after they timed out? They did. It might have been an eco in between that they lost at the beginning, but
because they went in, they went on top of the box,
very nice.
they checked behind it, but all that time, Destiny deemed that Xfero would live.
Great recovery, incredible, yeah, from 5-1, sorry, from 6-1 to
and he just hides all
6-6.
the way until the spike is planted, all the way until his teammates arrive.
6 is good on defense, yeah, 6 is
RRQ
good.
used to get a little overheated.
The FM might have to win pistol.
When they have a kill, they would go for it, but this time, he waits for the backup, and it's a clean kill onto May, opening up the site for the retake.
So amazing. I mean, even on the controller role, even on the Astra, he's still able to show off some, you know, flavors of that Sentinel that he's known to do. So 6-6, tying things up. I mean, this started off a little bit rocky for RRQ, but they managed to climb back, and that's that experience speaking.
Well, 6-6, now it's anybody's game again, right? Just that reset with these mirror comps as well. Here's to see if DFM is going to be able to pilot the composition just as well on defense. They started off so hot, but once that aggression started coming out from Jemkin, once they started to get shut down on their early setups, they lost a lot of space and they weren't quite sure of how to retake it. May was successful a couple of times, but it was really more so we got to trust in May rather than we know how to cut this map up once again with the double controllers.
Duo coaching stuff is insanely underrated. Yeah, that's what I was saying on Flat Chat.
Pull that off for the second
It's like
half.
the only reason I went for them in terms of
Definitely going to be a
pick'ems.
little bit different.
I will say,
I just think they should have some good stuff.
The Des talked about it, that Astra can sometimes act as that pseudo sentinel. You've got a lot of delay with things like the gravity well, the Nova Pulse, even the smokes. So if you can trust in Jimbung on one side, Art on the other with the Odin continuing to fish for information.
Arrow was still there, yeah, I just realized.
Might be easier for DFM and their strengths.
Apart from that, duel against
pistol record,
May and
1-0.
Jemkin as well. If he can continue to apply
Oh,
the pressure
don't give
against
me a tech
RRQ on the
pause here,
defense,
surely.
similarly to how Jemkin did it back to him,
Oh boy.
might be able to see, you know, a much tighter match. But just as the second half was about to begin,
Well, it looks like, yeah, Monyet rebooting his game, so hopefully it's just a quick one here. Looks like he's loading right back in. Hopefully we can just do a quick tech check and jump right back in. Not lose steam, because right now tied 6-6. Both of these teams so hungry, right? DFM, I mean, you got your first win of VCT Pacific last year, but it didn't amount to much. Now you do a rebuild around May. Such a hype off season for yourselves, going all the way to the grand finals of the Radiant Asia Invitational, taking down some big names all around the world. Meanwhile, RRQ, I mean, the Des talked about it, it's a slow iteration, but how long can the fans wait until you're able to break onto the big stage? You made playoffs last year, but not any more than that. And here in 2025, all the fans of RRQ wishing to see just a bit more.
fans of RRQ named Will Chobra.
Listen, I mean, I'm included
Pansy
in that.
has
Obviously, you're in this
competition.
cast, I stay
Yeah,
professional,
Rossi.
But I'll be honest, I think I can say confidently
You
that
get Rossi
no one,
playing and Pansy
no one has
casting
waited more than I have
the
for
game.
them to get
That
beyond
game just
the
actually
first
just
round of
doesn't happen.
playoffs. All right, nobody. And let me tell you, it is tiring. All right, it's exhausting.
Yeah, you aged so much.
Yes, I got so much white hair this offseason. I think it's because of RRQ.
I just remember that video when you were in the hospital bed. Oh man.
He's cancelled, that's what I'm saying, man. Just
heart
delayed
attacks
to
for
the
this
next
team.
day.
And they, you know, just a bit more.
And all they gave you was just one jersey. They need to give you more.
Jobra's sliding his by a
To be
show.
honest, that jacket that EOX wearing is pretty good, but the game is continuing.
Wow, they didn't even
And
give him
obviously
a.
right now, no last cast
They
for
really haven't
DFM.
given him
He
a
looked
jersey or
very
a
good at the
jacket.
beginning of the half, and yeah,
He is
RRQ
the
answered
biggest
back, but
RRQ
it could just
fan.
be that RRQ found the right timing with the timeout to turn things around. So DFM, if they start hot again, maybe they go all the way.
It all comes down to this pistol. I mean, 5 straight rounds in a row. A little bit of a tech pause. Straight back into it.
They made content with him.
Interestingly enough, though, I mean,
Yeah, but
you
he's such a
mentioned
fan, he
right?
probably did it for
Pseudo-Sentinel
free.
as well,
That's
Jinbo.
the issue.
It's a 4-stack on the A site.
Oh, I mean, a lot of faith on Jinbung, because he has that smoke as well to try to bounce back
He
and forth on
paid.
site on B.
He paid
It's
them
just a
to be
push
on it.
out.
Oh, and it's all spotted out by the 0 point RRQ. Jinbung, can you withstand the stampede?
Yeah, that got me.
Puts up the sergeant,
Wait,
plays out
lovely
of it,
entry
but
into the
inside
smoke,
with the
holy.
teammates,
And that is an
Jemkin, Monyet, they will
empty
be
site,
able to gun him
and
down.
that is a
Xfero
big
continue to hold
kill.
his ground and lurk,
And we
takes
still
down a
don't
Kame.
push spawn.
That's
Dude,
the
go
spike.
join your team, you're an
That's the
Astra.
team, and RRQ will be able to continue to hold.
Pistol out for Xfero.
That could have been
A little
Astra
too
stuck
low,
for
being
after
able to get
plant.
that headshot as well, nice and clean. 3v4, it is doable, but they need to start
Greedy.
pushing through.
Okay. Estrella holding the back line with Frenzy as well, but
Red card or
still,
give me yellow
here
card?
comes those,
Give me yellow card for
bunker
that one.
smokes.
It's
Monyet
bad, but it's not
hold his
Danby
ground.
red card bad.
Art trying to flush them out in with the shock darts. Jemkin up for the tailwind though. Will be able to swing out and get the kill. The bounce back though will take down Jemkin, but Monyet still
Ooh, that was a nice
alive.
play from Monyet.
Up on the Raptors
Ooh.
now, and Art has no idea.
It was a really nice play.
Yeah, that's hard to read. You might have heard it, but you still just have no idea where he might have gone. Flexing with the flex there, Monyet. And now getting the pistol for themselves. I don't mind it though from DFM. And here's the thing, they could do that again on the buy round. Try to ruin that post plant. Try to just erase half of the map.
Possibly. Before now, I mean, just the early game plan kind of getting sussed out by RRQ.
Yeah, the TP was awesome though. RRQ
3 rifles spot
allowed
for
2 deaths on
RRQ.
this one.
All
DFM
half armors.
push
Another
over
push out, this
towards
time from mid.
middle.
I'm just gonna take a guess.
They
but
could,
I can say that they might push out
oh,
a
they
B
had
next round.
armors and then they sold it.
A, mid, B, just going in order.
The full
The
buy
solo
round?
passing is a gun. Am
But
I
here
getting
comes,
another
right?
yellow card
They
out?
managed to spot out Estrella, and Estrella's
Going
trying
on?
to stay tucked away. 3 peeks with the Bulldog, and that's the kill.
RRQ making sure they don't take too much damage here. Estrella not staying for extra fights. Hasn't taken any chip damage either.
Yeah, Spike's already down. Look at Xfaro. He's the one with the ghost, so he's
Yep.
gonna go hunting.
Oh, we're seeing more
Ah,
teams
he's
get
actually
very
gonna
smart
have-
about this all
Oh,
across the
boy.
world, and you love to see it, right? Send the
You
players
should,
who have
you
pistols
should
nice
farm
and
a
early
lot
to try
here.
to just get extra
Oops.
damage
Okay,
done.
yep, of course.
Nothing to his name, though.
Yeah, he does spot out
Oh,
so many
man.
players, so maybe RQ, able to play alongside the spams, and there it is, Jemkin taking down Art. In with the stars, though, just trying to create an opportunity for themselves. DFM, not quite. Tries to swing alongside the other side of the pillar, but just too many guns, and they are still all
Yeah, it got a little bit
firing off.
scary.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, a little bit low. Swaps
Still
over
is a little bit
Classic.
scary. How's no one taking him down?
Still able to at least get
Oh
one to
my.
his name.
Okay, they lost one gun in the end.
Right back.
Got a little bit scared. I think DFM thought there were
looked like
numbers over
Jemkin
towards middle once they heard
basically left
the
it
gun.
straight
If
to
they knew it was
die.
isolated, they probably
However,
would have gone
they
for it.
were both low,
If DFM
so
actually
I'm gonna
went to
give
go
him credit
tap
for
the
saving
spike
what they
there as
could,
well
'cause that
after
could've gone
the
real
Astro
south
suck,
if they dropped
it
more
could
than
have got
one
a little
rifle.
bit closer as well.
Yeah, you got to play for the long game.
For sure could have been
Manya
cleaner.
just trying to stay alive a little bit longer. Of
For
course,
sure could have been cleaner.
Well.
If I was really strict, I'm giving out a couple of yellow
now,
cards
it's
here. I'm not
quite
gonna lie.
clear,
No doubt about it.
With the
Somebody check on
pistols, straight
TMV
push
Wolves
out
at
hasn't
8-2
really
down.
worked
What
out
map?
too well
Chat,
for
what's the maps
DFM.
over there? I'm telling you, Wolves are gonna lose that.
Firepower able to fight back though, and this now that buy round Art.
Is there
into
bind
that
and
Odin.
split, or
This is
did
where you
they
get to
dodge
see
that?
That game plan work out to fruition. Just early spams through the smokes.
Yeah, just trying to keep
Late
them
last
at bay,
map?
let them know
Oh
that
man,
the
the
Odin is here, because
Wolves
that
after
means
2-0.
you better be ready to not only use util, but have some trickery in terms of timing and angles to try to get into the site. That choke point is no joke against that Odin.
It's definitely backing away from it. One thing to note though is it's not just Jinbong holding down the other portion of the map now. It's Mei working alongside those stars.
TMV's not even live?
So a bit of
Damn,
faith
bro. This guy can't even call
into
himself a
crucial player
fan.
from DFM.
Yeah, I mean, neither team really playing
Alright,
a
chat,
lot with
I'll
mid
get him
here
on
in this
plat chat,
round,
it's all
and
good.
DFM almost actually leaving it somewhat empty in the very beginning. Curious to see if that'll pay off, and wonder if, I mean, if RQ even ever figures it out. If they don't ever explore mid, they'll never know, but if they do, that's a weak point they can start to pressure early on in the round.
For now, not yet. You know, it's a little bit of a lurk from Xfaro earlier on, but now fake. Info gathered. That was from earlier on, so now quick straight into the A site. Jemkin trying to create a bit of
God,
pressure.
look at the
Bulldogs
roads. Hey,
rotations
look at the
over on
fake.
B.
It can't be any
Well, the rest
better.
of the teams actually
Jemkin,
just kind
just
of
chill, man.
scattered all throughout A.
Chill.
Spike will go
That's
down
okay.
pretty
That's
soon.
okay.
So does Jemkin.
Everyone chill. Dude,
but trying to hold out
you've got
the
3
four
yellow
positions.
cards if I'm
Xfaro
being
will get
really
gunned
strict.
down.
Zafiro, please, relax. Oh my god, what's everyone doing? Think about it.
Just one or
Why?
Nice clean kill. And now just the sheriff left for Estrella, so maybe not as
We're gonna
much
run
as
out
you
of
would've wanted
cards,
in this
bro.
bonus round. DFM,
Everyone's gonna be sent
ideally,
off.
They don't want to drop any more weapons here.
Yeah, try to play it safe, work together.
Oh!
But here comes Estrella.
Criminal
then
round
the
from
Odin.
RRQ. Should have been the
Alright,
bonus
so
for
not
them,
the
really.
worst for DFM. You
DFM will
keep 3
take it.
weapons, sure,
They'll take
but
that.
RRQ also, you take down 2, you get the spike plant. So call it even, so to speak, on both sides, being able to move on into round 16. But that was a very hard sell. Jemkin taking Mei down. That already spent so much time before the rotation comes through. It guarantees the spike plant. Now, I think RQ thought they,
They
had a bit
all
more
had a
time. They're
timing.
trying to get ahead,
That's
trying to get
actually
picks
true,
as
yeah.
everyone's running through.
Definitely got a
DFM
timing.
goes very fast. As soon as they spot that it's only Jemkin, the rest of the team starts to rotate.
Empty
So I like
sight.
that call
I'm
from
pushing
DFM
into
as
the
well.
crossfire. Don't worry. I've got a timing. I'm an Astra.
boy.
I shouldn't be
Stay
useful
aware
in the
of
after plan,
everything
right?
That's unfolding, but here it comes. You talked about mid from before. The adjustment comes through, and DFM are now trying to push up. Recon spotted. A bit of a flash both
A
sides.
great
Mei
flash.
has to try to stay alive, but gunned down by Monyet.
Oh,
Koshi, though, quick on the
lovely. Got the
flicks.
second
Takes
kill
out
on
both
it.
Art and Akame.
Don't you dare swing window. I'll give you
aggressive flash from
your
Australia
4th red
just a
card of the
second
day if
earlier
you
than
swing.
DFM's eventually leads to their victory. Both teams had the same idea.
You're on
But now
thin ice,
DFM,
dude.
GN and Jimbo, I mean, what more can you do? You got to
Okay,
go up
lovely.
first and foremost, but after that, a 2v4
No swing on
retake
window.
seems a little tough.
Oh my goodness.
Reeling
That's
from those
outrageous.
losses. Not sure
I was nervous for it. You could tell he wanted to.
Trying to stay tucked into certain positions for now, while RRQ, with those numbers, will be able to capture onto B. Spike goes down.
They got to save these guns, really.
onto that ledge.
We got 2 people that can't buy
For
next.
that post plant,
We're looking at 2-9 loss bonus. That's an
Jimbo can
awful
get a
9.
kill.
Oh my goodness.
it's an option.
I think you got to
Slowly trying
save.
Drag his mouse across. To play around next for us positioning too. Tucked underneath the window so that his head's not spotted, but yeah, heard onto the other
Okay,
side
now
of
save.
the bottom stairs.
You got
Zero
yours.
down.
Love it.
So good little pickup, but it's still the save for
Oh,
the
it's going to be an important round for DFM this next one.
Yeah,
What do they go up
cut your
against?
losses.
Server
You
or
got still one
Omenor?
kill. You're one closer to the Cosmic Divide yourself. It's not the worst. And RQ will just have to take it safe on the exit. Oh boy, GN, he might be able to get 1, maybe 2 with the Phantom, but surely they don't peek around that corner. Surely that's not necessary. Okay, they'll get the kill themselves.
I think he heard them, but still, yeah, double peeking together that way. So it is still an RQ round nonetheless.
9-7. I mean, right now, you kind of got a feel for DFM because RRQ is basically matching their call every time after the pistol, right? On the pistol, they spot it with the 0 point, but then they're just ready for those pushes.
Damn, it's an important
meet up
round.
in mid as
It's an
well.
important round.
The 4th round of the half, and now it's just a sheriff for Art, but he does have that Hunter's Fury if they want to go for a retake.
Where the hell is that recon gone?
Playing to the position.
Pretty sure they landed on the roof.
Back to a bit of a 2-1-2 hold for DFM. Slightly safer, but
just a high-low here. They want to try to stop it.
Weird that Art hasn't gone for anything, but he's literally just playing the whole round to play his ult. Okay, they played to retake, so they're going to retake with the ult.
Push all the way through, deep into the A site. Smoke's all set up.
Where are we
I don't know
planning?
if this retake's going to work out. Meanwhile,
My Astra
doing the same thing
is
that
so
Jimbo did
far
earlier
away
on.
that
Full-on lurk
I,
all the
honestly,
way
I'm
towards the back
so
spawn.
happy that Astra is here.
Oh, here comes
Silver
the
ult for silver ult?
burst from Art. They want to try to get a
Ooh, no
fast
plant
one,
on
and he
this
gets
one.
kill onto Estrella.
Do they send it? Got to be
Beam,
tempted
and
off the
that's
plant.
now Spike kind of retrieved, but definitely heard by DFM.
Yeah,
With their
Astra's
current
got to get
positioning,
involved.
Still looking for some spams.
Spike
Cushy
planted.
tries to push them off. The drone, though, through the back smokes. And it's Mania trying to play a bit of anti-flash.
Yeah, we're out here counting KO
Jevkin trying to
flashes.
set up for that crossfire on the other side. Meanwhile, Cushy still able to hold it down. Jevkin good for at least 1, but Jinbuk pushing forward.
Guys, you
not
have
slowing down.
Sova
Swings
ult
wide
and
on the
Astra
left.
suck.
Gunned down by
Oh
Extero.
my god.
Cushy able to hold
I'm
that
so
from
nervous
the right
with
side
the
as
after
well, and
plants.
RRQ
Why do they
manages
not?
to
They hate
stay on
util.
top.
They
Oh, that
actually
was looking
hate
a little rough,
util.
though. Honestly, if Cushy's not able to
Fair
slow
play.
things down
They did
there,
good,
I think
though.
it
They
might
did
have
good.
been a very successful retake. Being able to clear out Manya. Manya gets spotted by that recon right near the end as well. Oh, he got it through the spam against Jin. That's unfortunate for DFM. But still, they made it very
Dude, you
close.
got to right-click that flash,
And
no?
that should tell RRQ that you just cannot let go of the pedal anytime soon.
Just needing to keep all of this up. I mean, they have the firepower. They have those ultimates. DFM still holding tight onto theirs. May letting those blades go.
So Jemkin's been spotted. That lets May know that he's safe to try to push up, relatively speaking. And now they have full control of A main.
RRQ hearing those blades. They kind of hold it back safe as well. Just watching for potential pushes out. 0 point to clear out mid. So far, so good on the info gathering on the side of RRQ.
DFM steps away from A main instead of choosing to keep that control, but they will still go for a fast
It's a
rotate.
great gamble.
This is a very big gamble, but Xfero kind of
Fast.
shuts things down. Now, no matter where you go, not only do you have the numbers advantage, but you know that you still have the tempo in terms of lurks.
Ping shot across mid.
Oh, timing's unlucky here. No,
Reinvest
still good.
resources.
Oh, DFM.
Dude, he must just be like, why are there 3 people bottom and middle at 45 seconds left?
It's a clear A site for RRQ.
Yeah, it's rough. I get it. It's rough because you're on an eco. You want to try to get those picks.
Might pick up the
already
orb
took
as well.
one loss. You got to fight with numbers at that point with those
Well,
pistols.
yeah, they're going to have 5 ults for next rounds. DFM are going to time out. They're probably going to have to do something aggro. And anything aggro on this map feels awful.
Yeah, but it's made with Bladestorm, like you said, so I think you gotta trust. You gotta try, you gotta trust. Because
But they can
otherwise,
gamble
they're only
heavy
1 point
over
away
a
from
site
that
as well
point.
because they have Astra ult.
Smoked off though too. RRQ
Paranoia.
continuing to hold, and look at their setups all stacked up onto each other. May trying to go in for it, but Monyet guns it down. And all that's left, Jin alongside Jinbum, slowly but surely down to the ground. Jemkin and Estrella collecting on the final kills, and it's RQ up to 11.
Oh, May got completely shut down on that retake
timeout.
on the gravity well. The Paranoia goes through. I mean, Jemkin
With the
wasn't
extra
hit
kill,
either,
we
but he's
do
not
get 5
actually able to
ults
take
for
position, so by the
RRQ.
time the Paranoia clears, Monyet already has a sight, so he doesn't even need Jemkin for the crossfire. Now you see that, he's stunned up, he's locked up in his own Cloudburst, can't get the first pick, and that just shuts down the retake.
Yeah, just trying to hop around it.
No
Nonetheless,
timeout.
as we move forward into the next round, it is RRQ
No timeout,
with
no
full
arm.
util, full ults.
Astra ult, so again they can gamble. So yeah,
Feeling very
retake.
comfortable and confident. They continue to hold. And DFM trying desperately to push out, but gunned down by Jemkin.
Well, they,
Again,
I mean, they wanted to go
philosophy-wise,
aggro because
pushing
they're
out
up against 5
sounds
ults, so
good,
they're trying to
right?
get a
Neither team
pick,
has a
but
sentinel.
they have
You push
fake
out, you
Astra
get that map
smoke, and I
control.
guess he's
You
just
force them to get
pre-fired it.
pressured on
I'm
the
not even
post
sure he
plant.
saw
It all
him.
makes sense. But right now, every time they've pushed out DFM, it's just been right from the rip. It's just been a full send. And RQ just has to wait the first
It's like a
10
trade-off,
seconds.
though. They trade 1 for pretty much
Doing such a good job at
majority of map
reacting,
control and
evolve it,
maybe a free-person
getting
stack
those
if the
calls,
KO
getting
gets there in
those
time.
reads, or even just holding their ground.
It's still not
With
too
that,
bad
with
for
the
DFM.
numbers
They got a
now,
recon?
full sending in towards
When
the
does
A
Art's
site.
recon come
Good
up?
flash though, but here comes Art with the Odin. Let's
Damn,
it
does he
rip.
even need
2
a recon?
kills down. Jin with the support.
I mean,
Jinbum slowly flanking from the back as well.
I don't,
Not the right call? Yeah?
No, I mean, what do you say to that? I mean, he's got an angle where he can spray
Yeah,
down
and I think
everyone coming in from
I mean, it
both
wasn't
sides
too
of the
bad
wall,
from
both sides of the
RRQ,
choke point.
especially as like the round
Jemkin
before,
got through,
they
but he's
kind
got
of
teammates
conditioned them
watching
to
the
feel
other
like
side.
they
He's
can't
never
be
worried.
proactive after they lose the first kill, and they might be just holding middle till 45
You
seconds.
gotta be able to find the location of Art if you want to go in. And they've been doing a good job of spreading, DFM thin on the other side. I think they just assumed that it was going to be a much heavier stack on the B side with that push out, and they thought they had an earlier time, but the rotation was already there. DFM very quick on the call, and Art just holds his ground.
10
Kind of
seconds
feeling a
left.
little bit eager to that map point as well, but, well, okay, Art just continuing to swing out. Teammates
nice
good
though.
to trade, so Gian
There is a
that
lot of
Odin back
ults
up.
here, a lot of ults. In ranked, they
DFM,
yeah,
you
dude.
know, manages
Everyone
to
hates
sneak
the
one
Odin
round in as
and
well.
Judge in ranked, but they're just the best things ever. Oh,
I
we
mean,
saw it. He
Jemkin
did see him
continued to try to
beforehand.
shut down May, but yeah, the paranoia as well. Like, there's just nothing you can do. Look at how fast he is, by the way, on that flick on the right.
Look at his
He doesn't get
POV.
the
His
kill there
POV
'cause
is
his team's already
incredible.
got it, but he is just locked in the moment he starts firing.
That's it now. I mean, it's been so many rounds where DFM pushes out. RQ might just start things off a little bit slow. And maybe possibly some mental conditioning. Buys a bit more time for DFM to work around the map. Stars all placed out throughout B now. Deep smoke in to try to hold out for that early main pressure.
Okay, so the drone doesn't spot anyone close on A, but they still go for the B
How many
push.
times are they
Jemkin's
getting
already in.
entries?
Quick kill supported by
Has
Estrella.
DFM got
Now into the
a
site
first kill on
from
defense
the
yet?
back,
I don't think
able
so.
to flush Jinbum further into its a defensive position. I mean, this is so much space being held by RQ.
Whoa,
What is that?
whoa,
Such
whoa.
a precise flick. May, though, will be able to fight back now
Sova
and trying to
ult
take
is
more of
going
that
all the way
space.
around the
Pops
world
up towards
though.
the
May
boxes.
is
That's a
doing it
second.
all.
A third kill. Jemkin's
Nice shot.
down.
We got Astra Sack, no
Nextera
tap with
trying
the
to fight
spike.
back from Nest with the spike
Maybe there
down,
was a
but
tap and I missed it.
can he do it? Feeling the
Does
pressure.
delay enough
Cushy.
Sova, and you got to
On
imagine
time,
that Sova
all the way
isn't
out from
here.
behind, and Gia's just gonna stick it right around the edge
Whoa.
of the smoke. Hops down into him, cuts the flick, but May online for the ace
Comms,
now.
HP.
Spike's been
Who did the
halved,
damage?
so low. Vexfero can just spam away.
Whoa.
He's looking for it.
Damn, dude, May's, it's crazy, man. May's actually stolen around.
DFM pick pick up yet
Solo.
another round.
Pretty much
The
solo.
most
Shout out to May on that.
unfortunate
Did it
part
all.
about this round
Holy.
for RRQ is that they had the Hunter's Fury as well, but Cushy
No pings,
arrives
yeah, no ping
already in
change.
heaven. They know that they have no idea about Cushy's position, but the smoke is just so good from Jin. Covers him just enough to be able to hold the half.
Card
because
here?
Cushy didn't
No,
want
the
to give
card,
away
the card
his
wasn't too bad.
RRQ,
May must
they
have
were
tapped the
always
spike
just
for the
so
original
close
Astra
to a
Suck.
perfect round
And
that
then
they actually
he
greeted
doesn't spam too
themselves.
much because he thinks
Baited
he's off of it.
themselves into this position. Half
He
already
thinks
done.
he's too low HP to stick, I guess. And he only had 6 extra
Way
bullets.
too quick, too eager, straight into
Yeah, I
the
mean,
site, but
I would
not
always be
expecting
sticking that.
May to be able to fight back that way.
Well, DFM really trying to strike back. This is going to be DFM's timeout, trying to make sure that they can make the full run all the way
NHP
to
just
the
get the
end to
classic on
overcome
right click.
RRQ.
Still very,
I guess
very
he,
possible.
I guess he's not gonna lose anything from doing it.
Point not quite yet
Yeah,
found.
I will admit it did feel a little bit odd the way that he
fact that
played,
it is
but
this
maybe the
close.
HP wasn't comped. Maybe he
Well,
did
the
the damage.
timeout,
No, he
though,
didn't do the damage. May
could
was low when he
also
dashed into
factor
sight. I'm
in
pretty
for
sure.
RRQ a little bit.
Yeah, curious
The
to
safe,
see
the Sova
RRQ's
ult.
adjustments as well.
Yes, in an ideal world, you're probably Sova ulting here, but the flank wasn't too
Right,
bad,
they're still staying on those ultimates.
to be honest. It would have been better if Rolls were reversed,
It
right?
would seem that this
It
was
should have been
RRQ's
Astra going for the
timeout, looking at
flank,
that UI as well,
Sova
we'd have to get some confirmation.
playing far back.
Might have
I
just
will
been
say,
a
like
misunderstanding,
RSQs after
but
plant
Jemkin already in.
protocols
round,
are definitely for
quick
sure
rush,
off.
Straight into the site, but gunned down by Art. Trying to flush out that Odin of his, but still, Estrella trading just as quick.
Meanwhile, Xfer on that B side. He's already through. Can he get a duel? But he gets picked out by May, and that
Yeah,
should
nicely
shut
done from
down
May.
the game plan
Yeah,
here
I
from
wonder if they saw him
RRQ.
cross here.
Yeah, all smoked off too.
Uh-oh.
Drone will spot out though, so it gives Monyet
Uh-oh,
plenty
this
of
guy's
chase,
low.
and he will push forward. Takes down Art.
You know you push them out. That's going
What
to
a
be the
big
spike
3v3.
plan, but
They got to
still
stick
a
over
fair
towards site
3v3
because you got
Estrella, a little bit
Astra ult for
closer
the
was Jen.
retake. And
Smokes up and at the
don't really
ready
have
as
any
well.
util. It's hard to get back onto site here.
Maybe looking to play around the smokes, but look at this setup. Recognizing the Cosmic Divide, Cushy just plays around it. Monyet though plays it
That'll
close
do
and
it.
safe. A bit of an updraft upwards, and that's going to be May being able to break through alongside his teammates. Monyet though still able to gun it down. Estrella the only one left, and he's hiding away from the other side of that Cosmic Divide. Jumps over, spotted out by May. May continues to chase. There's the shot.
Bro, May is just
Headshot to
solo
boot.
winning so many rounds, man. He
One
got him
round
out
away
through
from
the
tying
choke point
things
as
up.
well. Did the hard work.
That Cosmic
Holy
Divide actually just ended up
RRQ's coaches must be
completely
losing their mind how they're losing these
Estrella there
rounds.
at the end.
No,
When he
shout
was
out to
caught in
May
a
once
position,
again,
he didn't
obviously.
wanna have to force a 1v1
He's
against
doing
May, but
he's doing mad
these are the
work.
times when you got to have that confidence. I think he thought he just maybe tries to play for time, but then realizes I can't hear the spike from across. Tries to bait him in, but May's too quick on the chase. A great retake here. May playing bait for them on the retake entry is successful. And eventually clutches it up for his teammates. Now 10-11, 1 point apart. Ults are back for DFM as well.
Just always the hero of DFM. Looking to continue to hold out towards B, while Jemkin straight down mid with deep smokes, just breaking the door.
They do have nicer next round, so they're
already way
probably
past
gonna
Amy as
force
well,
if they
and
lose
Oppo.
it.
This
We
is a
get
do or die
off
spot, but it
angle
is an Odin, so-
committed.
Especially
Oh
given
boy,
that
does the
Arts
drone? Yeah, it
mess
will.
with it.
Okay, good. Nice, nice,
All
nice.
right, respects the drone. I like it. I want to agree with that.
Hops away, drone dealt with as well, so not going to be able to spot out way too much. But they do have their stars prepped and ready.
Still a minute left, but like you said, the
Yeah,
stars
mid
are
is
still there. So while
mid
you
as we
push
can
them
see is
away,
very
DFM
open.
doesn't really have
DFM
to
has some
get
good
any more
ults to hold
information
site
because they can
retake.
still
We got
delay.
Astra
They just
ult,
use
which
the
you would
0 point. They know
imagine
that there is
gets
no
them
setup
over
right
towards
around the
B
corner, so they know
easy,
they
and
still have
then
more time.
DFM
Mid's
at
been
least
empty,
higher,
but look
lower,
at the
double
reposition
committing.
from Art. That's
Whoa,
positioned to make sure you
full
can cut
person
the
walk
flank
down
going to
middle.
B. Meanwhile, Gian,
I feel like they play so weird when they have ults, RRQ. It's like it's not normal. Must be weird to play against. Dude, Odin off.
Oh, Estrella with the peek right around the
I honestly, I
wall.
thought
That's
if he
the
got
wall
that
bang
first
shot.
shot
Now
off, he was
May's
getting
trying
like
to
3.
receive that. Oh, and the
May, of
double
course,
kill.
gets 2.
Monyet, though, quick on the trade, and now it's
Great
gonna be
trade, big
back into
2v2. Got KO ult for retake, not that it changes too much.
And a spike goes down. GN and Akame quick on the rotations. Looking to start things out. They do have a lot of utility to work with, but do they know how Jemkin is positioned?
They should know that Jemkin can do that, yeah.
I don't think they have confirmation. However, the way that smoke is placed would indicate that there's
Especially
something
as he back, especially as he doubled up the smoke, like for sure.
Because it gives you a chance to go for a double
Ooh.
Oh, they spotted him out early as well. And
Damn, see Akame here did a little tap. Did a little tap shoot to try and bait him out as well. The DFM are holding on.
11 to 11.
The rounds they win are close. RRQ coaches again must just be losing their minds. There's been a lot of chances for them to close this out.
Well, that would give us a way to double drop on both sides of the smoke. That would make things a little bit iffier to see if we're even heaven. Suddenly you have question marks all over, and they wait. They choose to go for these 1v1s, but they are successful.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't. What you guys are saying is a little bit hindsight. He didn't know they were there.
Two rookies coming up.
They cut sound for a long time. They could have walked over towards site. Could be flanking him on the right.
Okay, so earlier it must have been a DFM one. This time RRQ. Looks like that was correct. So DFM used their timeout successfully to try to catch up. But now RRQ. They gotta stop the bleeding. You've already been
clutching.
caught up,
May still
but
gets
can you
two.
reclaim the lead?
May's incredible, man. He's such a talent.
It's been tricky thus far. I mean, some quick and early pushes, or just trying to deal with the early utility. You know, even working their way around Art as well.
So the obvious choice, in my opinion, would be to just go for a set play on to B. I'd have to recall what their economy looked like, but the Odin has generally always been on the A side. So go for a fast hit, eliminate B, disposition him, and then go for a late lurk in mid. However, now you have the mind games of, is that too obvious? We just called this
the
timeout.
Sentinels 100 Thieves game? Yeah, really delivered, man. It was awesome.
Of what choices we have.
All three maps were really fun.
DFM to push out again as well.
Set play, flash in to send it. And honestly, these guys might tank this.
Okay, quick stars on towards the other
Oh, it's a great Omen flash.
Quickly updrafting backwards just to plant GN deep in,
but
Monyet spots him out!
That was supposed to be okay. GN. Okay, Art with a nice fish here.
It was nice though. Art's reply did a good amount of damage. I feel like I've been holding onto this ult for a good amount of time. Fight here, weak side over towards B, something we spoke about a lot in the beginning of the game at least. I like that.
Pressure onto the A site.
Smoke, very pressure level that you're over towards the right, and Astra gets spotted over towards heaven.
Now, worst case, you do have
a good reaction from DFM here. Push down middle. What a kill. What a kill. There goes the Astra. Astra, oh, it's hard to retake this with a smoke at heaven. The thing is, would they have been better with close Astra ult?
Possibly waiting for Art as well, just to regroup. Then you gotta deal backside nest.
May is still alive. May's been incredible on these B retakes, but it's so hard to consistently be good at it. It's a rough side to retake. But this guy's dead.
Smokes. Spotted out from the back. Akame on towards danger now.
Damn, this was nice, dude. KO ult, so you can't Astra suck. Yeah, and he's trying to run away to get out of distance of the ult, but KO's just running him down, so he's continuously in range. Holy hell, a 3v4 retake. How are DFM doing this?
Oh, I mean, that kill into the null command ruins the post
every single time in a post plant, or it's either even numbers or the complete opposite way, and they have man disadvantage. One chance to close it out.
Excellent post plant read here on the retake for DFM. That gets them to map point first.
I can't believe it's really crazy if they do it.
Possible non-command for Astrea as well.
Big change up. They go super aggro. Oh boy. Dodge doesn't get anything. We've seen retakes before though. Please don't overextend again.
Xfero on the lurk, spots out GN.
Now they gotta clear him out. A lot of time bought as long as Xfero stays alive.
Okay, gunned down by the Odin, but here comes the drone. So quick information found. And Kushi comes back in to reinforce the site.
Yeah, you have Heaven, so you don't need to fight in main. You can start to back out. Jemkin can start to clear the back of sight. Give some room for the rest of his teammates to back away. Of course, the spike planted for main, though.
Oh, but what a well-timed fragment as well. Just continuing to hold from Heaven, but here comes May! Hops on over! Jemkin shoots and sprays all over the place! 3 players down! And RRQ forces
I still
the
think
overtime.
DFM did incredibly well to get this to overtime, no matter what.
Heroics there. In the last 2
They
rounds,
still did so good. Like, if you asked them for overtime at what was it, 11-7, all of them will say yeah. So they should still be pretty happy that they got here.
QEON gets caught off guard, and that gives them all the information they need.
The judge, yeah, I thought the judge was gonna farm a little
Jemkin at
bit.
24 kills, May at 25. Everybody trying to frag out as best as they can here as we enter OT.
Swapping on those sides. I mean, just when you thought that Odin would have been the solution.
Oh.
DFM were very good at scouting out the weak site, but also as soon as RRQ got out the ops, they started winning. So you do see the AMP.
You're looking to delay on A, and the operator, you trust in that on
I like
B
this.
to
They make a
the
lot of
very
sound
bitter
over
end.
towards middle, so they for sure don't know which is the weak site.
Just trying to play those safe positions. Slow creep up from DFM into A main.
But this does mean that Xfero needs to survive on site. You need to buy time while on site, because if you give too much space, that operator retake is going to be very tough.
I believe that he can do it. He's been sneaky so far on the A site, especially in that first half. Trying to do it again.
What is the timing like on this one?
Do they clear Jinbung? Surely.
Astra should be checking
Surely,
it.
he
Oh,
spots
okay, well they spot each other.
All right, so they execute, starts to get rushed a bit.
Nice
Kushi
shot.
wins that.
And Xfero as well.
This guy's committed though. It probably goes down, right? Any KO flash to help him? KO flash so we can peek right side. KO flash so we can peek right side, please. Come on.
Okay, Heaven just got cleared by the drone as well. Kushi trying to play this calm, but DFM, they still have some time. Not going to push out though. They realize it's been too much time. They don't have the numbers advantage.
So they have to play all the way from the back
on
of the site.
Nope, 0 point coming out.
Oh! Quick peeks out, but May instantly deals with Jemkin right back. Estrella out from it, and it's Kushi down from Heaven too.
So good. Dude, if I am the RRQ coaches, I am losing my mind. What is going on? May is wrecking them. 29-18.
And Estrella chooses for the shorty, but it's absolutely a misplay.
Oh, it's for sure a misplay. Why is there no util?
Too far ahead. This is just a classic May round. Okay, Manya not that far ahead, but May's just ready for it.
Surely the first guy should be the jumping shorty, or we flash, or we wide swing.
He was out of ammo. I'm not quite sure, but either way, an absolute blunder against one of the best duelists here in Pacific.
They okay, it's a good timeout because my goodness, they should have closed this map out early.
And then the secondary burst to finish it off.
They knew he was there in the 1v3 as well.
Desperate timeout
You cannot give May away in. He's way too good.
Very important timeout. Obviously, each
He
team
is
only gets
way
one
too
on each
good to
side
kind of give
for
him these
overtime.
opportunities.
So RRQ, they're not only banking on getting this next round, but having faith that they can carry that momentum into the next set of OT. But it must have been whatever comms he heard on that retake that Ewok says, we got to calm things down. We got to get back to square one. We got to reset. Because otherwise, we don't even get another chance.
And it's on their map pick as well. Just wanting to defend kind of everything on their home turf. But as we swap sides now, it's May in with the operator.
Okay, we haven't seen it too much on their defensive half as they were getting very aggro.
He's hopping over.
Oh, because they've never done
Yeah, and you dodge the knife with doing this.
Oh no, has no idea.
Lovely, no trade on that as well.
So
Huge
quick to escape.
opening
Jin
pick.
instantly here to try to relay
Yeah,
forward.
don't give him away back
Second
in.
shot fired. And that's RQ, just not wanting to deal with this any longer. Picks up the alt orb though. But backs away, Xfero.
They are winning a lot of the aim duels.
All right, so you even up. Neither side has flashes, but there's still that operator. So the no flash really hurting the attacking
Man,
side
if
right
RRQ
now.
got their teamwork
They're
good,
rotate, but DFM has a relative
like
read on this.
they're gonna look pretty strong.
Push.
But it looks like people really don't want to help their team out
He's got
sometimes.
Yoda, so why not as well? Jinbung with a wider angle.
It's a really nice reaction from losing over towards middle. Double push, group up over towards B. It's awesome.
Rendezvous with the rest of the team, but at this point, then you're thinking about walking back into this op. Cushy tries his darndest to clear it out with the drone, but May is completely undetected. Now comes back out to hold the angle, and that's the shot. Punches right through. Looks for the other one.
Yeah, you did enough. You can chill.
Just to stay alive. Xfero
Very
in
nice.
for a bit of a hunt. He has May's scent. He also has to watch for his back.
Yeah,
I mean,
you have no
yeah,
map control right now. You
Ard's
might have a
secured
paranoia,
this.
but it's just not much to work with. So the plan is Xfero just hangs out on site. Monyet has to get
I'm
at
looking
least
at
2
Monyet.
kills.
He hasn't
has
even
to drive
considered
enough
behind
time.
yet. Yeah, he's not even considering
Out of
behind,
paranoia,
right?
but they don't know. They don't know at all. They don't suspect it at all. Oh, Monyet in the last minute.
What a quick turn!
First time he checked in
Spots
literally
out the
20
strap step
seconds.
as well, but here comes
What
May
the hell is that
jumping
shot?
into him.
Nah,
That's
May is
the call for
incredible.
Gian to kind of swing out.
What is that shot, bro?
Closes out in an intense
Dude,
fight
May is
against RRQ.
unreal.
It's
What did he end on?
14 to
32
12.
kills or something?
What
33
an
kills?
opening map between the two teams. You can
Oh
just see
my
how
goodness,
happy
RRQ are going to have the
DFM
most
is.
painful
Again, you have to
VOD
remember,
review
May, he was playing on the
almost
stage
in
last year,
Valorant
he was putting
history.
up heroics,
There's
but
a lot.
all the
There's a
rookies
lot of
coming
little
up from
things.
Challenger Japan and even
Shout out to May,
ranked,
man. That was
coming
impressive.
in to play their first official in VCT Pacific. They get a map win in overtime. Did May have heroics? Sure, absolutely. But did he have help? He did this time.
So much so. I mean, to be
Kind of a sick game to watch, though. I'm not gonna lie. It was a sick game to watch. As much as RRQ should have won this, I think. When May's playing like this, if you make mistakes, man, you're done.
6-6. But nearing the end of it all, that's when DFM really ramped things up.
Really locked in there, taking those risky glass cannon operators as well in that overtime. And I mean, we had players firing on all cylinders. Jinbung, of course, kicking things off, showing the rest of the world why he was one of the more high expectation
one of the more
players here on
fun
the UDFM
abysses.
squad.
It was a fun abyss.
I don't think anyone's not heard of
I think it
Arts
was
Odin
fun
just
because of
yet,
the
so
mistakes.
once again, it rings true throughout
Never good.
Abyss. But RRQ, I mean, again, they started on the back foot. They climbed all the way back. They even pushed it back into OT once DFM was back ahead on match point or map point. But it's DFM locking in one step ahead.
So many of these moments.
Who am I sending off for this match? Oh, they all got red cards, man. RRQ are all sitting on red cards. Got no one left on the pitch, mate. The coaches are going to have to put on the kit, stand in.
Just an impressive
Get him on the
showing for
server.
May once again. But I gotta say, there were some rounds where his teammates showed up. They were able to support him.
Yeah,
it was
I'll
a
be back
rough
in a
map.
little
You
bit,
can
chat.
see Art, his
Let's
head
spam some
hurts
ads.
from all of that calling, but we'll toss it to the analyst desk to break down everything that happened on that map of Abyss.
Well, I hope the casters' heads aren't hurting after that map because
Chat.
it was just so back and
We're not going
forth.
to ads.
There
Bro,
was, you know,
wow,
so,
come
there were so
on.
many moments where you did not know.
This-
how
I mean,
the round's
this
going
this
to go.
sums
And,
it
you
all
know,
up.
This is the closest map that we've had so far in Pacific. I know it's a bit early to call that,
Yeah, I'll be back in a bit.
but you know, we have our first overtime here. You wanted an overtime so bad here, big time. You got it.
What an exciting map that was. Honestly, it was so back and forth. It looked like DFM were going to start running away with it. Ewok caused that timeout in the first half, and they managed to recover.
Yeah.
Then it goes the other way. DFM managed to bring it back, and then, of course, May's massive plays in overtime. It's hard not to get excited about that.
May was fantastic, but I want one number to settle in here on this graphic. 6 out of 12 post plants. How many rounds did DFM just complete a successful retake? Over and over again. 300 ACS performance from May. The rest of the boys did pretty well structure-wise around that, but no one was fragging up to his level. Jinbung initially was doing quite well. It's not like any of them were kind of falling by the wayside too much. RRQ, again, a pretty well-rounded performance from them. As expected, no one fragging really stand out except for maybe Jemkin on those entries, but it would be a really frustrating game as a coach of RRQ to watch unfold. You get the sight every time on attack, but May clutches every time, and every time DFM comes in for those retakes and steals a round away from you, you'd be kicking yourself.
You just saw how many rounds they were able to just ride on that May hype, right? The DFM hype train that everybody is on.
Yeah.
They felt it too. The players were on it as well. And, you know, you saw how much they were willing to fight, even though they knew that maybe RQ had the numbers advantage. You know, maybe it wasn't exactly going their way, but they still took a chance. And this is a very different DFM. And of course, you know, they're building around May. We saw that come into full fruition here in this map.
Yeah, his multi-fragging potential is phenomenal, but what impresses me as well, and especially when we talk about how many successful retakes that you did see, I mean, those sprays are fantastic, but the successful retakes that you see time and time again from May is his ability to operate in uncertain circumstances, to maneuver around sites, to complete clutches on the retake where he doesn't know where everyone is, but he's able to always find the right passage of play to weave in and out of crossfires, to be able to find people and bring them out from kind of their hidey holes when they're trying to play the spike post plant. The amount of times he was able to get the defuse off and kind of defy the odds was ridiculous in this game of Abyss.
Yeah, I think he really understands risk and he really understands his own level of aggressiveness. And let's be real, that's what makes star players, and that's what makes a player like May so fun to watch, because he knows when to keep going. Like, as we saw when he had the operator right near the end there, where he jumps around the side and goes into A main and gets that first opening kill. That's a brave play. It's very brave because it can go very wrong, but he understands the risks that come with it, and he always executes well.
He just becomes this player that you believe will always come out on top.
Absolutely.
Like, you're watching him and you're just like, you believe he's going to win.
Oh yeah, definitely. You don't count him out ever. He's just one of those players. But you know, there's so many good plays on both sides, right? They're like, as you were talking about, there's so many good set plays. There's so many good ideas here.
I love this one. I mean, this is just utilizing May. Blade Storm's pulled, and you go for a quick mid to B here. You can even pull the null command on some of those faster plays. I love Blade Storm, null command, just quick set plays like this, especially when May is the tip of your sphere. And then on the other side, I mean, RRQ, we know the depth and the chemistry that they have built up over time, and these kind of set plays to get an opening pick on defense are perfect examples of that.
Yeah, these kind of set plays are what we call it dry running, where you're just in a server on your own, there's no enemy team there, and you just do it again, and you do it again, and you do it again until you can't get it wrong.
And then in an official, it pays off.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you just get that opening kill, and that's a really good feel-good moment. You get yourself a 5-on-4, and all of that extra prac is worth it, right?
Yeah, that's why we practice. That's why the coaches put in all that hard work, and that's why sometimes you got to do the boring stuff of being a server with no one else and just practice hitting the dash.
Dart, you know, the pathing, everything.
So teams are always happy, coaches are always happy when you see these set pieces that you've designed pay off like they did.
And then it cuts to the player camps and the coach camps, and you're like, oh my gosh, it actually worked. That's what that reaction is, you know? But you can definitely see all of the hard work that is coming in here for both of these teams, right? This was, as we mentioned, incredibly close, but I'm curious here, what did May have that Jemkin did not on that map?
I would say just the ability to defy odds and retake. Jemkin was incredibly consistent for me. The thing is, he was able to get into the sites and find those entries, and he played his role. He just didn't do the extra 20% that May did, but, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. He played his role. They just needed to close out the post plants. Really, for me, for RRQ, it was a chemistry problem and a post plant issue where they weren't able to deal with the impending retake of DFM, and also maybe they gave May a little bit too much respect. Maybe there was that fear factor.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one of those things that I mentioned earlier, where it's easy to reset after a stomp, but it's hard to reset after a game like this. Because RRQ will really feel like they should have had that game in the bag. They needed one more round in regulation time, and there was a lot of rounds they could have won. Like you mentioned, they're just not clinical in these positions that really, really matter.
Did you find that there were maybe some, you know, really crucial small mistakes more so on the side of RRQ than on DFM?
Yeah, I mean, you drill and you practice your fundamentals all the time. We look at things like spacing, trading. They're massively important for how a team plays. But it doesn't matter how well you know those if in the moment, like look at the 1v4 May got at the end. It's very much one person from window, one person jumps, one person jumps. If they all come at the same time, you're dead. But it's rushing, it's nervousness, and it's just wanting to end the round instead of taking a second and breathing.
I think to add on to that as well, it's one of the issues that you see time and time again in Pacific and even in EMEA for mixed nationality rosters, where the communication breaks down in those mid to late round situations. If everyone's speaking the same language or everyone's speaking Korean, you know, it can be a little bit easier to make those micro comms in the mid to late round, but especially mixed nationality rosters like RRQ, despite how long they played together, if you have some quieter people or you have some people that, you know, when they're really focused, it's hard to translate into English and then, you know, go ahead and, you know, make sure that you're saying the right things in the right time and playing off of each other, then things can fall apart a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's why, you know, a topic like that keeps coming up, because when you're emotional And in the heat of the moment, what language do you default to, right? What is your default comm? And that is a real barrier for, you know, a team like RRQ or for GE, for example, right? So going into our next map, which will be Pearl, I wonder, because DFM did take this map from RRQ. Are we seeing a 2-0 here from DFM?
Could be, could be. I think they're going to be feeling confident, especially after taking Abyss and then going on to this map. They were the one to change their comp, if I remember correctly. I think Jinwoo was playing Cypher last time on Abyss. They've tweaked it. They've actually adopted the same comp that RRQ went for and beat them with it, even though it's only a very, very small change. So Pearl will be a little bit of a different one, and I think that you would imagine they'll have to play defense first, and they'll have to retake a lot on Pearl because RRQ, you know, it's not the map that they pick. They'll probably pick the favored side of attack. We know they're going to come in with a game plan for sure, but man, DFM looks so good on those retakes. That's an amazing skill set to have for Pearl, as well as, you know, if May's going to go aggressive across the map and pick something like Jet or go on an aggressive duelist, slowing down that slow attacking side default, finding those opening picks, like you said, getting on the op, be long, sounds like a recipe for success for me.
Yeah, unless I'm mistaken, both these teams played Neon on this map in the off-season, and I want to see them both go back to Jet, to be honest. We just saw a Jet versus Jet masterclass. I thought both of them really shone on
Remember when that was boring? And now it's like, bro, please bring the Jets back.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't want Neon anymore, ever again.
Hey, if I'm not mistaken, this is also where RRQ did bring out the Yoru. So we could potentially be seeing
Oh man, that was a fun map.
Something I like about
really,
the
really
RRQ,
fun map.
like,
Let's see what kind of comps we get for Pearl.
Monya can flex into controller, but you can easily just jam Jemkin and Monya on double duelist and, you know, send it home.
Yeah, getting Monya back on duelist might be the pump of energy that RRQ might need into this next game. I think Yoru fits Pearl really
Is
well
May
as
the
well,
truth?
so I think
May's incredible.
Is very strong there. So
Dude, I'm a little bit sad we never got to see a little bit sad we never got to see like the Japanese super team that could have been like the prime Zeta with May in there. It would have been insane.
It's pretty unpredictable, especially since
May Laz,
we talked about his confidence
just the May
levels,
Laz duo together.
Skyrocketing ever since the off season. He knows
May
that
Laz
this
Super
roster
Zero,
is really setting him
Super.
up for success. We're seeing it still in this first map.
Dude, it would be
and
incredible.
Going into
It
Pearl,
would be May
I'm
Laz,
expecting
Sugar
nothing
Zero,
less. I love
that,
that we put
and then who would you
the
get as
both
the
of them on
fifth?
here, by the way. We have Jemkin and May
Yeah.
right there on the duelist. How are you feeling
Superhero.
about
I mean, it kind of is.
your team so far?
They both played very well, but I think Big Time's going to be happy with picking May. I would have picked him, but I was being very.
Did
nice
Laz
to Big Time. I
retire?
said, "I'll
Yeah,
let him
he's
have
like
May, that's
crazy
okay."
successful streamer
I
now.
want to win too much to be nice in this kind of situation. I gotta
Ben?
That's
Yeah, I think at the time you would probably have 10. I think now maybe Soita is the right choice.
Even as much as I'd like to win, but I want to see this go back and forth. I want to see another time. I want to see map 3 here, because this is really like that. Map 1 was incredibly interesting from a strategic standpoint, from a highlight standpoint. It was visually pleasing.
Why we love Valorant, man. Like, it's got
Absolutely.
that strategic depth, but you also have enough room for amazing individual plays. It just makes such a great sport.
Yeah, because you can have all the set plays that you want. But
Yeah,
then
man,
when
it
you
would have
have
been
something
incredible. I think just Laz and May in the
when you
same
have
team would have
a
been
player who's just
unreal
feeling
to
it.
watch.
Those are the moments where you as you mentioned, you create superstars.
Yeah.
And this is a match that could definitely set that up. As we're opening our as we're opening kickoff, these are the matches that set the tone for these teams throughout the year. This is their foundation. So far for DFM, it's looking incredibly impressive. Not that it isn't impressive for RRQ, but we're seeing that there is still some adjustment, and unfortunately that's a running team for them. So you're wondering when does it pick up?
Yeah, I think emotion is the
Laz?
biggest part of this. Playing
Yeah,
in an
same.
off-season event is not
Dude,
the same.
he's never coming back with that many
there's
viewers.
There's a whole hierarchy to it, where people can kind of look at these pro players and be like, oh, I would never make that spacing mistake. We would just swing together in my ranked 5 stack.
Hey, pro players, that's like all the people in Platinum.
On chat right now.
I've seen people get nervous and fumble their gold rank up game. So then you level that up to scrims. It's a whole different
Damn,
level of
dude, they're
stress.
really
You level up
gunning
to
for
off-season,
everyone.
It's even more different, and then you take it onto the very top level of play. On this stage right here, the emotions are at an all-time high, especially in their own opening match.
Especially since, you do have Masters Bangkok on the horizon.
Absolutely.
You do know that you know, you do have a lot of time before that, but also not enough time for it, right? It is a big event. It's happening within the Pacific region too. You do want to make that statement. All
God,
of these
I'm nervous.
teams do. So as we step
I'm nervous to
into
watch
promo,
RRQ
very
again.
curious to see
I'm hoping
what
like
agent compositions we're
DFM
gonna see here.
take the
Are we
map,
seeing
and
that
it's like
Yoru, I think it was
because
like Yoru
they were the
faded
better
and
team, and it
Neon
wasn't
coming
because
out from
because
previously.
RRQ messed up.
Do we see May
That would be
on
nice.
the Neon as well?
Okay, so there you go.
Whoa, what
RRQ
is
have
this?
changed it up. It is going to be back on the Jet. Monya's gonna be
Whoa.
on Phoenix
Okay, we got a
instead,
lot
so
going
little
on.
bit
We
of a
got
throwback.
the
Not the Yoru
Fnatic,
and Neon that we were talking about
I
before, similar
saw
to what T1
Yoru
ran,
comp,
but instead a different
and
flavor
then
of double
this is
duelists,
like
and, they're gonna be
kind
running
of
Device, so very interesting.
kind
Over
of
on the side
the,
of DFM, ISO Yoru, dude. They're running
this is
double duelists
literally
as well. They've changed
the
their comp as
4
well.
of
These two teams,
Paper
as
X,
we've
right?
mentioned,
And
have
then
already
instead
played
of
each
the
other in the off-season, and
Killjoy,
they're
they
pulling out a
have.
couple of tricks.
Is it
Yeah, they're all
Killjoy?
trying
These?
to-
Yeah.
Trying to get
Instead
around
of
the
Killjoy, they have
anti-strat.
Vice.
I mean, this is going to be a fun and fast game. I really like the Phoenix on this map. I think the way you can control the orbs, you really start to snowball with your ult. So I want to see that from RRQ.
Yeah, this is gonna be so exciting. Oh
comp?
my gosh,
Yeah,
Shobra,
let's
I
hope
hope
they
you have
play
your
it
meds in there. RRQ might send you to the
nothing like how
hospital once
EG
again. We're
played
gonna
it.
send it back to your casters.
Okay, we got RRQ on
don't
attack.
need your
We
meds
got
if you just
DFM
lower your
on defense.
You know, just take it one round at a time.
What's
it's not
your-
a big deal.
What's your
Oh,
blood pressure
look
right
at the
now?
raid boss.
I don't want to know.
It's
but
the
guess
new
what?
and improved
We'll see
raid
if
boss.
RRQ
We got the
can maybe course
regen
break a little
shield
bit, because as the
and
talked about it,
ghost.
I mean, sure, May was an absolute superstar, but also some crucial mistakes there on things like the retake, getting a bit rushed. Monyet now with the curveball at the ready. That Phoenix, we'll see. Did he pick up some tips during his time on Paper X?
What? It's a
Trying to
regen
send
shield
it,
though.
but are quick to read. Shock darts through just to try to keep them at bay as well, or chip damage. Will be able to come back in to re-clear. Doesn't know that Xfer's behind him though, so will bite a bullet. Meanwhile, the front side of things, it's also a kill down onto Jinbung. So the two duelists from the back lines, not quite sure how they're able to push forward. GN now spotted out, clearing out the utility.
Very nice.
Estrella fighting back.
This is a cool
Yeah,
pistol.
just a good sight
we
there
had a
from
lot of
Estrella to check once again if there's
we had a
alert
lot of
coming in
things. I
once
love the
more
fact that they
from
had
mid,
that
and
Astra
they're able
just
to get that clear.
ready to hold this.
And now just the two duelists, not much you can do. I mean, look at that postman. There's so many mollies to deal with, but the shield resets. You know that there's at least one here. Find one with an immediate
almost
trade
got
from
this
Estrella.
job.
That's a fast
Okay,
one.
nicely done.
Xfero able to clean things up. The trading looking a bit cleaner
God,
here on the
chat.
pistol round this time.
So
for
lost
RRQ.
in the other map that I have no idea where the
just so
pistols
many
went. I
players
think it was
altogether.
1-1.
But at the same time, I mean,
So I'm
DFM
gonna
running
write
out of
2 on
time a
here
little
until
bit
chat
towards the
tells
end
me
of
that
it
I'm
all.
wrong.
Just RRQ being able to bunch up together and kind of work off of each other, getting those spams into the common spots like Flower works out so well. in their
It is
favor.
2-1?
And
Okay,
especially,
lovely.
you know, talking about those trades, working alongside each other inside of Heart.
Neon pick rate is close to 40% in Pacific, while in NA and EMEA it's close to 3%. Interesting to think about. I mean, that's all down to Danby. That's the influence of practices. And getting wrecked by Danby in practices and going, hold up,
Just another fast hit
this agent's
onto
still
Amy,
viable.
trying
Do you want to
dominate
use
at
that
least
comp that we were
orb.
using?
Surely they feed it onto the Phoenix once it's clear.
Hold on to those stars.
Damn, we're already picking up 1 orb. We're
Early aiming
drawing with
pressure.
EG, and we're 2 rounds in.
If I'm respecting a lot of it, it's just Akami in with a sheriff.
Okay, Charles did the
Slow
EG
pushes
flame.
out again, though. I mean,
It just
they're
annoyed me
continuing
to
push
watch.
out on their pistol rounds. This time through our
Honestly, Americas
Yeah,
has
so
annoyed me
generally
recently.
with the ISO you're on any map,
A lot of
that
teams
is
in
the
Americas
plan,
have
right?
annoyed
you push
me.
out, you plan, you know, the ISO there so that they can go for those 1v1s, 1v2s, and then the Yours able to TP back out. Obviously, right now it is the eco, so it's a bit of a different scenario. But the idea seemed to be that you're going to hold them off on A main
Wait
by
till
showing presence, and you
G2? Do
push
they
out a
won't
mid, see
annoy
if
me.
it's a pinch. If it's not,
I can
now they
rely
just
on
go for the
G2 to
50-50.
not
They
annoy
choose
me.
that it's going to be a B-side hit. They've gone for the stack. You do have the gate crash just in case, but RRQ, they say, okay, if you don't push out eventually, we're just gonna go A. No information, but you do have the firepower.
Yeah, no information on both sides, but that's why, you know, that firepower is kind of the sole
Hello,
denominator
Bacan, how you
right
doing?
now into the site.
Is there any good maps?
Pretty soon, you know, everything's clear.
I mean, there's been
spike
fun
down.
maps. You
It's a
talking
question for how
to
DFM
learn?
is gonna be able to fight
You watch
back.
the
You know, he's
Sentinels
still-
and 100
Akami
Thieves
still
stuff,
has
right?
his shield.
Because the 100
He at
Thieves
least looking for a
split was
pick or
pretty cool.
two.
Oh, I like the weapon trade there to allow Monyet to just buy time on site, but also fight to get more ult points towards that run it back. 2 on the board right now for Monyet.
Just continuing to try to play around it. Curveball at the ready now, sent through. Jemkin collects on those kills. That's 3 to his name. Meanwhile, the final 2 from DFM.
Then you're pretty fine, Bacon.
Yeah, Monyet realizing that if he just stays here with the rest of the team, Jemkin's going to clean up. So trying to fish for some extra kills himself, but won't find it. They did drop one of the rifles, so he picks it back up. 3 rifles kept, only a pistol dropped. And that's going to be the spike taking out DFM.
So not too bad for
Yeah,
RRQ.
gonna be a lovely bonus for RRQ.
A little bit more discipline as well.
I never watched the Fnatic game of how they played this. I don't really know how you meant to play this comp on defense. You not just take A control every single time with the ISO.
Blinded by Monyet's flash.
yeah, that you laugh about it now, but sometimes that can get real frustrating.
That's true.
Yeah, obviously Monyet is the one who was looking to get the kills there, but something that we'll have to watch an eye out for, because if it happens at the wrong time, it really bite them back.
Well, we're
now,
not seeing it. We have an outlaw, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4 people that could get one shot with the outlaw, so gotta keep an eye on the Astra.
Of course, Sniper goes down to B-Long as well. Not really spotting out too much for the time being, though. Hops upwards. It's
People are going to stop doing that peek when there's a smoke down. Just got out of there. Would have been a one-shot as well, but they know that the Outlaw's in play, and Art with a normal gun?
We'll be able to find Xfero.
What the?
Yeah, he fakes out that he's left. Monyet,
damn, is this what he does with normal guns? Just 2 taps everyone? Imagine this, he's just been nerfing himself the whole time, but he's in the Odin. He actually just doesn't miss when he has a Vandal.
Regroup to push up. Just to try to hit a site. I mean, they know that Art is pretty much here alone, so why not go for the pinch, but it's definitely going to be tricky. At least evading the recon for now, but footsteps now spotted and heard.
Cushy just going to try to get a scout onto bunker. They know that one's in there. Presumably Art, but they have.
Tell you what though, if he wants to play Pit, the Odin's crazy good in Pit.
It's gonna take a little bit of time to clear.
The distraction for
damn, look at him go, dude.
Man, Art's ready for it.
Whoa, guy's a beast.
4K to his name, holds down
very nice.
Entirely on his own.
It's quick for the swing.
Very nice round.
As soon as his teammates appear, staying alive long enough for it.
Vandal guy.
As well.
He's now Vandal guy.
That was a nice try from Estrella, trying to go for that one extra wall bang just to distract him. And then Cushy for the peek out, but he's unfazed. Look at that. He doesn't care as long as he doesn't get hit.
Incredibly clean and easy.
Looks a little bit more content. He looked so stressed at the end of that previous map. But now, trying to catch back up.
Yeah, so even with the light shields now, they are able to buy back up. Regen shields somewhere. And for DFM, you know, continuing to try to hold. This time the Stars back in towards A main, so they're going to have to respect it for now.
Change up.
That's why Jinbung has all of his utility placed around the A site.
Enjoying this from RRQ.
Trying to stack
Phoenix
the
picking up
ultras
orbs.
Monyet, but he's still got 2 more points to go. A little bit slower than they'd like. Jinbung, he's already out of the smoke. They have no idea. Nobody there. Check for a Jemkin. The delay is way too good from DFM.
Yeah.
So much of it all. But here comes RRQ continuing to push down in. Sprays down in towards Art. And that's Xfero getting yet another kill as well.
The Killjoy Mollies I thought were going to be enough for DFM because they isolated the Jet Duelist really well. This is doable. This is definitely doable.
But definitely aware that someone might be around the site as well. Tries to creep around. Estrella jump peeking, but not spotting out too much.
They don't know that he's already on the site.
He's thinking that maybe someone might be inside the smoke still, though, so not quite eager to push out just yet. But now, hopping down into it, Xfero is ready to track and
DFM's
trace
money.
RRQ
Only Art can't buy, so he probably just takes the hit. Buys like a Judge or something, Bucky. He must like one of those guns.
But this is some good delay coming out from Jinbung. The Nanoswarm's getting popped, just keeping Jemkin distracted. He's already out of the smoke right by the Razor Vine. So that little gap, that's something that RRQ will have to keep note of as well.
At least from RRQ, although the Jet didn't get much help on site because of the, again, Killjoy Molly, they didn't want to send it through. Like, everyone sent it through straight after.
Work alongside each other. Not only is it
RRQ have 3 people that are 1 away from ult as well, so this round could get a little bit crazy.
I like this setup with May and Akame.
Yeah, and making TP away, and then you have the double bait. But he wants to kind of like show them that he's TPing away, so it's gonna be interesting. Okay.
Now they're not gonna suspect it. They'll have to be very, very
Did Fnatic do this setup before? Do they expect it? Yeah. Jemkin? Okay,
there it
very
is,
nice.
Jemkin spots out Akame. It's down to Gian alongside May. The Stars instantly placed up. Even the hot heads too. Quick into the site they go,
nice
and Jemkin
chance.
will be able to gun things down.
Good
It's
ult.
May gone. Hunter's Fury fight back though, and that's Jemkin traded. straight into the site, and then now it's completely cleared.
It's risky on
alongside
14
Jinbo
HP,
trying to
but
retake, but blocked off by the Cosmic Divide, as well as the
I think
Phoenix
they got
Wall.
to save.
So the call to save has
Yeah,
been
and
made.
it becomes a little bit of a
And two
nightmare
before,
just for the
you've
money.
already got that Cosmic Divide. Things are looking a little dicey.
So normal
So it's
comps,
just gonna be
you're
an
looking at like
early
a
save here from
7-5.
Jinbong. I don't mind, it's
Sometimes
still early
even
on
an
in the map.
8-4 is like a
Wanted to
thing
make
on
sure
this
that you can
map.
still match some firepower
With this
going
comp, I
into
have
that next
no
round.
idea what it
Something
should
that's been a
be.
continuing theme in this match for RRQ is that when it comes to
In
just
my
like a
mind on
5-on-5,
attack, it's
4v4
incredible.
on these executes, on these retakes,
You can
that's when
disrespect
they
duel
do
over
shine.
towards
When
B,
they are
you
able to
can
take the
palm
initiative,
take
they
A,
start
not
the fight,
A
even if it
control.
gets chaotic, they thrive in that chaos, and that's always been true with this roster even last year. But if
They maybe
DFM
only need
takes their
4.
time to
Is
set
this
up for
comp
these
not
retakes,
just
if they
incredible
start
on
to play a little
attack?
bit slower, get one pick back out, that's
my
when
B
RRQ
hit
starts
like?
to panic just a bit. They
My B
don't
hit's
get
good.
the fights they want, and they start to go for these heroic plays one by one. The timing gets a little off, and DFM, they made it happen last time. They've still got plenty of rounds
Yeah,
to
maybe
force
they
that
only need
upon
4-5.
RRQ once again.
That's what DFM is looking for with some of these early setups as well, right? Trying to rob one of those players away from them. But this time, it's just that gate crash quickly being sussed out, and it's RRQ showing that, you know, like you mentioned, meticulousness to really check and clear out every single corner.
Here we got 2 save guns. We buy a hero gun on top of it.
Akaman still got that ISO
And
ult if he wants a
that is
1v1, but
pretty
right
much
now
it.
just 3 rifles for DFM. So firepower not quite there.
Still.
Okay. Oh, that's way too many people.
Right clicks for Art. At least able to get away with one.
Art's doing
Now before
damage.
Jen
fair
can
play.
guns and shuts everything
No
down.
matter
into
what
the
gun he's
site.
got.
Gian alongside Jinbo. It's just
It looked a little bit odd. It looked like DFM didn't even
I
expect
don't
them
see
to
this
just
as a possible route for DFM.
walk
Unless
fast
Jinbo
through
can
the
start things
smoke.
off.
Like they looked so confident that no one would push through their own smoke.
Sacrificial lamb here. Oh, didn't quite catch him, it looks like.
Okay.
Okay, but that sheer wall is going to be tripped, so now you know there's someone behind, so they start to push back in, but is this the right play? It's Jinbong. You got to respect the man. You got to respect the man.
Player standing.
He manages to spray all of them down. It's down to the
Yeah.
one-on-one. Gian
Very good off
still
sight.
too far away from a weapon, though. And he's trying to use his stars to caterpillar his way through. Hops on over, but all too simple for Estrella to deal with. RRQ picks up yet another round.
I am going to go ahead and say, though, that was a moment, that 1v1, was where you could tell that Gian is truly a ranked monster. Because that type of play, you have the shorty, you put up double smokes, but one of them is a fake, trying to draw him into the smoke, but then leaves him exposed
Too close.
at
It
close
was very,
range.
very close.
That's some classic ranked mind games right there. So you love to see the attempt, but Estrella just wary enough.
Yeah, not here, kid. But still, I mean, it's definitely lovely stuff to
Must
see.
win
to say
for
the least.
DFM,
Next round,
you would
however,
think.
And it's RRQ back in towards the A site.
Whoa. Whoa.
Had enough of the
Straight change of pace, insta-send on this one. We've got a Sova all on top, and that Killjoy util has just wrecked everyone. Oh my goodness, look how much is going on at the same time. Arme 1 is ISO all. Shield will end soon.
For more information, barely clips his shoelaces.
We can see an
Kushi's
interesting
just gonna
1v1
back
over
out.
towards B though.
Quick rotation from May all the way over onto the other side, though, just looking to receive them, thinking about the rotations.
Observer, no, he did good.
Estrella might not expect this so quick. He's not sure if anybody's here, but surely you don't expect the ops already back. Get spotted.
It is the Yoru after all, but May also smartly has another gate crash placed safe away. Quick shot in. Now looks for the next one. Oh, but
Kushi!
He moved a little second, a little
What?
bit more, too much.
What?
Oh, that is just some calm and collected resets there.
I was kind of
gotta
surprised
get
that the
his
shot
POV on the
missed.
replay. How does he
I
get
thought
all
the shot
three?
hit, and then he's insta killed the other guy spawn.
Like it was
I gotta see this
pretty good
replay.
flood
How's
in
he?
for all
It's a
three
1v3.
It looked like it was Maze.
Yeah, I thought May's shot hit.
These kills are great, but we gotta see the last 3. Please don't tell me you skip it because of time.
Here it is.
Bomb, bomb,
Oh, he moved in the
bomb.
last
Damn.
second. May moved in the last second. It goes completely off target.
Yeah, I think he must have sidestepped because May's.
Oh, that's just detrimental,
chat.
devastating.
You know,
We
well,
don't see
am I on
that every day
Twitch?
from May.
I should have been on YouTube.
That's
He
credit
must
to
have just
Kushi as well for
sidestepped,
being able to
right?
flick back
Or
and
was
forth
there
so
a
quick.
crouch? Has anyone got May's
This is
shot
a little bit of
on
deja
clip?
vu. 6-1. DFM was up 6-1 on that first map.
We just flipped sides, and it's DFM trying to crack a solution
We can replay it for next round
The
as well.
op
It's
has
all good.
been in play so far, but not really finding too much value. Maybe a single kill or there, here or there.
See exactly what DFM's adjustments are going to be, because quite frankly, it does seem like there was a lot of repeated rounds in terms of the setup, in terms of the early calls.
His crossover's on.
And
Yeah, his
Champion
crossover's
right now
100%
just
on, so
fire.
it's either a crouch
in the
that I
first
missed
half,
or...
taking those first duels, winning a lot of these first kills, and that just
How
shuts
long we
them down.
got?
RRQ
5
picks up the
seconds?
pace
Okay,
as
chat,
soon
we'll
as they
watch it
get first
after.
contact. So now the plan from DFM is
appreciate
going to
the
be,
clip.
okay, they've been focusing on A
Webbies,
with
thank
those
you so much.
chaotic fights with the Phoenix. Let's just have B as delay with the Killjoy, and let's make sure
Money,
we can meet
super,
them, match
super
them with
low.
firepower.
4-stack.
He
Pushes
jumped it,
out
but he
from
landed.
DFM as well. Quick sprays, and it's going to be that wall-hang shot against Pharaoh.
But the pinch.
All towards Art, and Smonyet
Oh my goodness, the double duelist. One's on the floor, one's in the air.
Unfortunately, only able to find at least one.
That looked wild.
Down left is Jinbong.
Wait, are we saving? Dude, if you want to save and we
Probably
watch
the
this
save.
clip,
Yeah,
that's
he
so
just goes
fine.
for the save right away.
Okay, chat, we're not missing
And this
anything.
is
Let
already
everyone
the
look at the
second
mini
round
map,
where
right?
he
We're not
had-
going to miss
where he had to
anything.
go
We're all
for a
good. Don't
very
get
early
angry.
save.
And let me
I
check
get
this.
it. You look at the numbers, this doesn't seem like a round you can win.
So let's
but
watch it normal
how many more of these
speeds.
rounds can you afford if you're DFM?
Ah, dude, he steps to the left, right?
And RRQ, this time,
Go slow.
they have the read, they go for the pinch, and they say, okay, it's a fight, we just go fast.
Lands
and they are not
on-
letting their gas off the pedal.
What?
Even kind of
Does he step?
exploring the map a little bit. If Jinbong might be nearby. Not really. It's just RQ.
Seeing what they can get for
He
their
must
performance
step.
as well, because look at the
It's
creds.
just real min.
Quite wealthy right now on the side of RRQ.
Is he still moving?
Yeah.
I think he is still moving slightly, but
Just decisive and quick
I'm
enough to be able to react in kind
No.
to DFM. Even on the post-timeout calls.
I think it didn't reset in time. No, he
trying to
waited
pull off
so
an
long, chat.
unsuspecting push in towards A main. RRQ.
I mean, it was a good
can
push
make me
out.
watch
It was
it
a
again.
good recon as well. Make sure it covers both behind the box and deeper into A main, but you did not expect this fast push, and then the high-low with the blades as well. TFM right now, they're
Okay,
getting
we'll-
caught
chat,
up
we'll come
in the
back to it.
sauce,
We'll come back
playing
to it.
RRQ's game. This is where they shined on Abyss, really being able to reset it into their advantages.
All
So
right.
far not yet finding it.
Gun was
on
saved. We didn't miss
Pearl.
anything. It's all good.
RQ playing that double duelist now straight into it. Even with
RRQ
P
just
on that dimensional
dominate
drift.
first kills.
Might have
RRQ are
spotted
going
them,
to
but
come out
RQ
ahead
managing to
so
shoot down Jin
far
just
in
as
first
quick.
kills of just this best
Gets
of
away
3.
with his Phantom. But the site is just so hot. Coming right around the corner. Maybe
Oh.
blinded? Can he sneak through? Gets at least one shot on towards Xvero, but Jemkin and Monyet are just too quick.
Oh, Monyet, he's learned so much from Jing. Just runs all the way through, ult online, no fear. Gets 2 kills again to his name. He was a little quiet
It's
at the
looking
start,
very
but
convincing
he's
at the
picking
moment.
things back up.
Again, maybe maybe they only need like 3 or
8
something
to
with this
1.
comp. I don't really know.
Oh yes, flexing his ID card.
You know, I'm actually kind of impressed with how many pro players are actually flexing the flex.
That's too many flexes in one
I
sentence.
ain't the one who named it. I ain't the one who named it. I'm just gonna say.
You were the one on your watch party asking what it means.
Well, I was. Is
I mean,
it
it's a-
because you're flexing it, or is it because it's flexible? Why? Because now we have to say you're flexing the flex, and
It's a
that's
valid
just-
question.
That's too many flexes.
Oh man, it is what it is. But still, that is that confidence from Monyet.
At least Flex last year was weird because it was just like
Eager to find
Viper
something with the
flash
op.
initiator.
Will be able to gun down Estrella. Information found on the other side, but here is RQ quick to play that contact in towards
very
A.
nice. Dude, the double
Quick
duelists
trades,
are
Jemkin will be able to
really
relay off
on the
Monyet.
same
Here
page
comes the
together.
Hunter's Fury, just try to force RQ to disperse or buy time. Is it enough though? Xvero
Ooh,
tries to
another
go on the
miss.
offensive.
Nice
Straight
shot.
at the spawn, but it's Jemkin with one tap through flowers.
I mean, all of these pushes right now,
Please
they're
play
so
your
well set up for
Sova ult.
Jemkin, right? It's Monyet first going out.
Yeah, there
then
you
it's going to be
go.
Estrella,
Oh
then it's
my
Xvero,
goodness,
all
this guy's
peeking out,
frying them
allowing
14
Jemkin
to
get the
6
next
as well.
peek in to get the kill.
Every
Now
single
3 goes
time
even
he's
this
trading out
round.
Monyet or
And
they're
RQ,
just
there's
winning
not
their
a
jewels
single
wherever
round,
they
I feel,
are.
where they didn't start sprinting the moment they got first contact somewhere on the map. It's not even where they were going.
That's just the full play, the full brunt of the forces. May, though, still able to fight back with the classic.
But surely you chase him down once time starts to run
Oh,
out,
you
because
heard
this is the operator.
Yeah. He's very aware and very cautious. May still holding his crosshairs down, but Cushy a little bit quicker on that trigger.
Up into the next rounds.
And I like that play because they had Xfero
yeah,
sprinting through spawn, trying to make it look like that's where they were going to hunt him down. I don't think May really fell for it, but Cushy fast on that trigger. I mean, look at Monyet. Just no fear. If I die, it's still going to be a trade for Jemkin. Full faith. And this is what you want to see from a team like RRQ that does have the firepower to play chaotic like this.
Yeah, full, quick, and smooth. Just setting everything up.
Yeah,
Jemkin is
it
there
suits
to
them
be
well.
the playmaker if
Monyet
needed.
likes to
Okay,
send
the
it.
Odin's out. All right, we're back to normal.
Okay.
DFM's going to start to catch back up. That's what we were
We've
missing.
got another
Here in
ISO
round
on
11.
this.
The secret ingredient.
Well, they start things off with the Odin spam just to allow May to kind of push up. And
Oh,
again,
they're just gonna
getting that
insta-send this.
information, but this is when RRQ
Good luck on sight.
floods the A site. Gian
One
has
and
the
you did
hole,
good.
spots
One.
him out, and then with the Phantom Sprays gets at least one. But Monyet will be able to continue pressing W to push forward. Cushy on the other side, too.
They're just too fast. I mean, DFM, they even had the gate crash this time. It doesn't quite work out. There's the Steel Garden. That defies some of the timing. They
yeah,
want
it
to try to
is.
push against this lockdown.
Honestly, the double duelist is really strong at the moment.
Alongside Monyet.
Really good counter ult there from the Steel Garden. Allows you to have
Monyet
an advantageous
has
fight.
ult for next round, right? I think he got enough.
Just another save where Cushy is now reading everything in full. Spots him out.
Very
Simple
nice.
flick. Just as Arch
The aim's
tries
looking
to
outrageous.
steady his Odin. And unfortunately, it's not quite working out for DFM. One round only under their belt.
I really think that DFM they just haven't been able to reset, right? The chaos started early on in this half.
They
Sure,
should
they had
always
a
be
timeout,
they should always
but
be
then
taking
RRQ
main.
immediately
But I feel like
counters that timeout.
because
They get the pinch
RRQ are
from
going so
Arc,
fast,
and DFM they're just
I would
lost
always
right
just
now.
be
The tempo's
putting
too
ISO
fast.
damage towards A
Because,
and fighting.
I mean, sure, yeah, they had Maze heroics
Okay,
and
I
everything,
don't
but
get
right
what
now, they're not even really
the
able to set
ISO's
me up
for if I'm
heroics.
not insta double
Not quite,
damaging
they were
this to
trying
take
go
it with
for
a
at least
smoke.
up to gather information outside of B, but this time, once again, it's been working out so
Look
far.
at the ult
RRQ
overwhelm, man.
straight into the A side again. Hunter's free alongside them this time, but Akame tries to delete one player away from the equation. One-on-one, quick tap onto Xfero.
Big
That's him
job from
gone.
Art.
Art will be able to fight back in from...
Might be able to
well,
double the
Art
rounds.
takes down Jemkin. Now, things of turning back into where they main.
They did hear
Uh-oh.
him in Art. The pinch coming through. Monyet takes it out, but that's so much distraction. Estrella should get the skill.
He is not considering the lag.
There it is. Spike down as well. What is that? Cushy so quick to relay off of
Astro
Monyet.
Uta wrecked him on this one.
And now onto
Shot
the next
goes
one as
in
well.
before the
Monyet
Astro
fires
and they
back
double
towards May.
push through
As soon
it.
as Cushy
No,
falls,
okay,
the
just
Cosmic
one.
Divide is up for the last round of the first half. Is it possible? Gian desperately trying to swing off of this. Goes for a
Very
peek
nice.
out,
They handled
but
this
there's
well.
Estrella onto the other
They
side.
win-
The headshot to seal
they
the
win the
deal.
3v
It's 11 to 1
3v4,
in
right?
favor of RRQ.
Yeah, they just
After
look
that
better on this
first
map.
I don't think anyone expected this. DFM.
I don't think I
mean,
saw
yes,
like the
you
real
had
reason that
May to
DFM
buy
had
you
this
some
comp.
extra rounds. You had a couple rounds for. I mean, everyone had a couple moments. Jinbung, a
'Cause you
great start.
just
got
gotta
to
take A main
at the
every
end of
time,
the
but
day,
they didn't.
Enough rounds to reset to make sure that they were able to force RRQ to make mistakes, to force them into panic mode. But RRQ says, okay, well, the answer is to turn it up to 11. That way, we're always ahead.
Yeah, you think you can make RRQ panic, but they're just panicking all the time.
Yeah, if the alarm's just ringing nonstop, you just don't panic anymore. That's just normal for you now.
I'm always panicked.
Is it a strong
And
attack
it really
comp?
looks so lovely,
Yeah.
though. I mean, just as quick, you know, maybe
But
losing a player somewhere else on the map, but they just press
You would,
the kill
you'd
button
like to have
straight
more
into
than
the
one
A
to
site
play with.
Again and again.
Like you would like to be able to lose the pistol maybe and
Working off of Monyet, you
not
know,
have
he's
to
the Phoenix.
force.
If he dies, sometimes it's okay. Or you know, even if he sustains a bit of damage, he's able to heal himself up so quick. And he's continuing to apply that pressure. Just touches the blaze wall a little bit and then continues to push into, you know, areas like A-Link at times. And meanwhile, you know, players like Cushy, Estrella are so quick to relay off of him as well.
I mean, they talked about it on the desk, but this might be one of those maps where, you know, you just do whatever you can, forget and move on. Because at this rate, 11-1.
what should they have done? Just go way
Those
more aggressive
comebacks,
on
they
A.
do not happen every week.
Also
They were
showing that
very passive, really, for a double duelist comp. I know that the Yoru a lot of the time held over towards B. But I think the Yoru could have helped B, like in these kind of areas, and I think they always could have taken A main. And then until they start fast going middle, you don't have to change anything else.
RRQ's always putting themselves in a very tough spot.
They're forged in the flames, that's what it
Nice
is.
shot.
And now it is Estrella starting things off on the pistol round, hot on a single kill on towards Akame. One duelist gone, and spotting out May as well. Jemkin backs off with the Sheriff.
Yeah, the respect to May, right? Even if he gets the ult orb, you know
Yeah,
you're so far
May
ahead
picks
that
up an ult.
shouldn't matter in the grand scheme of things.
Well, now on to Cushy inside of B-Link though.
Ooh,
The Nova
Astra
Pulse
stun.
setup.
And he swings off of his shock dart too. Jin Boom, oh, quick onto the flick. A second
spike.
kill coming through.
Big
but Jemkin
Jules.
quick on the trade as
Dude,
well.
RRQ are getting
May
pretty
trying to
aggro.
do his best,
It goes
tapping
down
away
to
in
1-on-1.
towards Art. And now all that's left is Jemkin versus Jin, and Jemkin has the spike.
Yeah, but this is one of those positions where you do not, I don't think you really stay with the spike because there's so many angles you want to protect.
True.
Every time I see a spike down like this, I think about Paper X versus Talon last year. Talon had that chance to overcome it, and you get so caught up. You say spike's down, we got to protect it, but there's so much time left in the round.
It's
it is almost better
it's a
to
good
start
reposition,
re-clearing.
but he lost sight of middle for so long that he
That's
could
what
have
Jemkin's
just
doing now,
been
but slowly
anywhere.
pushing out. Ponytail spotted. Gian trying to play close and tight
Oh!
around.
Hey, nicely done.
Gets the tap square into
Yeah,
Jemkin's
that's the
head.
impact.
Getting the
Need
pistol
some
run and
impact.
saving themselves from that point.
Again, RRQ not able to stop themselves from constantly fighting. And DFM, they're able to just bunker down to get just enough kills because on defense, RRQ is not going to be all grouped up. On attack, especially with something like the Phoenix, you're going in as 4, you're going
Imagine
in as 5.
they do the comeback.
But that's not the case here on defense.
I mean, I'd be down.
Well, then
In
unfortunately for
theory,
Jemkin,
their
being
comp's
that
very good
one-on-one.
on attack.
Just not quite sure where Jin could be. There's that little bit of confidence for DFM.
Uh-oh.
Can they carry it forward? Now in
Uh-oh.
with the rifles. May
Nice shot.
quick onto it to the left flick, but Koshi for the right click to take him down. Now the trade's continuing to round
All
out
good.
as DFM fight
Got a
through with their
little
firepower
bit
on
worried.
towards the back of B-Long.
If honestly, if
Site is
RRQ had
completely open and
ghosts
clear,
or
and all
something
that's
on the
left
back
is
guys,
Estrella.
I think they might have won this. It was a cool little setup though.
Go for the hunt rather than pick up the rifle. At least just getting that information, I think. Okay, yep. Eventually calmly waits for Estrella to just shoot all of his bullets.
Don't manage
before
to
he
get the
takes that
plant right.
headshot.
It's close. Oh, nice.
Gun not going to be recovered, so you do take a little bit of economic damage, but right now, DFM, they're concerned about getting those round wins.
Yeah, need to keep it all up. So far, so good on the second half, but you really need so many rounds just to claw back.
Okay, ended up being expensive, and
Farmers across the board for literally everybody.
DFM are
Regen for
so
May.
far behind that
One
they
away from dimensional drift, so that
import
old
the
cycle
NA
is going to
strat.
start to come online.
They
You
buy
have to
into
remember,
it.
Not quite map point yet, just for
So we get the
RRQ.
NA buy. Made its way to Pacific.
Still trying to play around it as well. Very safe with the 2-1-2 for now, and this is what I was
But it
thinking
makes
about
sense.
before.
This
You know,
makes
it's
sense.
just a solo
Like you
Vice,
can't give
meaning
them
you
around.
need your stars
You
as
just
well
gotta
as
go for it.
players to work around mid a lot more.
It's
I
valued.
would like to
Yeah,
see
it
if
is the
TFM
right call.
starts to catch up a lot. For RRQ to just double up Astra and Vice Util on one side. So we see Chinbung answering right back through the smoke. And then have the Phoenix push out from the other. Because
Okay.
at the end of the day, what the Phoenix is good at is either farming ult orbs or using those curveballs to take space in mid. That allows you to ruin the post plant as well.
Down B.
Well, so far, current
Yeah,
setup is working
just
out.
not
You know, a little bit of loss, but
not aware
too
of the
bad.
angle.
Jemkin's able to take things back into RQ's hands. A little bit of a setup with the Razor Vine alongside a Star. May, though, just quick with the TP in and then the Dimensional Drift. Spots everyone out. Trying to
30 seconds
incite a bit of chaos in with the clone now. Fake out alongside the Flash. Takes down Jemkin, but
Very, very
RQ
nice.
is online. Xfero
Yeah,
Cushy
all able to gun them
It's
down
gonna end
all the way from the
pretty
back.
swiftly on
It
this
took just
one.
a bit too much time because May was more focused on
Haven
making sure
for
his
the
team can catch
decider.
up. He was so far ahead.
Could be a banger.
But that meant
The
that
Observer? The
RRQ
Observer's
could
really
also
good,
hide
yeah.
behind the walls
The
and get
Observer's
ready for the
super on
crossfire.
it.
The biggest thing is going to be that Monyet took down Jinbung. So now you had more players than you wanted to fight here on B site, but look at these crossfires. Very, very well set up. I actually think Cushy's position being so important there coming out of B Link.
Right, 9
now
chances.
With that point, you're a bit more relaxed if you're RRQ. It's okay if you take a couple more rounds for your
Yeah,
ults to come
double share.
online because you just need that one.
Oh, but just when you think they're relaxed, continuing to thrive in the chaos, Jemkin swings out of Art, takes down Jinbung. Meanwhile, the rest of them just continuing to hold a bit of crossfire in towards Art exit again.
I
That's
feel like
May
RRQ
down.
win a lot.
Oh, and through the star,
Win
the
a
smoke
lot
as
of
well.
jaws.
Estrella
Even
finds
if
the
we
Kami.
look at
All
just
that's
straight
left
up
are 2 players from DFM
how it was
inside of
going first kill wise on
Looks like it might be
Abyss.
overclack. I don't know what you do here.
Like
You got
RRQ
a
win
Sheriff and a
majority of the
Vandal,
jaws, no doubt.
No flashes, no duelists, no dive duelists to try to displace their crosshairs. Well, as soon as they get information, that's a curveball out, but they're still creeping in.
You got 1 minute to work with, but look at this smoke, allowing for Jemkin to swing, and there's
Yeah,
the kill.
very, very nice.
Estrella
It was an
for the
impressive,
Nexus wall. A
impressive
flawless
power
round
from
to
them,
finish it.
and maybe a good amount of
13-3 in
confidence.
favor of
Still feel like the
RRQ.
RRQ coaches will feel like they should have
RRQ, when
tuned
they're
in
able to
this,
play
but
to
you
their
don't want to be
pace,
thinking that made best of
They
3,
can
of course.
really punch up and punch out. It's when they are forced
I
to
don't
get lost
mind
in their own
the
chaos that they start to
DFM
falter. And DFM did a
comp.
great job of that on
I just
Abyss,
don't
but
think they
this
played
time,
it well.
It was DFM just not able to find a single round of footing here on Pearl. Only 3 rounds to their name.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for DFM after that tremendous first map. You know, feeling the weight of all of these efforts, but at the same time, you know, they definitely tried so many different solutions, right? May in with the op, trying to push up from B long.
Yeah, when you got the ISO, I want to see.
I
want to see
point, but to
some
no
aggro.
avail. RRQ were just that quick to respond, and I think I just caught a glimpse of it in the stats as well. Monyet had 0 first kills. Meanwhile, it was Jemkin with 5 of them all. And it just shows like how they were all able to fly through everywhere on the map.
Yeah, Jemkin was really firing on all cylinders, and a lot of those early rounds, it was off of his first kills for sure. The first contact just going your way, then you have a comp that's meant to bulldoze through sights. It works out perfectly.
be fair, that,
Then you have clutches like that from Cushy.
that
I mean, that maybe was the
1v3
nail in the
really was a
coffin, quite frankly,
demoralizer.
'cause that's a momentum switcher as well, on top of everything. Now, this one was a really nice shot, just seeing the edge of the gun barrel in his hand right there. So May, obviously still focused, but with that Euro, not able to have as much unless the team is set up with him.
Yeah, thinking about that gate crash into dimensional drift combo again.
You're wondering if they play
Just a little bit
Fnatic
too
comp
far
on
ahead of
Haven
this
if they
team.
play it on Pearl. That's very true.
Yeah, that's a nice clean finish
Yeah.
here from RRQ.
You might be
Tying
right with
things
that
up
one, Des.
1-1, trying to carry the momentum to map 3. We'll send it over
Off
to the
season,
analyst to break
I
down,
think they
you
played
know,
the
short
Neon
action that
on
we
this
had here
map.
on Pearl.
And if Neon got
A
nerfed and they weren't
relatively,
believers,
quick
you could
map,
definitely
but
lean
hey,
into that.
Big time. We're getting your checklist done quite
All right, I'll be
quickly
back in a
today
little bit.
because you know we had for example the overtime that you wanted, and we're going into all 3 maps for this series as well as the previous one. Wow, you're lucky.
Hey, how can you not love it? If you love Valorant, you love map 3. That's what I've always thought. But this was clinical from RRQ. This is much better from map 1, where map 1 you saw them making those easy mistakes. This was practically flawless.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that Ewok touched on, I remember when he explained why he picked Jemkin for the team, was the map in Ascension, where he got 0 kills and then bounced back and dominated on the next map. You saw a similar bounce back from all of RRQ there. That resilience, very important to RRQ, missing out on a close map victory on their own pick, and then bouncing back and winning a Pearl that they dropped to DFM last time. Albeit though, with comp switches for both teams and DFM playing with Jian instead of Cess, and Jian had a really rough game, whereas Cess was actually pretty good for DFM the last time they played Pearl. It was a 13-6 victory for them, so I don't like the comp change, and the change of controller in this case and playing with the rookie has really done them no favors, and Jemkin was absolutely dominating them.
Yeah, absolutely. A well-deserved MVP going 21-12. He just looked so fluid throughout that game. It looked like nothing could stop him the whole time. He could just walk around doing whatever he wants. And it's a joy to watch when Jenkins doing stuff like this. But I have to agree with you, I much preferred the RRQ comp. I think that Phoenix as a secondary duelist can bring a lot more than the ISO can. And yeah, I mean, I just didn't feel the ISO that game, did you?
No, I think like looking at this replay as well, you just have to criticize DFM a little bit on this map. This is their pick. This is their response to the A main conditioning you see from RRQ every time. It's what you expect for the duelist to take control. Their response after attack timeout to that is this: 4-stack A main, leave the Killjoy on the other side of the map and hope that it works out. And RRQ is one step ahead with that conditioning. They turn it into an A split through art and completely catch DFM off. And I feel like, I agree with you, the ISO, I feel like there's 4 or 5 duelists that are better than ISO on Pearl as far as I'm concerned. And you see a lot of them played. It just didn't really have any impact, and I don't think the Yoru was that impactful either. So after you've already had a winning formula, you've already won against this team on this map in the off-season, why change so much and end up with a completely different result? And why look like on your map pick that even after attack timeout, you can't find a good answer other than trying to 4-stack one part of the map?
Yeah, it definitely looks to me like they've not played a lot against this Phoenix in practice, because they were not winning that A main fight, which is massively important. If you have that Phoenix, they're going to try and take it every time. So the coaches call a timeout and they say, win in A main, please do not let them have the A main orb. So that's their response. Spring 4, RRQ are one step ahead. That looks like a very first iteration response.
Yeah.
I would say it doesn't seem like they've managed to drill this and figure out the answer.
That's like a Challengers team response. You know, you can't just stack one part of the map and hope that, or do a 1-4 and gamble stack and hope that it's going to work. We need a bit more nuance, we need a little bit more depth, you know, at this level of play, surely.
Yeah, I wanted to see more util, more, you can give and take a main. You can let them have a main, because if they do the Cloudburst Phoenix Flash, like RRQ were doing, you can come back after and retake it, especially with the kind of Yoru set play type things you can do. It looked to me like they were uncomfortable against that Phoenix, and I think that's what really stopped them from getting into the game.
I love that both of you are here, by the way, to give comments like that. That's a Challengers team play, come on, because like, if anybody, like, you know, if Kilios or Paperton were to say that, I would be like, but what do you guys know?
Hey,
you guys don't know
I'm
anything.
still going to get flamed for it, and that's fine. That's just my opinion.
Welcome.
But this is 4 out of 5 a Challengers team, and I've watched a lot of Challengers team guys, you know. I've been mostly a tier 2 caster. I cast nothing but Challengers teams. I've seen that over and over again.
Well, no matter what, because you're part of the talent team now, you will get flamed regardless, right? But yeah, I almost wonder how different this map would have been if May was just on Jet, you know? If they did stick with what, you know, what did work. I wonder, like, I know I did call for like, hey, maybe DFM can experiment a little bit, but I'm not sure what the vision was entirely for this composition.
Here's what's worrying here, going into map 3 on Haven here. RRQ have won it 2 times in a row in a best of 1, as well as a series that they lost against DFM, so that's not a good head-to-head record. We've seen both of these teams just comp swap on a map that they played against each other. These are the 2 standard meta comps that you see time and time again. They were both played in the series where they played against each other, and the best of 1. Maybe one of them will swap. But although we talk about the head-to-head record, I wanted to mention as well, DFM have kind of had Zeta's number as well. And Zeta are very good at Haven. So it's not like they can't play Haven. It just seems like RRQ kind of has their number on this map at the moment.
Yeah, for me, I'm definitely expecting compositional swaps here. We saw how both teams favored Neon in the offseason on the last map and then have since moved away from it. So I'm going to expect a similar thing here. I want to see May back on that Jet. Haven is a Jet's playground.
Not Neon?
I don't love it. I think May's Jet is too strong. His ops, the way he ops is what makes him so powerful. I don't want to see him, you know, fast rotating, sliding. I want to see him doing what he does best, and he has so much experience on that Jet.
So it's more for like the player.
Yeah.
It's more for May himself.
I mean, comfort picks are definitely a massive thing. Like, the meta is important and you want to follow it to a certain extent, but you wouldn't ever want to follow it the point where it would make your own players uncomfortable. Not to say he is uncomfortable on the Yoru from the last map. I'm sure he's on there for a reason, and we just didn't really get to see it. But I'm definitely think that they will change away. If they changed away from Neon on Pearl, I think they will change away from Neon on Haven. But I'm curious to see as where they go. I think DFM should simplify like they did on like they did in that first map, and I felt like that's what worked well for them. As it was sort of default comp versus default comp, and they managed to win that more direct matchup. This time, it definitely felt like they were at a bit of a disadvantage from just not feeling comfortable and not being comfortable at what they're playing against, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious to see what they pick, and I think this is a great map 3 to have. Haven always brings great games in this.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, RRQ, maybe they might swap things around role-wise, right? We may see Jemkin potentially on the Cypher. They were playing around with that, you know, in the off-season. Perhaps it's Monyet. I know, like, you know, we were hyping him up, and he didn't exactly, you know, really show up, I guess, in the previous map, right? I mean, Quack did mention it as well. He got 0 first kills, but perhaps he's saving energy for this map, you know? It does happen, like, you know, where you have players kind of like hiding in the energy a little bit because we know that when push comes to shove, they need to close out the series.
Yeah, I think in a stomp like that, you should never look at the scoreboard too seriously from either side, because when it's so one-sided, the players on the losing team very rarely get a chance to get into the game and kind of get themselves going, and it's the same on the winning team. Monyet was 10 and 10, I think, in that game, but the sort of impact of having that Phoenix, the main control like we spoke about, does bring its own value, and it's, you know, players are never going to mind not fragging if they win in a stomp win.
The amount of times I saw DFM players get flashed, or like Monyet would, you know, you would think maybe the Jet would be the entry, but I felt like Monyet was dying a lot more, and then Jemkin was multi-fragging, so I think he was kind of a bit more supportive and using the curveballs a lot to create a lot of space, and that was very oppressive for DFM to deal with. There's so many, it's why Phoenix was initially so popular on Pearl. There's so many tight corners where the curveball gets so much value.
Yeah, and we can see definitely, like, you know, for RRQ, how the gear, the machine is really working, right? Because I do have to commend as well Australia, like, you know, really coming into his own, because again, I brought this up earlier, right? In 2024, you did see sometimes where you felt
Baking
like he
your own
wasn't
first name
really,
basis,
you know,
didn't realize.
as gelled with the rest of the team as he should be, right? But it's very different, even in this first match here in Pacific.
Yeah, he looks a lot more.
Yeah, he was assistant coach
roster,
for GE
you know,
last
that's
year.
a good turnaround from map 1 to map 2, as we mentioned. And Australia, as the IGL, will be a big part of that.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see what we're gonna
Talk
have
to people
on
unlike
Haven,
me.
especially since
Explains why you
maybe
won
DFM
nothing,
can-
Bacon.
who
Too busy
knows?
socializing.
But as we did mention,
Too busy
you
trying
know,
to
the
make friends,
comeback
mate.
from RRQ
Get some
is
work
very
done.
very important to their coaching staff. So we're gonna see what they have in store for us here on Haven. Agent comms, we did brush upon
what do
it
we
just a
have?
little
Fnatic
earlier.
comm?
I'm eager to see if they're gonna switch things around, especially since we've been paying heavy attention to the duelists here. And
Okay,
like we're seeing
they
Jemkin
stick
on
with
Jet.
the
so they're the one
neon.
to change there instead of the other way
Ooh,
around.
RRQ.
So Jemkin on the Jet, Xferro is going to be
Thinking
staying
that
on that
maybe they were
CT
going to
role.
play a
He won't be
neon like
playing
they
the
did in the
Cypher,
off
though,
season.
so
Didn't
up
change their
against the
Killjoy
Neon,
and
that's actually
stuck
gonna
with
be a little bit
a.
easier for May
Well,
to get
stuck with a
entry
Killjoy
carding
instead of a
routes, so you
Cypher.
don't have to worry about those
Honestly,
trips
the
instead. It's
Cypher
just gonna
really
be
does
bananas
wreck
and
the
things
kill,
like that.
the
Yeah,
neon.
absolutely. May will be very happy seeing Killjoy on the other side.
Yeah,
compared
that's
to a
very
Cypher.
true.
It simplifies so much. Your shock, the way you have to default against a Cypher with your shock dodge, you have to be looking for those traps. You have to open it for your neon, and in the same way, it's much easier against Killjoy.
Well, we're gonna see indeed what they have to offer as we step into our final map
Right,
of the
last
day.
map,
We're gonna pass it
RRQ on
back
attack.
to Chobra and to Quack.
DFM on attack, and I think
Thank
sorry,
you very
DFM.
much. Last
Yeah,
map
both
of
teams
the
are on
night.
attack.
The
DFM on
distance here,
defense.
3
I think
maps
if you're
for
just
RRQ
looking
and
at
DFM.
comp to comp,
See how much DFM
DFM's
recovered
comp
from that 13-3
probably
loss.
has
As
the
Des mentioned,
advantage.
May sticking with
Just
that
purely
neon, but
because
only against
May's
the
going to have
Killjoy
fun
instead of
time
a
against
Cypher.
the Killjoy, not
That'll
having
be
to
on the
worry about any
attacking side.
trips.
Right now, it's going to be their defense that gets tested first by RRQ.
And RRQ,
We have
I mean, you
do we
gotta
have a
imagine
mirror
the
buy?
Killjoy potential lockdown plays,
Mirror
or even just
pistol
delay
buy.
with the Nanostorm, still finding a little bit of value.
Okay,
But for
just
now,
break
breaking
in the
early
trip instantly.
traps, they've managed to deal with a bit of that utility from Jinbong around B.
And lots of pressure onto B already. Draws out so much attention. Then a fast re-clear into A. Jinbong not quite spotted just yet, though. Neither was Jemkin.
He's still looking for a head. Continuing to jiggle. There it is. Spotted out by
Did they
Kushi.
spot a Cypher on
This is
short?
advantageous for RRQ because
What
they
the hell
already
do you
have
think the setup
Jemkin
is when you see a
4-4. They
Cypher
actually
on
just keep him
short?
trapped in short.
Yeah, he's going to try to work around with the camera as well, maybe with a bit of support from Estrella. But then here comes that hit from RRQ. They had players planted deep inside of B, and that's
Nice
when
kill.
Monyet then strikes.
Really nice kill.
Estrella in towards the side as well.
Just buy
Deals
time, buy
alongside
time,
Jinbong.
buy time. That's
Yeah,
fine.
this was a
Good
hard read
damage.
from RRQ. Seeing that Cypher, recognizing that that has to be just the Cypher solo setup because we've already put so much pressure on mid. And then they basically trap him in, go for the launch on the pinch in mid. Now they do lose that position.
Two.
Also has
Surely,
Ooh.
surely you expect
Very
surely.
nice.
the smoke
Oh my
off.
god.
Slightly
Gen
expected,
started
but
tanking
Jemkin a
some
little bit
bullets there
quicker
as
to
well that
fire
weren't meant
back.
for him.
And continuing to spin it on
Okay.
with the ghost, he haunts them down.
So we were
and
at
picks up the pistol for
two
RRQ.
pistols. Wait.
Well, one of the teams heard about the cover
Yeah,
base because
we're at
Jemkin's
two
right
pistols.
back
We're
in
now at
form as
three
the Jet,
pistols.
continuing on from the previous maps.
Yet on that Omen as well, everybody playing kind of tried and true agents, a tried and true composition here on Haven. Perhaps just having faith that their basics, their fundamentals, their experience is going to carry through.
Yeah, having a good time.
Dude, someone.
Least, but also wanting to keep,
whose laugh was that?
as many rounds as
Was
possible
that
on this
one yet?
technical
He's having a
side,
lot
so
of fun.
quickly buying up. It's just Xfero in on the Sheriff. His lurk was unfortunately dealt with in that previous round. But this time, slow back into grass. Meanwhile, the rest of the team creeps up into A. Nothing spotted. And there's also just DFM with an early smoke.
Yeah, just trying to delay the opponents from coming into C site, but RRQ already checking
Okay,
all the close corners.
they take C, and in reaction they push over towards Garage, but they got the turret to let them know that that was what the reaction was. And this is going to be a hard retake, to the point of they might not go for it.
Ready, because you can't just spam through the smoke anymore, but Monyet looks like they want to just stay on site. They still have Xfero watching the flank, so they won't take that risk.
Yeah, try to keep themselves planted, covering those exits. Akame, though, trying to line things up with that fault line, but Jevkin,
yeah, just getting free smoke kills already. 2 rounds in.
And that's the counter paranoia coming out just to keep them at bay.
Nice shot.
Xfero dealing with the back as well. That's Jinbun gone. Mei and Akame slow creep up on the other side, but there's that one-way smoke.
Yeah, don't give them too much.
Yeah, there's the nanoswarm. I mean, this is really good timing too. This is some good discipline. You get the early kills, and then you say we're not going to greet it. They can go down to the spike.
Really nice from RRQ. It's a great start. That's one armor rebuy.
Because they're usually just hunting for kills, and that's how some of the accidents happen.
Yeah, it's been at least so far on this map 0 rounds since the accidents have been found. So far so good.
Don't steal my fun, bro.
Being able to keep things up and ready as well.
Oh, the Outlaw.
The Outlaw. Oh.
Odin bought up by Art as well.
The Outlaw. Get the Marshal out of here and upgrades for the Outlaw. And we've got 4 people that can get one shot. And DFM, early on here, want to do 3 people over towards A, make sure they punish A. RRQ looking like they were kind of just in for contact over towards C.
There are some trips now this
We're
time,
just
though.
doing this to get the orbs, or are we actually going to contact? The call is really good at the moment. It's going to have to be a 5-person retake again. We've got 1 kill trip on site though.
Jevkin up onto the boxes. Nothing spotted. Garage has been smoked
They
off.
still haven't found the trip, so someone still might run into it.
Should be them planting their feet on the site
Hey, there we go.
again, and when they start to get pushed out,
This
that's
is
when
hard for
Xfero's gonna want to
DFM.
make a move. So
Yeah, no, this is
Jinbun
really,
has
really
to try
hard.
to hold on as long as
Especially
possible. He's
if
actually
if
reset
Estrada
the
went
tripwire.
here, I just don't
Xfero
think they
has
would
the read
win.
on it.
Yeah, slowly trying
It's
to
a
inch
great
forward.
Omen flash.
And that alerts Jinbun
Gen still has his
well.
though.
He's still trying to keep that pressure on there at the very least, though. But Jevkin up on top, not quite spotted out. Art and Akame will be sprayed down. But here comes
Yeah,
Xfero
but they
now
have
in
killed the
towards Garage.
smoker, so
That
we've got
is
no
crucial
vision block
positioning.
on this.
Straya with a quick swing on the Outlaw as well. That's 1 more shot. Now reloads. Akame in for the spike stick. But Straya just keeps things interesting. In with the ghost.
Yeah,
keeps him away
handled it
off
really
of
well.
the spike.
Also, I love
Secures
that as
the
soon as they
round
kind of
for
comms came in and
RRQ
they
to
got rid
convert
of the
boost.
smoke,
I
we
love what
just see
Estrella
that
did right there. He didn't wait for the full
Outlaw
reload
descend
because he was
towards long.
afraid of the half happening. So
Bonus
instead,
to
he just goes for the jiggle,
RRQ,
taps him
and we got
once,
a
and knows that he
hero
would have gotten
saved
off the
gun.
spike. As soon as he
Instantly
sees him
gets
aiming
thrown
down
over
sights
towards
for
Mei.
him. So that's the bonus on the side of RRQ. Xfero does keep calm until he hears those footsteps in Garage. He's able to peek out, nullifying that tripwire, and that alone buys a lot of time too. Sure, Akame gets the kill, but it's a little too late.
Yeah.
Dude, they're having so much fun.
Being so pesky
Every
outside
round.
Garage as well. Next round now, and
Monyet's
all of a
just
sudden
laughing the
RRQ's
whole
decided to
time.
Head on over to the A site.
It's every voice
First
coming here.
time in 3 rounds, and Art is unaware.
This is a good tempo switch up. However, DFM, they just stitched C site, they put the trip, and then they're just starting to peek out of Garage. So it does allow for this 3-man stack onto A.
Yeah, you can drone short here.
That fault line does draw out the drone, but I would say almost to the benefit of RRQ because now they're going a lot more cautiously.
Managed to go around the corner, so they clear close.
Do get that
Oh, he has
information,
no
Jevkin
backup
should
for a
be
little bit.
prepared. He does eat a shock dart though, so not too bad. Gian straight in towards him with a shotty as well. But here comes the rest of the team.
Very,
RRQ
very nice.
straight onto the ghost again, and he's able to fight back. A headshot through. Spike down as well for RRQ now.
All right, you do know that it was a weak buy on the side of DFM. I don't know if you know about the Phantom.
I mean, we've seen May do crazier stuff.
Ooh, but here comes
the call's too late!
Up from the top, but slides in towards Estrella, who is still ready. Jinbum goes for the swing, tags Estrella down to 16 HP, but once again in a
he's
scenario
not gonna
where
stick
he
this.
has to stick the spike.
No one
Estrella
sticks against
comes
a low
back in with the
HP.
fault line, perfectly stunned up, and that should be the kill, but
Whoa,
Jinbum is
dude,
so
he might
quick
have
and ready
actually
to
gone
fight back.
to suck it, to be honest.
Picks up the round for
He looked like he was
DFM.
tempted.
The
Very, very
idea
nice.
was
Shout out to May.
stop the
May made it
half
doable.
defuse, expecting that with the fault line and the jump peak that Jinbum would get spooked, but Jinbum actually
Very,
stepped
very
the
nice.
half, which means he has the time to line up his crosshairs. That's really good from Jinbum to understand that that's really the only win condition he has once he's already stunned up. He
It's a
can't
bit
let
weird.
go of
What
it
happened to Jemkin
at
there?
that point because you don't know if he's going to peek back in. But this is RRQ just not keeping tabs. Very well played. They don't keep tabs of heaven. They just assume that they don't have any weapons, that it's going to be tough for them to even attempt a retake.
Okay, they get their own
Tabs
op out
on
now.
that, 'cause once
It's a
again,
good flash to get
opportunities
to
for
the
May
angle.
slip through the cracks. But for right now, at least, Nerves
okay,
of
they'll
Steel,
get tempted to
DFM,
repeat that.
Still
Great
keeping
sign.
themselves in the game. 2 ops in this round,
Smoke
though.
goes into secure
May
long
versus
control as well, and honestly, May will need help on A at one
Into these
point.
attack ops, they did so on a
The
miss
breach
as
goes
well.
over there as this drone goes towards middle. Doesn't spot the
Now trying
Killjoy,
to
but
combat op for
Killjoy can
op.
kind of confirm with the turret that no one's following this up.
Both of these duelists so good with the operator.
Like I said,
Jemkin
May needs help on A. That's why
waiting
we
for May to get
have
curious.
3 people here now because double question mark.
Thankfully this time, though, DFM not really pushing out too much from the defensive side. Earlier on, just some taps, I think from RRQ side down mid. Nothing found, so
Drone
after a bit
again,
of time
breach to
elapsed, It's
shoot.
going to be the drone to re-clear, to get information around space. Both Sova
But why
straight
did they
into
insta-recon?
Yeah, but
They now
that's
there's
2
2.
members already noted on the A side, so that's the cue to go fast into B.
Jemkin has the blades, back into sight, nothing found so far. Everything's effectively smoked off, but here comes the Hunter's Fury from Art to try to delay that spike plant. Sparrow still marking the outside of Garage.
And they traded the spike
If
as
the Omen
well,
pushes
so
this,
it
he
will
really
still
messed
get
up.
planted on B. You see him.
He really messed up.
That's the barrel.
You got no smoke now to block vision on this. This retake should be impossible.
As well, but here comes Jenkins.
Let's see how it
Wins the
crumbles.
first shot, but back onto the blades. Connects on towards Art at the last second. And here comes Monyet. Back a sight, back a gong, and he's still able to gun down May. No slides available, no slides found. It's
Yeah.
just RRQ now with the
Retake over
numbers,
towards B.
continuing
Omen
to
becomes
push
the
out.
VIP.
They're
Gonna be
looking for a copy.
smoking,
They wanna
smoking.
rob that op away.
And
Yeah, you can
we...
deny that operator away from
Push
May's
catch.
hands. The defense suddenly gets so much weaker. The Des talked about this. That May's operator is what makes him so scary. Akame gets 1, but they won't let go. They will continue to hunt him down. And that's op down.
Yeah, he only had 1 round left in the mag. Unfortunately,
Yeah,
Monyet
rough-
just a
rough
little bit
for
quicker
DFM.
too, so
It's a
taking that
worrying
op back
sign as
into
well.
RRQ's hands.
As soon as I'm
But
seeing the
also is just
Omen do
Jinbo
this as well,
holding and saving on for
I'm
that Vandal
tempted
for a
to
rainy
say
day.
to spam B hits. A control into
Very
B
well
hits.
done from
If they're going to play
RRQ.
retake like this and my Omen's
Just,
taking
again, it's
risks,
the tempo, right? They get sight of 2 members on A.
I'll
Immediately
go B
the
all
call comes
day.
out for B. DFM reacted fast enough, but the positions were already too good, and the Hunter's Fury wasn't able to delay them long enough. And that causes an early timeout to come out for DFM.
Yeah, just again, not quite able to find some of these solutions. And earlier on, you know, both teams meeting equally.
there's
in
a
terms
lot you
of
can
some of
talk
these
about if you're
plays.
DFM here.
We saw it happening on Abyss. We saw it happening
React
on
more
Pearl.
over towards C,
This
can
time
react
now
more
in
towards
favor of
middle,
RRQ
you can
on the
clear,
final map of
instead of double
Haven,
pushing short, they
which
can actually
was
like
left open by
clear
DFM.
long with util,
Just
smoke,
buying
recon,
out
or
those
drone it.
ops, the
They're
same rounds
prioritizing
against
short
each
all the
other.
time.
But RRQ comes out on top.
Yeah, the timeout's not too late. 4-1, you're on the defensive side of Haven.
Back to C hits for
Plenty of
RRQ,
time
I
to
was
catch
thinking that
back
as
up.
well.
However, the timeout not successful when they were playing on Pearl.
Do I
It
prefer
wasn't
Cryo
enough to
or Summon
course-correct for
controller?
the players in the server.
Don't mind, man, whoever.
Can they do it this
Like,
time?
you would be blessed to have either one of them on your team. But fine.
Hopefully, with the timeout being called early enough, possibly. But I can't imagine they're going to be able to buy up too much light shields all throughout for this round.
So I was expecting RRQ to try to fight them at A, because that's one of the biggest things you can do with the Neon, is just go for a hard fight on A lobby and then just secure that, and that's how you tighten up the map. So RRQ ready for it, the fault line comes out, they suspect
that
it,
is
and Jemkin's
fast.
good for the shot.
That is very
Quick to
fast.
snipe down May. And instantly, DFM scrambling.
Okay, here's the reaction. Push over towards middle, though. That's good.
As a reaction.
This is the right reaction.
It is going to be a very fast push, and the turret's not going to spot them. This
I'm a
might catch
little
them
bit
off
worried
guard.
for Art.
But I don't know. Sparrow still is kind of watching the back, even though the turret's far away. So thinking twice, they're going to regroup.
Okay, we got an alarm bot torch behind here, but the breach just heard it, and breach can take an angle behind the alarm bot. Doesn't even matter. Everyone's dead on site.
Back to the rifles as well. Monyet alongside Jemkin, gun everything down. Akame towards the back lines. One away from the rolling thunder, but not clear enough to watch out from the back. It's Monyet just hopping everywhere.
I think DFM expected the 3-man stack to potentially spook them to rotate. Would be the best explanation for the breach hanging onto that lurk, but look at Jemkin, he's not holding back. He is just diving onto the site, having full faith that the smokes, the flashes are going to be good.
Yeah, this is also really dangerous for DFM as well. I mean, RRQ being able to read them that effectively.
Yeah, money's really bad now. Forcing down to another eco. We got a hero gun, and this could maybe snowball. Yeah, this could definitely snowball.
I say that, he pushes out a C, gets the kill onto Jemkin,
Oh, it's so important. This round is done if he goes down here. I was wondering if May was going to chill, throw the gun across, and then send it to try to secure the gun. Probably would have been the better play, but
and the team from RQ
honestly, it should have been traded no matter what. Damn, look at him go.
Quite working out. Cushy online for the ace. Jinbung all the way stranded, pushed out of B. He's trying to look for a possible angle of position, but Monyet's marking the back, spots him out. All right, Stretch going for the flick. Is he setting up for Cushy?
Yeah, he is. He's letting him have it.
Has to be. There's the ace for Cushy. Fed right up to
I mean, it's nice. The first second kill was the most impressive one.
To fill the gaps of RRQ.
Right onto the
WT name one yet? Yeah.
Kickoffs in 2025
Let him
as
have
well. That's just lovely.
Good tracking on that Neon. Eventually
Yeah,
catches
see how
up.
everyone at the moment is just tapping crouch during duels. Really messes people up.
Monyet is a bro.
Monyet is a bro. Some other teams, some other players, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that for their brother, but Monyet, he's got him.
Bro,
Some teams with
calling out
tigers
Paper
in
X.
their player cards. Anyway, a round's around, but next one coming through now, and it's May looking to make the overdrive play happen. Owl drones up A, but
Ooh,
nothing
shot
spotted.
doesn't hit the
RQ's
trap.
completely headed on over to the A site. It's just Jinboom here.
The trip is now
Look
set
at
up as
how
a
many
kill
ults
trip right
they've
at the
got.
entrance, right? A little bit
The
deep,
retake
right
is
on the
good.
box.
The
It's
site
not
hit
as
is
easy to
good.
spot, it's not as easy to break, but they are very wary
RQ
of it just
has
because it
done
is
a
site
very
break.
nice job
Here, right?
of changing up
RQ's slow creeping up. You know,
their
they're
rounds.
pretty safe so far. Oh!
That's an early rolling thunder.
1, 2, 3,
as the trip
4.
breaks,
Yeah, all
counter
for the
rolling
flood.
thunder
But
through.
oh, dude, it had a little gap, and all of them were sitting there.
Side, but here comes
Oh
Jemkin,
man, look at
straight
it.
on
I
towards
just
the
feel
back
like
of
DFM are getting aim
Finds
diffed.
two headshots.
It's in my mind, it's been a
RRQ's
story of
made
just
up
the
their mind. They're
whole
never backing out of fight
best of
because
3.
right now they back away from the opponent's rolling
Like,
thunder, then they take
obviously it goes
time
down to a lot of
bait
reactions
DFM
and
to try
stuff
to
like
fill
that,
the
but
site
at its
and
core,
go back
they
in with the
win
rolling
so
thunder.
many
It wasn't
duels.
perfect, but it got the job done.
So smart with the preemptive plays on either side, and now DFM reeling from the losses, looking for the save. May.
Yeah, and we're already hunting them.
No weapon.
Yeah, I mean, you can't use that overdrive now. Surely you just go to try to get whatever damage you can, but
Okay.
meanwhile, Jemkin just wants the Blade Storm completed, I guess.
Oh, almost possible.
Well, Xfero's on the other side. Surely you don't get out alive here.
That's done.
Let's chin down. No Blade Storm yet for Jemkin, at least. It's going to be May from the back
Yeah,
line.
nice pick up a gun though.
Okay, I mean, they want to take all the weapons out. They ended up giving one of the
Lil,
weapons
thank
back,
you so much,
it's
man.
about even here
Appreciate
for
the
DFM.
22 months.
But I
Thank for
wonder,
the gifted the other
do
day
you
as well,
use
man.
a second
Appreciate the
timeout
tier 1.
here
Thank you for the support.
Because if you want to win the match, you got to get your players back in the server.
That is
we don't know what's going on in the comms. We
hero
don't know if they're course correcting
flash
on
though.
their own.
It looked like the timing of the
players.
flash and dash
But
was
right now,
very
the most you
nice.
can do is 5-7. That wouldn't be bad. But you lose the
And
next round.
overall, like DFM
And then your
thought they
econ,
were
once again getting a little
way
dicey
more
here and
committed on
there.
the site. Right, breach ult, but then they were just
nothing
pretty
quite
much
working
at the
out.
outskirts of it anyway. Breached ult back, flash dash back of sight, and DFM want to try something a little bit different. Good omen flash. That should be dead. No way. How? No idea how he's alive.
Surely, but still.
Did the breach damage cover the shot for him or something? Because I feel like he's TP'd there and then he should be dead. I'm looking at the minimap, the guy should be dead.
Dealing with Jinbong. They know that he's inside a garage still, so just trying to play it safe for now. The spike quickly goes down. It's one of those retake chances for DFM,
Killjoy
but
ult.
can they complete it?
How long do they wait until they pop this Killjoy ult? Okay, not that long. And then do you have the Killjoy cover behind as you Sova ult the run-in? Or are we gonna play offsite?
Possibly, but
They got a lot of options at the moment. RRQ, how they want to play this one.
You have to try for it though. DFM, it's just too many rounds already given up.
Come on, me. Starts it off with the fast lane, but instantly sliding through. It's Manyan who guns him down so quick. Jin only able to find one, and Jemkin comes in with the blades. Nothing found for
They're
DFM.
so in control. DFM needs to just go for a madness, but they have to like push A, but then fully send it from long. I think the push A was good here. And then maybe just trip B, leave B, retake B, get your protocols on B sorted. In terms of the smoker.
So perfect, and I have to imagine it's because Monyet also has the experience of playing a Neon, knowing that this is one of the possible places where he's gonna slide out from.
Absolutely. It just pays so much to have these versatile players.
Incredible. Here comes now, just continuing to buy up. DFM, Art has the Odin once again. Playing out from A Heaven though. Slowly pushing
A nice
out of
push
B.
down.
Akami tries to sneak in towards the back. Jinbong providing additional support, peeking out. But once again, May unfortunately pays the price for his teammates. Akami now shot down outside of window. And it's Xfero in it with the operator.
They should
on the other side. Both teams
they should
suffering
throw
defensive
the
losses.
op over really. Oh boy.
Push out. Jinbong
Okay.
outside of C-Long.
Nice.
Here's Cushy and manages to take the shot against him. Quick with the neural theft as well.
Okay, full potential.
All right, so
8-4
now
potential.
you've got trips here on C. I imagine you start to group up towards B, right? I mean, maybe Jinbong stays for the kill trips on C, but the other two, instead of looking for 1v1s, I would love to see them group up.
Solid off angle.
But Estrella is weak.
Might have heard the guns as well. GM just continuing to hold.
That's the bait, though. But Xfero wasn't quite ready to peek out. He had his knife out still.
Oh,
Good shot.
and that's the one-on-one. Spike retrieved.
25 seconds.
20 seconds left on the clock, though.
He's gonna run it.
Really
There is a
wanted
trip
you had
on the
time
way.
to go
Let's go
garage.
B's too risky. You gotta go to C. You don't have time. You gotta run, son. There's a tripwire there.
Trip's gonna slow him, and then he's gonna be introduced to the cam.
To get into the sideline. Uses the camera to play it safe instead.
He's tagged.
Starts to run. Looks for the wall bang. Oh, gets him down to at least half HP.
5?
Well, no, 5 HP. And Jinbong in with the cam as well. Locks him out further. Headshot to seal it.
Okay.
And DFM will be
Jeez.
able to pick one
Tanks
back
the
up.
spam.
I can't believe Xfero actually sticks to play. That is what you have to do. 'cause
DFM
you
needs to be
didn't have
really
time.
careful here.
But
Lose
you're
this
tagged
one.
up and he just says, well,
3
if I
people
die, I
have to
die.
rebuy.
He's at least
And
able
they're
to
gonna
get
have no money
the
for the
plant,
last
trying to
round, and it
find the
might
operator.
actually
They
be a
don't know where it is.
10-2.
Ooh,
So
they do retrieve
this
it.
is important.
That
Delays
is a bit
the.
detrimental.
Ooh, okay.
This makes a 4-8 possible now for the
You want
first
the op?
half for DFM.
Nope.
You think so? Possible with the op.
I mean, especially with the op, because without that, it's just so tough because the fast A hits just haven't been working out. You got to trust in the op just being able to tighten up the map. Sure, you might still get picked off by Jemkin, but I mean, at that point, then what else are you going to do?
True enough. So far, at least, you know, the slight push out from B as well as C
They
on
decided
the
against
other
it.
side. Wow, okay.
I mean, if you don't want it, that's fine. You have the overdrive as well.
True enough. Oh, but this
Flash
is now
dash
a
with the
4-stack
recon. We
on
change up
A.
the pace a little bit. We go
C
fast. I'm looking at
completely
C.
left
It's full
open. Jinbong
retake.
in with the trips
Everyone from
on
DFM
B
goes
side.
aggro. We
It's the
still
red
have.
carpet for
Ooh.
RRQ on towards the C site. Pretty soon to spike down
get
as well.
nothing
Art
for this
trying to
one.
delay as much as possible with Hunter's Fury, but to
Safari's
no
in trouble.
avail.
If he can get one, he's done good.
Lurking as long as ever.
Oh, but he is stuck now. He doesn't have a way out.
Ooh.
He hears him in window. It's too many members. Ooh. Oh no, the trade not
Oh,
working. He gets 2.
damn.
They down as well.
I cannot believe he got that extra kill
Jin
before getting stunned. That was awesome.
But this is still a
He's
lost
done enough
opportunity
here.
for DFM.
Oh god, and they got no money,
Blinded by
really.
Champion in there with a shot. Paranoia in towards Garage now, reading the timing of things. RRQ so on the ball.
No, you don't want to do it, guys, but
Trying
you got to
so
save.
desperately to fight back all the way from C-Long. The Paranoia sent out a little bit early, and it's an easy shot from Onyet. And at this point, Jinbong down to 5 HP. Just looking to save.
Oh, this is rough. DFM, they're starting to break down once May gets taken out. It wasn't necessarily like this. Even when they were losing on Pearl, it wasn't necessarily just because May's getting taken down. It's more so RQ just bulldozing over all of them. But right now, if May can't get those kills, then it starts to turn into these several 1v1s. I mean, and that shot, that second shot into May, what can you do there?
Did he just go into overdrive? Did I see that animation correctly? Just as it.
This goes here.
No, he still has it, but it was the relay bolt that came out.
Okay.
We got backup Bucky for the
ult.
ult.
Kind of an opportunity
Still
to
got
at least
attacks
make it a
over ult.
9-3, but that is still the best that DFM can get right now.
See, the problem with this defensive overdrive is that you're wondering, do you use it on the retake or do I use it to push out?
No idea.
Okay.
Good Bucky kill.
But Bucky, so far so good on
Uh oh,
towards
but you know he's
A-Short.
going to send it.
Overdrive
Everyone
online.
hold.
Just
Everyone
keep
hold the
them
line.
away.
He's trying to push back. Relay ball sent out as
Nice
well.
shot.
But Cushy, quick to burst him down. Hit shot instantly connects.
Because she's adjusted well to the VCT Pacific stage. The rest of DFM trying to warm up once again here on Haven.
But it does feel as though everything's been completely stalled. A bit of a crossfire set up in towards the A site.
You pass him on site, though.
A potential Paranoia play as well.
This-
RQ, but RQ are just
Yeah,
so
and they're going to
dumb
hold strong. The
into
Cypher's going to
site.
go here. They're going to have 3 on site.
Jinbong
Here we go.
right around the corner to provide support as well. This could just be
We
a
saw
full
them.
4-on-3
No,
clash.
don't push.
They're all here.
Oh, do push. You're incredible.
Akame quick to react though. Sudden double kill. But Xfero manages to find a bit of a trade on towards Jinbong and then holding down. He has the lockdown and he quickly deploys it.
30 seconds left.
You can just hide long.
Fault line sent out from Akame. Looking to try to find that shot in towards short, but nothing found. Quickly rotates and falls back in towards top of heaven. But
They're not
unfortunately
considering
quite
long.
enough to shoot them as they transit
Not
on over into
considering
the
long?
site.
They don't
Xfero
know.
sticks the plant.
One enemy
Unaware
remaining.
that Akame is up inside of A long though. And that's going to be the one-on-one now. Cushy versus Akame. Goes
Oh
in for the
my
spray,
god, this guy's
and he
been
commits
great.
down
This
into
guy's
it.
been
Akame
great for
unfortunately
RRQ.
whiffs
He
for
really
Cushy
has.
to collect onto the quad. It's the first half that ends in a 10-2
Been so
in favor of
consistent.
RRQ.
Fragging really heavy.
4K to wrap up that first half. And that's a rough one. I mean, they finally have
Well,
some
he
inkling
said
of
it could
hope
go
on
to
this A main
10-2.
fight. I love the 3-man stack. I love that Akame goes ahead out of A main to try to get ahead of him because they have lesser numbers. There are still these glimmers of the right decisions coming out. I mean, crispy on that too.
One enemy.
But alas, it just does not convert to a round win.
Despite the best efforts of everything
very
going
rough.
through, even May on the Bucky
Must win pistol.
is not quite able to buy enough. I mean, they managed to make the call to get 3 players kind of pinned down, anchored down on the A site to defend against RRQ, but even then, the power of friendship, the chaos that they're thriving in, everything ensues.
Yeah, maps 2 and 3, RRQ definitely not getting lost too much. There's still 1 or 2 rounds here and there, but generally they found the right balance that becomes their color. That's something that personally I've criticized of this team for a very long time. I'm trying to find that consistency for yourselves, whether it's aggro, whether it's control, no matter what it is. And it looked lost in the first map. Coming back online.
Yeah, I
for
picked
maps 2 and 3,
RRQ
meanwhile,
and
DFM,
Patchat. Yeah, but I only
they
picked.
were able to at
I was the only
least
person to pick
retain
Team
some
Secret as
control
well,
on
so
Abyss, but
we might
Pearl and
cancel
now
each
on
out,
Haven,
each other out.
they're getting slapped around by RRQ's tempo. I will say though, I do feel like GN is starting to come in line a little bit more, starting to get accustomed to the team play and the best players just a bit more than he did at the very beginning. And obviously, that's a player that they've looked at and said he might need some time to adjust to the big stage. So not all is lost, but in this match, you're running out of time.
Patchat is on Monday.
Yeah, especially with RRQ on the 10. But hopefully, maybe on the attacking side, this is where we get to see that Neon a little bit more from May. perhaps alongside his teammates as well.
Pistols 3-2.
Dug deep into
DFM
C
need to
cubby
get this
for
to
now,
3-3.
but RRQ is
RRQ
online
have a
as well.
3-person stack. Late swing. See it.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Estrella, aftershocks through. Possibly
Hey,
spotted
no
the
damage
earlier
done
on
though.
in the round,
But they found that the
now a bit of
neon
garage
was
pressure.
here. Normally you're going to want to try and sight
So
hit with that, so
C-site
they should
seems
know
to be
they're
the
pretty
play, so they're
close.
tightening out
Reaction to
from
that
A
info,
main.
we double push over towards long and we hold
They'll
3 strong.
They give up garage, but they just want to hold on to backside from the point of view of RRQ.
Just thinking into it. But here comes, of course, DFM.
Great shot.
Working around the smokes. They don't quite fully commit blindly.
Oops.
Just trying to play around it now. Peeking out at the right
All good.
times alongside the team. They're able to gun down Xfero alongside 2 more players from RRQ. RRQ trying to come in with a retake in from garage. Maybe a little bit from C-Link as well, but not quite having a lot of the angles. May will be able to work around the smokes around spawn. Slides back into safety. Jemkin looking for a quick tap, but dashes back in instead. Not quite able to find too much. Cushy not quite being able to pull aggro away either.
Last player standing.
So just desperately trying to peek out now. All that's left is just Cushy.
Yeah, this is a rough one, and it all started with an excellent execute onto the site from DFM as they clean up the kills here.
Very nice.
They recognize that this is a backside
3-3.
hold 'cause
Every
you already had garage as well. The
every
trip,
map
there's
went
no
1-1 in terms of
reaction from
pistols.
it. So you decide we're going to go in and we're going to pinch onto logs there on the right side of the site. It's going to be Jinbu who scouts it first, but then May digs deep.
Wait, really
then
saying?
you peek out across both sides onto this backside hit.
Winnable?
You'd
It's
love
for
to
sure
see it,
winnable.
because if you don't take control of that, you just have no idea when the flood's going to happen.
You got a neon against the Killjoy?
Just quickly being able to
For sure winnable.
play around that flood and trying out the early utility as well from RRQ. So starting things off pretty decent. You know, some upgrades into the rifles for the next round as well. Now quick into the A site, leaving Jinbung for that lurk. He's got the ghost, and he might have heard something.
Uh-oh.
Great timing here from Xfero.
Uh-oh.
There's gonna be too many members.
Tries to go into the right click.
Nice movement in the
A
end.
little bit too elusive,
Yeah, you would have
so
thought he would have had
straight
one here.
into the
His
C side off that one
MTC
kill for
side.
now.
Maybe Monyak can get
Jinbung
her in
going into
time.
cleared garage.
That's a nice stun for the right
That's
side.
Sabacage up as well.
Oh, nice
Ooh,
thing.
Monyak with the dig,
Oh, you
though.
got a flash. You got a
And that's
flash.
the
Oh,
shot
boy.
in towards Jinbung. Classics will
Paranoia?
still be able to do damage. It's Jemkin being able to fight back. Just as you mentioned as well, the paranoia completely blinds them all. Art trying to fight back desperately, even with the random sprays from the Bulldog, but nothing found. The spike is down on the ground.
Guardian picked up for Monyet.
Yeah, what other guns are
Giving up
there?
the old door, but
When
they
does
have
Monyak
the
get another
spike
smoke?
in their control. One way comes out. Gives
Dude, he gets
just
another
bit of an
smoke in a
opening.
bit. We're smoking this and getting these guns, right? With a double peak
Trying to
garage.
clear that corner.
Huh?
Surely not like this. But Monyet's still holding it. Here's the TP as well. And in comes the swing.
Damn,
It's gonna
bro.
be Jemkin
Jemkin
with
has
a classic to
absolutely
pick up
owned
the
it.
4K.
Lovely breach
A
flash.
thrifty
Lovely
win
omen
for
flash.
RRQ to upset things.
And great info
Oh, it
from
was
the
so
Killjoy.
good
Even though the
until
Killjoy
it
didn't get the
wasn't.
kill,
I
the
mean, I
info
like
was
the
there,
call,
which
it's
meant that they
just
could
looking
fast
fast
flood
to see
like
if the
this.
Killjoy that came out. There's no
Damn.
more Senti util to delay.
That is devastating
it's a fast hit.
for
The relay bolt was good, but the
DFM.
moment Monyet gets that kill, he's able
Dude,
to
look
get
at-
an
look at that
immediate
breach
paranoia
flash.
on top of the flash, and everybody gets caught unawares. And it's just the swing outs back and forth.
Dude, they're having a lot of fun. It's a good sign for RRQ going forward.
I mean, if you have your utility set
Like
up
the
that
vibes
well,
look sick.
and at the same time being able to land those classic shots so effectively, it's just unfortunate for DFM to be put in this spot where they're facing potential match and series point. Forced by an up. It's just Jinbung in with a desperate Vandal while the rest of the team has some upgraded SMGs and pistols.
Yeah, see if they can create enough chaos with the neon, quite frankly.
Oh, the judge.
Timing. He gets right under it. No idea from Art.
Underneath the drone. Now the rest of DFM looking to refill that space. Maybe just a desperate play in towards the B site, but Estrela's on the other end with a fault line.
That alarm bot rings. That's going to be the fault line, and it might be a pinch in from Xfero as well to see if he can catch some stragglers.
Okay, stunned up so far. Xfero not hearing too many footsteps, so not quite pushing out of garage just yet. It's
Ooh.
just a straight hold. Quickly dealt
a
with
gun
by
to pick up.
Akame. And now the rest of the team just trying to hold around both exits of B.
All right, so RRQ expected DFM to respect that fault
What kind
line
of
a bit
omen flash we
more.
got planned
So I
here?
like this aggression for DFM, but where do you go from here? Are you just
Omen
going to
flash
hold
looks
from on
good.
site?
Oh, they're looking to make it happen at the very least, but here comes the Paranoia alongside Jemkin.
Damn, Jemkin is he's an absolute monster. He's just owning him.
Desperate judge
No
play,
time on
jumps
this.
on over outside of the smokes. Back in towards the other side of the site, but Jemkin has stuck the defuse off with the kill as well. The quad to end it now to 12-3.
Not another 13-3.
Those last 2 rounds, it looks like maybe
9 chances.
Maybe DFM had a shot, but the retake's just too clean, and that's the trouble. Just trying to have all 4 members on the site. Sure, you didn't have the weaponry for the post plan either, but maybe a push out. I know you didn't have much util left, but starting to play a bit scared on the side of DFM. Starting to say, come to us for the fight, and RRQ says that's exactly what we love to do. You're starting to inch back into RRQ's game, and now you don't have any chances left.
Yeah, inch back into range of that Paranoia and everything that sends through as well. And now this is an RRQ feeling confident going for those fights. Cushy pushing out. Jemkin alongside A Short as well. Managing to get the spray down with the Phantom onto Art. Jinbo only good for 1 trade, but it's also the Rolling Thunder out from Akami that's kind of been spent and wasted.
Yeah, it's the Rolling Thunder gone. You've got the Neon gone. You don't have info. I mean, you just have to go for dry peaks at this point.
Just feels like all hope is lost now, but DFM
If they
trying to
isolate the
string
one,
and pull themselves together.
like they're making, as we can see, they're making the
the
right call.
position that Xfero takes. As safe as possible. I
It
just
hasn't
hope
looked
that he doesn't
convincing,
get too
so-
curious if you're RRQ, because there have been games where he decides maybe now's the time for a cheeky kill, but you do not need a cheeky kill right now because you have the numbers advantage, you have the util advantage, and all you need to know is where do they plant.
Playing it as safe as possible, not trying to peek out too much or make a single movement, but it also is
The Tart's going to
just
give a lot of
DFM
info on this, though.
looking for that one glimpse of hope. A bit of a fake smoke into B, and Akami tries to put himself
30
back site.
seconds left.
You have to remember that this has happened. Xfero has to let his teammates know, so they're not going to go through the site just yet.
They might play this
And
really
Akami
well.
trying to
If
pull as
RRQ
much
play this
attention
how I
away
think
as
they're going to play
possible.
this,
He does have one
then
flash to
I'm
work
very
around.
impressed.
They have been heard, so DFM is very well aware.
Okay. Start around the sides. That's all for Gian. He connects with the Guardian! A bit of a collat! Astrid trades right back in,
Okay,
though.
and then they
Now it's
expect
about
this
for
guy.
Xfero. Akami
Damn,
tries to go
okay,
for
I'm impressed.
conversion, but
I'm
to
impressed.
no
Shout out to
avail.
Zafero on this one.
Xfero
As much
collects onto
as
the round and cleans it up. RRQ
as much as
will
there
close
was
out the
multiple yellow
final map,
cards on
13-3.
Abyss, that was
I'm not
impressive.
quite sure if Jimbin was aware
Very
or
nice
not,
for
if he was fishing, he
RRQ.
just lost the duel,
13-3,
but the fact that all
13-3,
the
Pearl and
Killjoy
Haven.
Yuta was alive lets
And
you
they
know
get
the
a
Killjoy
they
was
get a
nearby,
lot
but
of
at the end of the
they get a
day,
free
it is
VOD review
Xfero
on
who will round
Abyss.
things out. A rough start for RRQ, but they clean house in maps 2 and 3. 13-3 once again here on Haven.
Hey, very,
An
very
absolutely
nice.
dominant performance from Jemkin.
I think I persuaded Platchat to go RRQ in the joint pick'ems, right? So it might have gone 4 for 4 on
so far.
Platchat
Xfero
pick'ems.
effective on the lurks too. But also, I mean, a
I did
bit of a
persuade him?
standout. Cushy,
Yeah,
the first
nice.
ace for RRQ right now.
Yeah.
Collectively,
And your
4
heart
out of
has to go
4.
out
Who
a
would have
little
thought?
bit, for DFM. I mean, especially for DFM fans. He has such a great offseason, and they come in. Map 1, they start to fire on all cylinders.
Jaws,
have some
thank you
heroics
so
here
much.
and
Thank
there,
you,
but
thank you.
eventually they're able to carry out the win on the opponent's pick. Yeah, you get excited for it, but
RRQ,
then
yeah,
at the
very
end of
much.
the day, you weren't able to close
Yeah, they look
it
good.
out. And today, RRQ will
They
stand
look good.
strong.
They
And
got
guess
strong
what?
coaching stuff.
Death
Strong
taxes
coaching
and
stuff.
RRQ
Vibes
versus
look good.
Gen G. You just can't escape from it.
Might be the might be one of the underdogs, if not the underdog of Pacific.
2025. They'll be looking for something different, standing together for their victory photo before the interview, the MVP interview. See who will be selected on this one.
Yeah, that's a prospect, a terrifying one to say the least, especially for you, an RRQ fan. RRQ versus Gen G again.
And DFM,
Yeah, Jules
not
is
out
going
of it
right,
just yet.
man.
It is double
I apologize.
elimination, but a rough start for the Japanese squad. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for the matches, but of course, we do have to take some time. Let's listen to the interview.
If I could borrow Cushy.
Chat, what's
Hello,
the
can you
Wolves
guys
Nova
where's
score?
Cushy, join me on stage for your interview. I'm sorry. I would love to talk to you. RRQ Cushy 선수 인터뷰
5-3?
만나보겠습니다. 박수
Okay,
부탁드리겠습니다.
we'll do interview and then we'll then we'll switch. Okay.
이제 와 펄에서 시작한 반격이 헤이븐까지 순식간에 이렇게 승리로
Let me
오늘
get loaded
경기를
on that.
마무리하게 됐는데 DFM을 상대로 뭔가 복수를 퍼시픽 첫 경기에서 한 승리 소감부터 먼저 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Wow, you guys just started going off on DFM starting from Pearl. That was a very quick Haven as well. How does it feel? How sweet is it to get back on that revenge against DFM here on your first day at Pacific?
It definitely feels good because I count this as my debut game for VCT, and also we came out as a bang. Like for sure we had a rough first map, but the second and third map we played at our best. I feel like.
He played really good as well.
당연히 기분 좋고요. 아무래도 첫 번째에서는 뭔가 우리만의 페이스를 유지하지 못했는데 두 번째, 세 번째 RRQ의 방식대로 운영에 성공한 것 같아서 경기가 만족스럽다고 이야기를 했습니다. 쿠시 선수의 펄에서의 그 1대3 클러치가 기세를 유지하는데 정말 꼭 필요했었는데 뭔가 이렇게 놓인 게 많은 상황일 때 차분함을 어떤 식으로 유지를 했는지 좀 그 뒷이야기를 한번 물어보고 싶어요. Your 1v3 clutch on Pearl, that was crucial for your team to keep that momentum. I want to ask you, like, how do you make that possible to keep your calmness when you have so much to
But should we put this
play
big
for?
screen chat and then just have sound in the background?
When playing the game and you're just in the zone, you don't think much, you know. You just do what you need to do in the game.
You just lock in and
just lock
bam,
in.
bam, bam,
Yeah.
1v3
Yeah.
clutch.
Yeah.
그냥 아무래도
Listen.
경기를 하다 보면 바로 집중을
I'll
하다
turn sound on
보니까
after the interview.
보이는 거 없고 생각하는 거 없고 할 일을 했을 뿐이라라고 쿠시 선수가 이야기를 했습니다. 다음 상대 퍼시픽의 호랑이 젠지를 만나게 됩니다. 아무래도 중요한 순간마다 RRQ의 발목을 잡았던 젠지이기 때문에 뭐 엄청나게 이렇게 부담감도 있을 것 같고 자신감에
What is the
대해서
Wolves
한번 물어보고 싶어요. Next up, you're up against Pacific Powerhouse, Genji, who have stopped you when it mattered the most. So I want to ask you, now that you're fully adjusted
Dude, now
to
they
your
turn.
team,
They do a
how
timeout. What is
confident
this?
are you with playing against them?
I'm pretty confident as long as like my team can play at our just like our best. I feel like it's another day, you know.
It's another
It's
day.
another
We
day.
shall see and find
Yeah,
out.
we shall see.
아무래도 오늘처럼만 최선의 RRQ의 그런 모습을 계속 보여준다면 되게 자신이 있고요. 뭐 그때 가서 좀 봐야 될 것 같다라고 이야기를 해줬습니다. RRQ의 쿠시 선수 만나봤습니다. 다시 인터뷰 감사합니다. Thank you, Kushi.
Thank
That
you.
was amazing day. Good luck to you for the
you.
rest of the.
Hey, lovely. Right. Get some sound on this.
在打了一半犹豫了，
And
觉得这个 B 点人太多了，就
last
直接选择无
game
论在
of
没有
the
任何
day
信息
into
的情况
Americas.
下去转这个 A 点。
So 5-5. What something went on, right? You talk about this, Saint. You said there was a bad 1v3. Maybe we check that in the half.
而且刚才整个打下来的话，也被对方大量的大招给守下来了，
对，
确实有点找不到解决思路。
老队换了，把这个 A、B 两个点的人互换了一下，双少去到了 B 点，中路依旧是一个裁断。
对，但是双少的话，我们之前在前2分的时候是
I'll lose my mind. Really? Is there some red cards flying out?
只要能涌进点里，你的反清和压制就很艰难。
Let me guess. It's Wolves losing the 1v3.
其实没有那么强。
对，所以 Nova 这个暂停有没有可能是给对方一个套呢？哎，你看，还真是，对方一转，他们又回中了，好灵敏的地图阅读啊！
但是电梯房的两个人也已经到位，这个裁断还在哦，就骗个裁断。
好，
但你第二时间想再过来就很难了，因为对面防守方的这个枪线已经铺展开来了。
莱卡之间裁断一掉，然后烟中小车，
还有雷，
对，
但直接选择往后退。
这次就很小心了，而且他这次其实把这个裁断即将消失的时间运用了起来。
What do you do? The YouTube? We'll just leave it. Prodigy.
那
It's
我
so
觉得他
fine.
们拿到了雷兹在电梯房的消息的话
We'll just leave it. It's so fine. It's like 1/2.
确实是这样子的，反正位置基本上是锁
There's
定
no
的。因为
worries.
他们之前只有是双手手臂身这个情况下才是这么一个技能组。
对
啊，2楼剃刀藤蔓继续拖时间，
直接给吗？走 B2楼，但是对面回防有点快哦，因为现在包点 spring。
I'm just gonna get a little bit lower. Dude, what is that? Sound spam. 15 seconds on this one. Manages to get one before he goes down. They're gonna be able to get the plant unless this guy satchels. Blind satchel maybe? Oh, all that. That'll do it.
注意后防，注意后防，伊泽尔收3个的情况下，但是这个时候狼队的补枪来太快了，没给机会，留一手，留一手。今天的残局处理啊，还是很稳的。
Saint, I'll do it at halftime.
太能拖延了，就是宇宙分裂给了之后，然后突然他们发现一个很严重的问题，这个剃刀藤蔓还没有触发，对吧？
What do I think for Foot Zeus? He's gonna be incredible.
对，
这真不敢往里硬躺啊！
哦呦，歪油这能喷掉一个？
就是顶着闪，然后满闪，然后一个短炮喷人。
这真的只能说感觉太好了，对吧？
对，
全白的情况下，
啊，双狙吗？啊，还要
Double op.
他应该是有这个背枪的。
想拼一下，好吧？
They get the double op out.
确实经济还是太好了。
Is 5 enough with this comp for Nova? It might be.
然后一把狙是在 B 点后方。
再骗。反正这个每把的。
没变过。
Yeah, Despot. I'll make sure I do that.
对，然后2楼他也知道了，一个剃刀头曼，再加上
I
一个
got you.
高台上面，然后再加上一个
I wouldn't even be able to tell you what sport that is as well.
第二时间再来中路渗透。
第二时间再想进，这次做了一个节奏的改变。但是你看，其实对方你要这样子的话，对方的补防反而已经来了。天天之火看油箱的位置。
Frisbee golf, yeah, that was the first one I went to.
他一直在这拖时间。留一手换位了啊，这次不站里边了，缩到了右边的点位，不是对方习惯的一个常规搜点位了。
A 大这边光还在做废，利用自己
的
火光玫瑰，但是
蹲着就出来了。
有一手倒了 ，YO 是一把明狙，有枪换吗
Oh, actually sniped him. That's a free sight. Dude, they got 6 with this comp on attack. That's really impressive. Or maybe not impressive, depending on the 1v3 that we're about to watch after this.
Spring 还是把明狙，非常的尴尬，没有太多的技能了，其实包括终极技能也没有。
对，3打5的一个回防啊，很艰难，而且手里还有把狙，怎么办呢？出来。
这2楼还有一个阻鱼屏障要拆一会儿。
但这个黑的话，其实推满了对方这个夹角枪线，很难做拆分的。
这个黑只能帮队友黑，看一下推的角度怎么样。明狙。 大脚步往前拍，选择穿墙
Oh no！
是的，
再补一颗雷能炸掉吗？没炸掉，
但是有发挥。看一下楼下的位置，小光有发挥，同时在身后 CB 也是3杀到手，4打1。
Okay, 6-6. That is a lot on attack for this comp. Might have to be a pistol win for Wolves on this. Okay, was this 1v3? Let me quickly pause it. Let's just see where we're at. 1v3, 20 seconds left ish. Isolated over towards the site. Sure. And Cypher forward. 15 seconds. 14 seconds. Okay, they're playing it good so far. Sure. Okay. Jesus. Okay, it's not great. It's not great. The 1v1 here, this is fine in my mind to an extent. Obviously, they could stick together. I say it's fine. It could be way better. They should stick together. Top of the spike. I mean, he plays it well, though. It's not criminal, but that guy should be running heaven. Yeah, no, it's pretty bad. We've seen worse, though.
明显的分差，但是这一次的话是一个6-6进入下半场。今天这俩队伍确实太接近了。而且霓虹的话，因为在赛前当时其实我们也猜了，今天3张图当时猜的是可能是什么呢？优队、霓虹和莲华，对吧？那其实因为霓虹知道都是双方的一个强图，我们也最期待的其实就是这个。
They don't send it after they jam the weapon, yeah, but there's like 8 seconds left. That's why, like, you can understand why they made a lot of their decisions.
比如说踩2楼高台怎么来处理？ 对吧？但是呢，之前首方是一个零一个维斯，后续的话要换成一个钢索加维斯。那如果是钢索加维斯，你如果真的舍得投入的话，那其实中区是一个无法穿越的屏障，好吧
RRQ, dude, some of that, yeah. Honestly, I think some of their mistakes on Abyss might have been on par with that.
自己的体效强很多，他们是带钢索。
是的，只要出来给你补助的情况下，不管是配合雷还是降你的速，你都很难解决。
Okay, so I think this is a must-win pistol for Wolves. And as we can see, we're just sending it over towards heaven.
找回自己的手感。
对，但现在毕竟来到首方了，如果一个决斗的话，连续掉的情况下，就会打得非常难受啊。手感掉了情况下，很难养回来。好，前面的话跳藤蔓拖时间，对方也是有雷来破半线的，在前点，啊，也是来破一个道具的啊。
防守方给了一个拼接之后，看一下 A2 楼是个什么情况，人多不多？应该只看到了1-2个人啊。
对，看的信息并不多。现在中区的话也是阻域屏障直接给出来。中区。
Oh my goodness, what the hell is that dink?
这个子弹确实
It didn't do much damage. Straight through the box. Okay, wrap over towards middle, but they're going to get full info on middle, so it doesn't change too much. I wonder if
对，因为中路有个阻域屏障
I want to say Nova would normally walk push this, but they just have no
手
info.
枪局的话，道具很珍贵，因为没有钱嘛。这个时候的话，如果层层逼着你层层交道具进的话，接下来后续真想进的时候，你的压力就会骤增。
目前来看，这个 B 点真的有点弱啊，因为深感陷阱还是在 B 大的。但如果
Fake over towards B, head over towards A side. We've got flash, 3 people ready. Still have the grav net.
对，而且的
Oh
话是一
boy.
个3人的一个斜线协同啊，资讯室，然后后防和典礼的一个3人协同。
给暗眼，但是有个火光玫瑰，这个火光玫瑰能闪到多少人？第一时间还没给。哦呦，这个重力波真的有点难受。
是的，还有这个后续的
Damn, really, really nice though. Off the sound of the drop. Oh,
现在
hold up.
暴龙吸到的位置能捡到吗？这个过点留一手，哎呦，让对方后续再想跟进不行了。
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We've got no time as long as CB won that duel. This was a cool little setup though, to be honest. Flash on site, flash around the corner, then grav net all the way through into swings.
提升这一回合整个的一个防守定力非常强。
Nova have some really good
如果是手
deadlock,
枪局想强
like
行靠
trap
手枪来
plays.
破这个阻域屏障难度非常大，拖了足够多的时间，中区他除了一个阻域屏障是完全放空的。
而且这个阻域屏障加上火光玫瑰的配合，真的太难受了。
还有个裁判，好吧，完全进不来。这也是你刚才一直在聊这个问题，就是在双方的这个哨位里边，防止对方 RA 点是有完全的一个效果区别的。
对，简单来说就是 Nova 这个体系它更有这个主动权，对吧？它可以打反击。
来吧，
因为零的技能都是死的嘛，对吧？零的技能都是在那儿不能动的。
对，好消息是这种技能
This is a bit of a risky buy.
，It's
it's not the highest investment. At least they have heavy armors, I guess.
而且是没有这个御生之气的。
On Nova cooking, yes, their bind and their split comps are really cool.
这一分其实狼队
They're
可能有点难啊，毕竟
they use these two as a combo, and honestly, it's really nice.
但是如果拿刀的话，又很担心对方拉出来直接压。
站在路中间这样滑，相信队友。
还是给他划开了，好吧？但是队友倒了，就怕
Great
这个
nade.
后续再跟雷，
Oh
第二个
man.
队友跑已经到了，一雷跟枪，同时油箱位置已经站不住
That
了，
was nice.
还有电梯房的压力，这直接是把他们逼到一个死位，两人夹
This
角
is a hard defense to play against. I'm pretty worried for Wolves. I think they have to win the pistol.
没办法了，吸个球吧。
禁言找人，看看能收一个是一个。好像暴露，好吧？
伙伴能不能换一个，还是有点难度。那这样的话，8比6的比分。
这手枪局看着这个阻域屏障就太艰难了，拿刀划才太搞了，好吧？
这拿刀划有点没想到啊。那 YU 也没想到。
Goes well with the tail. Yeah, but you lose your flashes once you take the sky out.
拉出来的时候，前点滑的人滑过去了，后点人收了一个。
Depends how much faith you have in the Vice Flash.
手枪局，兄弟们，风景扯弧转。来看一下这一分啊 ，Nova 现在整体的枪械的话，因为没有那么好，所以还是要以退后点来拉近距离为主啊。
伊德尔起到一把雄鹿，一个人在守 B 大的位置，而且脸上还有这个深感陷阱。
你敢来，我
Right.
一个烟开出来，看你敢。
Must win round for Wolves, for sure.
现在有了枪械优势。
Didn't win the pistol, can maybe win this. We've got a wall. As part of the default, barrier goes down, so we know if they push all the way, but they could still have like early B control.
而且 A 大的口
Like the wall could be
但是带暴
better
龙
if
器的
he
人往
did
前先走
this,
了，这好
but
危险呀！
this is a lot safer.
哎，看到侧身了。
Oh, that's a freebie.
能打吧，这能打，但没打死。哇，光拉出来，反倒是侧身一波双杀，
致命的侧身诱惑，好吧，没什么办法。
哇，这太诱人了呀！这能谁能忍住不打？
是的，结果给到
It's all good. It's not like it's the big buy rounds that you have to eco if you lose. It's all good.
也还能给光
Not
奶
like
一
your
口。
whole map and best of 3
没有暴雷，没有人看他，
and
没有人
kickoff
看
tournament was on the line.
有一个开，哎，
又下去了，一打高。
Oh god.
天哪！
而且知道2楼是有人的，因为刚才斯凯是放这个濒临之虎了
啊，
位置是一个名牌。
对，位置锁死，暴龙器虽然在身上，但这个位置他已经没有了什么下包的机会。哎，难道能从他们家里从守方复活点走到 B 下个包吗？哎，好像真有机会啊。他锁
He's
了，他
actually
不知
gonna
道
sit
剩下
in
逼
there,
的人在
spawn
哪
and
儿。
save.
对。
It's a nightmare. TMV okay, don't worry. I'll check him. I'll check in on him on plat chat. I'll be relatively nice about it.
他感觉很难。
对。而伊德尔这边也很急啊，他应该是来换枪的，但是
I think their performance is tied to like how much belief he has in them.
问题啊，枪械也是在对方的长
The
枪
more he
分啊，
believes, the
完
worse
成
they
了一人
are.
未掉的情况下的枪械升级，而且接杀效率很高。
The Easter guy, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you, thank you.
利好消息全来了。
再来看一下
Appreciate the prime. Welcome into the Slug Club.
哇，真的身位控制 ，Only 但凡你说他哪怕不漏，对吧？他不漏，那可能光还拿不到这个双杀。
对，
正好他漏了，然后对面也不太好去秒他。
是的。
然后 CVIPB 也很难受，他放了一个 P0之后，然后只剩下一个人了。
是的，
另外2个队友都倒了。
狼队这边这一分的话也没什么钱啊。 然后说白了 ，BB 手里保的一把枪，然后再起了一把飞将啊。
而且还有一个比较大的问题，就是狼队如果你打慢的
，Dude, we might actually be able to do a Chinese segment on Patch Chat,
他
right?
没有压力，他这个主力屏障
B's watched a lot, Sideshow's watched a lot.
你要露了头我再扔。
I've watched an OK amount. That's 3.
你看他现在的话，你中间给的压力还是比较足的情况下，他依然不急，捏在手里，好吧？
因为深感心理没触发，
对他
第一时间他不用急。你看现在
给了
1分10几秒的时间。
I think we're gonna bring it up just for
现在
this.
近点压力就很大。哎，破掉了，看一下后续的一个选择。2楼再补一个深感陷阱，然后往后退。
YU 的飞将，
哎，这个老虎，猛虎探头啊，问题不大。
Insert 1 in male. 4 person ready to pop over towards A. They got Fawn's flash and 2 flashes still from the sky.
但好在这个裁断是在2楼啊。其实走1楼的话，还真有机会。
Kind of wish this was a phantom, but
现在反而小光
maybe
要
it's
关
alright.
注点比较多，很担心有人从2楼绕过来。现在
静一摸出来，静已经摸出来了，
没暴露。
架住光，但是宝典还有0哦。
Let's hold up.
可以升枪的。等下要看一下。
暗眼没黑到，0打掉一个侧身，但这个位置非常尴尬，想给闪，脸上给了个烟，想禁烟的 YU 已经先禁烟了。
对，血量还是太低了，打身体就可以来轻松抽掉了，没什么后续操作空间。
You should know when they react like that, where they
拦
are.
了对方的一个升枪啊，但是自己的话也很难出来。 雷，炸弹准备啊！
想炸出来，留一手直接被收掉。2楼的位置是有人的，已经被看到了。
小晃神先看。
Yeah.
掩护下队友的直接穿死了。
Oh damn! Oh god, it's a 2v4. It's a 2v4.
天哪，最后这一下。
Very nicely done. Well, just when I and probably everyone had a bit of belief. And the double kill at the end was really smooth.
哇，这一分差点是留下了伏笔啊！我觉得最关键的还是那个裁断，裁断他在 A 2楼
Did all the hard work.
导致这个狼队一看，哎，你
Why'd you call it the double swing?
我直接摸进去。
Born when there's one
咨询室
heaven.
人掉的，其实自己露头回来一瞬间，因为他2楼他没信息，他要看2边，他压力很大。
对。 那比分来到现在的话，狼队压力就非常大了。
没错，现在对于他们来说，其实要考虑的东西还是比较多的啊。
整个下半场已经被对手
Trying to pick 'em.
分了。
Don't think they're great.
上半场是6比6的半场嘛。
FPX and EDG to save me. That's about it.
他们一直现在解决不了的就是钢索 ，Nova 的钢索手中怎么突破？
就是首先，这个阻域屏障，你可能到1分10几秒。 对面才交出来，
对，
然后交出来，你哪怕第一时间破掉之后，他其实也是拿星系的一个手段，他知道你中路人多，对吧？因为他通过你枪声的数量就能判断中路有多少人。
RRQ were they good on second and third map, but not the first map? They just made a lot of mistakes on the first map.
现在我觉得，
You can't expect everyone to be good at every single map. It takes time.
我觉得你要么就打一波。 你就尝试打一波，要么就是你这一波打的比较逼真一点，骗出对面这种 combo 技能。
说白了就是投入得多一点。
对，
前面几波
不能太假，
没投入好吧？
你不能静音过来。
They should have won that map as well though.
对面其实也不会第一时
They should
间
have 2-0 them.
这个手段。
这回看暂停以后怎么解决吧。其实狼队这边大招也接下来都要来了，但你要注意的是
Should have picked Trace too. Maybe to win the first game.
对，
这个玩焰火接下来你的技能压这个压力会很大。你看他这个
I had him going lower bracket pretty fast. I think
车库了。
that's the issue.
这接下来的话就是先是一个补网，然后一个雷。你要再赶的话，你要真被我抓住，这导弹就来了。哇，这个配合太恐怖了！现在好吧，完全前点不敢站，现在反而是对于狼队来说，知道这个组合质感是架默认，然后等待对方露出。
因为虽然这几分 Nova 没有打前压，但是毕竟这个回合对面有玩焰火，他们还是要这个提防这点。但还是那句话，如果你打慢的
，The problem with what they're doing right now.
打慢的话，对方这个组合
is oops. Apart from the fact that Flash didn't hit heaven, is Nova literally want you to play slow.
这次来中，其实这次来中是对的，因为钢索为了配合自己的决斗来抢车库，其实是没有站在
Like right now, we just walled over towards B. We can full focus heaven.
队的话，如果要硬从 B 2楼上。
This wall's gonna last for a long time, so the Astra might be able to rotate at one point.
要 fake 吗
？fake 铁骑技能，
好像要真打，因为大部队已经来到电梯房了。
Yeah, well, they're gonna get over towards A
他们其实
side.
一直在判断的就是这个钢索到底在哪，还有对方的玩意在哪。
I respect this. Yeah, they're not even gonna be able to capitalize off the timing on this. That's a little bit unlucky with the forms. TS there.
这效果已经结束了，现在才经典，来的有点慢。光已经接了一个人，欧勇打了一个出烟闪弹，自己立马被混掉。
手牌的 BB 连收2个经典，终于完成了，可以来快速下包了，太不容易了。整个的进攻阶段，我觉得这一回合打得还是比较有耐心的。他最大的难度在找对方的玩意，
Nova's not gonna put their ults into 3v4 when they're 10-6 up.
两个终极技能玩意，或加上断魂锁道，能不能
Honestly, with the 2v4 that they won, I could literally see Swell popping Razor and sending this.
等烟散，但是正面的话是3人架，哦呦。
看一下这个雷真的
对上了，而且要看一下 YU 这边有没有人搜啊？没人搜，
没搜，但是回头炸掉 YU，
回身甩雷，好吧？
空中的回身有点太夸张。
Nice shot though. Damn, nice shot. They're unstoppable. Actually unstoppable. Swell's a god. What the hell is going on? How's he doing all this? He can't be stopped. 2v4 on the B side. 3v4 on the B side. He's loving it.
整个上半场没记错的话，他好像只拿到2个击杀，但是来到下半场的他，有点太夸张了。
对我们可能当时比较担心的是，你在进攻方，对吧？你都拿不到手感的情况下，下半场防守方能不能稳得住？
Oh, that shot Heaven's really nice.
而且 Sword 刚刚那个
Yeah, and we said Wolves would struggle when they needed a pistol, but
他如搜了一下，看到那个人，
it
立马
really
再
is a
把
struggle.
镜头拉回来。
对。
当时其实
TMV's losing his mind. Yeah, but how does he want him to play against this comp?
但是他这个定位还是相当
Like,
精准。
I don't really know how. Like, you gotta go fast. It's weird because you gotta default. You gotta try default and find the wall really. Then you got another wall that's gonna slow you down. Like this comp is so hard to play against.
对于他们来说，现在确实中路已经是，哎，我是觉得他们现在中路有点心魔了，不敢进，完全不敢过。 完了，资讯室明局也响了，那 A 还敢进吗？还没准备好，这太难了。资讯室现在是守死的情况下，2楼。
I just don't know.
为了打截断和拖人的。
I don't really know what you're meant to do against the comp. Jesus, I would run a Sage against this comp for sure, but when you don't have that pre-planned beforehand, I don't know what you're meant to do really. Like fast sight hit and just break the deadlock util every time, maybe.
有破绽，没关系啊，后点有人在蹲，后点有人在蹲，问题不大。我找到你。现在 Swell 是在架的 ，Swell 在架，窗口也在看。
Or at least like fast take map control.
位置暴露瞬间穿码完成 ，Swell 获取了后续的一个首尾。
但这个明居的位置怎么过呢
？Absolute shot, mate. Damn, absolute shot. Device up, tagged out as well.
穿到一枪，只有50血，20秒的时间，带着爆能器怎么去操作
？Wait, what a round! Flawless at the moment on defense.
他手上的明居也是非常的精准。
是的。 哇，他今天整个
Welcome here, Cobbs. I'm struggling, man.
不光是枪很
Too
准，
much
而且后
talking, I
方
think.
的位置是被他站死了的，完全出不来。现在对他们是，你看就很难。中路的话不是他们的一个突破点，然后呢，知道对方这个有明居，那 A 点又突破不了 ，B 点想去尝试单摸。说实话，你不可能真一个人什么位置都没有的情况下剑引过那个墙啊，2点哪儿都去不了。
狼队现在好像没怎么打过抱团的推进。 基本上都是到残局，就人数不齐整的情况下，然后打一波。
是的 ，Nova 已经来到他的一个赛点局了。好，看看这一分后续的一个处理。
What's after this match? Nothing, dude.
觉得 B 点可能是对方的薄弱侧。
America's in 8 hours, I think. Just under.
说实话，整个下半场，狼队连这个 B 大长什么样
Chat, were the America's games today?
就没来过。
主要那个阻域屏障让他们太烦了啊！但说实话，
深感陷阱。
是的，但长枪分的阻域屏障其实没有这个手上去那么大的压迫力的。重力不往加雷，这怎么进啊？他就等你拆，你只要敢拆的瞬间。
Left Furia, D2C9. Which Furia is playing?
已经倒地了。
是的，车库瞬间连倒2人，然后再加强2楼的防守，怎么能够过得来？拉住，再跟左拉，右打，没关系，1换1。2打4的一个局面啊。
Brazilian Furia.
手上有一个神经举旗，但是现在没有太好的位置。
I think I have Fury in my pick. I'm just doing that.
主于屏障真的非常的绝望，第一时间过不来。
对，楼下两人架，
一个人在 B2楼的位置，但他也不太敢去渗透。
这车库兄弟被卡住了，然后现在2楼他下不来啊，他不敢下。哎，调看对那人了。
2楼拉出来，会又秒一个，有机会。
Oh, nice shots, man.
时间续息，位置锁定，或许还有操作空间吗？搜点是否够仔细？高打第一，现在压力给到了欧0-5的身上。
选择等队友吗？但跳来这个位置是可以穿的，切手枪，这个爆弹器成功的安全带位置应该已经被锁死。接近一员，
Very nice. And that is it. Wolves are done. No win for Wolves. Lovely win for Nova. 0-2. Wolves. Brutal. Okay, chat. Let's raid someone. We are watching Americas in about 7.5 hours or so. Nova look good? Yeah, they got a really good bind, really good split. You want to try avoid them on those maps. Nats, that's an easy raid. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate you all. Thank you, thank you. If you're here for Americas in about 7 and a bit hours, I will see you then. If not, and Pacific is a better time zone for you, we'll be here tomorrow watching Pacific. Or chat, tomorrow is a banger day for Pacific. Do not miss it. It's gonna be unreal, I'm telling you. Okay, I will see you all soon. Say hi to Nats for me. Peace, 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 everyone. Peace. Shout out to all the mods as always. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, thank you. Okay, bye everyone. Have a good rest of your day. That's what I'm saying, Lexi. Tell him. Alright, bye, bye, bye.
是的，把掌声送给 Nova。今年这场生死战，他们还是
YouTube chat. See you guys soon, okay?